In this grand epoch of the stellar ocean, the multiverse has fragmented, scattering infinite fragments of celestial land into the void, transforming into an expansive sea of shattered stars, celestial soldiers, mechanical deities, golden giants, and sorcerous overlords. Countless extraordinary civilizations abound. Rare treasures, such as stellar curiosities, gene elixirs, alien colonial armors, and the essence of floating lands are ubiquitous. Spectral shuttles, ethereal airships, ghostly warships, escorts, battleships, annihilation vessels, and transcendent motherships. A hierarchy of fiery warships unfolds. Shang-Chi possesses a vast marketplace amidst the heavens, engaging in transstellar commerce with myriad races of the stellar ocean. What? Titanium crystals hold no value in your star domain. We'll take them all, damn it. These are strategic resources. You call this an iron lump? This is primordial copper, a universal enhancement resource. Ordinary naval cannons? Is that not the golden annihilation cannon? Hurry, you'll purchase it. Traversing the sea of stars, it all begins with the spark of human civilization. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Flame. In the Morning Star Duchy, within the Golden Shark Star Domain, lies the floating White Tower. In the outskirts of Jianyuan City, a super long-range celestial deployment platform is situated, with a 1,000-meter beam of light soaring into the heavens. The 100 fiery spacecraft, which had been neatly parked on the platform just moments ago, vanished entirely. Launched into the distant, unknown cosmos. Simultaneously, 1,000 miles away in Jianyuan City, one of the 5 major cities of the floating White Tower. At the First Academy of the Flame in Jianyuan City, in the male dormitory number 3, Shang-Chi removed his virtual helmet, exiting the White Tower network. A tense expression surfaced on his face as he had just witnessed the live broadcast of the celestial deployment of graduating students from the Academy in Jianyuan City. Following Jianyuan City was Jianyuan City, where he too was a fresh graduate of the foremost Academy of the Flame, which meant that the scenes he had just observed would soon be his own reality. The prospect of super long-range celestial deployment and exploring the unknown cosmos filled him with anticipation, making it impossible for his heart to remain calm. Yet, amidst his nervousness, a glimmer of expectation flickered in his eyes, for this was also a rare opportunity, seizing it could lead to soaring heights beyond imagination. This is an era of the stellar ocean, where millions of years ago, the multiverse shattered, leaving behind countless fragments of celestial land scattered across the vastness of the sea of stars. Thus began the end of the multiverse era, giving rise to a new age, which the remnants of various civilizations have dubbed the era of the shattered stars. Over the course of time, these remaining fragments have acquired a new designation: the floating lands of the stellar ocean. Soon, various civilizations discovered that these remnants, as the ultimate essence left behind by the shattered universes of the multiverse era, were rich in countless rare resources that, in their pursuit of these treasures, the remnants of civilizations became embroiled in fierce conflicts, plunging the entire shattered stellar ocean into chaos. For countless millennia, in the boundless expanse of the broken stellar ocean, civilizations perished and were obliterated in the relentless flow of time, yet, simultaneously, a plethora of new civilizations began to emerge like spring sprouts. Among them, the flame of human civilization stands as one in the realm of the fire civilization. Every citizen is granted the opportunity to embark on an interstellar journey. Through the fire flyers upon reaching the age of 30, this practice has been a shared tenet among the members of the fire civilization since the ignition of the fire seed over 300,000 years ago. Any legal citizen over the age of 30 may attempt to awaken the fire seed, thereby binding themselves to a fire flyer and assuming the role of a captain to commence their exploration of the cosmos. By scavenging resources from distant star seas, enhancing their fire flyers, and elevating their life essence, they stand ready to confront the increasingly formidable alien civilizations encroaching upon the territories of the fire civilization. Thus, awakening the fire seed and mastering the fire flyer is arguably the most pivotal opportunity in the life of every citizen of the fire civilization. Upon successful awakening and acquisition of their own fire flyer, one is instantly elevated above the ordinary. Moreover, should one manage to elevate their fire flyer to a higher echelon, the prospect of governing vast star domains and enjoying an extended lifespan, thereby ascending into the ranks of the nobility within the fire civilization, becomes entirely feasible. Suppressing the peculiar emotions within, Song-Chi rose to his feet, adopting a horse stance with legs apart, while his hands lifted, palms facing upward, gradually spreading apart. This was the standard posture for the practice of guidance technique. According to the authoritative data from the fire civilization, this technique, developed over thousands of years, not only fortifies the body and promotes the elevation of life essence, but also significantly enhances the success rate of awakening the fire seed. The higher the level of guidance technique practiced before the age of 30, the greater the likelihood of successfully awakening the fire seed. As for why the age of 30 is designated for the awakening of the fire seed, the rationale is simple. Given the average lifespan of 140 years, awakening at 30 allows ample time for mastering the guidance technique, considerably increasing the chances of success, while also ensuring that one does not neglect the foundational knowledge necessary for traversing the star seas, thereby effectively reducing the mortality rate in subsequent explorations of alien territories. The remaining century is more than sufficient to further enhance the fire flyer and elevate one's life essence, achieving 3 objectives in one endeavor. 3 hours later, Song-Chi concluded his training. After over 20 years of relentless practice, his level in guidance technique had already attained LV4, and further advancement would require more than a brief period. With the outside world now enveloped in darkness, he felt no inclination to continue training. After a refreshing wash, he retired to bed, recognizing the importance of rest before the day of awakening. The following day at the Jianyuan First Fire Academy's playground, the awakening ceremony commenced early. Zhang Lily, successful awakening of the fire seed, quality colorless. Next, Zhou Pengfei. As the voice of the official from the White Tower Fire Bureau resonated, the hundreds of students gathered around the awakening platform displayed a spectrum of reactions. Some expressed quiet admiration, while others revealed a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Although all legitimate citizens of the flame civilization can attempt to awaken the flame seed at the age of 30, the success rate of awakening is, in fact, rather low. According to the average success rate from previous years of the foremost Flame Academy in Jianyuan City, it is considered quite commendable if 4 out of 10 students manage to awaken. This pertains to the elite gathering at Jiangyuan's premier Flame Academy. The success rates at other academies within the city are likely even lower. Amid the crowd, Song-Chi, like most others, felt a twinge of envy while tightly clenching his fists, overwhelmed by a sense of anxiety. 30 years have passed, everything hinges on today. With this thought lingering in his mind, the announcement echoed once more. Zhou Pengfei, Flame Awakening failed. Next, Zhao Yunfeng, Flame Awakening successful, quality, colorless. As each student either succeeded or failed, it soon became time for those in Song-Chi's class, the 10th year class 5. Next, Sun Hao. Upon hearing his name, a towering figure beside Song-Chi, resembling a black bear, trembled slightly. Noticing this, Song-Chi gently patted his companion's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Come on, Haozi. The robust man named Sun Hao was one of Song-Chi's few close friends at the academy. Sun Hao nodded subtly and stepped toward the awakening platform. In no time, the announcement rang out. Sun Hao, Flame Awakening successful, quality, white. Instantly, cheers erupted among the students. It is well known that while all awaken the flame seed, the quality of the flame seed varies significantly. Colorless is the lowest, followed by white, and then blue, purple, and so forth. Despite white being the second lowest quality, it is often rare to encounter even one among dozens of awakeners. The probabilities for blue or purple qualities are exceedingly low. A smile graced Song-Chi's face as he felt genuine happiness for his friend, as expected. The moment Sun Hao stepped down, he was met with numerous friendly greetings from classmates, including those with whom he had barely exchanged pleasantries over the past decade, all eager to forge a deeper connection. It is no surprise that everyone was eager at that moment. Sun Hao was indeed a highly sought-after individual. With a white quality flame seed, various small consortiums, commercial associations, and families in the outside world would be more than willing to invest. If Sun Hao were to nod in agreement and sign a legitimate investment agreement, he would soon receive a substantial infusion of resources to enhance his flame airship thereby. significantly accelerating its subsequent upgrades compared to other awakeners. After all, the initial level of a flame airship is 0, and the upgrades of its various components require considerable resources. Without sufficient financial backing, the pace of enhancement is exceedingly slow. Next, Song-Chi. After 4 consecutive failures, it was finally Song-Chi's turn. Beside him, Sun Hao offered a supportive glance. Taking a deep breath, Song-Chi suppressed the tension within and stepped forward toward the awakening platform. Upon the elevated stage, under the guidance of the Flame Bureau staff, Song-Chi extended his right hand toward the dark flames that flickered before him. The dark flame, known as the source of the Ember Seed, though not the original spark of the Ember Civilization's core star domain, is a derivative that can aid the human body in awakening the Ember Seed, thereby enhancing the success rate of this awakening. Song-Chi felt a warm embrace enveloping his right palm, as if time had momentarily ceased yet. When a sharp, pinching pain surged through the center of his palm, he finally opened his tightly shut eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the declaration reached his ears. Song-Chi, the awakening of the Ember Seed has been successful, with a quality of colorless. As he stepped down from the awakening platform, a tumult of emotions surged within him, a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from successfully awakening the Ember Seed, paving a smoother path for his extraordinary journey ahead, validating the efforts of the past 30 years. The sorrow, however, arose from the quality of the Ember Seed. The colorless Ember Seed is the most rudimentary type, possessing a limited potential. While the initial stages may be manageable, if he fails to elevate its quality, the enhancement of the Ember warship will inevitably stagnate over time, obstructing his subsequent path to the extraordinary. Hiss, as he was lost in these thoughts, an unexpected sensation of searing heat radiated from his chest. Suddenly realizing something, Song-Kai's gaze sharpened, and he silently mused. Brother Chi, don't overthink it. The quality of the Ember Seed can indeed be improved, and being colorless isn't the end. Sun Hao, mistaking Song-Kai's silence for despair, hurriedly offered words of comfort. Song-Chi gently shook his head, indicating that he was unperturbed, not merely putting on a brave face. In truth, he was not overly concerned. Yes, Sun Hao had stated, the grade of the Ember Seed can be enhanced. Although this process is exceedingly arduous and requires exceedingly rare special resources, as a transmigrator, he held confidence in gradually elevating his Ember Seed's grade. Indeed, he was a traveler from another world. Having transmigrated from the blue planet, Hecate this moment, his curiosity was piqued by the starry market token hanging at his chest. As the catalyst of his transmigration, bringing him from his previous life on the blue planet, he had become increasingly certain over the past 30 years that this token was his. Golden Finger. The very thought of his golden finger undergoing unknown transformations was enough to captivate his attention. However, amid the public setting, Song-Chi could not simply produce it to examine further. Fortunately, the burning sensation gradually subsided shortly thereafter. About half an hour later, the awakening ceremony for all first-year students of Jianyuan First Academy concluded. Out of the 600 students, fewer than 200 successfully awakened their Ember Seeds. Crying, laughter, gasps of surprise, and wails of despair echoed throughout the square, creating a cacophony as joy mingled with sorrow. After all, from this point forward, the life trajectories of the two groups would diverge dramatically. Chapter 2. The Ember Vessel. Attention all, the successful awakeners shall proceed to the Ember Tower accompanied by their respective class instructors. Those who have not awakened are requested to leave the school within the hour. A resonant voice emanated from the side of the faculty office building, prompting the students to turn their gazes. They beheld a figure soaring from the rooftop of the office building, a palpable dark energy erupting around him. In the next moment, a ring of black flames erupted beneath his feet, and with a flicker, he vanished above the office building. When he reappeared, he stood poised in the air above all the students. Zhu Yaokuei, the principal of Jianyuan and Apos' foremost Ember Academy, was said to command a high-ranking Ember vessel under his stewardship. His life essence had transcended to the third tier, and he had presided over the academy for an astonishing 150 years, garnering immense authority. As the subtle yet palpable pressure radiated from above, Song-Chi felt as though he bore a burden of 100 pounds. Although he had already reached level 4 in guiding techniques, which rendered the sensation manageable, he was acutely aware that this was a deliberate restraint of Zhu Yaokuei's formidable presence. Should he fully unleash the aura of a third-tier life form, it was likely that every student present would be left incapacitated, with the possibility of their very bones shattering under the strain. Breathing heavily, Song-Chi and Apos' face bore no trace of discomfort. Rather, a flicker of fervor glimmered in his eyes. To traverse the air with ease, embodying the aspirations of countless denizens of Blue Star, the supernatural figure stood before him. Even after witnessing such spectacles multiple times, tranquility eluded his heart, with the principal personally overseeing the proceedings. The efficiency of both students and teachers was remarkable as nearly 200 individuals swiftly made their way toward the Ember Tower. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed that only 16 students from Class 5 had successfully awakened their Ember Seeds, with just 2 possessing white Ember Seeds, one being Sun Hao and the other named Wang Yuan, while the remaining 14 bore colorless Ember Seeds. On the second floor of the Ember Tower, in Room 5 of the Ethereal Energy Transformation Chamber, under the guidance of their instructor Yang Mingwei, the 16 students from Class 5 sequentially entered their individual transformation pods. Once all were prepared, Yang Mingwei pressed the activation button, and the pods slowly closed, sealing them completely, while a wave of dark energy swiftly filled the chamber. Observing this, Song-Chi felt no anxiety. These procedures had been learned long ago. The transformation into ethereal energy was an essential step following the awakening of the Ember Seed. Upon awakening, the Ember Seed bestowed upon the Awakener and their associated Ember Vessel the ability to manipulate ethereal energy. As one of the myriad energies within the fragmented star sea, ethereal energy is distinguished by its inclusiveness, capable of converting the vast majority of known energies into a shared ethereal essence. Thus, humanity of the Ember civilization could effectively harness various star sea resources, rapidly enhancing themselves, a fundamental reason for their relentless advancement and expansion of dominion throughout history. Yet, during the initial awakening, while the Awakeners successfully gained control over ethereal energy, their physical forms struggled to adapt to this novel energy in a short span, leading to various rejection reactions. Only through prolonged baptism and ghostly energy, transforming the body entirely into a ghostly form, can this issue be impeccably resolved. The Ghostly Energy Transformation Chamber is a product designed to expedite this process. With eyes firmly closed and palms outstretched, the guiding technique, long since ingrained in his being, circulates within him. Time slipped away unbeknownst to him when suddenly, a sensation of swelling emerged at the center of his brow, filling Song-Chi and Apos' heart with elation. This heralded the imminent completion of his ghostly transformation. It is only when the body has fully metamorphosed into a ghostly form that the ancestral fire orifice can be nurtured at the brow, which harbors the seed of ancestral fire, serving as the future repository for the ancestral fire flying vessel. Moments later, all 16 members of Class 5 successfully completed their ghostly transformation, establishing their ancestral fire orifices. All right, follow me. There remains the final step, the fusion of the flying vessel. Only by successfully merging the seed of ancestral fire with an ordinary flying vessel, transforming it into an ancestral fire flying vessel, can one be deemed a true qualified inheritor of ancestral fire. Behind the ancestral fire tower lies a vast conventional flying vessel base, where all students of Jianyuan City's Advanced Ancestral Fire Academy, who have successfully awakened their seeds of ancestral fire, are required to fuse their initial ancestral fire flying vessels. Within the hangar designated for the reconnaissance-type Star Sea shuttles, nearly 200 individuals gathered, orderly engaging in the fusion of ancestral fire. There are no options for selection. All seeds of ancestral fire can only merge with one model of flying vessel, the reconnaissance-type Star Sea shuttle. The Ancestral Fire Ghostly Energy Shuttle is the common designation for all initial ancestral fire flying vessels. Song-Chi, a voice called out, prompting him to step forward. In front of a standard reconnaissance-class shuttle, Song-Chi clumsily maneuvered the ghostly energy circulating within him, directing it to coalesce at his brow. Soon, a beam of ghostly light emanated from his brow, piercing directly into the shuttle's body ahead. In the next moment, a powerful pulling force surged from the ancestral fire orifice in his brow, and under this force's influence, the shuttle before him gradually diminished in size until it was no larger than a fingernail, slipping into Song-Chi's ancestral fire orifice. Concurrently, Song-Chi quickly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the conditions within the ancestral fire orifice. At the very heart of the chaotic space, a wisp of black flame floated, above which the reconnaissance-class shuttle was subjected to relentless scorching by the black flame. Minutes later, A flash of brilliance caught Song Chi's eye, and a property panel materialized beside the diminutive shuttle. Name: none. Please name it promptly. Model: Ancestral Fire, Ghostly Energy Shuttle, Level: LV0, Base Components, Colorless Ancestral Fire Hull LV0, Ghostly Energy Main Cannon LV0, Ghostly Energy Secondary Cannon LV0, Hull Armor LV0, Ghostly Energy Engine LV0, Ghostly Energy Shield LV0, Patrol Radar LV0, Ghostly Energy Training Room LV088. Additional components: none. 02. Ghostly Energy Pool 1001000. Supplies: none. His gaze swept over the property panel, and Song Chi promptly bypassed the first 3 lines, settling on the base components section. As the name implies, base components are the structures possessed by all newly fused ghostly energy shuttles, equivalent to standard equipment. First and foremost, the colorless ancestral fire hull, needless to say, is linked to the seed of ancestral fire within the orifice. As the seed of ancestral fire advances, so too shall it evolve. To elevate the ember seed from level 0 to level 1, one requires 5 strands of floating land essence and 200 points of ethereal energy. Just as Song Chi was preparing to delve further, he was interrupted by the urging voice of his instructor, Yang Mingwei. Reluctantly, he withdrew his focus from the Ember Ancestor aperture, yielding his position to the next fusion candidate. Before long, all awakened students successfully completed their fusion, with no instances of fusion failure, much to the collective relief of the faculty. Although the possibility of failure in Ember fusion exists, it is exceedingly rare, almost negligible. However, should a fusion fail, a month-long cooldown is mandated before one can attempt fusion anew. The crux of the matter lies in this very stipulation. After awakening the Ember Seed, only the initial 3 days offer a special protective period. During this time frame, explorations into alien realms significantly diminish risks. It serves as a unique benefit for newcomers. As long as one avoids reckless behavior, the danger to life is virtually non-existent. This opportunity not only allows for the free accumulation of experience in extraterrestrial exploration, but also yields additional resources. For a freshly awakened novice captain, such an opportunity is undeniably precious. Yet, should the fusion of the flying vessel fail, the ensuing month-long cooldown is inescapable, resulting in a lamentable waste of this advantageous opportunity. Chapter 3. The Starry Sea Market Command at the Assembly Point for Class 5. Yang Mingwei gazed upon 16 familiar faces he had known for several years. His eyes flickered with unspoken words, yet ultimately, he could only muster 2 stern admonishments. Received. After parting ways with Sun Hao, Song Chi hailed an energy-powered vehicle by the roadside. His residence was situated in the city center, a mere 20 minutes away from the academy, and soon, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Dongjiang community. A deduction of 10 credit points was made, leaving a balance of 543 points in his account. As he disembarked, his smart wristwatch emitted a notification regarding the transaction. Observing the figures in his account, Song Chi maintained a composed demeanor. However, had an outsider glimpsed this scene, they would have undoubtedly perceived a different story. As the common currency of the Morningstar Duchy, credit points held substantial purchasing power. The monthly salary of an average individual hovered around 3,000 credit points, and after daily expenditures, they might save a maximum of 2,000 points in a month. Thus, for an ordinary person to amass 2,000 million credit points, it would require at least a century of diligent saving. As an undergraduate student yet to graduate, it is evident how remarkable Song Chi's savings were, particularly since this fortune was not a gift from his parents, but rather the fruits of his own labor over the past 30 years. His source of income stemmed from his previous life as a seasoned web novelist, possessing a modicum of talent in narrative creation. Over more than 2 decades, he had produced numerous works, among which Shattering the Skies and Doloa's Floating Land stood out. Regrettably, within the expanse of human civilization's development over tens of thousands of years, the realm of online literature was far from barren, and his 2 novels merely achieved modest success, yielding just over 2 million in royalties, a topic better left unmentioned. In Dongjiang Community, Building 5, Apartment 403, upon entering, his parents, Song Chao and Chen Lixia, directed their gazes toward him almost simultaneously. Song Chi's eyes sparkled with delight as he hastily set down his backpack and approached the dining table, where a generous bowl of fish soup awaited him. As he savored the warmth spreading from his stomach throughout his body, a genuine sense of satisfaction illuminated his face. Although the deep-sea mackerel was not particularly palatable, indeed, it could be deemed unappetizing. Ranking high on the list of foods that children typically shun, Song-Chi had persevered with it for over 20 years. What captivated him was the rich vital energy contained within the fish meat, a potent force that significantly enhanced his practice of the guiding technique, contributing to his attainment of level 4 in just over 2 decades. Among his peers, most remained stuck at level 2, while only those with exceptional talent reached level 3. The higher the level of the guiding technique, the more arduous the training became, with progress slowing considerably. This is a universally acknowledged principle within the realm of human civilization. With his hands outstretched, he allowed the guiding technique within him to operate slowly, rapidly absorbing the vital energy embedded in the fish soup, thus accelerating his cultivation. Certainly, it is more appropriate to refer to it as spectral energy guidance technique. Upon completing the transformation into a spectral energy form, the guidance technique naturally advances to the spectral energy guidance technique, which boasts a significantly accelerated training pace compared to the ordinary guidance technique. Observing the wisps of black spectral energy swirling around Song-Chi, the anxious expressions on Song Chao and Chen Lixia's faces swiftly dissipated. They, too, had awakened the seed of flame, rendering them intimately familiar with spectral energy. Realizing that their son could now wield spectral energy, they instantly comprehended that Song-Chi had successfully awakened. The awakening of the colorless seed of flame and the successful integration of the spectral energy shuttle have set the stage for the first exploration of an alternate dimension tomorrow at 8 in the morning. As he absorbed and transformed the energy within his blood, Song-Chi recounted his basic situation. Hearing this, Song's parents nodded slightly, their eyes revealing no trace of disappointment. When Song-Chi was born, both parents were colorless seeds of flame, and given the limitations of their bloodline, they were already content as long as their son successfully awakened the seed of flame. As for the awakening of a white or higher quality seed, they never harbored any expectations, as the odds were exceedingly low. "Little Chi, come here." Immediately after lunch, Song Dad summoned Song-Chi into the study. Inside, Song Chao wore a serious expression. After a lengthy admonition, a glimmer of ethereal light appeared at his brow, and 2 luminous orbs emerged from his ancestral flame aperture, hovering before Song-Chi. "This is the initial resource we are gifting you. 1,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence and a special component of the spectral energy vessel. The Fire Sun Soldier puppetry." Song-Chi was instantly elated. While this resource was not vast, it was more than sufficient for him to conduct preliminary upgrades on his spectral energy shuttle, enhancing its various capabilities and fortifying its combat and survival potential. Consequently, he had already gained a significant edge over most of his peers. One should never underestimate the importance of this seemingly small step, for as the saying goes, a step ahead is a leap ahead, and this slight advantage could very well be the key to soaring to great heights in the future. In comparison to the 1,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence, Song-Chi was more envious of the white-quality Fire Sun Soldier puppet tree special component. It is well known that all colored components of spectral energy vessels derive from the wondrous treasures of the Starry Sea, and once associated with these treasures, the value of the items invariably skyrockets, even if they are merely the lowest grade of the wondrous objects. Not to mention that the soldier puppet components are among the most coveted in the vessel components. After all, the ever-available soldier puppets, whether serving as guards, aiding in combat, or acting as cannon fodder, significantly enhance a captain and Oppo's survival rate, often leading to fierce competition upon their appearance. Thus, the value of this Fire Sun Soldier puppet tree component is evident. "Thank you, Dad and Mom." Song-Chi harnessed his spectral energy, absorbing both luminous orbs into his ancestral flame aperture, and after receiving another round of advice from his parents, he ascended the stairs. Upon returning to his chamber, he did not immediately immerse himself in the ancestral flames to examine the detailed attributes of the ethereal energy shuttle he had previously overlooked. Instead, he promptly retrieved the copper medallion that hung from his neck. This artifact, the very object that had precipitated his traversal, had been his constant companion. The medallion was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of a lighter, with the word Star Sea Market inscribed upon its face, which had led him to refer to it as the Star Sea Market token. As he scrutinized the Star Sea Market token, he swiftly discerned a change in its appearance. For the past 30 years, it had remained an unremarkable piece of copper, unresponsive to his every attempt to manipulate it. However, at this moment, a faint, shadowy luminescence began to emanate from the medallion. This glow was exceedingly subtle. Had he not been observing it so intently, he might have overlooked it entirely. Was this ethereal energy? His gaze brightened abruptly, and just then, the medallion underwent another transformation. Perhaps due to his prolonged scrutiny, a panel of attributes materialized alongside the token. Name: Ethereal Energy Star C Market Token. Category: Growth Type Curio. Quality: Level: LV0. Characteristic: Grants control and connection to a specific Star C market. Characteristic 2. Upon meeting certain conditions, the Star C market token can autonomously advance in rank. Remark: An exceptional item among curios, possessing boundless potential. Chapter 4. Introduction to the Ancient Immortal Domain Civilization. What is this ethereal energy? Could it possibly be the spectral energy that one harnesses after awakening the seed of divine fire, which has triggered this anomaly? Furthermore, this Star C market token is indeed a remarkable artifact from the Star C, and it appears to be a type of growth-oriented treasure that I have never encountered before. Its name certainly exudes an air of distinction. A multitude of thoughts surged within Song-Chi's mind, and at that moment, a flash of inspiration illuminated his consciousness. He concentrated his mind and began to summon the scant ethereal energy within him, channeling it into the palm of his right hand, and subsequently, he gently infused it into the token. In the next instant, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A powerful force of attraction enveloped him, and Song-Chi sensed an impending danger. However, there was no time to cease the infusion of ethereal energy. A sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over him, battling the urge to vomit. He swiftly opened his eyes and cast a rapid glance around his surroundings. Once he confirmed that there was no immediate threat nearby, he allowed himself to relax slightly. Yet he remained vigilant, for he realized that he was no longer in his bedroom, but rather in an entirely unfamiliar place. As the overwhelming nausea began to subside, Song-Chi began to scrutinize his surroundings in earnest. At this moment, the Star C market token clutched tightly in his hand radiated a warm sensation. Just as he prepared to lower his gaze to examine the token, an inexplicable stream of information surged into his mind. Name: None. Market owner: Song-Chi. Level: LV0. Specifications: 100M x 100M. Basic configuration: 10 vacant shops, 1 10M x 10M stall area, 1 inn, accommodates 10 people. 1 LV0 all-attribute training room, efficiency doubles for ethereal energy cultivation. 1 LV0 ethereal energy protective array, 1 LV0 ultra-long distance spatial gate random deployment platform. Additional configuration: None. 02. Traits: Danger avoidance, allows free movement in the void, instinctively evading natural disasters. Upgrade requirements: 10 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. Market transaction volume reaching 100 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. Remarks: An inconspicuous small market situated in the dark side of the shattered Star C, seemingly only permitting beings below the first tier to enter, yet it possesses considerable potential. Minutes later, as Song-Chi began to clarify the information that had appeared in his mind, his eyes gradually sparkled with excitement, and the exhilaration within him became difficult to articulate. He turned his body and gazed through the semicircular ethereal energy protective shield behind him, where the outside world revealed an abyss of darkness. In the distance, terrifying void storms howled past, accompanied by a multitude of spatial rifts that followed in their wake, tearing the very fabric of space, sending shivers down Song-Chi's spine. However, he soon recalled something, and the look of fear in his eyes slowly dissipated. According to the information he had deciphered, the place where he currently resided was a unique secret realm, floating amidst the void rifts of the shattered Star C, purportedly a creation of an ancient civilization that referred to itself as the Immortal Domain, due to the presence of a rare ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform. Installed by a formidable being from the ancient celestial domain civilization, this space has long served as a bustling marketplace connecting the far reaches of the heavens. Additionally, it possesses a remarkable property of evasion, allowing it to autonomously steer clear of the void storms within the rifts of emptiness, which is the fundamental reason for its enduring existence amidst the void for countless millennia. Contemplating this unique characteristic, Song-Chi felt a profound sense of relief. He learned that this marketplace had remained unclaimed for tens of thousands of years prior to his arrival, and its survival through such a prolonged duration without succumbing to the void storms attests to the formidable nature of its evasion capability. With his worries set aside, he began to survey the entirety of the marketplace, perhaps due to the extensive depletion of energy within the void. Coupled with the absence of new energy replenishment over the millennia, this once thriving marketplace had experienced a drastic reduction in size, now limited to a mere 100 meters in length. Width and height, a lamentably diminutive space. The solitary street was lined with 10 shops, an inn, and various stalls, all evenly distributed. At the far end of the street, on the left side, stood the marketplace's sole all-attribute training room, while opposite it lay the core structure of the marketplace, the ultra-long-range Space Gate random deployment platform. As his gaze settled upon these two extraordinary edifices, Song-Chi swiftly acquired detailed attributes for both. Name, all-attribute training room, level, LV0, effect, while cultivating within this room. The cultivation speed is increased by 200. For practitioners focusing on spectral energy cultivation, the speed is enhanced by 400. Specifications, single-person training room, remark, an ultra-high specification training room crafted by a powerful being of the Starsea celestial domain, modified with special spectral energy, providing additional amplification for spectral energy cultivation. Upgrade requirements, marketplace level LV1, 10 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. Name, ultra-long-range Space Gate random deployment platform, level, LV0, effect, upon activation. It randomly deploys 10 space gates that allow entry and exit from the marketplace within the shattered Starsea, each gate lasting for 24 hours. With a cooldown period of 720 hours. Gate restrictions, due to the marketplace and AMP, Oppos, S-tier, life forms of Starsea Tier 1 and above cannot currently pass through the gates. Remark, a wondrous structure crafted by a powerful being of the Starsea celestial domain. Its function is extraordinary. Upgrade requirements, marketplace level LV1. 10 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. After reviewing the attributes of both structures, Song-Chi felt a surge of excitement, eager to test the effects of the ultra-long-range Space Gate random deployment platform. Thanks to the Starsea Marketplace token, he was now the newly appointed master of this marketplace. In this realm, he was the arbiter of all rules. As long as no beings exceeding the marketplace's tier entered, he essentially existed as an invincible presence within. Upon realizing that he would encounter no danger of any kind, he was certainly inclined to explore the core functionality of this marketplace, which connected the fragmented Starseas and facilitated communication and trade with a myriad of extraterrestrial civilizations. Moreover, one should not overlook that the subsequent upgrades of the marketplace necessitated a specific trading volume as a prerequisite, unless he was content with the current modest dimensions of 100m x 100m. Engaging solely with the lowest-tier extraterrestrial entities, he would be compelled to utilize the spatial gateway platform regularly. After much contemplation, he ultimately subdued the impulses stirring within him. Chapter 5. The Market of All Heavens. The skyship. The reason is quite simple. It is now afternoon, and there are less than 20 hours until the assembly time tomorrow morning. Once the spatial gate deployment platform is activated, the gates released will remain open for a full 24 hours. This implies that if he were to open the market now, it would inevitably conflict with the exploration of the alien domain scheduled for tomorrow morning. As the master of the market, he possesses the capability to maintain absolute control over it, provided that no beings of the first tier or higher appear. The order of the market is entirely manageable under such circumstances. However, this is contingent upon his presence within the market itself. Should he leave midway, the chaos that could ensue in the market space is unfathomable. Moreover, there are numerous preparations he must undertake, as tomorrow marks the inaugural exploration of the alien ocean, necessitating meticulous readiness. Additionally, he harbors many thoughts regarding the market beneath his feet that he yearns to verify one by one. Water bottles, backpacks, chairs. Within 10 minutes, he discerned his first answer. Anything he could physically lift and grasp could be transported into this market space. Conversely, items exceeding his carrying capacity could not be brought into the market. Upon reaching this conclusion, he hastened back to the previously traversed area of street stalls, one of the scant vacant zones in the market. Even a space of 10 by 10 was sufficient, especially for the ethereal shuttle, which measures no more than 7 meters in length. Indeed, what Song-Chi intends to do this time is to test whether he can summon the ethereal shuttle within this market. With all his might, he concentrated the ethereal energy within him towards his third eye. Sensing a stirring at his brow, Song-Chi and Oppos, as heart leaped with joy. He had successfully opened the ancestral portal of the flame. Soon, a beam of light shot forth from his brow, and the diminutive ethereal shuttle materialized in the vacant area before him. To his astonishment, he could summon the ethereal shuttle even within the market. The exhilaration within him was almost uncontrollable. This new discovery not only allows him to enter the market at the first sign of danger for self-preservation, but it also opens up numerous possibilities for the various ideas that had previously taken root in his mind. Typically, What is the most vexing issue for the captains of flame ships during explorations of alien domains? Many might hastily cite alien civilizations, as encountering formidable extraterrestrial beings typically results in the ship's destruction and loss of life. However, the reality is far more complex. The true source of distress for every captain of a flame ship has always been the limited storage capacity of the vessel. The size of the ship dictates the finite nature of what can be carried. Consequently, substantial mechanical devices, such as the Fury Tiger-class floating mining vehicle, the Hornet-class combat drone, and the Land Warrior-class exploration robot, are exceedingly challenging to transport. This has perpetually remained a difficult paradox, leaving all flame ship captains in a state of profound frustration. Due to this, the prices of components for spacefolding and expansion-type flying vessels have skyrocketed. Even components of white quality can often fetch prices comparable to blue or even purple components, with some items being priceless in the market. The ability to summon the Ember flying vessel at will transforms the market space into an almost perfect reserve storage area, and a particularly vast one at that. Although there are restrictions on what can be carried, large objects cannot be brought in by individuals. The Ember flying vessel is an exception, as it can be stored within the Ember ancestral portal. This significantly expands operational possibilities. One can first store necessary large machinery within the Ember flying vessel, then place the vessel into the Ember ancestral portal, and finally summon it upon entering the market, thus perfectly circumventing the limitations on individual item transport. Furthermore, this method can also be employed during explorations of alien domains, using the Ember flying vessel as a carrier to gather resources that would otherwise be untransportable, greatly enhancing the yield of each expedition. Of course, all these considerations hinge on one premise: the ability to freely access and enter the market after being dispatched to an alien domain. Otherwise, all is moot. Shaking his head to suppress the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Song-Chi redirected his focus to the market and the ethereal energy vessel before him. After pondering for a dozen seconds, two words suddenly sprang to mind: All Heavens. Having read numerous fantasy novels in his past life, the name All Heavens Market seemed perfectly fitting, given that the market could randomly connect to various shattered star realms. All Heavens Market, naming successful. Following the naming of the market, it was time to name the ethereal energy vessel, but this proved to be quite a trial for Song-Chi. Star C. Sorry. That name already exists. Please choose another. Crossing Horizon. Sorry, that name. Galaxy. Sorry. Due to the vast number of Ember flying vessels within the Ember human civilization, many names had already been registered. Divine Continent. Sorry. Firmament. Firmament has not been used. Do you confirm the naming as Firmament? Kunlun. HM? Is that it? Good. With a momentary pause, Song-Chi immediately clicked confirm. Upon successful naming, he shifted his gaze to examine the specific attributes of his ethereal energy vessel, previously interrupted by Yang Ming Wei. He had yet to review the full attributes of the ethereal energy vessel. Name: Firmament. Model: Ember ethereal energy vessel. Level: LV0. Basic components: colorless Ember hull LV0, ethereal main cannon LV0, ethereal secondary cannon LV0, hull armor LV0, ethereal engine LV0, ethereal shield LV0, patrol radar LV0, ethereal training room LV0, 88. Special components: none, 02. Chapter 6. Detailed attributes of the ethereal shuttle. The gaze remained fixed upon the section detailing the fundamental components, revealing that the current ethereal shuttle was merely a blank slate. The other categories offered little of interest. For instance, in the section dedicated to special components, the initial special component slots for the recently integrated Ember fire ship stood at 2. Only through subsequent upgrades of the ethereal shuttle would this number increase. Naturally, the quantity of additional slots varies according to the quality of the Ember seed. The higher the quality of the Ember seed, the greater the potential increase in slots. This is another pivotal reason why the Ember civilization places such immense value on the quality of the Ember seed, as it not only determines the enhancement ceiling of the Ember fire ship but also influences the comparative strength among ships of the same tier. Consider this: 2 Ember fire ships, both at level 10, while a ship powered by a white Ember seed may accommodate up to 10 special components. A vessel with a colorless Ember seed is limited to merely 6 slots. This nearly twofold disparity renders any comparison of their combat capabilities nearly impossible. As the focus sharpened, the intricate attributes of these modules began to materialize one by one. Ethereal main cannon LV0 quality, colorless consumption, 10 per shot, ethereal points, power, 11 upgrade requirements, 3 threads of floating origin, 0 tier. 5 life nuclei, 0 tier. Ethereal cultivation platform LV 0 quality. Colorless consumption, 2 per second. Ethereal points, cultivation bonus, 200, 2 times. Effective only for 0 tier life forms, upgrade requirements. 5 threads of floating origin, 0 tier. 10 life nuclei, 0 tier. After perusing the data for each component, Song-Chi did not linger. These were merely fundamental statistics, destined for enhancement in due course, resulting in significant changes. Previous studies had emphasized this notion. The sole component that captured his attention was the ethereal cultivation platform. As one of the core components of the Emberfire ship, this platform elucidates why every individual within the Ember civilization is fervently devoted to possessing their own unique ship. What drives the perilous exploration of the vast and uncharted cosmic seas? Is it merely the superficial enjoyment of exotic landscapes? Certainly not. The spirit of exploration that propels the citizens of Ember is rooted in the myriad of rare and peculiar resources found in alien realms. This begs the question, what is the ultimate aim of plundering and collecting these resources? Is it solely to enhance the Emberfire ship? Not entirely, or rather, not exclusively. While enhancing the ship is inevitable, this is merely the surface. Ultimately, what every captain of an Emberfire ship seeks is the elevation of their own life tier. To put it plainly, it is the pursuit of longevity, an aspiration to extend one's existence. It is well known that reaching high levels in guiding techniques can induce a transformation in one's life tier, and with each metamorphosis, the practitioner's lifespan is augmented to some degree. However, the higher the level of guiding techniques, the more daunting the cultivation becomes. Achieving the first transformation of one Endopos' life tier is akin to scaling a formidable peak, let alone the subsequent elevations of life. However, this issue can be impeccably resolved by the ethereal energy cultivation platform bound to each Ember starship. This platform significantly accelerates the practice of ethereal energy guidance techniques, enabling all captains of Ember starships to enhance their guidance skill levels at a rate that is double, triple, or even greater, thus triggering a continuous metamorphosis of their own life levels. Furthermore, the higher the enhancement level of the Ember starship, the more effective the corresponding ethereal energy cultivation platform becomes. Therefore, the captains of the Ember starships are primarily concerned not with the enhancement of the starships themselves, but rather with the ethereal energy cultivation platform that accompanies them. As he gazed at the ethereal energy cultivation platform aboard the ethereal shuttle, Song-Chi suddenly recalled the all-attribute training chamber in the marketplace, which offered an impressive 400 enhancement to ethereal energy cultivation, twice that of the platform before him. He understood the implications of this. It meant that in the future, his cultivation speed of ethereal energy guidance techniques would far surpass that of his peers among the Ember starship captains. It signified a greater probability of elevating his own life level, thereby gaining additional lifespan. Moreover, it implied that even if he could not enhance the quality of his Ember starship and Apos' fire seed later on, it would not adversely affect his personal cultivation. Nonetheless, despite these considerations, Song-Chi would not relinquish his Ember starship unless absolutely necessary. After all, the subsequent enhancements and the introduction of goods in the marketplace would require substantial resources, and relying solely on the monthly marketplace transactions would be insufficient. Additionally, the marketplace itself lacked formidable firepower support, unlike the Ember starship, which, once sufficiently enhanced, could easily dominate an entire star sea. With these thoughts in mind, Song-Chi swiftly formulated a preliminary development plan to prioritize the marketplace as the foundation while utilizing the Ember starship as an auxiliary, with one facilitating a more efficient transformation of life levels and the other providing future firepower support, allowing both to advance in tandem without conflict. Having clarified this fundamental relationship, Song-Chi shifted his attention to the enhancement of the ethereal shuttle. Tomorrow marked the first exploration of an alien domain, although it was a welfare exploration. Necessary enhancements were still imperative. He understood the adage that careful navigation ensures longevity. A flicker of ethereal light flashed at his brow as he extracted the unique component of the Fire Sun Soldier tree from the Ember Ancestor orifice. He then installed it into one of the 2 available special component slots on the ethereal shuttle, and its attributes soon manifested. Fire Sun Soldier tree level, 0 quality. White consumption, 50 per unit. Ethereal points, effect. Fire Sun Soldier, summons 10 level 0 Fire Sun Soldiers. The soldiers are immortal and can persist indefinitely. Upon death, they require 24 hours before they can be summoned again. Upgrade requirements: 5 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. 500 ethereal points. Chapter 7. Enhancement of the celestial arc components in addition to the 1,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence provided by my parents. I possess 2,400,000 credit points in my account. According to the official exchange rates of the Morning Star Principality, 10,000 credit points can be traded for a strand of zero-order floating land essence. Therefore, if all calculations are made, I currently hold a total of 240 strands of zero-order floating land essence. However, at least 500 strands must be reserved for purchasing medical supplies, basic nanorobot repair kits, Fury Type 1 floating land mining vehicles, specialized exploration instruments for mining vehicles, and so forth. Thus, I am left with approximately 700 strands to enhance the Phantom Energy Shuttle. For Song-Chi, who possesses the vast market of all heavens, as long as he diligently cultivates, he can elevate his life level continuously. Consequently, ensuring survival is paramount while exploring alien domains. Nevertheless, enhancing these components not only requires floating land essence and phantom energy points, but also a rare item known as the life core. Song-Chi is well acquainted with this item. Within the expansive, shattered star seas, most life forms leave behind a unique crystal upon their demise, which embodies the majority of the energy essence they accumulated throughout their existence. This is indeed the life core. It is worth noting that the life core is regarded as a universal special resource, and many star civilizations include it in their common currency systems. The ember of human civilization follows suit. In any moderately sized trading house or family enterprise, life cores can be utilized and exchanged freely. Moreover, other commonly used enhancement resources for the ember-flying ships, such as refined iron and floating land essence, are also interchangeable. After greeting my parents on the first floor, I ventured out once more and made my way to the Dongjiang Ember Mall, not far from the Dongjiang community. This establishment is merely one among the numerous ember malls in Jiangyuan City. While it may not house many vendors, it suffices for a newly awakened ember ship captain like myself. Do you confirm the expenditure of 1 strand of zero-order floating land essence, 100 phantom energy points, and 5 life cores to upgrade the phantom energy shield component from level 0 to level 1? Confirmed. Do you confirm the expenditure of 3 strands of zero-order floating land essence, 200 phantom energy points, and 6 life cores to upgrade the phantom energy shield component from level 1 to level 2? After 4 consecutive enhancements, I elevated the phantom energy shield component to level 4. It was not due to a lack of intention to enhance further, but rather the 1,000 phantom energy points stored in the phantom engine's energy reservoir had been completely depleted, necessitating a full recharge. Fortunately, the replenishment rate is swift. With only the phantom engine activated, it accumulates 9 points per second, and it won't take long, less than 2 minutes, to reach full capacity. 2 minutes later, I resumed the enhancement process. Ultimately, I upgraded the Phantom Energy Shield to level 7, expending a total of 59 strands of zero-order floating land essence, 56 zero-order life cores, and 800 Phantom Energy points. Of the 59 strands of zero-order floating land essence, 49 were utilized for enhancements, while the remaining 10 were allocated for the purchase of 100 zero-order life cores. The enhancement of the Ethereal Shield to level 7 indeed yielded a significant boost in its attributes. Ethereal Shield level 7 quality, colorless consumption, 10s, ethereal points, protection, 18 shield value, 180 recharge time, 23 seconds. Overload buffer, 46 minutes upgrade requirements, 15 strands of zero-order ethereal essence, 800 ethereal points, 12 life cores, zero-order. After fortifying the ethereal shield, Song-Chi remained uneasy. As a traveler from another realm, the principle of survival was ingrained in his very being. Consequently, he proceeded to enhance the whole armor. Although this component and App's defensive capability could not rival that of the ethereal shield, it remained a crucial aspect of the Phoenix-class vessel and App's defense, and he would not overlook it. Minutes later, the whole armor was also upgraded to level 7. However, each upgrade necessitated the consumption of a rare mineral resource known as refined iron. And reaching level 7 required a total of 28 tons of refined iron, with each ton priced at 1 strand of zero-order ethereal essence. In total, enhancing the whole armor consumed 77 strands of ethereal essence. Whole armor level 7 quality, colorless consumption, 3s, ethereal points, protection, 18 upgrade requirements, 15 strands of zero-order ethereal essence, 800 ethereal points, 8 tons of refined iron. Once both the ethereal shield and whole armor had been elevated to level 7, their energy consumption upon activation surged considerably, surpassing the normal output of the ethereal engine. Thus, to maintain the ethereal shield and Oppo's operation upon entering uncharted star realms, enhancing the engine became imperative. Do you wish to spend 1 strand of zero-order ethereal essence, 100 ethereal points, 5 life cores to upgrade the ethereal engine component from level 0 to level 1? Confirmed. After 4 consecutive enhancements, only 9 zero-order life cores remained. Insufficient for a 5th upgrade. Song-Chi had no choice but to expend 20 strands of zero-order ethereal essence to purchase 200 life cores. Ultimately, he similarly upgraded the ethereal engine to level 7, expending resources identical to those used for enhancing the ethereal shield. The remaining 188 zero-order life cores were stored in the shuttle for future use. Turning to the engine's attributes, a notable improvement was evident. Ethereal engine level 7 quality, colorless consumption, for S, ethereal points, output, 24 S, ethereal points, overload buffer, 23 minutes ethereal pool, 1,700 points. Capable of storing 1,700 points of ethereal energy, upgrade requirements, 15 strands of zero-order ethereal essence, 800 ethereal points, 12 life cores, zero order. Following the ethereal engine, the ethereal main cannon awaited enhancement. Although it was a welfare provision, the presence of extraterrestrial beings in the starry seas made it prudent to slightly augment the firepower of the ethereal shuttle. The enhancement of the ethereal main cannon did not require life cores, and Song-Chi elevated it to level 5. Expending a total of 25 strands of zero-order ethereal essence and 1,500 ethereal points. The detailed attributes of the upgraded version are as follows. Ethereal main cannon level 5 quality, colorless consumption, 20 per shot, ethereal points, power, 16 charging time, for seconds buffer time, 8 seconds upgrade requirements. 11 strands of floating land origin, zero order. 600 ethereal points. It is evident that the enhanced ethereal main cannon not only exhibits a significant increase in power, but also benefits from a reduction in both charging and buffer times, resulting in a commendable overall improvement. Chapter 8. The final preparations before the exploration of the Starry Sea. The last enhancement focused on the patrol radar. The vastness of the Starry Sea means that the distance between one floating landmass and another often begins in light years. A powerful radar is crucial for ensuring that the captain of the Ember ship does not lose their way during interstellar exploration, enabling a swifter and more precise search for resources such as alien floating lands and asteroid belts. The significance of this enhancement is self-evident. The resources required for radar enhancement are similar to those for the main cannon, yet Song-Chi enhanced it directly to level 9. Despite possessing the vast resources of the celestial market, he remained unwilling to forego participation in alien explorations, driven by the desire to acquire resources more rapidly. The more effective the patrol radar becomes, the more accurately and quickly it enables the search for resource points, thus firmly establishing it as one of the primary components for enhancement. The enhancement of the patrol radar to level 9 consumed a total of 81 strands of zero-tier floating land essence and 500 ethereal energy points. Patrol radar level 9 consumption, 3S ethereal energy points, detection range, 10 light seconds accuracy, 20 as for why he did not enhance it directly to the maximum level of the colorless Ember ship, which is level 19. Note, the upper limit of the colorless Ember ship is tier 1, encompassing levels 10 to 19. The reason is rather straightforward. The current patrol radar is merely a standard radar of colorless quality, and it will undoubtedly require replacement in the future. Enhancing it to tier 1 at this point is unnecessary, as the resources expended on the enhancement cannot be refunded upon replacement. Furthermore, he was running low on resources. According to prior plans, the floating land essence available for enhancing the ethereal shuttle was only around 700 strands. After this series of enhancements, over 300 strands had already been used, leaving him with less than 400 strands, while there remained the special component, the Fire Sun Soldier Doll tree, that needed enhancement. In comparison to the colorless ship components, the special components of white quality require significantly more resources for enhancement. Just to elevate it from level 0 to level 1 demands 5 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier, and 500 ethereal energy points, making it a substantial consumer of floating land essence. Gritting his teeth, Song-Chi directly enhanced this component to level 10. Correspondingly, the nearly 400 strands of floating land essence he had left were reduced to a mere 104 strands. He decided to retain the remaining 104 strands of floating land essence for emergencies, should he encounter danger or any special circumstances during the exploration of alien realms. This essence would be critical for suitable enhancements. As for the enhancements within the celestial market and the seed of Ember in the Ember ancestors' realm, he concluded that there was no need to rush. Ensuring the absolute safety of this first foray into the star domain was paramount. Perhaps this exploration would yield promising rewards. Next, he examined the effects of enhancing the Fire Sun Soldier doll tree to Tier 1. Effect: Fire Sun Soldier doll summons 10 level 10 Fire Sun Soldier dolls. As long as the dolls do not perish, they may exist indefinitely. However, upon their demise, they can only be resummoned after 24 hours. This signifies that whenever he wishes, he can summon 10 first-tier Fire K warriors to serve as his loyal and obedient guardians. Once his mood settled, Song-Chi promptly embarked on the next round of procurement. Needing to acquire various large mechanical items, he chose the Eagle Machinery Store, located on the top floor of the shopping mall. As a prominent chain in the Morningstar Duchy, it is said that the store is backed by the powerful noble, Marquis Eagle. The mechanical products sold there are reputed to possess sufficient quality assurance. As a man nearing 60, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Song-Chi's eloquence remained intact. After a series of verbal maneuvers and considering the substantial quantity of his purchases, the sales assistant graciously offered a 5% discount. The items included a basic interstellar universal medical kit, 500,000 credit points, a basic nanorobot repair kit, 1,000,000 credit points, an angry tiger type 1 floating mining vehicle, 3,000,000 credit points, a dedicated exploration instrument for the mining vehicle, 500,000 credit points, and a basic civilian exoskeleton from the Duchy, 200,000 credit points, totaling 5,200,000 credit points, which after the discount amounted to 4,940,000. He was then asked whether he preferred credit payment or floating source payment. After charging 2,400,000 credit points, he withdrew 254 strands of zero-tier floating source from his ancestral treasury, feeling a pang of regret as he completed the final payment under the bright gaze of the sales assistant. Upon exiting the mall, he was left with merely 110 strands of floating source for emergencies, and his heart brimmed with complaints, as he perceived the shop selling large mechanical products to be quite unscrupulous. Take the basic nanorobot repair kit for instance, its efficacy was rather mediocre. And if the Ember Flyer sustained even slight damage, it would be incapable of repair. Yet, this mass-produced item was priced at an exorbitant 1,000,000 credit points, with a strict usage limitation of merely 3 applications before it was rendered useless, a blatant ripoff. The same went for the basic Interstellar Universal Medical Kit, which also had a weak treatment effect and was limited to 3 uses. Additionally, the Angry Tiger Type 1 floating mining vehicle, with manual controls, was priced at 1,000,000, and merely adding an automatic driving system escalated the cost threefold. Had he not been a person of prudence like Song-Chi, he would have never considered purchasing such an item. However, perhaps due to his guiding art level reaching LV4 while the versatile training room remained at LV0, or perhaps the difficulty of advancing to LV4 was exceedingly high, he felt no significant progress in his cultivation of guiding art after several hours. As time passed, the following morning dawned. After breakfast, Song-Chi hurried to the academy to gather with his classmates, and subsequently, all the current awakened students from Zheng Yuan's first Ember Academy set out toward the outskirts of the city. Concerned, Song-Chi's parents, along with numerous other parents, closely followed the main group. Along the way, they encountered many other awakened students from different Ember Academies. Chapter 9. The Test of the Alien Domain Marketplace. As one of the 5 major cities of the White Tower Floating Lands, Jianyuan City boasts a population exceeding 20 million, with each cohort of students surpassing 100,000. Such a substantial number of students naturally exceeds the capacity of a single prestigious academy, even though the foremost academy, the Academy of Flame, gathers the elite talents from across Jianyuan City. It cannot encompass all the awakened students within the city. Historically, the number of successfully awakened students each session hovers around 1,000. Half an hour later, at the outskirts of Jianyuan City, the ultra-long-distance Star Sea launch platform buzzed with anticipation. Over 5,000 citizens had congregated here. As one of the few significant annual events in Jianyuan City, the Alien Domain launch ceremony attracted a considerable audience. With the arrival of numerous students, teachers, and parents, the throng surrounding the launch platform swelled to a 10,000-strong crowd. Approximately 20 minutes later, after the district chief of the White Tower Flame Bureau confirmed the arrival of all the awakened students from Jianyuan City, the launch of the alien domain commenced. The first group to take the stage was not from the Academy of Flame. Rather, they had been scheduled as the grand finale. Even from the central district of Jiayuan. Every 20 minutes, colossal beams of light shot into the sky, each representing the launch of 100 newly awakened students into the vast unknown of distant star seas. Songqi and Sun Hao were assigned to the same batch. They ascended the platform together and swiftly summoned their ethereal energy shuttles. Once 100 shuttles were aligned, a command from the Flame Bureau operator triggered a massive beam of light, 1,000 meters in diameter, shooting skyward. As the 100 shuttles vanished from the platform, Song's parents, along with many other parents, opted to remain rather than leave, pulling out outdoor tents from their backpacks and beginning to set them up. The intense sensation of weightlessness compelled Songqi to instinctively close his eyes, while the violent vibrations made the shuttle groan as if in agony. Had he not secured his safety belt, he dared not imagine the disarray he would have faced. As the disorienting weightlessness and dizziness markedly diminished, he could not afford to wait for his body to stabilize. He forced his eyes open and swiftly activated the ethereal energy shield on his shuttle. Songqi resonated deeply with a saying frequently uttered by his former instructor. The alien beings of the Star Sea would not wait for you to regain your composure. What you must do is always act a step ahead, whether in offense or retreat. With the ethereal energy shield enhanced to level 7, the charging time extended to 23 seconds. After a brief wait, once the black shield enveloping the shuttle was fully activated, he finally exhaled in relief. Only then did he find the moment to adjust his physical state and observe the surroundings outside the shuttle. As for why the ethereal energy shield was not activated prior to launch, that pertains to another fundamental principle within the civilization of the Flame. During ultra-long-range deployment, the spacecraft must endure immense spatial pressure. If the energy shield is activated prematurely, it is inevitable that the shield will overload under the influence of spatial forces. After all, no matter how formidable the energy shield may be, it cannot possibly rival the might of the void. The overload of the energy shield on the Ember spacecraft carries significant implications that need not be elaborated upon. As Songqi understands, once the energy shield is overloaded, it requires a minimum of half an hour, and sometimes even up to an hour, of recovery time before it can be reactivated. During this period, while the Ember spacecraft will not be entirely defenseless, its defensive capabilities will be diminished by over 70, drastically increasing the danger it faces. Therefore, activating the spacecraft's energy shield prior to deployment is a cardinal sin among all Ember captains. As Songqi's gaze fell upon the display screen, he furrowed his brow. The screen revealed an unsettling void, indicating an absence of stellar bodies or floating land in the vicinity. The radar's detection results echoed this, showing no trace of large celestial bodies or floating lands within the scanning range. Not only were there no floating lands, but even fragments of debris were undetected. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Songqi, although he did not dwell on it for long, as another concern occupied his thoughts. After repeatedly confirming the absence of dangers surrounding the shuttle, he retrieved the Star Sea Market token, still worn on his chest, and swiftly directed his internal ethereal energy towards the token. It is worth noting that the Type 1 Angry Tiger Star Sea floating land mining vehicle and its specialized exploration instruments were still stored within the market. It was imperative that he gain access. Songqi fervently urged himself, as the ability to open the celestial market in an alien domain was of utmost importance, significantly influencing the upper limits of his future achievements. And how could he not be anxious? As ethereal energy continued to flow into the token, Songqi and Appo's heart sank with each passing moment, as there was still no response from the Star Sea Market token. Just as he was about to relinquish hope, a familiar pulling force unexpectedly enveloped him. Feeling this force, Songqi could hardly contain his excitement, his joy evident in his expression, and the next moment, he vanished from within the ethereal shuttle. Simultaneously, he materialized within the celestial market. Before the shuttle and Appo's control console, having resolved the most pressing matter, Songqi could finally devote his full attention to exploring this uncharted star domain. Although the resources of the shattered star sea are exceedingly abundant, it does not imply that every corner of the star domain is teeming with rare resources waiting to be collected. To scour for resources, one must first locate asteroid belts, small debris fields, and floating lands where the likelihood of resource abundance is significantly higher. The shattered star sea is vast, stretching endlessly across light years, and a lone Ember spacecraft scattered within it is akin to a grain of sand in an expansive ocean. Thus, finding such resource points within a mere day poses a challenge far greater than one might anticipate. This is why the Ember human civilization has consistently emphasized that a good patrol radar surpasses all else. With the Level 7 Ghost Energy Engine fully activated, the Celestial Voyager commenced its rapid journey at a conventional light-speed cruising velocity, while Song-Chi's gaze repeatedly swept across the surveillance radar, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 10. The Fire Sun Soldier Figurine and the Fragmented Belt. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the brilliance in Song-Chi's eyes gradually dimmed, his complexion turning ashen. Was it truly his misfortune to embark on his inaugural exploration of the starry realms only to be cast into the abyssal belt of the stellar sea? The cataclysmic event that transpired a myriad of millennia ago, shattering the multiverse, left behind countless fragments of various universes. However, the shattered stellar sea is unfathomably vast, so immense that it cannot be measured in light years. Consequently, the scattered fragments of celestial bodies throughout the stellar sea cannot entirely encompass it. The so-called abyssal belt is a product of this very circumstance. Generally speaking, the myriad civilizations of the stellar sea disdain to tread upon regions characterized by celestial structures devoid of substantial land masses, such as those with diameters exceeding 10,000 light-years. Barren asteroid belts, or fragmented zones. Such areas are commonly referred to as the abyssal belt of the stellar sea. These regions are typically shunned by all star-faring civilizations, for a lack of celestial structures signifies an extreme scarcity of resources. Should Song-Chi indeed find himself within such a domain, he would have no choice but to accept his ill fate. Yet, the reality was otherwise. After more than an hour of cruising at light speed aboard the celestial vessel, the radar system finally detected a sizable fragment belt. Upon realizing this, Song-Chi swiftly adjusted the vessel's trajectory, steering toward the belt with fervor. Although the value of such fragment belts pales in comparison to that of floating land masses or even asteroid belts, Song-Chi was undeniably exhilarated. He understood well the rarity of the fragment belt he had discovered, even though he was acutely aware that the appearance of a fragment belt usually indicated the proximity of a floating landmass. He felt no inclination to search for this unknown land. His intentions were unequivocally directed toward the fragment belt itself, as a newly integrated fire ember craft. Even with the backing of his parents and a preliminary round of enhancements, it was but a trifling endeavor amidst the vastness of the stellar sea, where distances are measured in light years. It is essential to grasp that the notion presented in textbooks, that a floating landmass must exist not far from any given fragment, merely conveys relative proximity. In reality, the distance is often insurmountable for a spectral vessel to traverse within a mere 24 hours, should he embark on an expedition to locate that unknown land. The likelihood of securing precise coordinates before the exploration period concluded was exceedingly low. Even if fortune smiled upon him and he reached the elusive floating land, the time spent would leave scant opportunity to gather resources, making it far more prudent to explore the immediate vicinity of the fragment belt. While the resources within the fragment belt may not rival the rarity of those found on floating landmasses, they nonetheless presented a tangible opportunity for Song-Chi. Moreover, one must not forget the presence of the Fury Tiger mining vehicles within the market. If the unit price fell short, one could always compensate through sheer quantity. Soon, the celestial vessel successfully arrived at the periphery of the fragment belt, confirming its identity as the fragment belt described in previous texts. Song-Chi suppressed his growing excitement. First, the basic civilian exoskeleton was retrieved from the shuttle's warehouse and donned. Subsequently, the unique component known as the Fire Sun Soldier figurine tree aboard the celestial vessel was activated. After expending a full 1,000 points from the ethereal energy pool, 10 towering soldier figurines, each exceeding 2 meters in height and radiating a vivid crimson hue, were summoned. Observing the 10 soldier figurines standing in an orderly formation, exuding an intense fiery aura, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in Song-Chi's eyes. These 10 first-tier Fire Sun Soldier figurines would serve as his assurance during the forthcoming exploration of this fragmentary region. Although they were merely at the initial stage, they would sufficiently guarantee the safety of the celestial vessel even in the presence of up to 5 first-tier alien entities. Name: Fire Sun Soldier figurine. Quality: White tier. First tier, maximum second tier. Level: LV10. Active ability: None. Passive ability: Fiery aura as a fire attribute figurine. Attacks inflict additional burn damage. Description: a product of a lost civilization of rather ordinary quality. Commanding the 10 Fire Sun Soldier figurines to maintain a protective formation around him, Song-Chi's brow shimmered with ethereal light. In the next moment, the celestial vessel beneath his feet abruptly vanished, absorbed into the ancestral fire aperture at his brow. Instantly, Both Song-Chi and the Tin-Fire Sun Soldier figurines found themselves exposed to the vastness of outer space, an overwhelming discomfort sweeping over him, prompting an instinctive cessation of breath. As a member of the Star Sea human race with a guiding technique level of merely LV4 and a life tier still at the 0 stage, Song-Chi was ill-equipped to endure the peculiar environment of the cosmos. Only those whose life tier surpassed the first could linger in space for extended periods. Fortunately, the absence of gravity in the cosmos, along with prior detection results indicating no presence of peculiar spores or floating viruses, allowed the 11 figures to remain suspended in tranquility. Instructing the Fire Sun Soldier figurines to remain in place, Song-Chi soon faded from view. 2 minutes later, upon reappearing, he summoned the celestial vessel once more. However, within the vessel and Appos, as cockpit, several large items had noticeably appeared. Inside the cockpit, after equipping the specialized exploration instrument onto the Fury Tiger I-type floating mining vehicle alongside 2 Fire Sun Soldier figurines, Song-Chi skillfully maneuvered the celestial vessel into the diminutive fragmentary belt ahead. This fragmentary belt stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, laying of various celestial debris, where even a slight miscalculation could result in collision. Thus, the previous method of light-speed cruising was no longer feasible. Fortunately, there was no need to survey each fragment individually. The onboard intelligence of the Fury Tiger mining vehicle, equipped with the exploration instrument, would automatically conduct scans. Should any special mineral resources be detected within a 10-kilometer radius of the celestial vessel, the onboard intelligence would promptly issue a notification. As the vehicle progressed slowly, alerts from the onboard intelligence intermittently sounded. Nonetheless, Song-Chi refrained from halting the celestial vessel. A radiation response indicating black copper was detected on the fragment at coordinates XXXXX, with a preliminary estimate of around 100 kilograms. Additionally, a radiation response indicating fine iron was identified on a medium-sized fragment at coordinates XXXXX, estimated to be around 50 kilograms. The left side coordinates detected a radiative response indicative of gold, with a preliminary estimate of approximately 200 kilograms. Although the vehicle and Appos' intelligent prompts are plentiful, they predominantly pertain to ordinary resources, and the reserves are pitifully scant. To speak of ton-level reserves is a far cry. Even quantities exceeding 300 kilograms are non-existent, rendering them unworthy of extraction. It is essential to understand that each docking of the ethereal energy shuttle, followed by the deployment of the Fury mining vehicle, requires at least half an hour, often extending beyond an hour. To expend such considerable time extracting a mere 1 or 200 kilograms of commonplace mineral resources, which are not even worth a trace of zero-tier floating land essence, presents an exceedingly poor cost-to-benefit ratio. Chapter 11. The exceptional efficiency of the Fury Tiger I-type floating land mining vehicle approximately half an hour later. The onboard intelligence of the Fury Tiger mining vehicle emitted another alert. It detected a radiation response from Mithril or at the coordinates on the left, estimated to exceed 10 tons. Song-Chi instinctively considered dismissing this information, only to realize its significance. Mithril? And over 10 tons? If memory serves. Mithril is a resource of greater value than refined gold, which averages around 1 tier of zero-grade floating essence per ton. While Mithril commands a staggering price of 5 tiers of zero-grade floating essence per ton, if it truly is over 10 tons of Mithril, it would certainly warrant extraction. Do not underestimate the value of 50 tiers of zero-grade floating essence. The reason Song-Chi possesses 1,000 tiers of zero-grade floating essence as initial capital is due to his 2 parents, both esteemed captains of the Ember fleet. Typically, a newly awakened Ember pilot would garner only about 100 tiers of zero-grade floating essence from a single exploratory venture in another star domain. And this 50 tiers already accounts for half of that amount. Without further hesitation, he maneuvered the celestial vessel to the left, cautiously approaching the coordinate of the suspected mithril fragment. Song-Chi remained unhurried. As he advanced, he diligently monitored the radar displays. Having cultivated his guidance technique to level 4, he experienced not only physical enhancement but also significant mental fortification. The ability to multitask became second nature to him. It is said that at the pinnacle of the guidance technique, one could manage 10 tasks simultaneously or more. Although the standard patrol radar lacks the ability to detect life forms, it can still sense the approach of high-tier starsea creatures or special warships from alien civilizations. However, the likelihood of encountering such advanced beings or high-level alien civilizations during the initial welfare distribution remains exceedingly low. With no unexpected occurrences, The celestial vessel swiftly arrived at the target fragment. This piece, measuring several dozen meters in length, significantly surpassed the size of the celestial vessel. Shang-Chi refrained from hastily deploying the mining vehicle. Instead, he circled the area to eliminate any potential dangers before finally positioning the shuttle atop the target fragment. From that point on, he had little to do. As the onboard intelligence of the Fury Tiger, a mining vehicle autonomously controlled its descent from the celestial vessel's cabin and commenced extraction operations upon reaching the area of strongest radiation. Inside the celestial vessel, Shang-Chi awaited patiently. Though his exterior appeared expressionless, he was internally quite satisfied. The Fury Tiger mining vehicle, while somewhat costly, exhibited remarkable efficiency in its operations. If other newly awakened captains of the Ember Fleet were to manually extract 10 tons of mithril, it would take no less than 5 hours. In contrast, the Fury Tiger mining vehicle could complete the task in a mere 40 minutes. In record time, Shang-Chi transported the 10 tons of mithril to a vacant area within the market, and then he resumed his exploration. 2 hours later, the celestial vessel continues to navigate slowly through the debris field. Since the discovery of 10 tons of secret silver, no further finds have prompted a second attempt at extraction. Either the value is too low, or the quantities are insufficient. However, a recent detection by the scanning device revealed over 8 tons of refined gold ore, which piqued his interest. Although refining the ore would result in some loss, it could still yield approximately 56 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, an acceptable return compared to aimlessly wandering about. In the midst of his deliberation, the onboard intelligence system of the mining vehicle issued another alert. A moderate copper radiation zone had been identified, with conservative estimates suggesting reserves exceeding 500 tons. Located at the coordinates XXXXX. Copper, being a low-tier metallic resource, typically holds a market value of around 1 strand of zero-tier floating land essence per 5 tons, rendering it relatively worthless. Yet, the sheer volume is undeniable. If fully extracted, it could yield over 100 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. But Shang-Chi is different. With the celestial market and a Fury Tiger-class floating mining vehicle at his disposal, he is resolute in acquiring these several hundred tons of copper. Without hesitation, he proceeded as before, surveying the target fragment to ensure it posed no danger before deploying the mining vehicle to commence operations. Before departing, a somewhat anxious Shang-Chi left behind 3 Fire Sun soldier puppets to guard the fragment, preventing any potential disturbances from attracting the attention of unknown entities. Several hours later, hundreds of kilometers away from the Fury Tiger and Amp, Oppo's location, the celestial vessel and Amp, Oppo's speed slowed momentarily as another alert emanated from the scanning device. Lacking the proactive alerts of the onboard intelligence, Shang-Chi had to leave the pilot's seat to manually investigate. Mercury crystal, weighing 10 kilograms. This substance and Amp, Oppo's value surpasses that of secret silver, yet its meager quantity renders it unworthy of extraction. He quickly pinpointed the source of the radar alert. The display revealed that within the debris field, thousands of kilometers away, hundreds of fragments that had been stationary suddenly shifted markedly. Such an occurrence was clearly abnormal, as the patrol radar would not have triggered an alarm otherwise. Shang-Chi narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. The disturbance was evidently beyond the capabilities of mere zero-tier energy fluctuations. Instinctively, he recoiled slightly, reluctant to venture closer to the commotion. Chapter 12. The alien races of the starry see the master of the celestial marketplace. He merely needed to focus on steady development. The notion of adventure was far from his considerations. However, upon reflection, although the magnitude of the energy fluctuations vastly exceeded the first tier, they still fell short of reaching the second tier. Furthermore, this deployment was intended for welfare exploration. Thus, it seemed unlikely that any formidable threats would emerge in proximity to the celestial vessel. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the 7 Fire Sunflower automatons standing rigidly beside him, with a firm conviction that he could ensure his safe retreat. Shang-Chi made a decisive choice. He adjusted the course of his shuttle, heading towards the area where the unusual activity had recently occurred. An hour later, behind a substantial fragment, the celestial vessel had already extinguished its engines, quietly docking upon the debris. This fragment measured over 20 meters in both length and width, perfectly concealing the shuttle's form. On the opposite side of the fragment lay a vacuum zone enveloped within the debris belt. This vacuum was distinct from the voids of the starry sea, being remarkably small in diameter, no more than 10,000 meters. And at its very center rested a flat fragment nearly a kilometer wide. Song-Chi surmised that the anomaly detected by the patrol radar had likely originated from this fragment, as a colossal surge of energy had erupted from it, propelling all other fragments several thousand meters away. However, the exact nature of the event was no longer significant. What mattered was that Song-Chi could ascertain that something extraordinary lay upon that large floating landmass. During the brief observation over the past 10 minutes, he had already witnessed no less than 3 waves of peculiar winged alien races surging onto the fragment. Crucially, these extraterrestrial beings, upon alighting on the fragment, had inexplicably begun to engage in fierce combat amongst themselves. Thus, Song-Chi speculated that whatever lay upon the large fragment or the resources therein must be so exceedingly rare that it drove these creatures to madness. Otherwise, it was unfathomable for beings of evidently the same species to turn upon one another. As for Song-Chi himself, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not curious. Yet he refrained from acting impulsively. At that moment, upon the expansive fragment exceeding a kilometer in diameter, there were hundreds of winged alien beings, including a dozen of the first tier. He was waiting for the analytical results from the semi-autonomous onboard intelligence of the celestial vessel. Every captain exploring alien domains would invariably download a comprehensive dossier from the Ember human civilization, detailing all known starry sea civilizations. However, the volume of information contained within this dossier was immense, and even the vessel's intelligence system required a considerable amount of time for thorough analysis. Of course, this was likely due to the onboard intelligence being merely a semi-autonomous model of the lowest tier. Nevertheless, this was a necessity, as the Ember civilization had explicitly mandated that all vessels must be equipped with semi-autonomous intelligences. It was no wonder, given the numerous instances where starry sea civilizations had been overtaken by their own intelligence systems, subsequently transforming into mechanical civilizations, thus necessitating caution. Moments later, the shipborne intelligence finally provided the comparison results. Race name, White Wing Clan. Description, a common void creature found in the shattered star seas. They do not rely on floating land for sustenance and can move freely within the void of the star sea. Racial advantages, agile, astonishing speed. Racial weaknesses, extremely weak in attack power. It is challenging to breach the energy shield of the Emberfire flying ship under the same tier. The White Wing Clan. Gazing at the virtual screen projected by the ship's intelligence, after a thorough comparison, Song-Chi confirmed that it was indeed the void creature known as the White Wing Clan. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Should the data provided by the Emberfire civilization be accurate? At this moment, there were still 110 strands of zero-tier floating land source and nearly 200 zero-tier life cores within the Emberfire ancestral chamber. Upgrading the Ghost energy shield from level 7 to level 8 required 15 strands of floating land source and 12 life cores, while advancing from level 8 to level 9 necessitated 17 strands of floating land source and 13 life cores. The ascension from level 9 to level 10 would demand 50 strands of floating land source and 40 life cores. Calculating the requirements. To elevate the Ghost energy shield to level 1, a total of 82 strands of floating land source and 65 life cores were needed. The remaining emergency resources were more than sufficient for this endeavor, and as for the Ghost energy points, they could be replenished within minutes, thus holding little significance. Once the Ghost energy shield was fortified to level 1, even against the combined assault of hundreds of White Wing Clan members, it would be nearly impossible to breach the shield's integrity within a short span of time. This was because the reinforced level 1 Ghost energy shield component would see its protective value soar to 1,000 points. Coupled with the full protection of the level 1 Fire Sun soldier puppets, the prospects were exceedingly promising. After a moment of contemplation, Song-Chi resolved not to hesitate further. The remaining resources were intended for critical moments, and if not now, when? He clicked repeatedly, upgrading the Ghost energy shield component from level 7 to level 10. Drastically depleting the resource reserves aboard the Celestial Ark, leaving only 28 strands of zero-tier floating land source and just over 100 life cores. Fortunately, the attributes of the level 10 Ghost energy shield were quite commendable. Ghost energy shield level 10 quality, colorless consumption, 20s, Ghost energy points, protection, 99 shield value, 990 charging time, 20s. Overload buffer, 40 minutes upgrade requirements. 100 strands of floating land source, 0 tier, 1,600 Ghost energy points, 50 life cores, 0 tier, as a standard component of colorless quality. The subsequent enhancements of the Ghost energy shield, once upgraded to level 1, would still only require 0 tier floating land source and 0 tier life cores. making the process far more manageable than that of white or higher-grade extraordinary components. However, the resources aboard the Celestial Ark were now nearly exhausted, rendering any further upgrades impossible. He would not be foolish enough to act rashly, given the current circumstances. It was evident that the conflicts among these White Wing clan members were unlikely to conclude in the near term. Of course, should he return later to find that the battle had ended and the fragments had been taken, it would merely signify that this unknown item was not meant for him. And Song-Chi would not force the matter. Upon observing the situation on the large fragment ahead, it was evident that the remaining members of the White Wing clan still numbered over 200, likely due to several new arrivals after his departure. The only source of discontent for Song-Chi was that, after more than 10 hours, the first-tier White Wing clan members had not diminished. Rather, their numbers had increased by several. At this moment, the first-tier White Wing clan members on that fragment had nearly reached 20. Chapter 13. Core Fusion Entity of Level 1 Floating Land Source. Although the First-Order White-Winged clan was somewhat numerous, Song-Chi hesitated only for a moment. In the next instant, the celestial vessel, enveloped in a dark shield, abruptly surged forth from the debris belt, hurtling towards the expansive void where a large fragment lay. The engines operated at maximum capacity, and the celestial vessel, racing at the speed of light, arrived almost instantaneously above the central region of the large fragment. The decision to position the celestial vessel here was not arbitrary. Nearly 20 First-Order White-Winged clan members were synchronously encircling this area. Thus, it required no further contemplation. The potential high-tier resources or exotic artifacts likely resided in this vicinity. Without attending to the still-dazed White-Winged clan members, Song-Chi's gaze swiftly scanned the projections on the shuttle screen, while his ears awaited the intelligent prompts from the mining vehicle behind him. Warning: intense radiation source detected. Radiation level: strong first order. Estimated results are as follows. 1. Life core of third order and above, probability 32-2. Residual core fusion reaction of star sea civilization, probability 48-3. Initial fusion entity of level 1 floating land source core, probability 95. He swiftly dismissed the first two possibilities. Anything below a 50 chance was generally deemed unreliable. As his gaze settled upon the third entry, a soft gasp escaped his lips, and a surge of elation coursed through him. He could hardly believe that the entity derived from the large fragment below was indeed this. The initial fusion entity of the level 1 floating land source core, also referred to as the prime level floating land source core, represented the primordial form of the floating land source core and served as the inexhaustible source of floating land origin. Every piece of upgraded star sea floating land inherently contained a core of this essence. In essence, if it had not been for his serendipitous encounter with this unusual group of White-Winged clan, by the time this floating land source core fully evolved, the large fragment below would have amalgamated with numerous surrounding fragments, ultimately transforming into a standard piece of star sea floating land over the course of a millennium. However, it was evident that such an opportunity was no longer available. Even the most basic level 1 floating land source core held an unimaginable allure for the majority of star sea races. Not only could it facilitate the evolutionary advancement of specific life forms, but it also belonged to the category of mid to high tier star sea curiosities, being the most exquisite material for crafting advanced energy cores. For the myriad mechanical civilizations of the star sea, this entity could be traded for an astronomical sum, as it had the potential to enable a common mechanical being to leap across several tiers, supplying an almost inexhaustible source of energy. Fully aware of the immense value of the core below, Song-Chi's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Given the minuscule probability of such an event occurring, it was imperative to seize the moment. From the sudden emergence of the celestial vessel to the point when Song-Chi had comprehended all the information, it appeared to have taken a considerable amount of time. In reality, it was less than 10 seconds. However, by this time, the hundreds of White-Winged clan members below had also regained their senses, brandishing their weapons and launching a full-scale assault towards the celestial vessel. In the fleeting moment before, they were engaged in self-destructive conflict. However, upon the arrival of the enigmatic vessel, the Celestial Ark, they swiftly unified their efforts, turning their collective focus outward. Song-Chi and Appo's response was equally prompt. Skillfully maneuvering the control stick, he deftly evaded most of the incoming projectile weapons with 2 agile shifts. The Celestial Ark then veered sharply, aiming directly at a fissure below, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, and vanished before the multitude of the White-Winged tribe. Within the substantial fragment's crevice, the descent of the Celestial Ark was anything but slow. Observing the surroundings meticulously, Song-Chi deduced that this fissure had not existed for long, likely a result of the preceding violent energy explosion. The abrupt energy surge could primarily be attributed to the still-evolving Type 1 floating land source core fusion body located deep within this fragment. The nascent floating land source core, not yet fully formed, harbored unstable energy, making such spontaneous energy outbursts quite commonplace. Buzzing sounds reverberated as the ethereal energy shield of the celestial arc shimmered with ripples. The White Wing tribe relentlessly pursuing and attacking. Regardless of Song-Chi and Apos' exceptional skill, the vessel and Apos' agility in such confined quarters could never rival that of the winged White Wing entities. The shield and Apos' energy levels dwindled at a visible rate. 918, 990, 850, 990, 766, 990. Song-Chi and Apos' calm demeanor dissipated as his heartbeat accelerated. Minutes later, a glimmer of hope emerged. As the celestial arc continued its descent, the number of pursuing White Wing tribe members noticeably diminished, leaving only 18 first-tier entities in relentless pursuit. Yet, the reason for this became clear to him. Even in the absence of attacks from the first-tier White Wing pursuers, the energy shield and Apos' levels continued to decrease steadily. It dawned on Song-Chi that, as he approached the core of the fissure, the external energy pressure intensified. And his lack of awareness was due to the protective barrier of the ethereal energy shield. As the shield's energy dropped below 500 points, Song-Chi gritted his teeth, forcefully pressing down on the control stick. In an instant, the celestial arc surged forward with a velocity surpassing its previous pace. He understood the urgency of reaching the floating land source core fusion body's location below. Otherwise, even if he later encountered it, he would lack the time to harness it. Without the first-tier ethereal energy shield and Apos' protection, facing energy impacts nearing the second tier with his current level 4 guiding technique would be tantamount to courting death. With only this singular thought occupying his mind, Song-Chi cast aside all other concerns. The potential collision with the fissure's walls and the occasional projectiles from the first-tier White Wing tribe no longer held any significance in his considerations. As a result, the descent speed of the celestial vessel accelerated nearly twofold, and correspondingly, the rate at which the ethereal energy shield on its surface diminished became increasingly rapid. After several seconds, amidst Song-Chi's anxious gaze, the level 1 floating land source core fusion entity finally emerged at the horizon of the celestial vessel's field of vision. Instinctively, he pushed the thrust lever forward once more, and to the outside observer, the celestial vessel appeared to transform into a streak of luminous light, darting forward in a flash to approach the source core fusion entity. Chapter 14. The capture above the floating land and Apos' core, radiating a terrifying heat. The cabin of the celestial vessel slowly opened. Simultaneously, a beam of tractor light shot forth from the vessel, targeting the core's fusion entity. The moment this beam exerted its influence upon the core, Song-Chi felt a palpable sense of repulsion. It was the core's instinct resisting this unfamiliar constraint. This resistance rendered the progress of the celestial vessel and Apos' traction exceedingly slow. Observing this, Song-Chi, whose gaze was intently fixed on the ethereal energy shield component, wore an expression of grave concern. Just a moment prior, the shield value of the ethereal energy shield had plummeted below 200, leaving only a little over 100 points remaining, and it was diminishing at nearly 10 points per second. In the face of this, Song-Chi found himself without recourse. Fundamentally, the celestial vessel was merely a conventional zero-tier ethereal energy shuttle, attempting to tow an entity equivalent to a peak first-tier object, a classic case of a small horse pulling a large cart. Both the ethereal energy shield and the fire spirit soldier puppets bore no direct relation to the tractor beam. Were it not for the assurance that this was merely an incompletely formed floating land core, still devoid of a fully developed instinct. Coupled with the characteristics of the Ember starship, which could transform any celestial wonder into entirely harmless Ember components once absorbed into the ship, Song-Chi would never have dared to take such risks. About 10 seconds later, under the diligent efforts of the tractor beam, the floating land core fusion entity had neared the cabin door of the celestial vessel, success seemingly within reach. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds erupted from behind. A dozen heavy-footed first-tier White Wing beings had resumed their pursuit. This time, they displayed a measure of cunning. Recognizing that their attacks could hardly inflict harm on the celestial vessel in the short term, and thus shifted their focus to disrupting its traction. A chill flickered in Song-Chi's gaze. Having finally glimpsed the hope of absorbing the floating land core fusion entity, He could not allow such a situation to unfold. Intercept those attacks. Upon receiving Song Chi's command, 10 crimson figures surged forth from the cabin of the celestial vessel. Armed with tungsten shields in their left hands and tungsten spears in their right, they charged toward the barrage of incoming attacks, executing Song Chi's orders with utmost precision. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless sounds of metal clashing echoed, as the 10 fire spirit soldier puppets successfully thwarted every assault aimed at breaching their defense. Exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, Song Chi felt the tension in his chesties, and he issued a command for free attack. Instantly, the fire spirit soldier puppets, shields and spears in hand, advanced in unison, their bodies radiating a mesmerizing crimson glow. Yet, Song Chi understood that this was merely a facade. Relying on their puppet forms, the immediate impact of the floating land core fusion entity's oppressive force and searing heat posed little threat to them. However, should they engage directly with the nearly doubled forces of the white-winged beings, the fire spirit soldier puppets would swiftly find themselves at a disadvantage. After all, the 10 Fire Sun soldier figurines possess only a mere level 10, exhibiting merely the strength of an initial stage. The tungsten shields and spears they are equipped with, while commendable in hardness, offer only modest offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. As long as the Fire Sun soldier figurines can hold their ground for over 5 seconds, that suffices. He never harbored the expectation of vanquishing or even slaying these white-winged beings. As time flowed, what had previously been a fleeting second now felt interminably prolonged to Song Chi. Just before the energy shield of the ethereal barrier reached its absolute depletion, that first-grade floating land source core fusion entity was finally drawn entirely into the cockpit of the celestial vessel. Close the shuttle door, adjust the shuttle and Oppo's orientation, ethereal engine operating at overload, with no time to examine the attributes of the floating land source core fusion entity, which had now transformed into a shipborne component. Song Chi's mind raced at full speed upon realizing the successful draw. In a state of heightened concentration, he subtly transcended his own limits, achieving a remarkable trifocality of thought. Buzzing, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the celestial vessel transformed into a fleeting shadow. Surging towards the breach above, not only was he unable to check the attributes of the componentized floating land source core fusion entity, but at that moment, Song Chi could hardly spare a thought for the Fire Sun soldier figurines. His sole focus was on escaping this rift space as swiftly as possible. With the intense energy waves emitted by the floating land source core fusion entity dissipated, the surrounding hundreds of white-winged beings were no longer restrained. The ethereal shield was on the brink of collapse, rendering the celestial vessel most vulnerable. It was a precarious time. Encountering even a few attacks from first-grade white-winged beings could lead to catastrophic destruction. Fortunately, the 10 Fire Sun soldier figurines managed to delay most of the first-grade white-winged beings. Or else Song Chi might have been compelled to seek refuge in the celestial market. Of course, he would never take such a step unless absolutely necessary. The thought of being stranded in this unknown star domain was utterly unacceptable. Based on the results of numerous tests conducted over the past several hours, it was clear that entry and exit from the celestial market were anchored to his own coordinates. What does this imply? In simpler terms, it meant that wherever he entered the celestial market, he could only exit from the same location. Contemplating this possibility filled Song Chi with trepidation. Even with the celestial market available, allowing for monthly trade opportunities sufficient to ensure his resource acquisition, his subsequent enhancement and advancement would not be hindered. However, the predicament lay in the absence of a formidable civilization backing him. Regardless of his individual combat prowess, in this brutal and predatory fractured star sea, peril loomed large. One could never fathom the terrifying depth of a mid-to-high-tier civilization with a legacy spanning over 100 millennia. The celestial vessel sped forth. Even as Song Chi pushed its velocity to the limit, numerous attacks from the white-winged beings still struck the shuttle. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the main and secondary cannons aboard the Ark Celestial relentlessly unleashed their firepower towards the rear, either directly targeting the pursuing white-winged tribe or bombarding the rocky cliffs on either side, causing countless splintering debris to impede the advancing alien foes. However, the sheer number of the white-winged tribe rendered these efforts futile. It was but a drop in the ocean. Before long, the already beleaguered ethereal energy shield shattered completely, and a barrage of attacks began to rain down upon the hull of the Ark Celestial. Chapter 15. The Purple Atomic Fusion Nuclear Engine. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. In the fleeting moment that Shang-Chi was relieved that no first-tier White Wing had caught up to him, the rear of the Skyward suddenly trembled violently. A first-tier White Wing pursued from behind, launching an attack that struck the rear of the vessel with pinpoint accuracy. Warning: hull armor damage 34, hull integrity compromised 13, please initiate repairs promptly. Shang-Chi's expression changed dramatically. Although the offensive capability of the White Wing race was generally considered weak, evident from the previous attacks of numerous zero-tier White Wings causing less than 6 damage to the hull armor, this was a stark reminder that even the slightest advancement in tier could yield astonishing results. The strike from the first-tier White Wing had directly obliterated a quarter of the hull armor, indicating that should the Skyward endure 2 or 3 more assaults, it would suffer irreversible damage. Activate the basic nanobot repair module. In a flurry, he issued a command to the semi-automated onboard intelligence, not daring to divert his focus for a moment, as he continued to maneuver the Skyward upward with all his might. His intention was straightforward: escape the fissure, after which he could unleash the shuttle lightspeed cruise without hesitation, for even the swiftest first-tier White Wing could not hope to match the speed of light. Warning: hull armor damage 36, hull integrity compromised 14, please initiate repairs promptly. Basic nanobot repair module activated. Hull armor repaired 3, hull integrity restored 4, current damage status. Warning: hull armor damage 35, hull integrity compromised 12, please initiate repairs promptly. As the relentless cycle of damage and repair continued, time became an abstract concept. Suddenly, the Skyward experienced another violent quaking, accompanied by increasingly urgent automated warnings. Severe hull damage detected. Current hull armor integrity compromised 80. Hull integrity compromised 62. Should hull damage exceed 80, the shuttle will lose operational capacity. Please initiate repairs promptly. The second attack from the pursuing first-tier White Wing surged forth, propelling the damage level past 50% in an instant. Without hesitation, the engines began to operate beyond their limits. Below, the 100-strong contingent of White Wings emitted eerie shrieks, launching their assaults in succession, including that singular first-tier White Wing. It was conceivable that should this barrage strike the Skyward, the damage would undoubtedly exceed 80. Yet, the Skyward was swifter. Before the multitude of attacks could converge, it transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing amidst the debris, only to reappear at the edge of a distant void. Upon re-entering the debris field, Shang-Chi finally exhaled a long-held breath, only to be met with an overwhelming wave of fatigue. Under the intense concentration required to navigate the fissure, he had unknowingly surpassed the limits of multitasking. Now that he allowed himself to relax, the repercussions became immediately evident. Nevertheless, Shang-Chi felt no surprise. Rather, a subtle thrill coursed through him. Generally speaking, a captain of the Ember Fleet, still at the 0 tier, can only manage to multitask even if their guiding technique reaches level 9. True multitasking, such as managing 2 or 3 tasks simultaneously, is achievable only after a transcendental elevation of one's life essence and requires a guiding technique of level 10 or higher. However, it is not to say that all Ember citizens below level 10 can enter this temporary state of transcending limits through sheer concentration. Quite the contrary. Those capable of such feats are exceedingly rare. Attaining and mastering this state typically demands specific circumstances and certain exceptional talents. Thus, individuals who can wield this skill are few and far between, each one a paragon of innate ability. This is the source of Shang-Chi's elation. Even though a singular instance of surpassing limits does not signify complete mastery of this extraordinary technique, the experience has imbued him with the confidence that, through prolonged practice and experimentation, he can fully master this skill. After maneuvering the celestial vessel through the debris field for several minutes, and ensuring that the White Wing tribe could not pursue him in the immediate future, Shang-Chi anchored the celestial vessel on a small fragment. Seizing the moment, he turned his gaze toward the only special component currently aboard the shuttle, the Fire Sun Soldier puppetry. As anticipated, 7 of the 10 light points on this white component had dimmed, indicating that 7 of the 10 Fire Sun Soldier puppets had perished thus far, leaving only 3 struggling to endure. Nevertheless, there was a surprising turn of events. At some point, the celestial vessel had acquired 2 strands of 0-tier floating land essence. This suggested that the 7 fallen Fire Sun puppets had, before their demise, taken down 2 first-tier members of the White Wing tribe. Indeed, aside from the core of the floating land essence, which continuously produces this essence, the Ember Fleet can also harvest floating land essence by vanquishing the beings of alien civilizations in foreign realms. The Fire Sun Soldier puppets, being products of the Fire Sun Soldier puppetry aboard the celestial vessel, can similarly trigger this characteristic. As for the fact that a single first-tier white wing yields merely one strand of zero-tier floating land essence, this is quite normal. It is worth noting that to obtain one strand of zero-tier floating land essence, one must defeat 1,000 zero-tier alien beings. While pondering this, the remaining 3 light points also dimmed consecutively, resulting in the complete demise of all 10 Fire Sun soldier puppets. However, Shang-Chi felt no sorrow. It was not that these 10 puppets would cease to exist forever, but rather that a mere 24-hour period of respite was required before he could summon them once more. After reviewing the status of the Fire Sun soldier puppetry, Shang-Chi's gaze swept toward the cockpit, where he was intensely curious about the flying vessel component transformed from the hard-won first-tier floating land essence core. Upon entering the cockpit, Shang-Chi and Appo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, not primarily due to the small vessel component near the door, but rather because of the dazzling purple light emanating from it. It was evident that this component, transformed from the core of the first-tier floating land essence, was indeed a piece of purple quality. The atomic fusion nuclear energy engine, of level 0 quality, is characterized by its purple hue. Before he could finish his observation, a subtle sensation of weightlessness unexpectedly enveloped him, and as time progressed, this feeling of buoyancy continued to intensify. Chapter 16. The blue-quality superconducting laser cannon. As soon as the safety belt was fastened, the sensation of weightlessness reached its zenith, followed immediately by a dizzying whirl. On the outskirts of Jiaoyuan City, at the ultra-long-range Star Sea launch platform, the throngs of citizens present yesterday had drastically diminished today, though nearly 3,000 still gathered. At this moment, the faces of the over 2,000 attendees were predominantly etched with concern, reflecting the anxieties of parents and elders for their children. Awakening the spark seed and mastering the spark flying ship indeed represented a shortcut to ascendancy, promising an extraordinary social standing. However, this path was not a smooth highway but rather a treacherous road strewn with thorns. Each exploration of alien realms, euphemistically termed as a coexistence of danger and opportunity, could more accurately be described as a perilous gamble with life. If one gambled wisely, they lived, but if poorly, death awaited. All parents present were acutely aware of this reality, yet they felt compelled to proceed, for it represented one of the few chances for ordinary people to rise above their station. If even one descendant could venture a bit further along the path of the spark-flying ship, the entire family could reap the benefits, potentially elevating themselves into a burgeoning spark family, easily passing down their legacy for hundreds or even thousands of years. For the ordinary citizens within the realm of spark human civilization, this was a nearly universal aspiration. Amidst the intense buzzing, the parents finally witnessed the re-emergence of the towering beam of light. As the luminescence dissipated, nearly 100 ethereal flying shuttles had appeared on the once empty launch platform. All students received orders and promptly departed from the platform. Outside, the directives from the Spark Bureau personnel rang out immediately, followed by the successive departure of the ethereal shuttles, clearing the way for those returning. This meant that the number of students who perished or were lost for unknown reasons in the alien realms stood at 52. While this figure was not unusual, the atmosphere on site was inexplicably heavy, for it represented not merely a statistic, but 52 living souls. Class 10, Lu Jia. How did everyone fare this time? Class 3, Zhou Lu. Luck was on my side. I stumbled upon a small asteroid belt and secured 30 tons of uranium ore. Class 4, Zhang Chao. Envious. 1 ton of uranium ore is worth 8 strands of zero-stage floating essence, which totals 240 strands for 30 tons. Why did I only find iron? And a meager 60 tons at that? Woe is me. Class 5, Sun Hao. Count me as envious. Big shot. Please take me along. Casting a glance at the chat records, Shang-Chi turned to Sun Hao beside him. How were your gains this time? Sun Hao replied quietly while typing on his communication wristband, 50 tons of gas ore. Upon hearing gas ore, Shang-Chi's brow furrowed slightly, and his lips twitched. Gas ore was a high-tier resource, reputedly essential for enhancing certain high-quality flying ship components, thus maintaining a consistently high value on the market. 1 ton could typically fetch 10 strands of zero-stage floating essence. In the realm of the 500 strands of zero-order floating land essence, do you envy others? With a swift motion of his robust left arm resting on Shang-Chi and Appo's shoulder, Sun Hao chuckled. Brother Chi, you still don't know me. What use is it to shine in front of others? Humility is my life's motto. Casting a glance at the arm that was thicker than his own thigh, Shang-Chi found it hard to reconcile how a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing close to 150 kilograms, who drew attention wherever he went, could be associated with the concept of modesty. Disregarding Song Chi's incredulous look, Sun Hao quickly retorted, "What about you, Brother Chi?" 10 tons of secret silver, Song Chi casually stated, not out of intent to conceal, but because explaining over 600 tons of purple copper was simply untenable. He was acutely aware that the extraordinary commodity of the celestial market, which allowed for unfettered trade with various alien civilizations scattered across the shattered star sea, was something he could never reveal. Its value was beyond imagination. Moreover, the purple component of the nuclear fusion engine was also something he had no intention of disclosing. With its notable worth, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. As for whether to retain it for personal use, trade it on the black market, or engage in a transaction within the celestial market, he had yet to make a decision. At that moment, a startling message suddenly appeared in the chat group. Class 1, Deng Chong, Basic Component. Blue Quality, Main Cannon Superconducting Laser Cannon. Interested parties are welcome to DM me. Attached is a JPG of the superconducting laser cannon attributes. Superconducting laser cannon LV0 quality. Blue consumption, 20 per shot. Ethereal points. Attack, 15 charge time. 5 seconds buffer time. 10 seconds upgrade requirement. 3 strands of floating land essence. 0 order. 300 ethereal points. As soon as this message was posted, the group chat erupted. Is this for real? A blue main cannon? Class 1, Deng Chong. Did you acquire this during the exploration? Impressive, dude. Wow. I haven't even found a single white component, and you're already pulling out blue ones? Woe is me. Not only the students, but even the faculty were taken aback. Song Chi's gaze flickered, feeling a twinge of interest, yet he chose not to reveal it. Was it foolish to not keep a blue-quality main cannon for oneself? Sun Hao's voice of discontent reached his ears, but Song Chi gently shook his head, not aligning with his perspective. Each individual has their own plans. While the blue-quality main cannon boasted formidable damage, without adequate resources for enhancement, it might not survive the next exploration. Conversely, selling it at a high price would yield resources that could comprehensively enhance the ethereal shuttle, significantly increasing the survival rate for subsequent extraterrestrial explorations. There are gains and losses. As long as he deemed it worthwhile, that was sufficient. Chapter 17. Harvest. Clap, clap, clap. The two turned to see the applauder was none other than Wang Yuan, another student from Class 5, who had awakened the white flame seed, apart from Sun Hao. Rising from his seat in the back row, he smiled and praised. Well said. There are gains and losses. My views align perfectly with yours. After speaking, he squeezed in beside Song Chi and Sun Hao, engaging in a familiar discourse. Hello, Sun Hao, Song Chi. Due to various reasons, our communication has been sparse over the past decade, but things are different now. Our class has only 16 students who successfully awakened, and after this welfare exploration, there are merely 15 left. Listening silently to Wang Yuan's trivial chatter, Song Chi subtly shifted his position, opting for a different seat. He discerned that Wang Yuan had come primarily for Sun Hao and had little interest in him. As for Wang Yuan's intent, having lived 2 lives, Song Chi could easily surmise it. He merely sought to persuade the class to unite. As an awakened bearer of the white flame seed, he naturally positioned himself as the leader of this group, aiming to elevate his status, expand his social network, and access greater resources and benefits. Song Chi felt no particular interest in this, yet he harbored no aversion either. It was understandable to seek advancement through camaraderie when lacking strength or background. At the First Flame Academy of Jiang Yuan, in the auditorium, nearly 200 students were seated below, while the director passionately addressed them from the stage. This was the final assembly for the current students. After this, they would graduate and go their separate ways. Some might soon perish in the ensuing explorations of alien domains, while others might choose to forego such ventures, opting instead to utilize the ethereal energy cultivation platform aboard the shuttle to gradually ascend to the first rank, living a vibrant life for 2 centuries. Perhaps some would soar to great heights, becoming dragons in the sea, destined for limitless achievements. Upon arriving in his bedroom, he immediately entered the celestial market. In the market stall area, what was once an empty expanse was now brimming with various ores. Not only were there secret silver and purple copper, but also refined gold and frost iron, albeit in limited quantities, mostly below 10 tons, with refined gold being somewhat more abundant at around 30 tons. Overall, including the initially mined secret silver and purple copper, their value hovered around 350 strands of 0-tier floating land essence. Although 350 strands of zero-tier floating land essence may seem scant, one must remember that the average yield from a single exploration of alien domains by a Flame Civilization's shuttle-class Flame battleship is merely around 100 strands. Furthermore, he had yet to account for the purple component of the atomic fusion nuclear engine. Atomic fusion nuclear engine level, 0 quality. Purple characteristics, energy efficiency increased by an additional 20 consumption, 5s energy supply, 36s overload buffer, 30 minutes energy pool, 5,000 points. Capable of storing 5,000 points of energy, convertibility, level 1 floating land essence core fusion body, upgrade requirements, 5 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. 500 energy points, 5 life origin cores, 0 tier. Gazing upon the engine's attributes, Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the purple grade component is remarkable, even without enhancement. Its attributes surpass those of a level 7 ethereal energy engine. Notably, the high-quality component possesses a unique additional characteristic that enhances energy efficiency by an impressive 20. It is evident that as the enhancement level of this component increases, the effect of this characteristic will become increasingly extraordinary. After a brief moment of excitement, Song-Chi and Appo's gaze shifted to the transformable section. This attribute signifies the original, peculiar form of the atomic fusion nuclear energy engine component. As previously mentioned, every colored shipborne component is undoubtedly derived from celestial anomalies. The level 1 floating land core fusion entity, once assimilated into the Ember warship, is transformed into the form of a shipborne component. Similarly, upon leaving the Ember warship, it can revert to its original anomalous form. After reviewing the attributes, Song-Chi refrained from hastily replacing the standard ethereal energy engine with this purple engine component. Although it seems to be a nuclear energy engine, unrelated to ethereal energy, this is merely due to its current state of non-installation. Once integrated into the ship and Appo's slot, the Ember seed will immediately convert its energy into ethereal energy. The reasons for his reluctance to replace it immediately are twofold. Firstly, the exploration of the alien realm has just concluded, and the next expedition will not occur for another month, allowing him ample time. Secondly, there are currently no high-energy consuming components on the Skyward, making the ethereal energy engine sufficient for the time being. Most importantly, he will soon initiate the first trading session at the Celestial Bazaar, where he aims to determine if any intelligent beings from the Starry Sea are willing to purchase this level 1 floating land core fusion entity at a premium. Although the likelihood may be low, it is worth a try. Clarifying his various needs and circumstances, Song-Chi began to meticulously plan for the upcoming opening of the Celestial Bazaar. Given that the ultra-long-range spatial portal's random deployment is entirely unpredictable, he must prepare in advance for the potential arrival of diverse civilizations. For instance, he plans to procure a selection of well-regarded, cost-effective items from human civilization, such as the durable tungsten shields and spears. Additionally, he considers the widely promoted genetic optimization potions, which are not only inexpensive but also effective for those who have never used them before. Furthermore, he contemplates sourcing life nucleus materials, which are universally applicable throughout the fragmented star sea. Of course, his meticulous consideration and planning are not intended to benefit those fortunate alien civilizations. All the items he procures in bulk will be marked up to 3 or even 5 times their original price for sale, capitalizing on the price differences and trade with the diverse extraterrestrial entities. After an hour of careful planning and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Song-Chi summoned the Skyward once more and began transporting the ores stored in the bazaar. Currently, he possesses only a handful of zero-tier floating land cores, and since replenishing stock requires capital, he must sell the ores he has on hand, which were always intended for sale. Chapter 18. The marketplace opens in a typical scenario. If one acts without attracting attention, all may proceed smoothly. However, once scrutinized in the future, such actions could become a significant point of suspicion. How could a student, newly awakened just 2 days prior, accumulate over 600 tons of purple copper during their inaugural exploration of an alien realm? It is essential to note that a ghostly energy shuttle can barely carry a maximum load of around 100 tons. To avert the potential exposure of the celestial marketplace, Song-Chi must devise a strategy. The setting remains the same, a short distance from the Dongjong community at the Dongjong Firebrand Mall, specifically on the top floor within the Eagle Mechanical Store. The inventory comprises 10 tons of secret silver, 34 tons of exquisite gold, 11 tons of cold iron, 15 tons of mercury crystal, and 45 tons of purple copper. Calculated at a market price with a 70% discount, The total amounts to 177. 8 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, rounded to 178 strands. The sales assistant, adorned with a polite smile, conveys this information. In response, Song-Chi argues persuasively, "Miss, a 70% discount is truly too low. Most other stores offer an 80% buyback." The assistant maintains her smile but refrains from further discussion. Her meaning clear: if he cannot accept the terms, he is free to seek an 80% buyback elsewhere. In essence, there is no room for negotiation. Realizing this, Song-Chi seeks a compromise. "How about this? You accept the 80% buyback, and I shall invest the entirety of this floating land essence in your store." The personnel at Eagle Mechanical Store ultimately acquiesce to this proposal, and Song-Chi, adhering to their agreement, purchases items from the store with all 203 strands of floating land essence. Among his acquisitions are 1,000 tungsten gold battle shields, 1,000 tungsten gold spears, a universal translation device from the Star Sea, and 100 basic gene optimization fluids. These are the items that were added to the celestial vessel as Song-Chi departed from the Eagle Mechanical Store, for which he additionally paid 17 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. In the southern suburbs of Jiaoyuan City lies a renowned forest park, the Dongshan Forest Park. During holidays, it witnesses a continuous influx of climbers. However, many are unaware that hidden behind this forest park lies the largest black market in Jiaoyuan City. Among the true upper echelons of Jiaoyuan, the existence of this black market is an unspoken understanding. Such a place is essential not only for Jiaoyuan City, but for the greater realm of the Firebrand civilization. Which area of life on floating land is devoid of a black market? It serves as the shadow of a city. The more resplendent the surface, the more expansive the black market lurking behind it. Song-Chi became aware of this locale years ago when he accompanied his father, Song Chao, on a visit. That experience instilled in him knowledge of this concealed realm beneath the darkness of Jiaoyuan City, prompting him to return several times independently, thus rendering him quite adept for this visit. He employs disguises, sets the ghostly energy shuttles named to be invisible externally, and methodically sells over 500 tons of purple copper to various shops across different sections of the black market in several transactions. This series of operations flows seamlessly, executed with remarkable fluidity. The prices in the black market are notoriously steep, with the acquisition price merely at 65 of the market rate. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance for him, as he is ultimately a novice who has just ascended to the position of a fire ship captain, lacking his own distribution channels. To avoid revealing his identity, he must endure this loss. The over 550 tons of purple copper, valued at 110 strands of zero-level floating land essence in the market, have dwindled to a mere 71 strands in Song-Chi and Appo's hands, nearly having its worth. Having securely stored the 700 zero-level and 21st level life essence nuclei acquired through exchange, totaling 720, he completed the preparations before entering the market and refrained from lingering outside. Rather than hastily entering the myriad heavens market to commence his first transaction, he opted for a deep slumber instead. The mental fatigue from breaking limits is no trifling matter. He was utterly exhausted, and had it not been for his desire to finalize all arrangements, he would have likely succumbed to fatigue much earlier. 20 hours later, Song-Chi awoke from his deep sleep. Although he had not fully recuperated, he felt significantly better than the previous day. After half an hour of diligent organization, he had arranged all the items purchased the day before into 10 shops, ensuring everything was in order. He then strode towards the far end of the market, heading for the ultra-long-range spatial gate and Appo's random dispatch platform. Behind him, 10 fire sunflower soldier puppets, glowing with a crimson hue, followed closely in 2 neat rows. Having completed their buffering process throughout the day, before the ultra-long-range spatial gate's random dispatch platform, Song-Chi gently tapped once to activate the platform when a notification sound resonated. Detection indicates this is the first activation of the market in 10,000 years. You may specify a specific dispatch area for a spatial gate. Upon hearing this prompt, a thought ignited within him. The phrase mechanical civilization stronghold swiftly surfaced from the depths of his mind, soon filling his entire consciousness. Had this occurred prior to acquiring the first-level floating land essence core fusion body, he might not have reacted with such intensity. However, the situation had changed. The first-level floating land essence core fusion body in his possession was akin to a divine energy source for the mechanical race, rendering its value incomparable. Activating his communication wristband, He opened the pre-downloaded compendium of extraterrestrial civilizations and life forms, accessible without the need for an internet connection. After researching the recorded mechanical civilizations, he selected a specific coordinate and activated the ultra-long-range spatial gate and Opos' random dispatch platform before him. With a resonating hum, the platform trembled vigorously, and 10 beams of light burst forth. One after another, the beams shot from the platform, piercing through the semicircular protective shield of the myriad heavens market, dissolving into the eerie void beyond. Mere seconds later, within the entrance area of the myriad heavens market, 10 swirling spatial entrances quietly materialized. Song-Chi promptly stationed the 10 fire sunflower soldier puppets to guard these 10 spatial gates while placing the universal translator at the market's entrance. After all, it is highly probable that the subsequent arrivals will belong to entirely different races, should they be of a particularly primitive nature. Lacking even the mastery of the universal language of the Starry Sea, this universal translator will be pivotal in ensuring their seamless communication. Having accomplished this, Song-Chi finally invoked his authority as the master of the market, conjuring a luminous screen at the entrance that inscribed the various trading regulations of the myriad markets. This radiant display was a manifestation of the laws governing this mysterious realm, allowing any creature that beheld it to instinctively grasp the meanings of the rules laid out before them. Chapter 19. The bustling market of the heavens. The rules displayed on the luminous screen are numerous, yet the foremost is succinctly stated in just 8 characters. 1. Mutual consent. Free trade. The second rule is even more concise. 2. No fighting, no conflict. The subsequent regulations, while not overly stringent, ensure the fundamental order of the market and safeguard Song-Chi's own profits. 3. A transaction tax of 10 of the transaction amount is required for each trade in the market. 4. In the event of a language barrier, a universal translator at the market entrance is available for a fee, costing 1 low-tier life core per use. 100. The duration of this market transaction is 24 hours, with 23:58, 27 remaining. Having arranged everything, Song-Chi entered the market, not assuming the role of the market and Opos' master, but rather pretending to be a curious lad fortunate enough to enter the market, exploring here and there. Before long, a subtle spatial fluctuation emanated from the entrance of the market, and a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull emerged from a spatial portal, brandishing a hefty wolf-tooth club and exhibiting a vigilant demeanor. As the master of the market, Song-Chi immediately received a notification from the market. As anticipated, upon reviewing the series of rules displayed at the entrance, the bull-headed being quickly noticed Song-Chi drifting among the various stalls and promptly began to imitate him, hastily inspecting the items for sale in each shop. While discreetly observing the newcomer, Song-Chi consulted the information stored in his communication wristband regarding the Starsea civilizations and creatures, swiftly identifying the entity's lineage. Race name: bull-headed human. Tribe description: a common half-beast race found in the broken Starsea, most of which remain in a tribal, primitive civilization stage. Racial advantages: valuing brute strength, they possess remarkable individual combat prowess. Racial disadvantages: technological development is nearly non-existent, relying heavily on their physical forms. Song-Chi raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that at least one of the 10 spatial portals had landed on an unknown grade of Starsea floating land. Not bad, as it ensured there would be no empty spaces. It is noteworthy that based on the myriad of information he had gathered about the various markets, he knew that the deployment of spatial portals was entirely unpredictable. They could emerge upon any floating land in the Starsea or even in the desolate void of space, amidst the deserted asteroid belts, among other locations. Consequently, there had been instances in previous market openings where no creatures had entered at all, particularly during the zero-tier market phase with only 10 spatial portals, where the probability was highest. While lost in thought, the bull-headed human entered a shop displaying basic genetic optimization potions. Upon glancing at the luminous screen in the center of the shop that detailed the effects of the genetic optimization potion, the bull-headed being's expression turned to one of euphoric delight. However, this was swiftly replaced by a renewed look of vigilance. Suddenly, he spoke, and at the same moment, Song-Chi, situated in another shop, heard the voice of the newcomer resonate in his ears. Song-Chi's face revealed no trace of confusion. The language spoken was not that of the fire-seed humanity, but rather the universal tongue of the Starsea, which he, as a man educated for over 20 years, could easily comprehend. The essence of the speaker and Opos' inquiry was straightforward. How could one ascertain the efficacy of these gene optimization elixirs? After a moment of contemplation, Song-Chi focused his thoughts. and the information displayed on the central hologram of the gene optimization shop swiftly transformed into a coherent phrase in the universal language of the Star Sea. A deposit can be paid for a personal trial. Upon seeing the words materialize on the hologram, the bull-headed being Endapos, S expression hardened as an elite warrior of the Songno tribe. It held its life in high regard and was naturally reluctant to personally test this unfamiliar potion. Who could ascertain whether this so-called gene optimization elixir was genuine or not, whether it was toxic or benign? After a brief hesitation, a sudden commotion erupted outside the market, stirring the bull-headed being into a state of urgency. Realizing that other creatures had entered the vast market, it cast aside its doubts, producing 50 zero-tier life cores as collateral for the shop, and promptly consumed a vial of the elixir. In the next moment, it felt a vast and gentle wave of warmth begin to radiate within, coursing through every inch of its flesh, incessantly repairing and transforming each cell throughout its body, while simultaneously, excruciating pains surged from various parts of its form. 2 minutes later, when the bull-headed being opened its eyes once more, the brilliance in its gaze could no longer be concealed, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power within. Along with a nearly doubled enhancement in its physical capabilities, the bull-headed being had never before felt such strength. Regaining its composure, it exclaimed rapidly, "I shall take all the remaining 99 gene optimization elixirs." As it spoke, it reached to procure more life cores from its person. For as an elite warrior of the Songno tribe, it possessed a considerable amount. However, just then, footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by a fluent declaration in the universal language of the Star Sea. "Wait, I too wish to purchase these gene optimization elixirs." Turning to observe, the creature entering the shop was of colossal proportions. Its massive head, supported by 2 tentacles, constituted over 90% of its weight, appearing rather grotesque. The creature's intent was quite clear. It too sought to acquire the gene optimization elixirs, although it had yet to experience the effects of the potion. The bull-headed being's eagerness indicated that the results must be astonishing. At that moment, a new message appeared on the virtual hologram in the center of the shop. Each customer may purchase a maximum of 10 elixirs at one time. Not far down the street, unable to find any information on this large-headed creature in the compendium of Starsea civilizations and biology, Song-Chi understood that it was a newly discovered life form, unknown to the Fire Seed humanity. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Song-Chi now felt a pang of regret. Had he known that the primary gene optimization elixirs would be so in demand, he would have procured a larger batch, after all. A 5-fold profit margin was an opportunity too lucrative to overlook. In a moment of desperation, he was compelled to impose a limit of 10 potions per individual. After all, there were only so many available. Rather than selling them all at once, it would be more advantageous to use this strategy to attract greater attention. This development did not take him by surprise. Upon learning of the purchasing restriction, both the Nyo show people and the Datu creatures hurriedly acquired their 10 potions each before swiftly exiting the market, clearly intent on summoning their kin. Chapter 20. The discovery of the flea market. As time progressed, the population of creatures within the market surged, soon reaching into the hundreds. Under the imposing presence of 10 Tier 1 fire soldiers, these diverse beings behaved remarkably well, and to Song-Chi's astonishment, there were no disturbances over several hours. In a remarkably short span, the goods procured wholesale the previous day were completely sold out, achieving at least a 3-fold markup, thus yielding him a substantial profit. However, amidst his joy, Song-Chi could not help but lament. His initial capital was indeed limited, and despite the significant price differential, this venture had netted him less than 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating essence, which, while not insignificant, was certainly not overwhelming. Fortunately, the trading in the free market area continued unabated, and even the modest transaction tax allowed Song-Chi to accumulate further profits. With over 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating essence in his possession, Song-Chi, emboldened, donned the guise of a trader and blended into the bustling flea market. It is worth noting that the figure of 1,000 strands was merely figurative. In truth, he possessed a greater quantity of life essence cores. However, according to the exchange rates within the realm of the Emberborn human civilization, their total value exceeded 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating essence. Typically, resources such as floating essence are utilized as currency only by advanced Starsea civilizations. For those of lesser standing, life essence cores serve as hard currency. The flea market was rather modest in size, with an area of 10m x 10m proving exceedingly cramped for the multitude of Starsea intelligent beings exceeding several hundred in number. In light of this, Song-Chi opted to invest 150 strands of zero-tier floating essence to elevate the market from level 0 to level 5. amidst the astonished gazes of the intelligent beings. The celestial market began to expand rapidly, swiftly growing from its initial dimensions of 100m x 100m to an impressive 300m x 300m. Concurrently, the stall area also increased from a meager 10m x 10m to a more accommodating 30m x 30m. Although still crowded, it was a marked improvement from before. Name: Celestial Market. Market owner: Songqi. Level: LV5. Dimensions: 300m x 300m. Basic configuration: 24 vacant shops. 1 stall area of 30m x 30m. 1 guest house, 30 rooms. 1 LV0 all-attribute training room, doubling efficiency during ethereal energy cultivation. 1 LV0 ethereal energy protection array. 1 LV0 ultra-long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. Additional configuration: None. 04. Traits: Disaster evasion. Allows free movement through the void, instinctively avoiding natural disasters. Upgrade requirements: 60 strands of floating essence, 0 tier. Market transaction volume must reach 600 strands of floating essence, 0 tier. Remarks: an inconspicuous small market located in the dark side of the shattered star sea, seemingly allowing only tier 1 or lower beings to enter, but it possesses considerable potential. Gazing at the market attribute panel visible only to himself, Songqi furrowed his brow. Even the additional configuration section saw an increase in 2 slots when the market level was elevated to level 5. However, the 3 components, the all-attribute training chamber, the ultra-long-distance spatial gate random deployment platform, and the ethereal energy protection array, have remained unchanged. Clearly, further enhancement of these elements will require additional resources. Upon receiving this news, his spirits were understandably dampened. The sole consolation lay in the monthly opening of the market, which still yielded substantial profits. Provided that the initial investment was adequate and the deployment position of the spatial gate was favorable, the returns remained remarkably stable. After upgrading the market, Songqi began to wander among the various stalls, hoping to uncover a hidden gem. The prices across the shattered star sea varied significantly, and it was possible that some inexpensive items in the hands of other races could represent exceedingly scarce resources within the realm of human civilization. As his gaze flitted over each stall, Songqi found himself shaking his head repeatedly. A ton of raw iron ore was priced at 20 0-tier life nuclei. Double the market price outside, enough to make even a dog turn away. 2 tons of mithril ore were offered at 8 first-tier life nuclei, slightly below market value. Yet without a sales channel, resorting to the black market would incur losses, rendering it unviable. After several minutes of searching, Songqi halted his steps at a modest stall manned by a bull-headed vendor. His attention seemed to drift, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on a palm-sized black orb. Curio: refined gold or quality. White: can evolve. 1. Golden crescent blade. 2. Golden rock shield. 3. Golden rock ship armor. Note: a premium among white curios. This unremarkable black orb was, astonishingly, a white curio. Upon discovering it, Songqi felt a surge of excitement. His earlier hopes of finding a bargain had not anticipated stumbling upon such a delightful surprise. Each curio from the star sea is exceedingly precious, requiring extensive time to gestate. Even the lowest tier, a white curio, is no exception. Feigning interest in the other items at the stall, Songqi casually picked up the black orb. "What is this?" he inquired. The bull-headed vendor scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. He explained that he had acquired the item after defeating a warrior from a rival tribe and had yet to ascertain its true nature, only knowing that it was exceptionally hard, impervious even to the finest blacksmiths of his tribe. "If you desire it, you may have it for 100 0-tier life nuclei. The quality of this ore is remarkable. Once forged into a weapon, its destructive power would be astounding." Songqi frowned and countered, without knowing the type of metal ore. 100 0-tier life nuclei is excessive. Would you consider 50? Agreeing outright would surely raise suspicion, so he engaged in a series of negotiations to avoid arousing any doubts. Ultimately, Songqi secured the white curio for 75 0-tier life nuclei. Gazing upon the precious golden ore in his possession, he maintained a composed demeanor, yet internally, he was elated. As the name suggests, precious golden ore and golden ore are fundamentally the same type of mineral. However, the former represents the essence of an entire large vein of golden ore, its worth far surpassing that of ordinary golden ore. The attributes displayed on its panel reveal that, as a rare material of the gold attribute, it can not only be transformed into the whole armor of the flame vessel but also into individual weapons and shields. With this significant acquisition, Songqi found himself increasingly drawn to various stalls, although he did not encounter a second artifact from the Star Sea. Along the way, he procured several batches of rare materials from the realms of the Flame civilization, ensuring that even when relying on the black market, he could still profit over 100 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Better than nothing, he mused. As time ticked by, and with a considerable portion of the market's opening time already elapsed, Song-Chi's expression grew somewhat grim. He distinctly recalled establishing a spatial gateway directed toward a realm recorded within the annals of the Flame civilization, yet, to his dismay, no mechanical beings had yet graced the market with their presence. Chapter 21. The Celestial Behemoth and the Apocalyptic Mechanical Civilization in the Shattered Sea of Stars. Within the apocalyptic system lies the domain of the Fallen Whale Starfield, a region dense with rifts in the void. Renowned as a forbidden zone within the realm of the apocalyptic mechanical civilization, this starfield has always been sparsely populated. Eons ago, the sovereign of this domain, the celestial behemoth known as the Longfin Void Whale, clashed with the mechanical legions commanded by the Genesis intellect of the apocalyptic civilization. That battle transformed the very fabric of the galaxy, yet no living being knows the ultimate outcome of this confrontation. It is only known that thereafter, the Void Whale Starfield was rebranded as the Fallen Whale Starfield, and the region became riddled with countless spatial rifts. For innumerable years, any creature bold enough to venture into this starfield would ultimately be consumed by these rifts, reduced to mere fragments of dust in the fierce winds of oblivion. On this day, a mechanical fleet, having intruded unexpectedly, shattered the silence of this domain. The fleet comprised a modest number of vessels, with dozens of warships, both large and small, meticulously surrounding a grand flagship, proceeding with caution. The flagship, enveloped in a deep brown hue, boasted a formidable armor that cloaked its steel frame, extending over a kilometer in length and surpassing 200 meters in width. At the prow of the flagship, a substantial railgun, nearly 100 meters in diameter, silently radiated an aura of formidable intimidation. Can we ascertain that the target has fled into this region? The silver-armored robot seated at the command console spoke with a chilling tone. Though the energy fluctuations emanating from the silver robot were minimal, merely at the first tier, they paled in comparison to the towering second and third tier robots behind it. Yet, for reasons unknown, its status clearly surpassed theirs. According to the latest radar scans, the target and Oppo's signal indeed vanished within the starfield. Moreover, before the statement could conclude, an urgent alert sounded. Unknown spatial gate detected. Coordinates XXXXX. The silver robot and Oppo's eyes flickered with crimson light, and moments later, it issued a command. Let us investigate. In the bustling market of the heavens. With less than 2 hours remaining until the official conclusion of the trading event, the vibrancy remained undiminished. Not only was Song-Chi capitalizing on the price differences, but the extraterrestrial beings on the other side of the spatial gate were doing the same. Upon discovering that certain goods could be sold within the market at prices twice or even thrice their original value, the higher-tier extraterrestrials began dispatching numerous lower-tier subordinates to frantically sell these commodities, each reaping abundant rewards. In their unrelenting fervor, they lamented the brevity of the 24-hour window, reluctant to squander a single moment. Song-Chi, naturally, welcomed this development, as he earned a 10 transaction tax from each batch of goods sold. After more than 20 hours, coupled with the proceeds from selling gene optimization potions, the total value of resources he amassed exceeded 3,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Compared to the mere 300 strands he had before the commencement of the event, it represented a tenfold increase. As the bustling market reached a crescendo of activity, the sudden appearance of a figure was akin to a stone cast into water, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. Hundreds of beings, each diverse in form and race, turned their gazes toward the newcomer. While the market was teeming with various life forms, they were all, without exception, carbon-based entities of flesh and blood. Yet, the one entering now was a mechanical life form composed entirely of metallic components. The mechanical clan. A well-informed outsider promptly identified this mechanical being's origins. Almost simultaneously, a flicker of wariness flashed in the eyes of the surrounding beings. The reputation of the mechanical clan within the Shattered Star Sea was formidable, often associated with labels of madness and extremity. As a result, many civilizations and races in the Star Sea maintained a respectful distance from them. With a crimson gaze sweeping across the regulatory light barrier at the market's entrance, this mechanical entity, radiating an aura of peak zero tier, strode into the market's interior. Its flickering red eyes scanned all present, seemingly in search of something. Observing this, the crowd of diverse beings stirred slightly, but ultimately settled down. allowing the mechanical entity to inspect the entire market space without interference. Despite its domineering presence, the entity refrained from violating the market's rules. In a bid to maximize the remaining trading time and acquire more resources, no one wished to provoke unnecessary conflict and squander their precious time. Amidst this unfolding scene, an unnoticed episode transpired in a corner of the market. At some point, Song had transformed from a wandering consumer into one of the stallholders. On a stall, alongside several life cores, prominently displayed in the center was the Type 1 floating land source core fusion body. Before long, the mechanical entity, having failed to locate its target, predictably halted in front of Song's stall. Pointing at the Type 1 floating land source core fusion body, a cold, emotionless synthetic voice emanated from its being. How is this purple-grade marvel to be traded? The purple-level floating land source core fusion body can only be exchanged for other types of wonders. As long as suitable items that meet my satisfaction are presented, you may take this floating land source core fusion body at any time. Upon finishing, the mechanical entity did not respond but instead swiftly turned to leave toward the market's entrance. Just as Song was pondering this, the mechanical being re-entered the market, flanked by over 20 other zero-tier mechanical beings. This newly arrived cohort encircled the previous mechanical entity, exhibiting a high level of vigilance. Witnessing this scene, Song's mood shifted from gloom to elation, though his expression remained unchanged. His heart was filled with joy. The larger the entourage, the greater the value of the items offered for trading the floating land source core fusion body, suggesting that they would not be so vigilant without reason, heightening his anticipation. As for the notion of actively seizing the power of the laws of the myriad markets, to be candid, Song-Chi indeed entertained such thoughts deep within his heart. He was acutely aware that should he truly resort to the laws of the market's secret realm, failure would be utterly inconceivable. Yet, in the end, he managed to suppress this inclination. Once such a precedent was set, the downfall of the reputation of the myriad markets would merely be a matter of time. Chapter 22. The Grand Undertaking of the Mechanical Clan and the Orange Glory Quality Component in Ancient China. There is a saying that aptly captures the essence of discretion. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from committing the act. Although the Broken Star Sea is vast, a few incidents may go unnoticed. However, should one aspire to rise in such a realm, they must rely heavily on the celestial market, which necessitates countless transactions, more than hundreds or even thousands. If today, driven by momentary greed, one disrupts the established order and tarnishes the reputation of the celestial market, the repercussions will be uncontrollable, and the future losses will far exceed the ill-gotten gains of the present by magnitudes beyond comprehension. Having lived 2 lives, Song-Chi is certainly wise enough to avoid such a juvenile mistake. A cadre of over 20 fully armed members of the mechanical clan approached Song-Chi's stall with resolute determination. The foremost among them produced an extraordinary artifact that shimmered with a violet luminescence. This peculiar object resembled an eye, radiating a potent purple glow. Yet its core was a muted grayish blue, filled with a multitude of minuscule pupils densely packed together, evoking a sense of unease. Setting aside its external appearance, Song-Chi lifted his gaze, swiftly discerning the properties of this remarkable item. Artifact, origin eye of the multi-eyed clan, quality, purple, potential evolution, 1, soul destruction eye cannon. 2, medium-range soul wave detection radar remarks, a premium artifact among purple items, this eye contains an immensely powerful energy. Upon reviewing the attributes, Song-Chi's expression remained serene, devoid of hesitation, as he resolutely shook his head. His decision was not merely based on superficial assessment. Internally, he felt no stir of emotions. The Level 1 floating land origin core fusion component he possessed was also purple in hue, equally commendable in attributes, and could transform into a ship-mounted main cannon or an aerial radar. If the other party's offer was solely this artifact, what merit would there be in the exchange? To merely trade a purple engine for a ship-mounted main cannon or radar, that would be preposterous. In contrast, another artifact radiated a striking orange brilliance. Upon witnessing this captivating orange glow, a wave of intense exhilaration surged through Song-Chi's heart. Orange-quality artifacts in the Broken Star Sea carry the prestigious title of glory. And now, a piece of orange glory quality treasure stood before him. How could he not feel a thrill? Artifact, advanced crystal of dark matter energy, quality, orange, potential evolution, dark matter energy shield generator, remarks, a rare orange artifact. Born from the purest dark matter energy cultivated over millennia, it holds tremendous value. Suppressing his inner excitement, Song-Chi endeavored to maintain composure. While internally he had already resolved that he must acquire this component, capable of transforming into an orange glory quality ship-mounted energy shield. Yet, just then, the leader of the mechanical clan spoke again with a glint in his eye. An orange glory quality artifact is insufficient. Human, may I conclude that you possess no sincere intent for an equitable exchange? His confidence stemmed from his own substantial leverage. The Level 1 floating source core fusion entity, while ostensibly a mere purple quality artifact, holds a far deeper significance when viewed through the lens of silicon-based life forms, such as the mechanical race. For them, this energy core is akin to a heart, capable of providing boundless energy and outputting power that surpasses other energy cores by a considerable margin. An object of such unparalleled potential would undoubtedly drive every mechanical being to madness. Thus, what appears as a mere purple quality artifact to carbon-based life forms is regarded by each mechanical entity as possessing value that exceeds even that of orange quality artifacts. Song-Chi and Apos' demeanor ignited a fervent spark in the eyes of over 20 mechanical beings, stirring within them a palpable sense of restlessness. Observing this, Song-Chi adopted a vigilant posture, and with a swift mental shift, the atmosphere above the market transformed dramatically. A colossal, ethereal pupil, measuring 100 meters in diameter, rapidly materialized in the sky. Concurrently, the mechanical beings felt an intensely frigid gaze locking onto them from above, enveloping them in an overwhelming aura of lethal threat. In an instant, the nearly 1,000 otherworldly beings within the marketplace shuddered. Although the massive pupil was not aimed at them, they were nonetheless drenched in cold sweat, relieved that they had refrained from causing a disturbance. It was only after the mechanical beings relinquished their aggressive intentions that tranquility returned to the market. The leader of the mechanical race departed once more, unable to make a decision regarding Song-Chi's asking price. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared, this time with a mechanical briefcase in hand. Approaching Song-Chi, he opened the brand-new briefcase, and a brilliant purple light illuminated a significant portion of the stall area. Within the case lay 6 purple quality artifacts, prompting a flicker of intrigue among the surrounding beings. Yet, the recent memory of the menacing celestial eye sent a chill through their hearts, extinguishing any burgeoning thoughts of dissent. Aside from that advanced dark matter energy crystal, you may select one from these 6 purple quality artifacts. Should you remain unsatisfied, this transaction shall come to an end, Song-Chi discerned. Recognizing that this was likely the ultimate price acceptable to the powerful figure backing these mechanical beings, realizing further negotiation could lead to their abrupt departure, he refrained from making additional demands and meticulously examined the 6 artifacts before him. With bargaining no longer an option, he aimed to select the most valuable and suitable piece from the 6. Among the artifacts, aside from the previously mentioned multi-eyed creature's orb, 2 others were immediately deemed unsuitable for conversion into components for the Fire Seed battleship. Thus, he eliminated them from consideration. The remaining 3 artifacts were Energy Stone, 10,000-year Starcore Flame, and Snook Starship Cannon. Each of these 3 could be transformed into valuable ship components, specifically a propeller and a secondary cannon, while the 10,000-year Starcore Flame was an exceedingly rare item capable of enhancing the quality of the Fire Seed. Chapter 23. Elevating the quality of the Seed of Flame. Song-Chi felt his hands trembling beneath the stall. If the previously encountered orange-hued extraordinary object had filled him with boundless joy, the sight of the eternal Starcore Flame among the 3 wondrous items before him sent a deep, resonant hum through his very being. It was a sensation of bewilderment induced by overwhelming excitement, as if his mind were undergoing intense stimulation. The moment he beheld the attributes of the eternal Starcore Flame, Song-Chi had already made his choice in his heart. Yet, to conceal his fervent desire for the flame from the mechanical beings around him, he pretended to meticulously examine the detailed attributes of the other extraordinary items. Extraordinary item, Energy Gathering Stone, quality, purple, can evolve, Energy Propulsion Device, remarks, a rather unremarkable purple extraordinary item. Extraordinary item, Eternal Starcore Flame, quality, purple, can evolve, 1. Starcore Thermal Engine, 2. Flame Seed Upgrade Source, remarks, a purple extraordinary item of fire attribute, possessing numerous applications. Extraordinary item, Snook Starship Cannon, quality, purple, can evolve, Snook Star Cannon, remarks, a starship cannon left behind by the ancient Snook civilization, having transformed into a purple extraordinary item after enduring the passage of time. It must be said that, aside from the Starcore Flame, the attributes of the other 2 extraordinary items were commendable. However, they did not waver Song-Chi and Apos' resolute choice. Having feigned sufficient deliberation, Song-Chi promptly selected the Eternal Star Core Flame, and, together with the high-grade dark matter energy crystal, completed the transaction. Upon receiving the Level 1 floating land source core fusion body, the mechanical beings did not linger and swiftly departed from the celestial market. Shortly thereafter, amid the tumult of emotions within Song-Chi, this inaugural market transaction officially drew to a close. The various extraterrestrial beings raised their heads in unison, as clouds swirled in the market and Apos' sky, coalescing into 8 characters imbued with profound laws. The starry ocean was boundless. May fate allow us to meet again. 10 seconds later, as a wave of melancholy swept through the extraterrestrial entities, a powerful repulsive force enveloped all beings remaining in the market. Within the celestial market, silence descended as the crowd dispersed. Song-Chi, having no time for reflection, hurriedly counted the resources in his possession while swiftly summoning the celestial Arkansas minutes later. With a beaming expression, Song-Chi stepped aboard the celestial Arkansas. After an initial inventory check, he found that the total value of the resources in his hands had nearly reached 4,000 strands of zero-tier floating land source. Taking into account the meager floating land source expended for upgrading the market, this transaction had netted him a profit of 700 strands of zero-tier floating land source. Alongside 3 extraordinary items, the white, refined gold ore, the purple, eternal star core flame, and the orange, high-grade dark matter energy crystal. Within the celestial arc, as he entered the shuttle, the colorless flame ship's body began to quietly transform the 3 extraordinary items in his possession. Once the transformation was complete, the attributes of the 3 items underwent significant changes. The hull armor of the Jin Yin warship is at level 0, with a quality rating of white. It consumes energy at a rate of 3 per second and offers a protection value of 13. To upgrade, it requires 5 strands of floating land essence 0 tier, 500 energy points, and 1 ton of refined gold. The Seed of Ember can be elevated using the Eternal Star Core Flame, which, when integrated with the colorless Seed of Ember, enhances its quality by 1 tier. Notably, this is an exceedingly rare flame that benefits the Seed of Ember, holding an unimaginable allure for captains of low-quality Ember vessels. The Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator is at level 0, with an orange quality rating. It features an additional 40 increase in shield value and doubles the shield protection value. It consumes energy at a rate of 10 per second, offers a protection value of 38, and possesses a shield value of 532, with a recharge time of 30 seconds and a cooldown period of 1 hour after overload. To upgrade, it requires 10 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier, 1,000 energy points, and 1 ton of mercury crystal. Setting aside the 2 shipborne components, Song-Chi swiftly directed the ethereal energy within his body to activate the ancestral aperture of Ember, drawing the strand of star core flame into it. It is widely acknowledged that flames capable of enhancing the quality of the Seed of Ember are, at minimum, of purple quality. In contrast, other artifacts of white or blue quality provide no benefit to the Seed of Ember whatsoever. The Eternal Star Core Flame is only the lowest tier among purple-grade flames, capable of elevating a colorless Seed of Ember to white. However, some exceptional purple flames can elevate white seeds of ember to blue. Yet these superior purple flames are evidently rare. Nonetheless, Song-Chi remained filled with anticipation, for the Eternal Star Core Flame was entirely sufficient for him at this moment. As this flame entered the ancestral aperture, the Seed of Ember within the aperture erupted in brilliance, sensing the immense allure of the flame. Its instinct to evolve urged it to hastily absorb and merge with the Eternal Star Core Flame. Guided by the Seed of Ember, the Eternal Star Core Flame began to gradually move toward the center of the aperture. Upon finally making contact with the Seed of Ember, it ignited as if a great handful of kindling had been added, its flames dancing fiercely like a robust wild stallion. This process of absorption and merging persisted for over 10 minutes, and upon its completion, the color of the once pitch-black Seed of Ember transformed into a radiant white. As the Seed of Ember transitioned from colorless to white within the ancestral aperture, Song-Chi felt a surge of renewed vigor, his previously expended energy restored in that moment. Furthermore, with the infusion of the white Seed of Ember, his mental fortitude solidified and stabilized. The Seed of Ember of the Ember human civilization not only bestows ethereal energy, but also offers protection and enhancement of the mind. The higher the quality of the Seed of Ember, the stronger the protective and enhancing effects it imparts. Under the guardianship of the Seed of Ember, members of the Ember human civilization possess an inherent advantage when facing ethereal entities from the starry seas. Moreover, upon elevating the colorless Ember Seed to white, It signifies an enhancement in the celestial arc and amp, opos, as potential, advancing from the initial first tier to the second. Consequently, the upper limit for the various components aboard the vessel has risen from level 19 to level 29. Additionally, there has been a notable increase in the number of special component slots. Previously, the colorless Ember Seed was bound to the Ember Flying Ship, which could only gain 2 extra slots for every 5 levels after the initial 2. Now, however, it can acquire 4 additional slots for each increment of 5 levels. This indeed constitutes a comprehensive enhancement. Once the quality of the Ember Seed was successfully elevated, Song-Chi shifted his focus back to the 2 fundamental components. Without hesitation, he replaced both the standard hull armor and the dark energy shield with 2 new parts, followed by their reinforcement. The white Jinyan hull armor was one aspect, while the dark matter energy shield generator became Song-Chi's primary target for enhancement. Coincidentally, he had previously acquired a batch of mercury crystals during a market transaction, which were perfectly suited for this purpose. Would you like to spend 10 strands of 0-tier floating land essence, 1,000 dark energy points, and 1 ton of mercury crystals to upgrade the dark matter energy shield generator from level 0 to level 1? Confirmed. After several seconds, Song-Chi successfully upgraded the dark matter energy shield generator component to level 10, expending a total of 420 strands of 0-tier floating land essence and 60 tons of mercury crystals. When calculated entirely in terms of floating land essence, this amounts to 1020 strands of 0-tier floating land essence. Chapter 24. A new round of reinforcement for flying ships and markets. Initially, Song-Chi had no intention of pausing. Yet the resources required for the enhancement of the orange quality components were rather daunting. Even though he had recently earned nearly 4,000 strands of 0-tier floating land essence, such extravagance was beyond his means. The resources needed for enhancements beyond the first tier escalated dramatically, with the actual price of first-tier floating land essence starting at a staggering 400 strands. At this moment, Song-Chi found himself unable to afford further enhancements, especially since he had other components awaiting reinforcement and needed to reserve a portion of funds for the upcoming market transaction in a month and opos as time. Moreover, the amount of first-tier floating land essence in his possession was insufficient. Unlike the 0-tier floating land essence, the availability of floating land essence from the first tier and above diminished sharply. Most floating cores in the Star Sea could yield 0-tier floating land essence, including those obtained from slaying extraterrestrial floating creatures. However, to consistently produce first-tier or higher floating land essence, one would require at least level 2 Star Sea floating land, which had a meager annual output. The rarer the Star Sea floating land, the scarcer it became. Over 90% of the floating land in the Shattered Star Sea comprised unranked and first-tier types. For instance, the White Tower floating land was classified as first-tier, albeit as a life-form type, possessing the highest value among all first-tier floating lands. Fortunately, the dark matter energy shield generator, having been enhanced to the first tier, proved to be quite formidable, its attributes far surpassing those of the previously enhanced level 10 ghost energy shield. Dark matter energy shield generator level 10 quality. Orange characteristic. Shield value increased by an additional 60 characteristic 2. Shield protective value doubled consumption. 40s. Ghost energy points. Protection. 380 shield value. 60 80 60 80 charging. 20s. Overload buffer. 40 minutes upgrade requirements. 20 strands of floating land essence. First tier. 5,000 ghost energy points. 20 tons of mercury crystal just in terms of shield value. It was 6 times greater than the former ghost energy shield, highlighting the formidable nature of orange quality components. Following the enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator, the next focus should have been the white quality golden rock ship armor. However, with the presence of the orange quality dark matter energy shield as a defensive component, the urgency to enhance the ship armor diminished significantly. It would not be required in the short term. Thus, Song-Chi naturally shifted his attention to the Ghost Energy Engine. With an energy shield of orange quality, the previously upgraded level 7 Ghost Energy Engine was wholly inadequate, as the dark matter energy shield generator alone consumed an astounding 40 ghost energy points per second, while the level 7 Ghost Energy Engine provided only 27 points per second. For someone like Song-Chi, who was exceedingly cautious about his life and wished to maintain the energy shield of the celestial vessel at all times, this was utterly unacceptable. After several moments, he elevated the Ghost Energy Engine to level 14. The Spectral Energy Engine, level 14, possesses the following attributes: quality, colorless, consumption, 8s spectral energy points. Supply 68s spectral energy points. Overload buffer 20 minutes. Energy pool 5,000 points, capable of storing 5,000 points of spectral energy. Upgrade requirements: 140 strands of zero-tier floating land origin, 2,300 spectral energy points, and 70 life origin cores, zero-tier. It is only through this enhancement that a precarious equilibrium between supply and consumption can be achieved while all components of the celestial vessel operate under excessive load. However, this has resulted in a significant depletion of nearly 400 strands of zero-tier floating land origin from Songqi's resources. Note: the market exchange rate between first-tier floating land origin and zero-tier floating land origin is 1:10. Observing that he is left with merely around 2,600 strands of zero-tier floating land origin, Songqi, who initially contemplated further investment in the White Ember vessel and the Fire Sun Soldier tree components, ultimately relinquished this intention. After all, the newly replaced components are basic and do not occupy special slots, while the first-tier Fire Sun Soldier is currently more than adequate. Importantly, another resource-rich opportunity awaits him. He plans to utilize the profits from the differential minerals acquired in the market, which will be utilized for future transactions in the black market, and thereafter, Songqi will redirect the resources from the celestial vessel into the Ember ancestral realm. In the innermost part of the celestial market, Songqi began further enhancements to the market. He first expended 300 strands of zero-tier floating land origin to elevate the market and Oppo's S level from LV5 to LV9. Name: Celestial Market. Market Owner: Songqi. Level: LV9. Specifications: for 60M x 460M, basic configuration, 28 vacant shops, 170M x 70M open stall area. 1 inn on the first floor, accommodating 40 individuals. 1 LV0 all-attribute training room, doubling efficiency during spectral energy training. 1 LV0 spectral energy protection array. 1 LV0 ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform. Additional configuration: None, 04, special trait, disaster evasion, enables free movement within the void. Instinctively avoiding natural calamities. Upgrade requirements: 200 strands of zero-tier floating land origin, market transaction volume exceeding 10,000 strands of zero-tier floating land origin. Personally initiated 3 market transactions, 1-3, with the advancement to LV9, the celestial market and Oppo's S area has increased, and the shop's free stall area, and have experienced varying degrees of enhancement, except for the all-attribute training room, spectral energy protection array, and ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform. Moreover, Songqi was somewhat surprised to find that, in order to elevate the market to LV10, alongside the floating land origin and market transaction volume, an additional requirement has emerged regarding the number of market openings. Although the condition is not stringent, the market and Oppo's S level cannot be increased again in the near future. Simultaneously, Songqi focused on reinforcing both the all-attribute training room and the ultra-long-range space gate random deployment platform, raising their levels to LV9, consuming a total of 900 strands of zero-tier floating land origin, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their attributes. Name: All Attributes Training Chamber. Level: LV9. Effect: when zero-tier beings train within the chamber, their training speed is enhanced by 290. If the practitioner is engaged in the cultivation of spectral energy, the training speed is amplified by 580. Upgrade requirements: market level LV10. 150 strands of floating land essence, zero-tier. Name: Ultra-Remote Spatial Gate Random Deployment Platform. Level: LV9. Effect: upon activation, it randomly deploys 19 spatial gates that allow entry to and exit from the market within the Shattered Star Sea. The gates persist for 24 hours, with a cooldown period of 720 hours. Upgrade requirements: market level LV10, 150 strands of floating land essence, zero-tier. Although the resources consumed are formidable, it must be acknowledged that the effects are remarkably impressive. The LV9 All Attributes Training Chamber achieves an astonishing enhancement of 580 when practicing the spectral energy guidance technique. It is noteworthy that even the dedicated spectral energy training platform aboard the Ember Fireflyer, at the same level, provides a mere 290 boost. Upon reviewing this data, Songqi decisively abandoned the idea of reinforcing the spectral energy training platform on the Celestial Dome, as the All Attributes Training Chamber is undeniably more enticing. Furthermore, The LV-9 Spatial Gate Random Deployment Platform has increased the number of gates deployed from 10 to 19, signifying that during the subsequent reopening of market transactions, a greater influx of diverse species will be attracted, thereby augmenting potential profits. With only around 1,400 strands of zero-tier floating land essence remaining, Song-Chi pondered carefully and opted against further enhancing the previously unupgraded armor of the Golden Rock ship. With the second interstellar exploration in 28 days necessitating a reserve of emergency resources, and the second market transaction in 30 days also requiring a portion of startup capital, the already limited 1,400 strands of zero-tier floating land essence would become exceedingly strained if further utilized. Should the second interstellar exploration yield minimal returns, it would severely impact his subsequent market transaction profits. With a more stable profit within reach, there is no need to gamble. Not feeling the urgency to experience the extraordinary enhancement of the all-attributes training chamber, Song-Chi exited the myriad celestial markets. Chapter 25. A father-son conversation. Having enjoyed nearly 2 days of uninterrupted slumber, including the previous 20 hours of profound rest, he found himself on the verge of emerging from his sanctuary. Although he had previously informed his parents, he felt compelled to make an appearance to alleviate any concerns they might harbor, particularly to prevent any forced entry into his room. In the living room, both Song father and Song mother were present. As the captain of the Ember vessel, they had no other obligations and typically spent a considerable amount of time at home. Upon seeing Song-Chi, revitalized and at ease, their worries dissipated, replaced by a sense of quiet pride for their son. Entering the state of breaking limits was no trivial feat. While it had been a serendipitous occurrence, the experience offered him a significant chance to master it fully, provided fortune favored him. After some familial chatter, Song Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Lixia. Subsequently, Chun Lixia approached the sofa, crouched down, and began to explore. Song-Chi, perplexed, observed as his mother activated some hidden mechanism. Suddenly, a subtle blue luminescence emerged from the floor, swiftly engulfing the corners of the room until it formed a complete, enclosed space. His eyes widened in astonishment, as a man who had lived 2 lives. This secret mechanism was entirely unknown to him. At that moment, Song Zhao beckoned him to follow, and the father-son duo entered the study. Upon crossing the threshold, Song-Chi was once again taken aback. The study bore no resemblance to the one he remembered. The desk, shelves, and even the windows had vanished. Instead, it resembled a chaotic expanse akin to the Ember ancestors' domain, yet within this space lay an extensive atlas measuring over 10 meters in both length and width. Gazing up, the backdrop of a vast starry sky revealed a dragon whale howling to the heavens and a towering mech giant, 1,000 meters tall, looking down upon the world. This magnificent scene was vividly captured in the atlas, almost lifelike. That mere glance at the imposing mech giant and Apos' silhouette seemed to possess an irresistible allure, ensnaring Song-Chi and Apos' attention and rendering him motionless. As the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, he found himself beneath an eternal darkness adorned with stars. The colossal mech's projection looming overhead, with the dragon whale's apparition flickering around it, solemn and majestic. Time slipped away unnoticed until Song-Chi observed the mech giant's projection becoming increasingly solid and imposing, the dragon whale's figure more distinct. In his bewilderment, he suddenly heard his father's voice. "Do not be alarmed, do not resist. This is the Dragon Spine Overlord mythical mech visualization chart, a treasured secret of the Song lineage. You must imprint this visualization deep within your mind and contemplate it continuously. In conjunction with the Ember Seed's enhancement, it will steadily amplify your mental prowess. Do not underestimate the power of the mind, although it may be difficult to manifest in the early stages. Should one succeed in enhancing the Firefly spacecraft to a certain level and activate its mythical mech form, the strength of the mind will directly influence both the duration and combat capability of this mythical form. All descendants of the Song family and Dinghai must not neglect the practice of visualizing the diagram." Upon hearing his father's explanation, Song-Chi suddenly comprehended that this projection of the mech giant was a form of advanced inheritance. No longer resistant, he instead focused intently, raising his gaze and actively visualizing the intricate details of the mech giant's projection. Remarkably, this subconscious concentration allowed him to enter a state of transcending limits once again, enhancing his engraving and imprinting of the mech giant's projection with increasing vividness. Within the still chaotic space of the study, the visualization booklet remained prominently placed in the center. However, this time, Song-Chi felt devoid of the previous sensation. The booklet appeared merely as a more realistic ordinary album. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, after his imprinting, the imagery in the booklet seemed to have dimmed significantly, suggesting that another imprint would render it entirely indistinct and unusable. Each person can visualize only once in a lifetime. This diagram is not the original, and it may allow your sister to visualize it once more. The effectiveness of the visualization and imprinting varies from person to person. The better the imprinting, the greater the enhancement of the mind, and vice versa. Historically, the highest effectiveness achieved by any member of the Dinghai Song family was an imprint capturing 80% of the essence of the visualization. As for me, your father, my comprehension is merely average, having captured only 45%. Once more, the voice of Song and Amp, Apos' father echoed in his ears, and after speaking, he gazed intently at his son, clearly inquiring about the results of Song-Chi and Amp, Apos' imprinting. Hearing this, Song-Chi gently closed his eyes, delving deep into his mind. Upon reopening them, he provided his answer, 70%. He felt quite satisfied with this result, believing, as his father had said, that it was indeed commendable. Simultaneously, Song-Chi understood that his achievement was not solely due to exceptional talent or comprehension. Rather, it was fortuitously aided by entering a state of transcending limits during the imprinting process. Without this enhancement, his results would likely have mirrored his father's, around 40 to 50%. As they exited the study, Song-Chi began to inquire about the Dinghai Song family. Father, what did you mean by the Dinghai Song family? Is there some illustrious past of which we are unaware? Why ask so many questions? You will learn in due time. For now, focus on your tasks. Your sister is on break tomorrow. Remember to pick her up on time. Song-Chi grimaced slightly, choosing not to press further, and with a casual reply, he left the room. There were still resources aboard the Sky Sovereign that needed to be dealt with. Another trip to the black market was in order. Chapter 26. In the bedroom, Song-Ting skillfully locked the door behind her. Song-Chi entered the Myriad Realms market, or more precisely, the all-attribute training chamber within it. With a remarkable 580 enhancement to his cultivation speed for the soul energy guiding technique, he had long been eager to experiment. He resolved to immerse himself in this training chamber for the entire month, as the 5-8-fold boost equated to 6 months of external cultivation. He hoped to achieve a breakthrough to level 5 in the soul energy guiding technique, which had stagnated at level 4 for 2 long years. The distance to level 5 was not insurmountable. What if he succeeded? The next day, in the afternoon, driving his father's kinetic flying car, Song-Chi headed straight to Jiayuan Tinglong Middle School. As one of the best junior schools in Jiayuan, Tinglong Middle School boasted significant renown. During the school's vacation period, the roads near the entrance were particularly congested. Fortunately, since Song-Chi was piloting a kinetic flying car, he did not contribute to the already gridlocked traffic below. He parked in a vacant spot not far from the school gate, settling in to wait. He always chose the same parking location, and Song-Ting was well aware. Thus, there was no need for him to intercept her at the entrance. While waiting, Song-Chi delved into his thoughts, actively visualizing the mythic mecha projection etched deep within his mind. Although this projection could autonomously enhance the mental strength of its bearer, actively concentrating on it yielded even greater results. The previous day, he had further inquired with his father regarding the Dragon Ridge Tyrant Whale mythic mecha form projection diagram. The reason for waiting until the age of 30 to attempt visualization was that only after successfully awakening the flame seed could one bear the overwhelming power exerted directly on the mind by the projection. Otherwise, the consequences could range from mild mental strain to complete mental collapse, rendering one a mindless lunatic. Through generations of scrutiny by the Song clan, it was ultimately determined that the highest probability of successful visualization occurred post-awakening of the flame seed. Because of this, Song-Chi, feeling somewhat late to the game, became increasingly invested in the projection visualization. With the Myriad Realms market at his disposal, he held great confidence in his future achievements, especially concerning the so-called mythic mecha form, which he dared not neglect. Song-Chi, is that you? Where and Apos' dad? A familiar voice finally broke through the silence, though Song-Chi had not yet spoken. The voice echoed again. Oh, I remember now. The annual awakening ceremony was just a couple of days ago. Song-Chi, you didn't fail the awakening, did you? Is that why Dad sent you over? Opening his eyes, Song-Chi turned his head and shot a fierce glare at the girl standing not far from the right side of the flying car. I'm your brother. Refrain from cursing me, he retorted. The girl was none other than Song-Ting, his 18-year-old sister, and the younger sibling of 12-year-old Song-Chi. As his gaze swept over her, Song-Chi maintained a stoic expression. At that moment, 2 gentle voices called out from behind Song-Ting. Hello, Song-Gu. Song-Gu. 2 striking figures emerged from behind Song-Ting, standing gracefully beside her. Observing the three youthful maidens, Song-chi was momentarily taken aback. Just a few years prior, they were mere little girls, yet they had effortlessly shed their innocence and now stood tall and poised, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Song-chi. Lu Shui, Wang Mengqing, and Song-ting were not only classmates but also close friends, having grown up together, making Song-chi quite familiar with them. Shui, Mengqing, how are you both? All right. Let us get in the car. Upon hearing his words, the three girls smiled brightly. Lu Shui and Wang Mengqing showed no signs of shyness and gracefully entered the vehicle. Shortly after the engine of the sleek flying car roared to life, it began to levitate gently. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song-ting was the first to break the silence. Brother, have you successfully awakened? Hearing her earnest tone, Song-chi recognized that although his sister often appeared carefree, she was deeply concerned about her family. While she feigned nonchalance regarding his awakening, internally, she was more anxious than anyone else. Upon nodding in affirmation, a smile reemerged in her eyes, but it quickly transformed as they sparkled with a hint of mischief, seemingly brewing an idea. Having anticipated her reaction, Song-chi decided to take the initiative. Don't ask about anything else, just the basics. Brother, I'm hungry. Let us go eat hot pot. I remember that place on Minyuan Road has fantastic flavors. Song-chi rolled his eyes and then produced a compact suitcase from the side. Feeling hungry, are you? Drink this, and I guarantee you won't feel hungry for half the day. Curiously, Song-ting opened the suitcase, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. However, as she uncovered 10 familiar blue vials, she fell silent. Song-chi, you can't treat me like this. Before Song-chi could respond, Lu Shui in the back seat perked up, whispering, Ting-ting, that's a mid-level body refining potion. Upon hearing mid-level, Song-ting finally understood and glanced down again, her eyes lighting up with joy. Previously, she had mostly used low-level body refining potions, as their parents had allocated most resources to Song-chi. Thus her encounters with mid-level potions were few. Brother, since you've just awakened, you don't need to buy these for me. Mom and Dad will fully support me from now on. Grasping the suitcase worth $1 million, Song-ting's tone softened, realizing that Song-chi had just awakened and was in desperate need of resources. Amidst her delight, she was also concerned about Song-chi's situation. Don't worry about me. Song-chi waved his hand dismissively. This expedition yielded good rewards, so you needn't fret over your brother. However, you only have 2 years until the advancement examination for the Fire Academy, and your guiding technique is still at level 1. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Lu Shui and Wang Mengqing in the back seat. Furthermore, the two of you, while failing to align in your commendable qualities, exhibit an uncanny harmony in the practice of guiding techniques. The level 1 guiding technique is woefully inadequate. In the future, it will not only impede your academic advancement, but also diminish the likelihood of successfully awakening the spark of consciousness. Set aside other distractions and devote more effort to refining your guiding skills. With that, he retrieved 2 wooden boxes from his side and presented them to each of them. Chapter 27. The Black Mountain Society. Having watched her grow since childhood, Song-chi still harbored the hope that the two would eventually awaken the spark of the flame. In the back seat, the 2 girls clutched a wooden box tightly, their sparkling eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. As soon as they entered, Song-chi and Appo's mother, Chun-li Xia, who was bustling about in the kitchen, appeared immediately, showering them with her familiar affection. Oh, my precious daughter, come let me hug you. The following day, Song-chi had eagerly prepared to venture into the market, embarking on his arduous journey of guiding techniques. However, he was unexpectedly pulled away from home by Song-ting. According to her, today was designated for shopping and indulging in culinary delights among the 3 of them. Thus, he was naturally coerced into joining them as an unwitting participant. Despite his extreme reluctance, the thought of the long intervals between breaks at Tunglong High School ultimately swayed him to comply. In the bustling heart of Jiaoyuan City, on Minyuan Road, after 2 hours of shopping and acquiring an array of goods, the 4 finally arrived at a spicy hot pot restaurant located on the same street. They ordered the restaurant's signature bai ta lamb and seasonal vegetables, and while they savored their meal, they engaged in discussions about the introductory and advanced academies of the flame. Just then, a fierce argument erupted from a nearby private room. Within moments, the quarrel escalated into the clattering of tables and bottles. Song-chi concentrated some of his ethereal energy near his ears, allowing him to discern the sounds with greater clarity. Your Black Mountain Society's reputation precedes you. Even with tenfold courage, I wouldn't dare deceive Brother Ping. Don't spout nonsense. I know you well. You grew up together. How could you not know where he is hiding? Mark my words, Either reveal Ma Erhua's whereabouts, or I'll break your legs. Get over here. Brother Punk, please stop. I'll tell you. Although I don't know their exact location, I do know a few potential hiding places. In a mere 2 minutes, Song-Chi had pieced together the unfolding conflict in the adjacent room. It appeared that a member of the Black Mountain Society, known as Brother Ping, was aggressively pursuing the whereabouts of several miners and was currently targeting the friends of these miners. The mention of miners stirred something within Song-Chi, yet he swiftly suppressed it. He had some awareness of the miners from Baita floating land. They operated within a small asteroid belt in the surrounding starry expanse. However, the asteroid belt surrounding Baita floating land was not vast, having been subjected to centuries of relentless extraction and now teetered on the brink of abandonment. The likelihood of discovering any rare minerals was exceedingly slim, and even if they did exist, their quantities would be negligible. Furthermore, given that the Black Mountain Society held some influence in Jianyuan City, reportedly with several captains of the flame station within, he was reluctant to involve himself in their affairs. Lost in thought, a sudden thud echoed from outside, and the next moment, the door to their private room was forcefully flung open, indicating that the conflict outside had spilled into the vicinity of Song-Chi and his companions. Upon witnessing the situation, Song-Chi's gaze turned icy, and the ethereal energy within him began to circulate as he prepared to summon the fire koi soldier to quell the altercation. However, at that moment, the security personnel of the establishment finally arrived, and with the intervention of several highly skilled security officers adept in guiding techniques, the conflict was swiftly brought to a halt. In this era of universal cultivation amidst the starry seas, such disputes are not uncommon. Thus, most stores are equipped with comprehensive security systems. Even small shops often unite to form a collective security team to address such unforeseen incidents. With the intervention of the store's security staff, Song-Chi was spared the necessity of taking matters into his own hands. However, due to the commotion, the four of them lost their desire to continue enjoying their hot pot. Soon, Song-Chi led the three women to the counter to settle the bill before hastily departing. A minor incident occurred in the interim, as the manager of the establishment, recognizing that Song-Chi and his companions had their dining experience disrupted, insisted on waiving their bill. Nevertheless, Song-Chi graciously declined, acknowledging that the establishment could not have anticipated the disturbance. Their ability to summon security personnel before the conflict escalated further was a testament to their responsibility as merchants. Moreover, it is worth noting that the meal was not expensive, totaling only a few hundred credit points, with Song-Chi now serving as an official captain of the fire vessel. Each exploratory venture typically yields rewards starting in the millions of credit points. Thus, a few hundred credit points held little significance in his eyes. After lunch, the four wandered for several more hours, and by the end, Song-Chi found himself laden with numerous bags. Despite having reached level 4 in guiding techniques, he felt a tinge of fatigue. In stark contrast, the three girls, each only at level 1 in guiding techniques, appeared blissfully unaware of exhaustion. Their faces bore no signs of tiredness but rather an insatiable enthusiasm. To this, Song-Chi could only resignedly attribute it to the innate shopping prowess that women tend to conceal, a phenomenon that transcends time, manifesting equally in this era of starry seas. Chapter 28. The Art of Guidance Level 5. Upon returning home, Song-Chi cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in the all-encompassing training room of the multiverse market, resolutely continuing his practice of the art of guidance. His training regimen was quite straightforward. During the day, he secluded himself in the market to cultivate the ethereal energy guidance technique, and in the hours before sleep, he envisioned the mythic mech projections imprinted in his mind. Once his spirit waned, he surrendered to a profound slumber that lasted the entire night. In this fulfilling routine, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the multiverse market's all-attribute training room, Song-Chi stood in a horse stance, arms outstretched towards the heavens and eyes tightly shut. His muscles quivered lightly, and in the next moment, a series of resounding cracks echoed from within his bones, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of tingling energy coursing through his body. Despite this, he remained motionless. After several minutes, as the peculiar sensations gradually dissipated, Song-Chi finally stood upright, lowering his hands and concluding his practice of the ethereal energy guidance technique. It was evident that compared to before, the aura radiating from him had significantly strengthened, and the vitality within him surged, as if he possessed boundless energy. Achieving level 5 in the art of guidance in just half a month indicated that the training room and Appos' effects surpassed his expectations. After a moment of excited gesticulation, he composed himself, reflecting that his level 4 technique had stagnated for nearly 3 years. It was this accumulation that facilitated his smooth transition to level 5. However, breaking through to level 6 would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Even with constant immersion in the training room, it would take no less than half a year. As this realization set in, the fervor within him swiftly cooled. This would not suffice. He needed to procure some advanced elixirs to aid his cultivation and further enhance his training speed. The ultimate goal of continually fortifying the Emberfire flying ship was to expedite and multiply the transcendence of his own life essence, thus attaining greater longevity. Although the average lifespan of a zero-tier citizen in Emberfire civilization was 140 years, and at just 30 years old, Song-Chi had ample time to better himself. The subconscious urgency instilled by his previous life on Blue Star filled him with an instinctual sense of haste. He longed to achieve his first life transcendence as swiftly as possible. After reaching the first tier, one could enjoy a lifespan of 200 years, and only by attaining this level could he find a modicum of peace. Emerging from his bedroom, Song-Chi hastened to the bathroom, feeling the need to cleanse himself after breaking through to level 5 in the art of guidance, having expelled a considerable amount of impurities. At that moment, his father, seated in the living room, called out to him. "Tomorrow, accompany me to the Emberfire Bureau. After our inaugural exploration of the alien realm, we can apply to activate the Emberfire network." Upon hearing the phrase Emberfire network, Song-Chi and App's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded in agreement. The Emberfire network was a stellar communications system developed by the Emberfire civilization, based on the very essence of the Emberfire seed itself. It is widely acknowledged that the contemporary network, which underpins the entirety of human civilization, is a floating terrestrial local area network, confined for use solely within the boundaries of the floating land. Once one departs from this terrestrial realm and ventures into the cosmic sea, the network becomes utterly inoperative, presenting considerable inconveniences for interstellar navigation and exploration. However, the establishment of an interstellar network proves to be an exceedingly formidable task. The costs are astronomical. And even a meticulously constructed interstellar base station, funded with substantial resources, may swiftly fall victim to cosmic tempests, foreign entities, stellar beasts, space marauders, or collisions with asteroids, among other threats. Moreover, the maintenance expenses are equally unfathomable. The paramount challenge remains the vastness of the cosmic sea. The distance between one floating land and another can be measured in light years. Merely attempting to link networks between two floating lands is a staggering endeavor. To say nothing of the entire human civilization, even the Morning Star Principality, situated at the periphery of human territory, governs over a multitude of floating lands exceeding 5 figures. Although the number of life floating lands is significantly fewer, the ambition to interconnect them through a network is indeed a daunting task. It can be posited that the reason human civilization has evolved into a high-order civilization within a mere span of several 100,000 years is not only due to the formidable adaptability and significantly shortened developmental cycle of the fire-flying ships, but also due to the unique and intricate fire network system, which remains largely unsolvable. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Song-Chi once again locked himself in his room, resuming his meditative practice of guiding techniques and the visualization of mythic mecha blueprints. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Perseverance is a quintessential trait for every captain of the fire fleet. How can one aspire for longevity if they cannot even endure the simplest and most monotonous practices? If that is the case, one should not expect significant achievements in the guiding techniques, especially since advancing in the realm of ghost energy guiding techniques often requires decades of diligent practice to transcend to the next level. Those who cannot withstand solitude are unlikely to persist. The following day, Song Zhao accompanied Song-Chi as they departed early in the morning. They opted not to summon the fire-flying ship, instead choosing the Model 3 kinetic vehicle. While the speed of the kinetic vehicle is naturally slower compared to the fire-flying ship, the various limitations regarding human transport on the latter, combined with their lack of urgency, led them to prefer the kinetic vehicle for their journey. Chapter 29. The Ember Network, Why Not Pilot the Airship? Regrettably, due to the prior assault by the first-tier White Wing clan, the Celestial Ark under Song-Chi has suffered considerable damage and is currently undergoing a slow self-repair within the Ember ancestral aperture, making it ill-advised to interrupt the process. In truth, had it been sent to a dedicated Ember airship repair facility, the issues could have been resolved within mere hours. However, Song-Chi is unwilling to do so, as such action would necessitate the presence of maintenance personnel aboard, exposing all secrets of the celestial arc to outsiders, something every secretive Ember captain vehemently resists. Thus, the celestial arc must continue its gradual restoration within the Ember ancestral aperture. Fortunately, half a month has elapsed since the incident, and complete restoration is merely days away. To interrupt now would only require extensive time to re-nurture, which is entirely unnecessary. The Jiangyuan Ember Bureau is situated in the heart of Jiangyuan City, not far from the Dongzhong community. After a brisk 10-minute drive in the Thunder Type 3 kinetic vehicle, they successfully arrived at their destination. Viewed from above, the Jiangyuan Ember Bureau resembles a meticulously planned circular multifunctional base, complete with office buildings, airship docking areas, kinetic vehicle parking lots, and physical training grounds, all encompassing a wide array of facilities. Following the staff's instructions, Song Chao parked the vehicle in the designated area and made his way with Song Chi toward the Ember Agents and Oppos office building. Shortly after entering the building, a middle-aged man clad in an Ember uniform approached with a warm smile. Uncle Shun. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Chi politely greeted him first. Shun Wenjie, one of the inspection team leaders at the Ember Bureau, also holds the rank of second-tier Ember captain and commands a formidable spectral-class airship, wielding significant influence throughout Jiangyuan City. Most importantly, he shares a close friendship with Song Chao, having known each other for many years, with their families frequently interacting. Song Chi is quite familiar with Shun Wenjie. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Chao, Shun Wenjie turned his attention to Song Chi. My boy, it is splendid to see you have successfully awakened. The rest is of little consequence. Come visit Uncle Shun in a few days. Your aunt and I shall host a grand celebration in your honor. A broad smile graced Song Chi's face. Thank you, Uncle Shun. By the way, it seems that you should be awakening soon as well. It's been nearly 2 years since we last met. Sigh. Upon hearing the almost imperceptible sigh from Song Chi, Shun Wenjie and Song Chao exchanged knowing glances, followed by hearty laughter. You rascal, still holding a grudge against your aunt and me? Yuran has been in Jianyuan City for nearly 30 years, yet remains bashful as ever. The unabashed teasing caused even Song Chi, whose mental age approaches 60, to blush slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing this, Shun Wenjie and Song Chao exchanged amused glances, opting not to press further, and engaged in casual banter. Before long, the trio arrived before a door on the left side of the 3rd floor. Song Chi glanced up, noticing the plaque above the door inscribed with 5 characters, Ember Network Room. Shun Wenjie knocked on the door, and it was soon opened by another man in an Ember Bureau uniform. Upon seeing Shun Wenjie, the man's eyes widened in surprise, followed by an even brighter smile. Captain Shun. Shun Wenjie gently nodded, and then beckoned to Song Chi. Upon seeing this, Song Chi stepped through the door. This particular room was designated for the activation of the flame network, and as Song Chi entered, the man who closed the door maintained a smile that showed no signs of fading. Being someone personally brought by Shun Wenjie, he had a certain understanding of the matter. If he lacked discernment, he would not have been able to hold a position as a flame network activation assistant for several years. A role that was highly competitive yet straightforward, secure, and well compensated. Each position for flame network activation assistance at the local flame bureau was exceedingly coveted, and a moment's lapse could result in being ousted. Song Chi, please take a seat here, the man instructed, guiding Song Chi to a peculiar metallic chamber reminiscent of a psychic modification pod. Curiosity piqued, Song Chi heard the man's soothing voice. This is the flame network activation chamber. From now on, do your best to relax and resist not, since team leader Shin personally brought you here. The flame network you are about to activate will grant you a higher access level than that of ordinary flame ship captains. The specific functionalities will only be revealed to you once you activate it. I must inform you of this, and after you leave, do not speak of it. I will not acknowledge it either. Song Chi nodded, somewhat astonished. He had always presumed that the access rights for all who awakened the seeds of the flame were the same, yet he never anticipated such a distinction. Nevertheless, he recognized that he belonged to a special category. Unlike the protagonists of certain web novels from his past life who believed they could effortlessly alter the rules and champion the oppressed, he understood that such naivety stemmed from a lack of real-world experience. Where there are people, there exists society. Where there is light, there will inevitably be shadows. If he could not grasp such a fundamental truth, he would surely meet a grim fate in the future. With this thought, he murmured softly, "No wonder my father personally brought me here." He silently expressed gratitude to Shun Wenjie before closing his eyes. Familiar psychic energy flowed within the activation chamber, ultimately converging at his forehead. Song-Chi felt a chilling force continuously surge from his brow into the ancestral orifice of the flame, gradually coalescing around the seed of the flame, seemingly attempting to forge an enigmatic link. Time slipped away, and when Song-Chi regained his senses, he found himself lying on a single bed at the side of the activation room, while the flame network activation chamber had closed once more, with others attempting their activations. Evidently, he had successfully activated the flame network, but he would need to wait 24 hours, until tomorrow, to officially log in. Once fully recovered, Song-Chi expressed his gratitude to the assistant and then exited the activation room. Outside, his father and Uncle Shin were no longer present, relying on his memory. He made his way to Shin Wenjie's office on the 4th floor. As expected, he found the two engaged in casual conversation. And beside Shin Wenjie sat a remarkably handsome young man. Shin Qing, the son of Shin Wenjie, is also the cousin of Shin Yuran. In their childhood, he often mingled with Song-Chi 2 years ago. He similarly awakened the colorless Ember Seed and is now serving as an ordinary operative in the Ember Bureau. Of course, Song-Chi estimates that it won't be long before he is promoted, as having connections often facilitates advancement. Xiao-Chi, De Qing. Upon hearing this long-lost nickname, both exchanged knowing smiles. The origin of this nickname can be traced back to their childhood. Chapter 30. Civilizational relics due to the relationship between their families. The two had often mingled together since childhood. Given Song-Chi's psychological maturity, he naturally assumed the role of leader among the pair. However, Shin Qing, being 2 years older, frequently contested this, insisting that he was the true boss, which eventually earned him the nickname Big Qing. As Song Chao and Shin Wenjie engaged in their casual banter, hours could easily slip away unnoticed. With noon approaching, Song-Chi and Shin Qing grew weary of merely sitting idly, exchanging farewells with Song Chao before exiting the office together. Upon stepping out, the previously timid Shin Qing transformed into a different persona, casually draping his arm over Song-Chi's shoulder as they headed for the ground floor. In contrast to Shin Qing's exuberance, Song-Chi was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. Wasn't it still working hours? Perhaps they should wait until lunchtime. Although Shin Wenjie had given his endorsement, they were still part of a public law enforcement agency, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Shin Qing paused but did not decline. He was at a pivotal moment in his career. While it was unlikely he would face repercussions for such a minor issue, being prudent was always wise. They waited for another half hour until lunchtime before departing the Fire Bureau in Shin Qing's impressive Pentium 2 hover car, heading straight for a renowned restaurant nearby. Quite the impressive vehicle, Song-Chi remarked, taking note of the car, which must have cost over 1 million credits. When did he acquire it? The Pentium brand, under the Pentium Consortium of the Morningstar Duchy, produced the Pentium 2 model, which, despite being over a century old, still commanded a price exceeding 1 million credit points. Although it paled in comparison to the Advanced Fury, a model mining vehicle he had purchased recently, it was not something an ordinary zero-tier fireship captain would typically desire. It was not a matter of affordability, rather. Zero-tier fireship captains seldom spent their resources on vehicles meant only for terrestrial travel, especially when such expenditures could equate to the entirety of their earnings from an extraterrestrial exploration. The fact that Shin Qing owned one indicated that he had sufficient disposable income beyond enhancing his fireship, suggesting that he had fared well in recent years. With a proud smile illuminating his face, Shin Qing exclaimed, "Not bad. A few months ago, during an extraterrestrial exploration, I fortuitously stumbled upon a relic of an alien civilization. Acquiring a valuable haul, I kept a blue and a white item for personal use, but I sold off several other white artifacts that I had no use for, netting over 10,000 units of zero-tier terrestrial essence." Song-Chi raised an eyebrow, instinctively exclaiming a phrase from his previous life. Wow, an alien civilization relic. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare. The fragmented star sea is boundless, nurturing countless civilizations. Over millennia, innumerable societies have succumbed to the relentless passage of time, leaving behind traces that, through the erosion of ages, have evolved into relics of civilizations. While such relics are not uncommon, they are a different matter within the vast, uncharted expanse of the fragmented star sea. For an ordinary individual to encounter one is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. In a moment of contemplation, Shin Qing offered a mysterious smile but chose not to elaborate, effectively captivating Song-Chi's curiosity. At the Seasons restaurant, in a private booth on the top floor, once the dishes were served, Shin Qing finally began to speak under the intense gaze of Song-Chi. He lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them, and began to recount the events that had transpired. The civilization I encountered is known as the Buyuo civilization. Its ruins lie upon a desolate expanse of abandoned floating land. Previously, I merely accessed the first layer of the ruins, and according to my latest investigations, there are at least 2 layers present. With his eyes glimmering, Song Chi's thoughts raced rapidly. The mention of at least 2 layers, coupled with the presence of multiple blue and white artifacts in the first layer, strongly indicated the likelihood of purple-quality artifacts existing within the ruins. Upon realizing that 2.5 months remained, Song Chi, who had been uncertain, made a decisive choice. Very well. Let us embark on this endeavor together in 2.5 months. Over half a month had passed since the first exploration of the alien domain, and in 13 days, his second deployment would commence. Given this timeline, the remaining weeks would provide ample opportunity for 2 additional explorations in the alien domain and 2 market transactions, granting him sufficient time to amass significant resources. With enough resources, enhancing the Songqun to the first tier would be straightforward, and coupled with orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator components, venturing into the Buluo civilization ruins would pose little risk. Upon hearing Song Chi and Apos' agreement, Shen Qing and Apos' smile broadened. Although the ruins did not harbor significant dangers, the inherent opposition was rather formidable. Despite having meticulously reinforced the ember-flying ship over the past few months, Shen Qing still felt a lack of confidence. After much discussion, the 2 ultimately reached a consensus, throughout which they refrained from mentioning either Song Dynasty or Shen Wenjie. Song Chi indeed contemplated inviting his father along to enhance safety. However, since Shen Qing did not suggest it, he could not bring himself to voice this thought. Could it be that Shen Qing had not considered enlisting Shen Wenjie as assistants? That seemed implausible. Therefore, the decision to withhold information from Shen Wenjie must have been made after careful consideration. Song Chi could surmise and empathize with Shen Qing's concerns. For if this matter were reported to Shen Wenjie, how would the subsequent rewards be allocated? If a purple-quality artifact were discovered, who would lay claim to it? Purple-quality cosmic artifacts were coveted not only by Shen Wenjie, who was at the 2nd tier, but even by captains of the Ember Fleet ranked above the 3rd tier. While Shen Wenjie might not resort to seizing his junior's treasures, what if an exceptionally suitable purple artifact were to be found? Furthermore, all of this was predicated on the existence of purple-quality artifacts. What if they did not exist at all? What if Shen Qing's speculations were mistaken, and the so-called second layer of the ruins was merely a figment of imagination? Would it not render their efforts futile? Given these uncertainties, Shen Qing's decision to withhold the matter from Shen Wenjie was entirely understandable. To Qingyu, as they solidified their overarching direction, Song Chi shifted his tone, preparing to delve into the specifics of the civilization's ruins. However, Shen Qing suddenly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo. At the same time, wisps of ethereal energy converged towards his ears, as if striving to capture something elusive. Shen Qing had awakened the seed of Ember 2 years prior, and with the aid of the exclusive ethereal energy cultivation platform aboard the Ember flying ship, along with the substantial resources provided by his father and his uncle, Shen Wenjie, his guiding technique had now reached level 7. Coupled with the enhancement of ethereal energy, his auditory senses were exceptionally acute at this moment. In contrast, Song Chi heard not a single sound. Chapter 31, The White Tower Local Network. 2 minutes later, Shen Qing dissipated the ethereal energy that had coalesced around his ears. What is the matter? Seeing the palpable gravity etched on his face, Song Chi took the initiative to inquire. The individuals in the adjacent private room are likely affiliated with the Black Mountain Society. Just now, someone received a phone call. The voice was too faint for me to discern clearly, but I managed to catch 2 sensitive terms. Before Song Chi could probe further, Shen Qing continued, kidnapping, titanium crystal. Song Chi's pupils contracted sharply. While kidnappings were not uncommon in a society where cultivation was universal, the mention of titanium crystals was an entirely different matter. According to previous textbooks, titanium crystals were an exceptionally advanced resource for enhancing the Ember Fleet vessels, far surpassing resources like mercury crystals and secret silver. It is said that only the highest quality components, particularly those of purple grade and above, require titanium crystals for their upgrades past level 20. Reports suggest that within the upper echelons of Ember human civilization, titanium crystals have long been classified as a strategic resource, fiercely contested by all major factions. Upon hearing the term titanium crystal, both Song Chi and Shen Qing realized that this matter was beyond their easy involvement. Moreover, Song Chi was immediately reminded of an incident from 2 weeks prior at the Spicy Hot Pot restaurant on Minuan Road, where the Black Mountain Society had been searching for the whereabouts of 2 miners from Tianyu Mining. The connection between these two events was troubling. Regardless of the veracity of the information, it was imperative to inform their elders. After settling the bill, and only after they had completely departed from the street where the restaurant was located, did the two accelerate their kinetic vehicle to its limits, racing towards the Ember Bureau. In Shen Wenjie's office, upon hearing the term titanium crystal, Shen Wenjie and Song Chao reacted similarly to Song Qi and Shen Qing. However, once Song Qi and Shen Qing recounted the details, they were promptly ushered out of the office. From that point onward, Shen Wenjie and Song Chao would devote all their resources to investigating the authenticity of this information, while Song Qi and Shen Qing were instructed to focus on their own affairs, strictly forbidden from involving themselves further in this matter. They were also cautioned not to divulge a single detail of what they had witnessed. Despite having mentally prepared for this outcome, both felt a deep discomfort. The sensation of being unable to contribute due to their lack of strength was intolerable. The following day, he interrupted his cultivation once more. For the Ember network activated yesterday was now accessible. The thought of the network being populated solely by Ember fleet captains filled him with anticipation. As his consciousness melded with the Ember ancestral node, converging upon the radiant Ember seed, a small screen illuminated on his retina. Would you like to connect to the Ember network, White Tower Local Area Network? Confirm. With his affirmation, the screen transformed and an image began to play. Amidst the vastness of the galaxy, over a dozen battered warships sped forth, relentlessly pursued by thousands of ominous triangular-shaped vessels. One by one, the warships were obliterated by the cannon fire erupting from behind them, until the very end, by a stroke of luck. This fleet of warships managed to traverse an unstable wormhole in the starry expanse, evading the relentless pursuit of a foreign civilization and thus escaping the dire fate of total annihilation. At this point, only 6 warships remained. The video concluded here. Seemingly abrupt and devoid of a clear narrative. However, every citizen who has undergone the esteemed education of the Ember civilization would instinctively resonate with this scene. The last 6 surviving warships symbolize the pioneers of the Ember human civilization, as well as the final remnants of a nearly extinguished, lower-tech human civilization, its last ember of hope. Upon emerging from the wormhole, the ancestors aboard these 6 warships discovered the remnants of an ancient civilization. From these ruins, they extracted the primordial spark of life, which heralded the birth of the Ember human civilization. Over the ensuing years, this civilization flourished and expanded, leading to the present-day Ember human civilization. The journey through the starry seas is fraught with challenges and tribulations, yet the flame of civilization shall never be extinguished. Subsequently, they fully established themselves within a localized network under the Ember network. The Ring of the White Tower Local Network, as one of the many networks within the Ember framework, encompasses the entirety of the White Tower floating land, along with the surrounding asteroid belts, debris fields, and all awakened citizens within the interstellar fortresses. It serves as the largest hub for information exchange in the vicinity of the White Tower. Moreover, the local network features a variety of systems, including task issuance and acceptance, a free trading system, and a friend system, among others. The reason it is merely the Ring of the White Tower Local Network, rather than the comprehensive network of the Ember human civilization, is due to Song Qi's currently low Ember level. Though he had recently elevated the quality of his Ember to white, quality and level are distinctly different. Quality signifies the potential for future enhancements, while level represents the current strength of the ship bound to the Ember seed. The celestial vessel had only recently been bound, and it had utilized merely one of its special slots, which was entirely sufficient. Thus, Song Qi had not yet undertaken any enhancements on the Ember vessel, maintaining its level at a mere 0. He paid little heed to this detail, instead contemplating the various functionalities of his account. According to the Ember Network Awakening Assistant from yesterday, his account possessed certain special privileges, which he was now endeavoring to decipher. After approximately half an hour of tinkering, he had finally grasped the various functions of his account. Compared to a standard Ember account, his indeed held several advantages. In summary, there were 3 key points. First, while ordinary accounts are required to engage in real-name discussions on the Ember network, he had the option to remain anonymous. Second, transactions conducted through his account on the Ember network were exempt from transaction taxes, whereas other accounts were subject to a mandatory 5 tax. Third, ordinary accounts must pay additional floating land resources to prioritize or pin tasks when posting or accepting them, while his account came with such privileges inherently. Having discerned the unique aspects of his own account, Song Qi's curiosity remained unabated. and he began to take a keen interest in exploring the various chat messages within the local network. Jianyuan City, Jianghai no. Clearing the debris belt in the northern starry sky, are there any brothers forming a team? Chang'e City, Chaodian no. 100 strands of first-order floating land essence seeking the coordinates of the blood capital star thieves and oppos, lair. Jianyuan City, Tenma no. You wish to obtain the coordinates of the blood capital star thieves and oppos, lair for merely 100 strands of first-order essence? My friend, are you dreaming? Those who can locate the blood capital's lair are not in need of your paltry offering. Bida City, Chongqing no. A ghostly energy airship from the Earl Yelin's estate has gone missing. Those who provide relevant clues will be rewarded handsomely. Chapter 32. The second exploration of alien realms. Subsequently, he eagerly opened the trading marketplace within the local network. It was indeed a testament to the vibrant community surrounding the entire floating white tower, where a sufficiently substantial number of participants fostered a marketplace replete with an array of dazzling merchandise. Minerals, genetic serums, military exoskeletons, first and second-tier floating land sources, and even an abundance of celestial curiosities were available. As he scanned the offerings, Songqi found himself momentarily dazzled by the sheer volume of goods, many of which piqued his interest. Regrettably, he currently possessed scant financial resources and could only gaze longingly. Among the celestial curiosities listed, most were of white quality, with only a handful of blue curiosities, which were rather lackluster in attributes. For instance, curiosity, green E-tree, quality, blue, potential evolution, internal circulation system. Remark, a blue curiosity that promotes air circulation, ensuring a refreshing experience for your interstellar life in the days to come. It is widely acknowledged that the Emberfire spacecraft is equipped with an internal circulation feature. Thus, the effect produced by the green E-tree might be marginally superior. However, what purpose does it serve? It neither enhances combat capabilities nor fortifies defensive attributes. Spending a considerable amount of resources merely to enjoy fresher air aboard his Emberfire spacecraft seemed rather futile. Half an hour later, the novelty that had initially captivated Songqi began to wane, and his curiosity gradually subsided. He contemplated the anonymity feature of his account, pondering if it could be exploited to obscure his future frequent transactions. Yet, upon further reflection, he found this notion unwise. The special privileges of his account were activated by a support staff member from the Jianyuan Emberfire branch, and if a standard activator could achieve similar results, it implied that the confidentiality of his account could not be overly robust. Ultimately, he decided to abandon this idea for the sake of prudence. Disconnecting from the Ember network, Songqi re-entered the celestial marketplace, continuing his daily practice of the ethereal energy guidance technique and visualizing the projection of mythical mechas within his mind. Time passed in this manner, day by day. On this particular day, accompanied by his mother, Chen Lixia, Songqi once again made his way to the outskirts of the city. The celestial arc had completed a month of buffering, and today marked the occasion of his second exploration into alien realms. While postponing was certainly an option, and even foregoing further explorations could be acceptable, Songqi was resolute in his decision to proceed. With the orange component, the dark matter energy shield generator, he found himself brimming with anticipation, eager to test the effects of this prestigious addition. With this component in place, as long as fortune did not abandon him in the face of black holes, cosmic storms, or void rifts, safety could be assured. Just as in his previous encounter with the white-winged race, even if the celestial arc remained utterly still, allowing them to assault it for 10 minutes, they would likely struggle to breach its shield value. The energy shield generator powered by dark matter energy has produced a shield that surpasses the previous ethereal shields not only in shield value, but also in its inherent defensive capability. The damage inflicted by the earlier tier of the White-Winged clan's attacks upon the new energy shield will be significantly less than that caused by the ethereal shield. When these factors are combined, the disparity is indeed far greater than one might initially presume. In the outskirts of Jianyuan City, the extraterrestrial launch platform remains unchanged. Yet this time, the participants are not merely students from various esteemed academies. A considerable number are the civilian captains of the Ember Fleet. As a metropolis boasting a population exceeding 20 million, even if only a handful of ordinary citizens awaken their Ember seeds each year, the cumulative number of Ember ships amassed over a decade or a century is truly remarkable. The most rudimentary, ethereal shuttle Ember ships can only embark on extraterrestrial explorations via the ultra-long-range launch platform, only by enhancing the Ember ship's body to level 10 or higher. Progressing to the first tier, the ethereal airship, can they autonomously engage in extraterrestrial exploration without the assistance of a launch platform. Consequently, this has resulted in the current scenario, where throngs of people await the launch, far exceeding the numbers seen during previous academic launches. Not long after Shang-Chi and Appo's arrival, Sun Hao approached, casting a glance his way, prompting Shang-Chi to raise an eyebrow. It was evident that Sun Hao had not been idle this past month, as his guiding technique had impressively advanced from level 3 to level 4, complemented by his already formidable physique, exuding an undeniable presence. "Brother Chi, you two have made a breakthrough," Sun Hao exclaimed, momentarily pausing in astonishment, just as Shang-Chi was curious about what he would say next. Sun Hao uttered a line so dramatically juvenile, it took Shang-Chi aback. Alas, why must there be Zhuge when there is also Shouyu? Shang-Chi's eye twitched, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, as Sun Hao had a knack for performing antics that were entirely incongruous with his robust stature. To make matters worse, this phrase was evidently gleaned from the historical novel The Three Kingdoms, which Sun Hao had previously authored, leaving Shang-Chi's inner turmoil almost indescribable. Pushing aside Sun Hao's bear-like hand from his shoulder, Shang-Chi quickly sought to distance himself, feeling the rising awkwardness almost overwhelming. Unperturbed, Sun Hao drew closer once more, his massive arm encircling Shang-Chi's neck again. Shang-Chi's complexion visibly darkened, but fortunately, the 100 individuals ahead of them had already completed their launch, and the Ember Bureau personnel at the side of the platform were signaling for their group to proceed. 100 figures ascended the launch platform in succession, positioning themselves accordingly before simultaneously summoning their ethereal shuttles. Once all 100 shuttles were fully prepared, the Ember Bureau personnel activated the ultra-long-range celestial launch platform. A resplendent beam of light re-emerged, and the 100 ethereal shuttles swiftly vanished without a trace. With his guiding technique having reached level 5, Shang-Chi experienced a slight enhancement in his physical prowess, which naturally improved his resilience against negative states. Turning back, as with his previous choice, he promptly activated the energy shield of the celestial ship. Only when the layer of pitch-black dark matter energy shield, belonging to the components of the dark matter energy shield generator, manifested did he finally feel a sense of relief. The security provided by the orange-quality energy shield was indeed exaggerated. Chapter 33, Battlefield of Alien Civilizations. As the engine roared to life, the Celestial Sovereign commenced its swift traversal through the silent expanse of the Starry Sea. The location for this deployment was less than optimal, as the patrol radar failed to detect any celestial bodies within its range. For hours, the vessel flitted about like a headless fly, yielding no further discoveries, which sent Shang-Chi's spirits plummeting to their nadir. It is worth noting that he had invested significantly in this exploration, purchasing 2 additional Fury-class floating mining vehicles and their accompanying exploration instruments, expending a substantial 400 strands of zero-tier floating essence to markedly enhance mining efficiency. Currently, apart from a meager supply of emergency resources, he was left with a mere 300 strands of zero-tier floating essence. Should this expedition yield insufficient returns, the profits from the forthcoming market opening would undoubtedly suffer a considerable decline. In the midst of his growing anxiety, the patrol radar suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. A multitude of red dots congregated in the upper left quadrant of the radar display, indicating that 2 massive fleets of warships were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, the Celestial Sovereign had unwittingly entered the interstellar battlefield of 2 alien civilizations, with the ship and Appo's speed reduced to a minimum. Shang-Chi endeavored to conceal their presence while quietly observing the significant conflict from the periphery. Each side's fleet comprised over 10,000 warships, and the energy fluctuations from their cannons suggested that most were of zero-tier status, interspersed with approximately 100 of the first tier. Overall, this conflict could be classified as one of the least intense forms of civilization warfare within the interstellar milieu. However, this assessment was relative to the civilizations involved. For Shang-Chi, such a battlefield posed considerable danger, and he had no intention of engaging. While the dark matter energy shield was formidable, it would be insufficient against the concentrated firepower of a fleet exceeding 5 digits in number. Moreover, the Celestial Sovereign's offensive capabilities were relatively weak, merely boasting a thicker health bar, rendering the chances of seizing any substantial advantage amid the chaos nearly non-existent. Thus, he lingered at the battlefield's edge for a little over 10 minutes, until he identified an alien warship that had largely disengaged from the conflict. Seizing the opportunity, Shang-Chi swiftly struck, effortlessly destroying the already damaged vessel. having resolved not to partake in the war. His presence at the periphery was not out of a desire for excitement, but rather a strategic pursuit of the star charts aboard these warships. His ignorance of this unfamiliar star domain did not imply that the indigenous civilizations shared the same lack of knowledge, rather than floundering aimlessly for minutes on end. He found it far more appealing to acquire a star chart. With the star chart secured, Shang-Chi deftly maneuvered the celestial sovereign away from the battlefield, leaving without a trace of regret. A few minutes later, having distanced itself from the conflict, the celestial sovereign pivoted and headed toward the closest small debris field marked on the chart. In truth, the star chart documented a vast expanse of star regions. Far from merely small debris fields, there were 3 floating lands within the starry sea, including one resource-rich Tier 2 floating land, abundant in various resources, boasting multiple mid to large-sized metal veins. However, the distance was insurmountable. 12 light-years was an unattainable expanse for the celestial vessel, which lacked a warp drive. The only feasible option was to navigate through the debris field to reach its destination in a limited time frame. After an hour had elapsed, the celestial vessel finally arrived at the targeted debris field. Compared to the previous exploration, this debris field was evidently of a smaller diameter. Nevertheless, Shang-Chi paid it no mind, for the number of celestial bodies within this field was conservatively estimated to exceed several 100,000. With less than 20 hours remaining, he could only survey a mere fraction, perhaps 1%, of the debris field, not accounting for the time required for extraction. Aware of the urgency, Shang-Chi made a brief stop at the marketplace to procure an Angry Tiger mining vehicle, and then the celestial vessel plunged into the debris field. As time flowed, the onboard intelligence of the Angry Tiger mining vehicle continuously relayed updates. 10 kilograms of precious metal skipped. Gas ore, unfortunately only a few hundred kilograms, skipped. Starry cold iron, 50 tons, requiring half an hour for extraction. The hours slipped by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. Although there were some gains, the quantities were modest, and there was no opportunity for a second mining vehicle to commence operations. The celestial vessel continued its aimless traversal, for the vastness of the debris field rendered any detailed exploratory planning unnecessary. A sudden stroke of fortune manifested mere minutes later when Shang-Chi detected a fragment containing over 1,000 tons of precious metal. At the coordinates XXXXX, the radiation response from the fragment indicated a preliminary estimate exceeding 1,000 tons. Cautiously, he anchored the celestial vessel atop the target fragment, deployed the Angry Tiger mining vehicle, and assigned 3 first-tier Fire Sun soldier puppets for protection. Subsequently, he retrieved a second mining vehicle from the marketplace, maneuvering the celestial vessel to continue its exploration. Extracting 1,000 tons of precious metal would undoubtedly require several hours, allowing ample opportunity for the celestial vessel to thoroughly scan the area. This place truly felt cursed. The density of the debris was alarmingly high. After a violent tremor, the celestial vessel narrowly navigated through the gaps between tightly clustered fragments. The recently repaired shuttle sustained minor scrapes once again, an inconvenience that provoked a flurry of curses from Shang-Chi. If not for the exploration instruments detecting unusual radiation fluctuations within the cluster of fragments, he would never have ventured into such a treacherous area. Surveying his surroundings, Shang-Chi furrowed his brow. A cursory glance revealed no anomalies in the region behind the dense fragments. Listening to the alerts from the onboard intelligence, the report remained consistent. Unknown energy fluctuations warranting further investigation. Gazing ahead at the dozen fragments, each exceeding 10 meters in length and width, Shang-Chi felt a surge of frustration. Manually inspecting each fragment would undoubtedly take several hours. Recognizing the situation, he directed the celestial vessel to approach closer, instructing the exploration instruments to identify the precise fragment from which the energy fluctuations emanated. After a few minutes, having eliminated more than half of the fragments, Shang-Chi commenced the deployment of mining vehicles, allowing them to conduct a thorough excavation of the remaining 5 shards. Soon, an hour had elapsed. The first, second, and third fragments were successively disregarded, and the Angry Tiger mining vehicle began its work on the 4th shard. Chapter 34, Celestial Flora Buzzing. The mining vehicle drilled rapidly, its alloy drill bit clashing against the rock layers, sending fist-sized fragments scattering in all directions, producing a series of crisp impacts. Behind the mining vehicle, 5 soldiers clad in basic civilian exoskeletons stood rigidly, their tungsten shields in their left hands and tungsten spears in their right, scanning the surroundings with acute vigilance. Shang-Chi remained aboard the Ark, where the dark matter energy shield was still activated. As the survey approached its conclusion, he maintained a heightened sense of caution. If the surveying instruments were accurate, then the source of the peculiar energy fluctuations must be located on these last two fragments. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Shang-Chi caught a glimpse of a shadow darting by. Before he could raise an alarm, the shadow surged at terrifying speed, lunging behind one of the soldiers. The fully armed soldier had no time to react before being yanked several meters away, the exoskeleton armor deeply dented. This was far from over. After the initial strike, more shadows erupted from the fragments below, swiftly assaulting all intruders atop the debris. Shang-Chi observed clearly as one soldier's exoskeleton was effortlessly dismantled by a shadow strike. These shadows were black, elongated tendrils, each adorned with sharp barbs, exuding a chilling menace. Fortunately, the soldiers, being mere puppets, lacked the pain sensitivity of conventional carbon-based life forms. Shang-Chi inhaled sharply, relieved that he had remained cautious and did not deactivate the dark matter energy shield. Otherwise, the recent strikes against the Ark might have left several gaping holes in the craft. Outside, the responding soldiers formed a back-to-back formation, their tungsten spears thrusting forward, clashing against the attacking black tendrils, producing a cacophony of sharp metallic clashes. These tendrils, whatever their origin, proved to be harder than the tungsten-forged weapons. Two additional soldiers aboard the Ark swiftly leapt from the craft to assist their beleaguered comrade, while the Ark, under Shang-Chi's command, began to ascend slowly, hovering several meters above to provide support. Although the ship and Oppo's firepower was not formidable, it could still inflict minor impacts on the menacing tendrils. The ship's secondary cannons adjusted their aim, while Shang-Chi rapidly analyzed the battlefield situation. Based on the hardness and offensive capabilities exhibited by the tendrils, it was evident that they belonged to a higher tier, likely at the pinnacle of the first rank, far beyond the soldiers who were merely at the initial stage. After several minutes, a conjecture formed in Shang-Chi's mind. Behind these countless black tendrils lay a singular entity. Their coordination and synergy were far too seamless. While they firmly suppressed the 7 fully armed soldiers, they simultaneously dispatched several tendrils to assault the nearby floating mining vehicle. Such a fluid and coordinated attack could only occur under a singular commanding entity. Moreover, these tendrils reminded him of a unique type of organism, celestial flora. The developed root system, comparable to the hardness of metal, possesses the capacity to influence the life-energy positions of the celestial realm, aligning with the characteristics of the starry sea flora he had previously encountered. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shang-Chi swiftly devised a countermeasure. If this entity were indeed a starry sea plant, then all that was required was to completely eliminate its biological activity, thereby naturally resolving the troublesome root system. With this thought, Shang-Chi's gaze fixed intently upon the mining vehicle below. This unknown starry sea plant was evidently disturbed by the operations of the Fury Tiger mining vehicle, subsequently initiating a counterattack from its core amidst the debris. Thus, could it be inferred that the very location beneath the mining vehicle's previous operations was, in fact, where the unknown starry sea plant's body resided? Contemplating this, Shang-Chi's attention shifted to a pit over a meter deep in the debris below, precisely where the mining vehicle had last excavated. With a hypothesis forming in his mind, Shang-Chi was not one to linger. He immediately sprang into action. The secondary cannon continued to support the Fire Sun soldier puppets, while the Celestial Ark deftly turned, its ethereal energy main cannon aimed directly at the partially excavated rocky depression. Ethereal light gathered, and energy charging commenced. As if sensing an impending threat or perhaps disturbed by the energy fluctuations generated during the charging of the ethereal energy main cannon, the black tendrils, which were attacking the 7 Fire Sun soldier puppets, abruptly split in half, swiftly darting towards the Celestial Ark above. These black tendrils, adorned with sharp barbs, were astonishingly long. Even though the Celestial Ark hovered nearly 100 meters high, it remained within their range of attack. In less than 2 seconds, nearly 10 black tendrils surged to the 100-meter altitude. Crack, crack, crack. The black tendrils lashed against the Celestial Ark, which shimmered with a dark luminescence, causing the hovering vessel to sway. However, Shang-Chi remained unfazed, completely disregarding these assaults as he maintained the charging of the main cannon. Were this a second-tier starry plant, he would have undoubtedly fled. Yet, at the pinnacle of the first tier, it posed no threat to the dark matter energy shield, at least for the immediate moment. Why was Shang-Chi so insistent on continuously activating the energy shield of the Celestial Ark? Simply to ensure his own safety. As an energy shield of orange quality, similarly reinforced to the first tier, it would be utterly disgraceful if it were so easily breached by beings of the same tier from a different civilization. After 2 more seconds, When the ethereal energy at the cannon's mouth reached its zenith, it signified the completion of the ethereal energy main cannon's charge. Beep. The firing button was pressed swiftly, and a sphere of ethereal black energy, several dozen centimeters in diameter, shot downwards with remarkable speed, accurately striking the center of the rocky depression below in an instant. Boom. In the wake of the violent explosion, debris scattered. When the flames subsided, the once shallow pit of merely over a meter was now nearly 4 meters deep. Anticipating that this strike would not achieve complete success, Shang-Chi was prepared. The current enhancement level of the ethereal energy main cannon was merely level 5, and being a standard colorless cannon, its power was inherently limited. With a swift pull of the joystick backward, the celestial ascendancy ascends rapidly into the sky, deftly evading the lashes of the vine-like tendrils. Although the dark matter energy shield is sufficiently robust, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary assaults. Once the 8-second buffer period elapses, a fresh surge of energy fluctuations emanates from the main cannon at the bow of the celestial ascendancy, signaling the reactivation of the ethereal energy cannon's charging sequence. Chapter 35, The Golden Biting Vine and the Crystal of Life. Upon witnessing the scene, the relentless pursuit of the black vines seemed to become utterly enraged, their striking frequency escalating to an alarming degree. Simultaneously, Shang-Chi discerned a change in the sharp barbs adorning the vines. A faint golden radiance flickered among them, accentuating the already menacing glint of the barbs, and even within the ebb and flow of this golden light, the surrounding starry sky appeared to exhibit a subtle distortion. Shang-Chi and Apos, SK sharpened, an instinctual sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, the black vines, now infused with golden light, lashed out once more. Buzzing. The dark matter energy shield instantly erupted with intense ripples, far exceeding the previous disturbances. Correspondingly, the shield's integrity plummeted by over 400 points, nearing 1/15 of its total value. Could this be the effect of armor piercing? The dark matter energy shield generator inherently possessed defensive attributes, meaning that external assaults typically require the attenuation of these attributes before impacting the energy shield, just as had occurred with prior attacks. Yet, following the emergence of that golden light, the ferocity of the black vine strikes had evidently multiplied several-fold, leading Shang-Chi to surmise only an armor-piercing effect could account for this enhancement. After a brief period of charging, the dark energy main cannon fired for the second time. This shot too failed to penetrate the rocky debris, but observing the increasingly frenzied attacks of the black vines, Shang-Chi grew increasingly confident in his inner conjectures. Subsequently, he repeated his earlier maneuvers, and after 2 minutes, upon the impact of the fourth shot from the dark energy main cannon, the rocky pit was finally breached. Through the approximately 3-meter-wide opening, Shang-Chi at last beheld the true visage of the starry plant concealed within the debris. With a diameter nearing 1 meter and a length approaching 50 meters, the robust main vine exhibited two distinctly contrasting hues. The lower half shimmered in a pale gold, while the upper half remained the familiar shade of pitch black. Rapidly consulting the compendium of shattered star seas and alien civilizations, Shang-Chi identified the nature of this celestial flora. To be precise, it was not merely a starry plant, but a peculiar floating terrestrial plant known as the golden biting vine. A rather unique species, the golden biting vine predominantly takes root within vast metallic ore deposits, absorbing the metallic essence to grow and flourish. Once matured, it possesses formidable destructive and offensive capabilities. Upon recognizing the golden biting vine, Shang-Chi felt a twinge of relief, grateful that it was this vine and not a true star sea plant like the star-biting vine. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more dire, and the fate of the sky horizon would have been all but sealed. As a floating terrestrial plant, regardless of its uniqueness, the golden biting vine could not escape the essence of floating terrestrial flora. Otherwise, the external debris would be incapable of accommodating it, and once detached from its core habitat, the peculiar conditions of the surrounding cosmos could spell its demise. This was also the reason behind the furious response of the enraged mining vehicle when it attempted to breach the fragment, threatening the very environment upon which the vine depended. Having clarified the specific circumstances, the subsequent response naturally became simpler. The celestial ark continued to hover in the high heavens, occasionally unleashing a blast from its main cannon. 7 fiery soldier puppets began to charge into the core of the shattered fragments, employing a strategy of inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while sustaining 800 points of self-damage, thereby relentlessly depleting the life force of the golden devouring vine. After approximately an hour, when only 3 soldier puppets remained, The golden devouring vine within the core of the fragments had completely lost its vibrational energy. The floating land fragments were bombarded, creating a significant breach, with the celestial materials continuously eroding the opponent, compounded by the suicidal assaults of the 7 fiery soldier puppets. Thus, this life form, which should have been exceptionally resilient, met its demise in a rather suffocating manner amidst the stars. Upon witnessing this, Shang-Chi chose not to take matters into his own hands, but instead instructed the remaining 3 fiery soldier puppets to tidy up the battlefield. A few minutes later, with a fist-sized green crystal core now in his possession, Shang-Chi finally located specific information regarding the crystal obtained from the golden devouring vine within his information database. Name: Crystal of Life. Rank: Peak of First Order. Effect: can be utilized to accelerate the growth of various herbs, tree species, and other special plant life, thereby shortening their growth cycle. Additional note: commonly found within life forms of the same rank. The value of this crystal of life was fairly substantial, estimated to be worth several tens of strands of first-order floating land essence, equivalent to several hundred strands of zero-order floating land essence. Shang-Chi felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Although the time spent was somewhat extended, it nonetheless yielded a corresponding reward. Even if it could not compare to the previous 1,000 tons of refined gold ore, it was still equivalent to the gains from multiple explorations of the starry realms by other zero-order Firefly vessels. Just as he finished collecting these items and prepared to activate the engines for departure, the onboard intelligence of the mining vehicle, the Angry Tiger, emitted another alert. A radiation response from illusion crystal ore was detected below, with a preliminary estimate exceeding 100 tons. Upon hearing this notification, Shang-Chi swiftly extinguished the engines that were about to restart and reopen the shuttle door. Illusion crystal, a remarkably unique resource for enhancing Firefly vessels, although not a strictly necessary resource, can still facilitate free enhancement of the ship, and its high value remains unaffected. It is said that by incorporating an appropriate quantity of illusion crystal during the strengthening of the ship's armor components, one can significantly enhance the stealth capabilities of the Firefly vessel. If a sufficient amount of illusion crystal is invested, it becomes exceedingly difficult for both the naked eye of life forms of the same rank and the onboard radar of equivalent warships to detect and identify the vessel. Due to this special effect, the value of illusion crystal remains high not only within the domain of the Firefly human civilization but also throughout the entire Shattered Star Sea. As far as Shang-Chi knew, the market price of illusion crystal in the realm of Firefly human civilization had already reached 1 ton for 5 strands of first-order floating land essence. Chapter 36. Conditions for upgrading airships to starships. If it is true that there exists a reserve of over 100 tons of illusory crystals deep within the core of the star, it would undoubtedly represent an immense bounty. With each ton valued at 5 strands of first-tier floating land essence, 100 tons would equate to 500 strands, which when converted to zero-tier floating land essence, amounts to 5,000 strands, an astonishing figure for a spectral shuttle. With a sense of barely contained excitement, Shang-Chi donned his exoskeleton apparatus. Nevertheless, upon exiting the shuttle, he was still beset by an overwhelming sensation of discomfort. Ordinary life forms at the zero-tier level find it exceedingly challenging to acclimatize to the peculiar environment of outer space. This was exacerbated by the absence of the exoskeleton armor and his own guiding technique level, which would have otherwise contributed to his adaptation. He swiftly summoned the celestial vessel into the hearth's ancestor aperture, and then, accompanied by the remaining 3 Fire Sun soldier puppets, ventured into the core region of the debris through a gaping fissure in the ground. The debris measured merely a few dozen meters in diameter, rendering the core space rather confined. The astonishingly lengthy body of the gold-eating vine, piled up in one corner, made this already cramped area feel even more congested. Even the mining vehicle, the Furious Tiger, would find it arduous to operate in such conditions, let alone the fact that it was still housed within the celestial vessel. To release it, he would first have to summon the 7-meter-long celestial vessel from the hearth's ancestor aperture, which was simply impossible. Thus, Shang-Chi had no choice but to command the 3 Fire Sun soldier puppets to wield specially designed drilling shovels and commence manual excavation and exploration. Before long, at the bottom of a modest excavation pit just a few meters down, the Fire Sun soldier puppets successfully unearthed a new ore, the illusory crystal. Shang-Chi tapped his forehead in realization, mentally noting this mistake to prevent a recurrence in the future. Previously, to avoid any potential traps left by the gold-eating vine, and due to his own inability to endure prolonged exposure to the external cosmic environment, he had only allowed the Fire Sun soldier puppets to conduct a brief cleanup. In fact, aside from the life crystal, the puppets had extracted over 10 tons of ordinary refined gold. Given this, he had merely conducted a cursory inspection before exiting, unaware that beneath the 10 tons of refined gold lay a far greater cache of illusory crystals. Had it not been for the post-exploration alerts from the scanning equipment and onboard intelligence, this treasure would have remained beyond his grasp. Since the original core space of the debris could not accommodate the summoning of the mining vehicle, why not simply create a larger entrance from the surface and enter that way? After collecting all 112 tons of illusory crystals into the heavenly market, he began to wait in silence. An hour later, at the entrance of Dongzheng Community, Song-Chi and Chen Lixia disembarked from their respective Hearthstar ships. His mother, Chen Lixia, piloted a spectral airship named Dragonfly, which had been upgraded from a shuttle to an airship several decades prior. Currently, the ship was at level 19, nearly a step away from the second tier. However, do not be misled by the seemingly insignificant one-level difference. It represents a chasm that has thwarted countless Hearth captains throughout their lifetimes. To ascend from a spectral airship to a second-tier spectral warship requires not only specific rare resources, but also the personal experience of slaying extraterrestrial beings of a higher tier during explorations in foreign realms, thus bathing in the blood of alien species. It is said that the success rate for such an ascension is alarmingly low, initially standing at a mere 1. However, by investing certain rare enhancement resources, this probability can be elevated to around 10. To further increase the success rate, one must engage in explorations in alien territories and vanquish extraterrestrial foes, using their blood to sanctify the vessel. The more alien beings one defeats, and the higher their tier, the greater the potential increase in success rate. Mother, what is the current success rate for the Dragonfly? Chen Lixia pursed her lips and provided an answer that left Song-Chi somewhat disheartened. 24. How could it be so low? Less than a quarter. Song-Chi furrowed his brow. The transition from 0 to first tier was manageable, as long as resources were ample and luck favored. Success was nearly guaranteed. However, the transformation from a spectral airship to a spectral warship was a different matter entirely. Once the ascension task was initiated, there was a strict preparation period of only 1 year. During this time, the captain must exert every effort to enhance the success rate, whether through the infusion of rare resources or by hunting extraterrestrial beings in alien realms. Ultimately, after 1 year, the airship would embark on the ascension attempt. The higher the success rate, the greater the likelihood of evolving into a second-tier warship. Chen Lixia had commenced the ascension task 5 months prior, and nearly half of the year had already elapsed. She had assumed that with her father's assistance, achieving a success rate exceeding 30 or even 40 would be feasible, especially considering that her father's vessel had successfully ascended to the second tier over a decade ago. Yet, she never anticipated it would only be 24. Chen Lixia shot her son a disapproving glance. Do you think the ascension from a spectral airship to a spectral warship is a simple endeavor? If raising the success rate were so effortless, how could Jiangyuan City, with its population of over 20 million and thousands of registered warships, only boast a few dozen second-tier spectral warships? Song-Chi fell silent, yet his concern lingered. Given the current progress, unless some fortuitous opportunity arose, it seemed that after the 1-year preparation period, the success rate for his mother's Dragonfly would likely hover around 30. While this rate would be considered exceptionally high for an ordinary captain of the Firelight Fleet, Song-Chi remained unable to reconcile himself to it. A fundamental tenet of Firelight civilization dictates that every ascension attempt for a Firelight warship offers but a single chance. There is no second attempt following a failure. Should the ascension fail, the warship would be doomed to complete annihilation. Chapter 37. The recovery period of the flame seed. Although the flame seed within the ancestral orifice of the human body does not extinguish alongside a sunk flame vessel, it does enter a state of weakness, necessitating a prolonged recuperation period of several decades to fully restore itself. Only after this restoration can the body once again integrate with a new class of reconnaissance vessel, commencing anew from scratch. Now aged a century, Chen Lixia, despite having undergone a metamorphosis that elevated her life level to the first tier, affording her a lifespan of 200 years, finds her aspirations thwarted. Subtracting the decades lost to the recovery of the flame seed, the prospect of cultivating a new flame vessel and seizing a second chance at ascending to the second tier appears nearly impossible. Without the assistance of the enhanced Level 19 ethereal cultivation platform aboard the Dragonfly, her guiding technique cannot hope to breach level 20 within a century. Song-Chi, currently at level 5 in his guiding technique, would require at least half a year to progress to level 6, even with a 580 boost from the cultivation chamber. Absent such enhancement, the endeavor would take a minimum of 3 years, and this is merely the transition from level 5 to level 6. The journey beyond level 15 is fraught with challenges. The formidable barrier between levels 19 and 20 could easily impose a century-long stagnation without the support of the ethereal platform. Contemplating this, Shang-Chi felt a tumult of emotions. As the elation derived from the fruitful exploration of the alien realm dissipated, observing his troubled expression, Qin Lixia gently caressed his cheek and remarked with a smile, "All right. I know my dear son cares deeply for his mother. Your father is diligently seeking solutions. He has been tirelessly occupied, likely pondering ways to resolve this." Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi and Apos' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He was acutely aware of his father and Apos' investigations, and given the length of his father and Apos' efforts over the past 10 days, it seemed probable that the rumors regarding the titanium crystal were grounded in reality. Given the crystal's rarity, acquiring it could potentially yield resources to enhance the success rate of upgrading their airship to a vessel. With his father and Uncle Shun, both esteemed second-tier flame ship captains, collaborating, the likelihood of securing the titanium crystal appeared promising. Nevertheless, a shadow of concern lingered. Given the strategic value of titanium crystals, if the information remained confined to Jiayuan City, their situation might be manageable. However, should the news escape, 2 second-tier flame ship captains might find themselves insufficient to safeguard it. This realization tightened his fists, intensifying his urgency to augment his own strength. As for the recent mention of the Ding Haisong family and their strength, as well as their reliability, uncertainties clouded his judgment. Placing his hopes on such nebulous prospects was simply untenable for him. He preferred to rely on his own capabilities. The refined gold he possessed needed swift liquidation, while the scattered resources would naturally be sold off as he continued his explorations, ensuring an additional profit margin. As for the over 100 tons of phantom crystal, he deemed it indispensable. Such a rare resource, which also held considerable utility for himself, warranted retention for personal use, as its value was evidently higher when utilized effectively. Having rented a large resource transport vehicle, Shang-Chi swiftly sold off 1,000 tons of refined ore without lingering in the black market, as he needed the funds acquired from the precious metal to procure additional goods. The prices in the black market were generally higher than those in legitimate channels. The ultra-long-distance spatial portal in the market would be ready for activation soon, marking the time for his second trading venture. With 19 spatial gates available this time, the influx of foreign entities into the market would be considerably greater. Failing to seize this opportunity to stock up and sell at a premium would be a disservice to himself. After all, such opportunities arose only once every 30 days. The last time, he earned over 3,000 strands of low-tier floating land essence, which quickly vanished into the sky horizon. This time, he was determined to earn even more. At the Eastern River Fire Market, he visited the Eagle Mechanical Store. As a frequent patron, he was already well acquainted with the shop assistant, who greeted him with a warm smile as soon as he entered. "Welcome. Did you have a fruitful exploration this time?" Shang-Chi smiled faintly and summoned the sky horizon to present the scattered minerals to the Eagle Mechanical Store. Perhaps due to their prior experience, the purchase price offered by the store remained at 80% of the market rate. Naturally, Shang-Chi had to spend all of this money at the Eagle Mechanical Store. Otherwise, the transaction would be void. Not hurrying to select products, Shang-Chi rummaged through his clothing and retrieved a life crystal from the gold-devouring vine. "Do you accept this life crystal nurtured by a peak first-tier gold-devouring vine?" He displayed the crystal, knowing that the Eagle Mechanical Store also dealt in genetic potions. The primary material required for the preparation of genetic potions was stargrass, thus determining the production quantity of genetic potions each year. Consequently, life crystals that could shorten the growth cycle of botanical organisms were among the most sought-after items by potion manufacturers. The shop assistant and Apos' eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. "Certainly. A life crystal at peak first tier has a market value of 30 strands of first-tier floating land essence, but we can offer 32 strands for yours. How does that sound?" Shang-Chi found the offer quite satisfactory. However, before he could nod in agreement, the young woman continued, "Did you acquire this during your exploration in the alien domain?" Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, the clever shop assistant adeptly shifted the conversation. "I wonder if you happen to have any remnants of the gold-devouring vine itself? If so, along with this life crystal, we at Eagle Mechanical Store would be willing to purchase both for 35 strands of first-tier floating land essence." Shang-Chi felt a slight surprise and a hint of confusion. He had not heard of the inactive remnants of the gold-devouring vine having any value. In the case of celestial plants, Their residual bodies might possess considerable research value. However, for floating land plants like this one, once separated from the life crystal, they should be readily available. What other uses could the vine's remains possibly have? I did not pay much attention. If there were indeed hidden matters, what reason would others have to disclose them to him? I apologize, but this crystal of life is something I acquired inadvertently, and I do not possess any remnants of the devouring vine. Chapter 38. The Black Mountain Gold Shop. Following this exchange, Song-Chi embarked on a new round of acquisitions, which would be more aptly described as restocking. The tungsten gold battle shields and tungsten gold spears needed no further elaboration, having been exceptionally popular at the previous trading event. This time, he procured 10,000 units of each, expending a total of 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. The universal translator from Starsea was no longer required, as he had previously purchased one. As for the basic gene optimization liquid, he acquired 1,000 vials, utilizing another 1,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, and additionally secured 10 vials of intermediate gene optimization potion at the cost of 100 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. He opted against purchasing the life origin core this time, having noted during the last marketplace exchange that the currency employed by the zero-tier alien races was predominantly life origin cores. Once the trading event concluded, the resources he had garnered were largely of this type, rendering prior accumulation unnecessary. Moreover, he procured 5 sets of basic civilian exoskeletons, each equipped with 10 durable batteries, sufficient for several months of overuse, at a total expense of 110 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. These exoskeleton devices were primarily intended for testing. Given their intricate mechanical nature, without a proficient mastery of their operational techniques, typical beings would find them more hindering than augmentative. Their popularity would ultimately depend on subsequent trading conditions. In total, these purchases cost him 210 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Considering the funds left from the previous marketplace transaction and the gains from his recent exploration of extraterrestrial realms, he found himself entirely depleted. Even the floating land essence obtained from his dealings in the black market had been entirely expended at this Eagle Mechanical Shop. Notably, he refrained from using the 32 strands of first-tier floating land essence exchanged for the pinnacle life crystal of the devouring vine, intending to reserve it for the enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator, as a universal enhancement resource for the first-tier Firefly-class spectral airship. While first-tier floating land essence is relatively common, its actual value far surpasses that of zero-tier floating land essence. Despite the official exchange ratio dictated by the Morningstar Duchy being 1:10, the market often presents fluctuating values. Only in various black markets can one find a stable supply of first-tier floating land essence, typically traded at ratios of 1:14 or 1:15, with some instances even reaching a staggering 1:20. At the Eagle Mechanical Shop, the price offered was similarly 1:10, and Song-Chi had no intention of engaging in such unprofitable transactions. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts of Jiangyuan City, at the Dongshan Forest Park, lay the Jiangyuan Black Market. The Black Mountain Gold Shop is a store on the periphery of the black market that specializes in the acquisition of various metal or resources. The shop purchases all types of, or that cannot be openly traded at a rate of 65 of the market price, subsequently selling them to large mechanical stores at 75 of the market price through its unique channels. With this 10 margin, the Black Mountain Gold Shop enjoys a commendable annual profit, primarily due to the substantial population of over 20 million in Jiangyuan City, coupled with the thousands of fire-flying vessels and the clandestine retention of various commodities by the grassroots employees of the surrounding floating land mining companies. The annual influx of mineral resources into the black market is staggering. Consequently, even a mere acquisition store like the Heishan Gold Shop, which operates on the periphery of the black market, continues to thrive profitably year after year. The primary reason for this prosperity lies in the formidable backing of the Heishan Gold Shop, as an enterprise of the underground force known as the Haishanhui. It remains unassailable by ordinary factions, while those capable of challenging it are typically dismissive of such endeavors. However, today is different. In the shadows of an alley, several figures are discreetly surveilling the entirety of the Heishan Gold Shop. These individuals have been fixated on the establishment for nearly 10 days. Yet neither the shop nor the Haishanhui has sensed any disturbance, which speaks volumes about the capabilities of these watchers. In a corner at the rear, a man clad in a black hat suddenly receives a notification through his communicator. Instantly, his previously languid demeanor shifts, although his expression remains unchanged. A profound respect flickers in his eyes. The target has been confirmed. Within the Haishan Gold shop, initiate the operation. Acknowledged. Following this command, the figures disperse throughout the streets spring into action, unleashing their first-tier aura of pressure, their brows illuminated with a ghostly light. Consequently, 10 astonishingly powerful soldier puppets materialize around each figure. Indeed, these 4 individuals are all first-tier fire-flying ship captains, each equipped with specialized components known as soldier puppet trees aboard their vessels. This display inevitably creates a significant commotion, alerting a first-tier ghostly energy airship captain stationed within the Haishan Gold shop, who swiftly senses something amiss. However, this first-tier captain of the Haishanhui lacks the specialized soldier puppet trees aboard his vessel, and the confined space within the shop does not permit the immediate summoning of a ghostly energy airship. Thus, he can only rush towards the exit. Although the black market is chaotic, it is a product of the tacit acceptance of various forces throughout Jiaoyuan City, hence it possesses its own surveillance system. Yet, the figures outside are evidently well prepared and will not allow him to escape easily. The appearance of 40 first-tier soldier puppets effectively seals off the Haishan Gold shop. Regardless of where the first-tier captain attempts to break free, he would inevitably face the onslaught of at least 3 soldier puppets. With a 40-to-1 advantage and the initiative firmly in their hands, the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the outset. Within less than 10 seconds, the high-ranking member of the Haishanhui, who had also undergone a life transformation and achieved level 14 in guiding techniques, is subdued like a lifeless pig by several soldier puppets. Having accomplished their task, the 4 figures swiftly retreat from the street, showing no attachment to the vast quantities of mineral resources housed within the Haishan Gold shop. 2 minutes later, the individual who had made the move had long since vanished from sight. It was only then that the black market patrol, arriving tardily in their kinetic hovercraft, commenced a search that yielded no clues, ultimately departing in resignation. As for the subsequent reactions from the Black Mountain Society, they were beyond the purview of the black market's concerns. While the Black Mountain Society was not to be underestimated, it paled in comparison to the myriad of forces within the entirety of Jiaoyuan City, rendering it insignificant in the grand scheme. Otherwise, its operations would not be confined to the periphery of the black market. It is essential to recognize that the core area represents the very essence of the Jiaoyuan black market, with at least 90 of the various resources flowing into it transacted within this central zone each year. A fundamental criterion distinguishing first-tier forces from second-tier ones in Jiaoyuan City lies in whether a particular faction possesses its own enterprises within the core area of the black market. Chapter 39. The Merfolk. This singular detail serves to highlight the status of the Black Mountain within the city of Jiaoyuan. At this moment, Songqi remained entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in the black market of Jiaoyuan. After exhausting all his funds, he departed from the Xinhua shopping center in Jiaoyuan. 2 days later, within the bustling marketplace of the Myriad Realms, after a full day of intensive study in the all-attribute training chamber, Songqi appeared somewhat invigorated as he stood before the random deployment platform of the ultra-long-range spatial gateway, awaiting the moment when the platform's buffering would conclude. 59s, 58s, 1s, 0. As the countdown reached its finality, Songqi unhesitatingly activated the deployment platform once more. The platform, which initially displayed 10 luminous silhouettes, had now expanded to 19, indicating that a total of 19 spatial gateways had been deployed throughout the boundless and fragmented star sea. Perhaps due to the nearly doubled number of gateways, mere minutes after activation, fluctuations in space rippled at the marketplace's entrance, signaling that life forms had indeed traversed through the gateways into the market. Turning his gaze, he beheld several stealthy figures. Their upper bodies were human, while their lower halves resembled that of fish. This time, there was no need to consult the compendium of civilizations and creatures, for Songqi was well acquainted with this race, the Merfolk. The beauty of the mermaids within this lineage was renowned throughout the shattered star sea, albeit not for commendable reasons, but rather for their infamous allure: servants, concubines, and coveted treasures. However, the Merfolk entering the marketplace at this moment were merely ordinary Merfolk, rather than the exceedingly rare mermaids. Songqi remained intrigued, as this species was quite rare in the star sea, typically flourishing only in regions where aquatic expanses dominated terrestrial areas. Upon their arrival in the marketplace, the Merfolk began to curiously survey their surroundings. Observing this, Songqi approached them, noting their evident educational background. They were clearly no strangers to the world, as they communicated effortlessly in the universal tongue of the star sea without the need for a translation device. Yet, his interest soon waned. These merfolk were evidently youthful and inexperienced, and while they readily shared information, they possessed little of value. Apart from some pearls harvested from deep-sea clams, they offered only decorative seashells, which failed to captivate Song-Chi's attention. Although deep-sea pearls held potential value, their worth was contingent upon age. Pearls over 300 years could be ground into powder to enhance the cultivation of guiding techniques and, when paired with a ghost energy cultivation platform, yielded remarkable results. Pearls aged over 1,000 years would significantly accelerate the cultivation of guiding techniques at level 20 or above. Regrettably, the pearls presented by these merfolk were mostly a few decades old, with none reaching a century, rendering their enhancement to guiding techniques virtually negligible. Since Song-Chi found their offerings unworthy, the merfolk soon realized that they were unable to procure any items from the various shops within the marketplace, which left them utterly disheartened. In the gene optimization apothecary, even a mere whiff of the basic gene optimization elixir stirred within Gore an intense yearning from the cells deep within his being. Undoubtedly, this potion held immeasurable benefits for him. With just a few more doses, it could even elevate his bloodline to a transcendent state. The thought of the merfolk's reverence for their bloodline traditions in the Coral Sea ignited a captivating gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, he inquired, "How may one procure this special elixir?" As his words faded, the luminous screen at the center of the shop began to shift. The deep-sea pearl's vintage is insufficient. The higher the age, the greater the value, with a minimum requirement of 300 years. He could comprehend the reasoning. The shattered star sea stretched for countless trillions of light years, nurturing a multitude of civilizations. Among those non-technological cultures which sought to channel their might inward, the quality of one and Apos' genes bloodline fundamentally dictated the course of an individual and Apos' life within those societies. Born into such civilizations, those cursed with inferior bloodlines yet harboring ambition were indeed pitiable, for they saw no glimmer of hope. Yet, what was once deemed hopeless now lay before him, and the exhilaration within him was palpable. As the male merfolk nonchalantly made his way toward the market entrance, Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, uncertain if the encounter would yield an unexpected delight. In the Blood Sea, amidst the Coral Sea, 200 miles north of the Conch Island, an ephemeral portal had mysteriously manifested beneath the waves. At that moment, a faint ripple of spatial disturbance emerged from within the portal, and Gore, who had just exited the celestial marketplace, materialized before it. Casting a glance at the now tranquil portal, the brilliance in Gore and Apos' eyes could no longer be concealed. The ambition he had long kept buried resurfaced, and this time he no longer sought to suppress it, spiraling into a fervor he could not contain. On Conch Island, the hollowed interior of the isle housed a somewhat dilapidated palace, the ancestral ground of the Copper Spear tribe of the merfolk. Once a royal tribe, the Copper Spear had fallen into decline after numerous tribulations, under the relentless oppression from larger tribes. The territory they could command had dwindled to merely the expanse of the Conch Islands, yielding pitiable resources each year. Through generations, the once noble bloodline of the Copper Spear had deteriorated, with the strongest among them barely reaching the second tier, precariously situated in this merciless sea of blood. Deep within a concealed underwater cavern, the tribe's chieftain glared fiercely at Gore. "You wish to exchange a pearl over 300 years old for that unknown elixir? Gore, you must be out of your mind." Gore steadfastly met the gaze of the second-tier merman. "Father, I am certain that elixir can purify our diluted royal bloodline. With your current strength, should you manage to double the purity of your bloodline, you will undoubtedly ascend to the third tier." The chieftain of the Copper Spear tribe fixed his gaze upon his son, his tone grave. "You must comprehend the weight of your words. The extraordinary artifact that purifies bloodlines is exceedingly rare. Should it prove to be a fabrication, your monthly allocation of resources will be diminished by 80% henceforth." Gore did not waver, resolutely nodding in agreement. The chieftain uttered no further words. Instead, he gestured with a wave of his hand, casting forth a jade box, within which lay several lustrous, translucent pearls. Chapter 40. The Deceptive King Song-Chi in the Celestial Market. As time progressed, an increasing number of exotic beings flooded into the market, rendering the streets increasingly vibrant. Yet, Song-Chi remained disheartened. He lingered in the stall area, hoping to uncover a few more extraordinary treasures akin to those he had discovered previously, but his efforts were met with disappointment. The items within the shops, uniformly priced at 5 times their acquisition cost, while still immensely popular, were merely expected returns and thus offered no element of surprise. What he truly desired was an unforeseen windfall. At that moment, a spark of interest ignited in his eyes as he directed his gaze towards the entrance of the market. Pray tell, how many of these gene optimization potions could one obtain in exchange for a 300-year-old deep-sea clam pearl? In the center of the shop, Gear appeared somewhat anxious. The Copper Spear tribe had long fallen from grace, even with his father serving as the tribal chief and being a second-tier merfolk. He could only offer 6 pearls of such antiquity. Naturally, it would be ideal to exchange them for a greater quantity of these gene potions. In the freestall area. While Song-Chi remained still, his thoughts had already shifted to the gene potion shop. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a price. 1 300-year deep-sea clam pearl may be exchanged for 3 gene optimization potions. According to the market prices of the Morningstar Duchy, a 300-year-old deep-sea pearl could fetch over 200,000 credit points, while 3 basic gene potions were valued at 30,000 credit points, yielding a profit margin exceeding 6-fold. A proposition Song-Chi deemed reasonable. Unbeknownst to Gear, who was oblivious to Song-Chi's calculations, he rummaged through his belongings and produced 4 300-year deep-sea clam pearls, which he held in his palm. I will take 3 gene optimization potions, he declared. Song-Chi, unhurried, harnessed the power of the market and Oppo's laws to retrieve one of the pearls, and from beneath the counter, 3 basic gene potions floated forth, landing in Gear's hands. Eagerly, Gear seized one of the potions and consumed it without hesitation. For a being unaccustomed to such substances, the effects of the basic gene potion were remarkable. After enduring a painful yet transformative genetic modification, he felt the resurgence of a familiar, formidable bloodline, prompting him to erupt into joyous laughter. Without delay, he produced the 3 deep-sea clam pearls once more, exchanging them for 9 gene optimization potions. But the surprising exchange did not end there. Under Song-Chi and Oppo's astonished gaze, he revealed 2 larger deep-sea clam pearls. The 700-year and 900-year pearls were far more precious than their 300-year counterpart. How many gene potions could be procured in exchange for these 2 pearls? A 700-year deep-sea pearl can be exchanged for 10 gene optimization potions, while a 900-year pearl can be exchanged for 20 potions. Observing these exchange figures, Gear and Oppo's expression reflected a mix of excitement and an underlying struggle. The value of deep-sea pearls exceeding 700 years was substantial, even in the heyday of the Copper Spear tribe, when they were a royal clan among the merfolk. Their treasury held no more than 50 pearls of such age. Once these 2 deep-sea clam pearls are exchanged, considering the current extent of the Copper Spear tribe's dominion over the seas, it is unlikely that such vintage deep-sea clam pearls will be collected again. The aura emanating from this human was rather ordinary, yet his tone was undeniably intimidating. May I inquire how many of these genetic potions your establishment possesses? If the quantity is not excessive, I shall take them all. As he spoke, the individual cast forth a substantial amount of floating land essence and life course, comprising both 0-tier and 1st-tier grades. Upon hearing this, Gore ceased his hesitation and swiftly replied, "Let us proceed with the exchange. I will trade these 2 pearls, aged 700 and 900 years, for genetic potions." In that fleeting moment, Gore was oblivious to the slight upward curve of the human's lips behind him, which was quickly masked. This human was, of course, Song-Chi. He approached to stoke the flames of the hesitant fishman. The rarity of the 700 and 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearls was undeniable, and they would be immensely beneficial for his guiding technique at level 5. He was unwilling to let them slip away. Given his current pace of cultivation, even with the acceleration provided by the all-attribute training room, breaking through to level 6 in guiding technique would still take half a year. This speed was not slow, indeed quite rapid, especially considering it had taken him less than a month to advance from level 4 to level 5. However, Song-Chi was dissatisfied with this pace. The journey to mastering guiding techniques would be long, and if the early stages were so sluggish, what would become of him when he reached levels 30 or even 40? With these 2 pearls, he was confident he could elevate his guiding technique to level 6 within a month, and coupled with the previous 4 300-year pearls, he believed he could push it to level 7 within 3 months. Upon handing 30 basic genetic potions to Gore, Song-Chi was resolute. Once the transaction was complete, any subsequent regrets from Gore would be futile. The trading rules he devised for this celestial marketplace mandated adherence to the principle of voluntary agreement. If either party disagreed, the transaction could not proceed. Yet, once the trade was successfully executed, any later remorse would hold no weight. Clearing his throat, aware that the fishman's transaction was complete, Song-Chi knew it was his turn to take the stage. He coughed lightly to capture Gore's attention, then continued, "Might I inquire how many genetic potions remain in your inventory?" Simultaneously, he concentrated, causing the text on the luminous screen to shift, approaching 5 digits. Seeing this, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Such an abundance! Alas, my funds are insufficient. Otherwise, I would certainly acquire them all." Upon hearing his words, Gore instinctively nodded, resonating with the sentiment. Seizing the opportunity, Song-Chi initiated a conversation. "My friend, I noticed you procured a considerable number of these genetic potions. It seems you, too, have recognized their potency. How about we engage in a trade?" Gore raised an eyebrow, a flicker of wariness crossing his mind. "What?" Oblivious to the underlying tension, Song-Chi softly proposed. "I shall provide you with some floating land essence, and in return, you could assist me in purchasing a reinforced genetic potion. What do you say?" Gore's gaze sharpened, and he momentarily froze, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, he countered with a question. "What is this enhanced genetic serum?" Chapter 41. The miraculous tears of the mermaid. A glimmer of pride emerged in Song-Chi's eyes, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a fortunate soul who had inadvertently stumbled upon the hidden, potent elixirs behind the gene enhancement shop. He discreetly surveyed the surroundings and, finding no one, leaned closer to Gore's ear, whispering, "This is the enhanced version of the gene optimization potion, its effects surpassing the current gene potion by tenfold. I previously expended considerable resources to acquire just one vial, and its effects are simply intoxicating. Regrettably, the shop enforces a strict policy allowing each individual to purchase only one. Otherwise, I would have procured the entire stock." Instantly, Gore resembled a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, nearly leaping in astonishment. "What? An enhanced gene optimization potion with effects exceeding those of the ordinary by 10 times? Does such a potent elixir truly exist? Advanced gene optimization potion, only 9 vials remaining. Effects indeed far surpass ordinary gene optimization potions." Alongside this text, 9 glowing vials of blue potions, exquisitely packaged, appeared on the counter. Pop! One of the blue vials was partially opened, releasing a faint aroma of the potion. Although it was quickly resealed, Gore, having inhaled just a whiff, felt as if every cell within him was rejoicing, and the bloodline, already partially awakened, hinted at further revival. Instinctively, Gore sensed that this advanced gene optimization potion could significantly elevate his bloodline. While a single vial might not restore it to its peak royal state, utilizing 2 or 3 would undoubtedly revive a substantial portion of the royal bloodline. Contemplating this, he suddenly spoke aloud. Observing Gore and Apos' intense reaction, Song-Chi remained composed, while the luminous screen in the center of the shop shifted once more. "Advanced gene optimization potions are exorbitantly priced and exceedingly rare. At least a millennium-old deep-water clam pearl is required for exchange." Gore cast a hurried glance, refrained from speaking, and swiftly turned, departing the market at an even quicker pace than before. Back within the palace of Coral Island, the chieftain of the Copper Spear tribe abruptly flicked his tail, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that radiated outward, the pressure of a second-tier creature proving exceptionally formidable. "Absurd. Do you think a millennium-old deep-water clam pearl is just any trinket? Or do you believe?" Before he could complete his tirade, Gore directly produced over 30 vials of basic gene optimization potions and handed them to his father. Upon receiving 1 vial and inhaling its essence, the chieftain's eyes sparkled with realization, mirroring Gore's earlier reaction as the dormant bloodline within him began to rejuvenate. "Is this the potion you mentioned? It truly possesses such remarkable effects. Are you certain there are advanced potions exceeding this by tenfold?" Gore nodded emphatically, his conviction unwavering. The chieftain grasped the vial tightly, contemplating deeply before redirecting his gaze to Gore. "This matter represents a fortuitous opportunity granted to my Copper Spear tribe. Since you are certain, proceed with the exchange, however. I currently possess no 1,000-year deep-water clam pearl. You may try using this instead. Remember, this item is exceedingly precious. Endeavor to exchange for several of those advanced potions. Without the 1,000-year deep-water clam pearl, it would seem that the advanced genetic optimization potion cannot be exchanged. Yet, although lacking the pearl, the value of this item surpasses that of the clam pearl, as it is a rare treasure nurtured by a mermaid of my kind. A sight seldom seen in a millennium, referred to by other creatures as the mermaid and Apos' tear. As he spoke, he produced the so-called mermaid and Apos' tear and placed it upon the counter of the shop. He then added, "This drop of mermaid and Apos' tear was nurtured by my ancestor, a third-tier mermaid, capable of facilitating the metamorphosis of life levels for the majority of beings in the Star Sea. When this crystalline tear, more lustrous than a deep-water pearl, appeared, all of Song-Chi's attention converged upon it. The mermaid's tear was something he was intimately familiar with, as it is one of the few known substances that can enhance the success rate of advancement for the Emberfire fleet. According to this goal, this drop of mermaid's tear, nurtured by a third-tier mermaid, implies that it can similarly enhance the success rate for advancements of third-tier and below Emberfire fleets. The ascent from first to second tier boosts success by 10, while the transition from second to third tier increases it by 5. Though these figures may seem modest, they hold immense significance for every captain preparing to embark on their promotion, ranking second only to their very lives. Presently, Song-Chi was in dire need of this item. The success rate for his mother's dragonfly's advancement was alarmingly low, and despite his father's best efforts, optimism was scarce. If a treasure to enhance the success rate could be procured, his father would have utilized it long ago, rather than delaying until now. Especially since the titanium crystal remained elusive. Thus, he was resolute in acquiring this mermaid's tear. Third-tier mermaid's tear, of considerable value. In light of the item's worth, the limitation of 1 advanced genetic optimization potion per person has been lifted. 3 can be exchanged. Initially, he intended to offer for 1, but upon reflection, he deemed this too excessive. Should he provoke Goal into refusing the exchange, would he then have to engage in a tedious negotiation on the virtual screen? He had established his persona with all trading intelligences in the shops as entirely fair and just, with fixed prices, so to preserve this persona, he ultimately decided on a quantity of 3. This number was neither too much nor too little, it was the most appropriate amount, and he was confident Goal would not refuse. Indeed, as he had anticipated, although Goal initially sought to haggle, it ultimately acquiesced to the transaction when the intelligent screen offered no concessions. With 3 intermediate genetic optimization potions now in Goal and Imp, Appos, S possession, Song-Chi too held the mermaid and Imp, Appos, S tear. And he could hardly contain the joy swelling within him. With the addition of this mermaid and Appos, S tear, my father would devise a plan, and after 7 months, the dragonfly would officially advance, with a success rate exceeding 50. Although it remains somewhat precarious, it is still significantly higher than the previous 24. Furthermore, if we can indeed acquire that titanium crystal, there should be considerable enhancements to follow. Chapter 42. Summary of earnings as time elapsed and the influx of foreign races into the market increased. Song-Chi expended over 2,000 strands of zero-tier floating land source to procure goods, which he subsequently sold out entirely. He sold 1 basic genetic optimization potion for 5 strands of zero-tier floating land source. For the 20 tungsten gold spears and shields, he sold them for 5 strands as well. A set of basic civilian exoskeletons valued at 200,000 credit points, or 20 strands of zero-tier floating land source, was sold for 100 strands. With these prices, which often multiplied several times, Song-Chi and Appos' funds swiftly exceeded 8,000 strands of zero-tier floating land source, resulting in substantial profits. Moreover, his spirits were further elevated by the fact that among the goods valued at over 8,000 strands, there were more than 100 strands of first-tier floating land source, coupled with the 32 strands he already possessed. This was sufficient for him to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator components multiple times. Yet, this was not the end. Transactions in the freestall area continued, allowing him to collect a few transaction taxes every minute. Song-Chi estimated that by the time this trading event concluded, his funds would surpass 10,000 strands of zero-tier floating land source. In addition, he persistently acquired materials with significant price disparities, planning to sell them on the black market for additional profit. The only regret he had was that despite his vigilant observation of the various stalls, he had yet to discover another celestial wonder. He did not dwell on this too much, understanding that the current market level was merely LV9, and only zero-tier celestial beings could enter through the spatial portals. The probability of zero-tier creatures obtaining celestial wonders was exceedingly low. Realizing this, he refrained from actively pursuing celestial wonders, knowing that as the market level rose, the chances of such wonders appearing would considerably increase. Several hours later, half an hour before the trading event was set to conclude, Song-Chi tentatively set up a stall, displaying over 2,000 strands of zero-tier floating land source. His considerable display quickly drew the attention of numerous foreign races, and soon, over 100 gathered around his stall. Just as the curious onlookers wondered what Song-Chi intended to trade for these strands, he produced a sign inscribed with the universal language of the Star Sea, which elicited a wave of murmurs. Exchange for first-tier floating land source. 11 strands of zero-tier floating land source for 1 strand of first-tier floating land source. Upon realizing his intention to exchange for first-tier floating land source, the majority of the gathered foreign races dispersed. First-tier floating land source was already scarce compared to zero-tier, and most did not possess any to exchange. Song-Chi was not surprised by this. Instead, he felt a flicker of delight upon noticing that several dozen figures remained. Although the exchange rate between the first-order and zero-order floating land essence in the market has consistently been 110, the offered rate of 111 is somewhat disadvantageous. However, compared to the rates of 114 or 115 from the Morning Star Duchy, this ratio remains acceptable. As long as there are foreign races willing to engage in trade, he is certain not to incur losses. Soon, an unidentified foreigner stepped forward to inquire. 111 is a bit low. If you could offer 12 strands of zero-order floating land essence for 1 strand of first-order essence, I would be willing to exchange 10 strands with you. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi resolutely shook his head. Although a rate of 112 would not result in a loss, he had to earn something for his efforts. After all, would he work for free? The prices for first-order floating land essence in the black market are notoriously unstable. While 114 may be the average trading ratio, who can guarantee that he wouldn't be pressured down to 112 when he attempts to sell? Seeing his unwavering stance, some foreign races chose to depart, leaving fewer than 20 before his stall. Nevertheless, Song-Chi felt sufficiently satisfied. Surely, among these nearly 20 foreigners, he could manage to make some successful trades. Moreover, this was merely a spontaneous endeavor, requiring no significant investment. Even if he ended up not trading with a single one, it would not be a matter of great concern. The final outcome exceeded Song-Chi and Appo's expectation significantly. Out of the 18 foreigners, he successfully engaged in trade with 12, one of whom even exchanged a substantial quantity of 100 strands at once. By the conclusion of this trading event, the total funds in Song-Chi and Appo's possession surpassed 11,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence, with the quantity of first-order floating land essence reaching as high as 302 strands. As for the remaining materials, excluding 6 deep-water clam pearls and the mermaid and Appo's S-tier, as well as mercury crystals, refined gold, and life course resources he would need for future enhancements, the total value of other usable materials exceeded 5,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. Song-Chi intended to retain approximately 2,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence. Considering the limited number of foreign races that could enter the market during each opening due to the current quantity of spatial portals in the celestial market, he estimated that keeping 2,000 strands for procurement would suffice. Retaining more would be futile, as the market scale is inherently limited, and excess stock would likely remain unsold. As for the remaining 3,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence, he planned to utilize them entirely for enhancing the Arc of the Heavens. In the 2 days following the market transaction, Song-Chi made several trips to the black market, converting the batch of materials worth over 3,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence entirely into zero-order essence, mercury crystals, refined gold, and other resources for ship enhancement, before retreating back into the celestial market. In the free stall area of the celestial market, the Arc of the Heavens had already been summoned and had been prepared over the past 2 days. Without hesitation, Song-Chi initiated a new round of ship enhancements. The first component to be upgraded was, naturally, the highest quality part on the Arc of the Heavens, the dark matter energy shield generator. This orange glory quality energy shield had performed admirably during the previous confrontation with the peak first-order gold-eating vine, further solidifying Song-Chi's resolve to continue enhancing it. Currently, the level of the dark matter energy shield generator stands at level 10. To further enhance it, 20 strands of first-order floating land essence and 20 tons of mercury crystal are required. In addition, a one-time provision of 5,000 ethereal energy points is necessary. While the first-order floating land essence and mercury crystal are readily available, having been prepared by Song-Chi, the seemingly simple requirement for ethereal energy points has become a significant challenge. At present, the standard ethereal energy engine aboard the celestial vessel has been upgraded to level 14. However, its accompanying ethereal energy pool can barely accommodate 5,000 points. While upgrading the dark matter energy shield generator to level 11 poses no issue, the subsequent enhancements cannot be fulfilled due to insufficient ethereal energy points. With no other recourse, Song-Chi reluctantly expended additional resources to directly upgrade the ethereal energy engine to level 19. Fortunately, as the ethereal energy engine is merely a standard, colorless component, The first-order enhancement requires only zero-order floating land essence and zero-order life core. Ethereal energy engine level, 19 quality, colorless consumption, 10s ethereal energy points, output, 118s ethereal energy points, overload buffer, 20 minutes ethereal pool, 9,000 points. Capable of storing 9,000 ethereal energy points, upgrade requirement, component enhancement limit reached. Further upgrades are not possible. Chapter 43, spending money like water gazing upon the maximally enhanced ethereal energy engine, with the ethereal energy pool barely reaching 9,000 points. Songqi quietly resolved to acquire a high-quality engine component as soon as possible. In the past, that atomic fusion nuclear energy engine component boasted an energy pool of 5,000 points even at level 0. If it were to be enhanced to level 19, it would likely exceed at least 30,000 points. There would be no need to endure the current inefficiencies in energy supply and the inadequate energy pool reserves. With the current 9,000 points in the ethereal energy pool, Songqi estimated that after a few more enhancements, the dark matter energy shield generator would likely fall short once again. However, there was little that could be done at the moment. Yesterday, he logged into the White Tower and Oppo's local network to peruse the offerings, only to find that the local network marketplace did not stock any blue quality or higher engine components. There were a few white quality options available, but their attributes were mediocre and their prices exorbitant, leaving him unimpressed. For now, he had no choice but to make do with what he had. After enhancing the ethereal energy engine, his next focus was naturally the dark matter energy shield. With a considerable supply of first-tier floating land essence and mercury crystals at hand, Songqi felt no reluctance in utilizing them. The orange glory quality components would serve him well for an extended period, and investing sufficient resources in the early stages for enhancement proved to be quite cost-effective. Within mere seconds, he successfully enhanced the dark matter energy shield generator component to level 15, expending 200 strands of first-tier floating land essence and 150 tons of mercury crystals. Upon examining its attributes, he was indeed rewarded with a significant augmentation. Dark matter energy shield generator level 15 quality, orange attribute 1. Shield value increased by an additional 85 attribute 2. Shield protection value doubled consumption, 60s, ethereal energy points, protection, 880 shield value, 16280, 16280 charging time, 20 seconds. Overload buffer, 35 minutes upgrade requirements, 70 strands of floating land essence, first tier, 10,000 ethereal energy points. 45 tons of mercury crystals. It can be said that the enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator to level 15 resulted in a terrifying amplification of its attributes, particularly in terms of protection and shield value, which escalated from 380 to 880 and from 6080 to 16280, respectively. The impressive increase in performance was undoubtedly linked to the premium quality of the dark matter energy shield generator component. High-quality flying ship components possess unique characteristics, and the percentage-based enhancements of the dark matter energy shield generator ensured that the higher its enhancement level, the more formidable its amplification became. In truth, Songqi wished to continue enhancing the dark matter energy shield generator. With 102 strands of first-tier floating land essence and 50 tons of mercury crystals remaining, he could easily perform another enhancement. Unfortunately, he found himself lacking in ethereal energy points. Upgrading the dark matter energy shield generator from level 15 to level 16 required 10,000 ethereal energy points, yet his ethereal energy pool held only 9,000 points. Reluctantly, Songqi shifted his focus to the Fire Sun Soldier Puppet Tree component. This component is currently the sole utilization of the first-order floating land essence aboard the Celestial Ark. Aside from the dark matter energy shield generator and the Jin Yin hull armor, which he has yet to enhance. Consequently, his focus naturally shifted to the Fire Sun Soldier Tree. Ultimately, he expended a total of 90 strands of first-order floating land essence, successfully augmenting the Fire Sun Soldier Tree component to level 15. Fire Sun Soldier Tree level 15 quality, white consumption, 200 entity ethereal energy points, effect, Fire Sun Soldier, summons 10 level 15 Fire Sun Soldiers. As long as the soldiers remain alive, they persist indefinitely. Upon death, they require 24 hours before they can be resummoned. Upgrade requirements: 30 strands of first-order floating land essence for 1,000 ethereal energy points. At this juncture, only 12 strands of first-order floating land essence remained in his possession. rendering further enhancements of other first-order components impossible in the short term. After completing the enhancements of the two highest quality components aboard the Celestial Ark, Shang-Chi redirected his attention to the White Ember hull. While this component does not directly augment the attack or defense of the shuttle, it determines the quantity of special component slots available on an Ember-class vessel and establishes the upper limit of the Ethereal Energy Refinement Platform and OPOS S level. Although the Ethereal Energy Refinement Platform is somewhat optional for Shang-Chi, he certainly does not disdain the presence of additional special component slots. Despite the current absence of any special components aboard the Celestial Ark besides the Fire Sun Soldier tree, it is prudent to prepare for potential future acquisitions by enhancing and securing extra slots. The White Ember hull, like its colorless counterpart, reveals that the enhancement resources required bear no relation to the quality of the Ember seed. From level 0 to level 1, only 5 strands of zero-order floating land essence and 200 ethereal energy points are required. From level 1 to level 2, 10 strands of zero-order floating land essence and 400 ethereal energy points are needed. From level 2 to level 3, 15 strands of zero-order floating land essence and 600 ethereal energy points are necessary, and so forth. In conclusion, Shang-Chi expended 225 strands of zero-order floating land essence to elevate the White Ember hull from level 0 to level 9. Although he could have directly advanced the Ember hull, or the Ember seed, to level 10 or beyond, he ultimately refrained. This decision stemmed from the fact that once the Ember hull ascends from level 9 to level 10, the Celestial Ark would transition from an ethereal energy shuttle to an ethereal energy airship. While this advancement is not particularly challenging given the Celestial Ark's foundation, with minimal risk of failure, the crux lies in the heightened dangers associated with subsequent extraterrestrial deployments. For Shang-Chi, who seeks only to methodically gather commonplace resources, such an escalation is decidedly unwelcome. Thus, he chose to halt the enhancement of the White Ember hull at level 9. Nevertheless, even without a full transition to an ethereal energy airship, the enhanced Celestial Ark now boasts 6 special component slots, an increase from the original 2. In the Ember civilization, the enhancements of the Ember-class vessels grant additional special component slots corresponding to the quality of the Ember seed, with each increment of 5 levels yielding a different number of such slots. The colorless Ember ship hull increases by 2 special slots every 5 levels. The White Ember ship hull adds 4 special slots for every 5 levels. The Blue Ember ship hull enhances by 6 special slots every 5 levels, while the Purple Ember ship hull grants an increase of 8 special slots at the same interval. The Sky Horizon, as a vessel bound to the White Ember seed, gains 4 special slots for every 5 levels of enhancement. This, however, is not entirely fixed. Should Shang-Chi manage to elevate the quality of his Ember seed in the future, the ship itself will increase its special slots in accordance with the level of the Ember ship hull. After fortifying the White Ember ship hull and noticing a substantial amount of zero-tier floating land essence remaining in his possession, Shang-Chi then shifted his focus to the long-neglected golden rock hull armor. As a component of white quality, its cost-effectiveness for enhancement remains quite considerable. Yet, due to its overlapping functionality with the dark matter energy shield generator, it had not been prioritized on Shang-Chi's list of components for enhancement. Chapter 44. The transformed attributes of the celestial vessel. The resources required for enhancing the armor components of the golden rock vessel, aside from the refined gold, were identical to those needed for the previous Fire Sun Soldier puppets. Ultimately, Shang-Chi expended 295 strands of zero-tier floating land essence and 81 tons of refined gold, elevating the armor of the golden rock vessel to level 10. Furthermore, during the enhancement process, he added 2 tons of phantasmic crystal at each level, totaling 20 tons. These phantasmic crystals were obtained from the previous defeat of the Golden Devouring Vine, from which he had originally acquired 110 tons, leaving him with 90 tons post-enhancement. With the addition of these phantasmic crystals, the celestial vessel would possess a certain degree of stealth, making it increasingly difficult for alien creatures to detect and capture during extraterrestrial explorations. The reason he did not utilize all the crystals was that the quality of the golden rock vessel's armor was rather low, being of white quality. It would not be long before Shang-Chi replaced it, rendering the use of all phantasmic crystals unnecessary. Golden rock vessel armor level 10 quality, white consumption, 10s defense, 230 upgrade requirements, 10 strands of floating land essence, first tier, 2,000 energy points, 20 tons of refined gold. After completing the enhancement of the golden rock vessel and Opos S armor, Noticing he still had some enhancement resources remaining, he proceeded to elevate both the ethereal main cannon and the sky patrol radar to level 10. Ethereal main cannon level 10 quality, colorless consumption, 40 shot, ethereal points, power, 99 charging time, for seconds. Buffer time, 6 seconds upgrade requirements, 100 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier, 1,600 ethereal points. Sky patrol radar level 10 quality, colorless consumption, 5s, ethereal points, detection range, 1 light segment accuracy, 30 upgrade requirements, 140 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier, 2,000 ethereal points. With these two standard components enhanced to their limits, Shang-Chi did not intend to invest further resources in them, as they were soon to be replaced. This was merely a temporary measure. Upon reviewing his remaining funds, aside from the 2,000 strands of 0 tier floating land essence he had set aside, 6 deepwater clam pearls, and 1 tier 3 mermaids tier, he was left with only some unspent scattered resources. Reflecting on the earlier exuberance of possessing over 10,000 strands of 0 tier floating land essence, he was struck by the rapid depletion of nearly 10,000 strands in less than an hour, prompting a sigh of contemplation. The advancement speed of the Ember human civilization and Appos' fireship system was indeed swift, yet it was fundamentally predicated on the consumption of vast resources. The entire Ember human civilization resembled a colossal beast, voraciously consuming the abundant resources scattered throughout the shattered star sea. Of course, this was not a monopoly of the Ember human civilization. Among the numerous advanced civilizations within the shattered star sea, who was not similarly engaged. After this moment of reflection, Shang-Chi concentrated, and the entire attributes of the celestial vessel materialized before his eyes. Following over a month of enhancement and upgrades, the celestial vessel exhibited a remarkable transformation compared to its initial integration. Name, Celestial Vessel, Model, Ember Phantom Shuttle, Level, LV9, Core Components, White Ember Hull LV9, Phantom Main Cannon LV10, Phantom Secondary Cannon LV0, Gold Rock Hull Armor LV10, Phantom Engine LV19, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV15, Patrol Radar LV10, Phantom Training Chamber LV088, Supplementary Components, Fire Sun Soldier Tree LV15, 16, Phantom Pool, 9,000, Resources, 12 strands of First Order Floating Land Essence, 2,215 strands of zero-order floating land essence, 50 tons of mercury crystal, 3 pearls from 300-year-old deepwater clams. Closing the attributes panel of the celestial vessel, Shang-Chi retrieved a 300-year-old deepwater clam pearl. Dark energy coalesced in his palm, and soon, the surface of the clam pearl began to tremble lightly. As time passed, the frequency of the tremors escalated dramatically, appearing as though it was on the verge of bursting apart. However, that was not the case. Once the tremor frequency reached a certain threshold, it gradually subsided. When the pearl finally ceased its quaking, a multitude of fine cracks emerged on its surface, ultimately disintegrating into a pile of powder. This was not mere sleight of hand. It was a testament to Shang-Chi and Appos' extraordinary mastery over his phantom energy. He infused the clam pearl and Appos' interior with phantom energy, meticulously agitating it without compromising its exterior. Extracting a mid-level body refining potion from his belongings, Shang-Chi carefully poured the entire pile of powder into the potion, gently mixing it. Indeed, this was the method of utilizing the deepwater clam pearl. Taken in conjunction with the body refining potion, complemented by the all-attribute training chamber, yielding extraordinary effects. Hastily making his way to the all-attribute training chamber, Shang-Chi swallowed the mid-level body refining potion in one swift motion. Standing firm with his legs planted and palms upturned, he entered the practice of the phantom energy guiding technique at an accelerated pace. Presenting it directly would be difficult to explain. Although his parents would not pry if he chose to remain silent, finding a more opportune moment would always be preferable. As he commenced the standard guiding technique within the all-attribute training chamber, the phantom energy within the enclosed space began to converge at an astonishing rate. Despite having some mental preparation, Shang-Chi was still taken aback by the terrifying speed of his cultivation. As the guiding technique operated, he felt the external phantom energy gathering towards him like fledglings returning to the nest, requiring no effort on his part to absorb, instead actively converging into his being. If the usual cultivation speed in the all-attribute training chamber were to be rated at 6, then at this moment, his cultivation speed soared to an astounding 60. Having barely surpassed 20 days of practice with the guiding technique, he experienced a remarkable breakthrough. For a time, Shang-Chi found himself entranced. The speed of cultivation felt nothing short of a dream. After a day and night, he emerged from his state of practice. The acceleration effect of the 300-year deep-water clam pearl having come to an end. Exiting the all-attribute cultivation chamber, Song-Chi's consciousness delved into his own body. Soon, he discerned the fruits of his training. Astonishingly, the results of merely one day and Appos, as cultivation rivaled that of 2 months of diligent practice. Originally, he had estimated that a breakthrough to level 6 would require approximately 6 months, but now it only necessitated 4. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, as the outcome was indeed remarkable. Once the initial excitement subsided, he regained his composure. Fully aware that this extraordinary achievement was significantly attributed to his first use of the clam pearl as a cultivation aid, he understood that subsequent applications would undoubtedly yield diminishing returns. Clenching his fists, a tinge of regret washed over him. This was merely an intermediate body refinement potion. If only he could utilize a superior body refinement potion in conjunction, the effects would surely be enhanced. Though a sense of longing lingered in his heart, Song-Chi recognized that such musings were futile. Superior body refinement potions, unlike their mid- and low-tier counterparts, were categorized as strategic resources of the Morningstar Duchy, and were not easily accessible. Only the noble class of the duchy received a fixed annual quota, while ordinary citizens could only dream of acquiring them. At the entrance of the marketplace, Song-Chi's figure gradually became ethereal, swiftly vanishing entirely within the vast expanse of the celestial market. Although he yearned to exhaust the remaining 5 deep-water clam pearls in one go, he had already lingered in the market for 2 days and nights. If he did not make an appearance soon, he feared his mother would soon resort to forcibly prying open the door. In the living room, just as Song-Chi emerged from his bedroom, he was surprised to find his father at home. His father sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the star map projected by his communication wristband, deep in contemplation. Chapter 45, Advanced Body Refinement Elixir. Song-Chi immediately moved closer. Dad, what are you scrutinizing? Upon this inquiry, Song-Chi glanced towards the kitchen, noting that his mother was oblivious to their conversation in the living room. He leaned closer to Song Chao and whispered, Dad, has there been any specific news from the titanium crystal side? Song Chao maintained a composed demeanor, stating calmly, This matter is beyond your involvement. Focus on preparing for your 3rd extraterrestrial deployment. Although his tone was mild, Song-Chi, having spent 30 years in his father's company, understood him well. Typically, his father was quite affable, but when he became serious, his words would grow more sparse, and the decisions made in such moments were rarely altered lightly. Realizing that pressing further on the titanium crystal issue might provoke his father and Appos' ire, Song-Chi instinctively closed his mouth at the thought of the scene when his father was angry. Song Chao and Chen Lixia nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. The technique of guiding ethereal energy, a culmination of tens of thousands of years of human civilization's efforts, had undergone nearly 200,000 years of refinement, resulting in effects that far exceeded expectations. While it was impossible to achieve the feats of fasting and subsisting solely on energy as depicted in web novels, going without food or water for 10 days or even half a month was not uncommon. However, the rich life energy contained in food could accelerate the practice of the ethereal energy guiding technique, which is why the majority of people still chose to eat normally. Dad, do we have a way to acquire the advanced body refinement elixir? This question, initially casual, perhaps stemmed from a subconscious hope regarding what his father had previously mentioned about the Dinghaisong family. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, Song-Chi felt he had overstepped. If the so-called Dinghaisong family truly possessed significant power, how could he have endured 30 years without receiving any semblance of noble treatment? Or was it that the current Dinghaisong family had dwindled to merely possessing a high-level visualization diagram? You seek the advanced body refinement elixir? While its effects are potent, the requirements for physical fitness are also quite stringent. Generally, only those with a guiding technique level of 10 or above can utilize it. Are you certain you wish to attempt it now? Coming to his senses, Song-Chi hesitantly posed the question once more. Dad, do you mean you can actually procure it? Song-Cha shook his head. It is not a matter of whether I can obtain it. I already possess it. If you desire it, go retrieve it yourself from the right side of the study-s bookshelf. As he spoke, he tossed a key towards Song-Chi, and, to ensure understanding, he inquired again. Are you certain you can handle it? The potency of the advanced body refinement elixir is quite overwhelming. Without adequate physical fitness, it could cause harm rather than aid your training. For this extraterrestrial exploration, I have secured several deep-sea clam pearls aged over 300 years, so it should be manageable. The pearls, although somewhat rare and slightly younger than ideal, would likely suffice. Go ahead and collect it. Originally, it was intended that you would practice the guiding technique until you reached the first level before utilizing it. However, since fortune has favored you with several deep-sea clam pearls of considerable age, it is indeed beneficial to employ them early, as the efficacy of the advanced body refining potion will be significantly enhanced. With exhilaration, Shang-Chi dashed to the study, using the key bestowed by his father to unlock the bookshelf. There, he successfully retrieved an exquisite potion box, containing merely 3 vials of potion. Judging by the markings and colors adorning the edges of the vials, it was evident that they contained advanced body refining potions. Gazing at the 3 elegant purple vials, Shang-Chi found himself momentarily entranced, his perception of the Song family of Dinghai shifting profoundly from that moment onward. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately decided to take all 3 vials. With 5 deep-sea clam pearls in hand, the 2 pearls aged 700 and 900 years would each be more than sufficient to complement 1 advanced body refining potion. As for the remaining 3 pearls, each aged 300 years, he intended to use them collectively to neutralize 1 advanced body refining potion. In comparison to the potency of a single advanced body refining potion, a solitary 300-year-old deep-sea clam pearl would undeniably fall short of fully counteracting its formidable properties. However, combining all 3 would yield satisfactory results. Moreover, utilizing them together would not squander the effects of either, but rather prolong the duration of the potion considerably. "Father, I shall take them all," Shang-Chi stated, nodding gently in agreement. Yet, his mother, standing nearby, anxiously imparted her concerns once more. "Son, do not push yourself. Use your discretion, and should your body become overwhelmed, cease your cultivation immediately." "Understood, mother." In the all-attribute cultivation chamber, once his body was adjusted to its optimal state, he swallowed the advanced body refining potion, which had been combined with the powdered essence of the 300-year-old deep-sea clam pearls. In an instant, Shang-Chi felt an intense warmth radiating from his abdomen, followed by a surge of formidable energy erupting from his stomach, swiftly coursing through every fiber of his being. Crack, crack, crack. His entire skeletal structure emitted faint, alarming sounds. However, the sensation within him was not one of unbearable agony or tearing pain, but rather a delightful tingling that enveloped his body. Correspondingly, the influx of ethereal energy accelerated remarkably. If his prior experience with the intermediate body refining potion, which contained a single 300-year-old clam pearl, resulted in a cultivation speed of 60, now that speed had escalated to 100, though this rate did not vastly exceed his previous experience. The duration of the potion and Oppo's enhancement extended for a full 3 days, 3 times longer than before. Savoring the exhilarating effects, Shang-Chi did not pause his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved the second advanced body refining potion and incorporated the powdered essence of the 700-year-old deep-sea clam pearl. Upon completing the neutralization, he again swallowed the mixture. This potion's effects were exponentially more formidable than the previous one. This time, the sensations coursing through his body were no longer solely tingling, but were intermingled with a significant degree of discomfort. Fortunately, he still found it manageable, his body capable of enduring the strain. However, Shang-Chi recognized that the 900-year-old deep-sea clam pearl would remain beyond his reach for the time being, lest he desired to risk causing his blood vessels to rupture, leaving him with irreparable internal injuries. Chapter 46. The Ring of the White Tower Asteroid Belt. Tianyu Mining Company. The duration of this second advanced forging elixir lasts only a single day. Yet the torment it inflicts upon Shang-Chi far exceeds that of the previous elixir, which persisted for 3 days. The root of this suffering lies in the potency of the potion, coupled with his insufficient physical constitution, rendering him unable to endure such a supplement. The pain is indeed excruciating. However, for the astonishing cultivation results it promises, Shang-Chi has no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. At the very moment Shang-Chi is wholly absorbed in his cultivation, a fleet is racing through the serene expanse of space beyond the floating land of the White Tower. This fleet consists of fewer than 10 vessels, having departed from the White Tower's floating land, heading directly towards a nearby asteroid belt. The asteroid belt is a mere 300 million kilometers from the White Tower, and with the fleet's swift lightspeed travel, they arrive at the periphery of the asteroid belt in just over 10 minutes, due to its location within the gravitational field of the White Tower. This asteroid belt has been aptly named the Ring of the White Tower. This belt is classified as a medium-sized asteroid belt, with a diameter of less than 100,000 kilometers. After centuries of relentless mining by various companies based in the White Tower, the resources within this belt have been nearly exhausted, leaving only a few scattered areas where traces of civilian interstellar mining vessels can still be found. Yet, who could have known that within this seemingly depleted resource point lies a remarkably rare titanium crystal vein? At the forefront of the fleet, within the control room of the leftmost vessel, Shun Wenjia expresses a slight sentiment. In response, from another escort-class ethereal vessel maintaining communication with his own, the voice of Song Chao echoes, "Let us hope." The two miners from Tianyu Mining Company who relayed the information merely glimpsed what appeared to be titanium ore. They have not yet confirmed its extraction. Following this brief exchange, the two are the first to plunge into the asteroid belt ahead, with 7 vessels of varying lengths trailing closely behind. Indeed, all 9 ships of the fleet are of the Xinhua class. As they advance, they encounter numerous civilian interstellar mining vessels wandering through the asteroid belt. Although this belt has been mined for centuries, there are no alternative resource points in the vicinity of the White Tower, prompting some miners to seek their fortunes here, hoping to stumble upon hidden treasures. Despite the passage of time since the golden age of effortless resource extraction, there have been recent accounts of rare resources being discovered, leading to newfound wealth for the fortunate few. Upon sighting the passing fleet, the reaction of these civilian mining vessels is unanimous. They promptly choose to steer clear, avoiding any potential collision with these eminent figures. In the eyes of these ordinary individuals, each Xinhua vessel represents an undeniable powerhouse, far beyond their humble reach. Especially the 2 ships at the forefront of the fleet, which are distinctly different from any they have encountered before. The obsidian hull enveloped the 100-meter-long vessel entirely, while the luminous energy shield, merely glimpsed, exuded an aura of impenetrability. At the bow, the gaping maw of the main cannon, several meters in diameter, revealed its menacing nature. And even the ship and Appos' numerous auxiliary cannons could effortlessly rend any highly equipped interstellar mining vessel to shreds. The fleet advanced unimpeded, encountering no unforeseen events. In the Tianyu Mining Company's exclusive mining zone, one of the most bustling areas within the ring of the White Tower, hundreds to thousands of interstellar mining ships traversed this region daily. In light of this, the Tianyu Mining Company had assembled a patrol fleet dedicated to maintaining order in the mining area. Upon hearing this, Lu Er, seated in the patrol boat and feeling rather uninspired, brightened momentarily before feigning indifference, stating, "Understood, let us discuss this later. Remember not to intercept too much. Or if things go awry, I want to have time to clean up your mess." After tempering his demeanor, the old man he smiled and closed the short-range communication. Unbeknownst to Lu Er, once the communication was severed, the obsequious expression on old He's face swiftly morphed into one of mockery. "TSK. That widow's son has been with countless men. Only you, Lu Er, still treat her like treasure." After his derision, Old He prepared to redirect the mining ship towards the company's inspection point, but in the next moment, he froze, his gaze shifting toward the starry expanse. It was a fleet of emberfire ships. How could so many emberfire vessels arrive in this place? They appeared to be more than mere low-tier shadow energy shuttles. Could they all be first-tier emberfire ships? The miners, including Song Chao and Shen Wenjia, quickly noticed the presence of this unfamiliar fleet, as they had not concealed their movements. Within moments, nearly all miners in the area had discerned the fleet's arrival. The result was astonishing. Within less than 2 minutes, hundreds of interstellar mining ships dispersed at an unprecedented speed, instinctively clearing the central area. However, the unfamiliar emberfire fleet showed no intention of departing. As the miners exchanged bewildered glances, a cold, mechanical voice emanated from the lead emberfire vessel. Who was responsible for this mining zone? After a moment of hesitation, the miners pushed forward Lu Er, the patrol team leader. Just as Lu Er felt a surge of terror, the message relayed from the emberfire ship merely requested a detailed star map of the mining area. This revelation greatly relieved Lu Er. He had only secured his position as the patrol team leader through connections, hoping to make some extra money during his tenure. The thought of having to valiantly defend the company's mining zone was an arduous burden for him. Almost immediately after the request was made, he transmitted the detailed star map without a second thought, not daring to hesitate. Aboard the copper halberd shadow energy ship, Shen Wenjie compared the star map with one he had acquired from the market a few days prior. After confirming its accuracy, he exchanged a glance with Song Chao. They nodded in agreement, and the fleet set off once more, heading toward the coordinates of the mining area they had obtained. However, among the 9 fiery vessels, only 8 departed, while one remained stationed in its original position. Simultaneously, a radiant barrier emanated from this vessel, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the mining area. On a small asteroid, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, the interstellar mining ship belonging to the old man, he rested quietly. While others were still unaware of the situation, he was the first to recognize the subtle luminescent barrier. The temporary communication blockade had been activated, indicating that something remarkable had emerged in this mining zone once again. Chapter 47. The influential figures behind the Black Mountain Society in the Tianshu mining area, specifically at the coordinates obtained a few days prior, Song Chao and Shun Wenjie, along with their entourage aboard 8 Firefly spacecraft, gradually brought their vessels to a halt. All personnel were alerted to commence exploration with utmost urgency, reporting any discoveries immediately. Upon Shun Wenjie's command, the 6 ghost energy airships swiftly dispersed, initiating comprehensive surveys of the surrounding asteroids. Meanwhile, Shun Wenjie's copper halberd and Song Chao's azure sky remained stationary, tasked solely with maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. Despite having executed sufficient measures for concealment prior to their departure and employing communication jamming devices at the mining site, the commotion caused by the prior interception at the Black Mountain Gold Shop had been significant, leaving them uncertain if any keen observers were monitoring their activities. Before long, over half an hour had elapsed, and the exploration progress of the 6 ghost energy airships was nearing completion, yet there was still no sign of titanium crystals. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Had the 2 miners mistakenly identified a similar, or as titanium crystal? Shun Wenjie voiced his confusion aboard the copper halberd. In contrast, Song Chao remained notably composed. There is no need for haste. Even if we encounter ores resembling titanium crystals, we have yet to confirm anything. After all the time invested in this matter, we are not at a loss for a moment more. Approximately 10 minutes later, a communication request suddenly emerged from one of the 6 ghost energy airships. At this sight, Shun Wenjie, who had been on the verge of disappointment, felt a renewed spark of hope and gestured for Song Chao to connect the call. As soon as Song Chao established the connection, a youthful projection materialized on the communication screen. Before Song Chao could utter a word, the young man's excited voice burst forth. "Uncle, we've found it. It's indeed titanium crystal. The preliminary results indicate a microvein, estimating around 1,000 to 2,000 pieces of titanium crystal. Excellent." Even someone as seasoned as Shun Wenjie, who had served nearly 2 decades as the captain of the inspection team, could not contain his elation at this moment. "Gather the other 5 and commence full-scale extraction immediately." Boom. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a sudden, thunderous impact resonated from behind, followed by a violent tremor beneath Song Chao's azure sky. Upon checking the shield status, he noted a startling decrease of 1/5. A wave of dread washed over him. The energy shield of the azure sky, composed of a blue component, had been reinforced to level 29. Had it not been for the shield's activation, this blow could have easily penetrated the ship's armor, inflicting substantial damage. With a flicker of concern in his eyes, Song Chao realized that the news of the titanium crystal must have been leaked. The ability to deplete 1/6 of a level 29 reinforced blue energy shield with a single strike indicated that their adversary was not only a second-tier Firefly spacecraft, but likely an exceedingly formidable entity within that tier. With this thought in mind, he promptly spoke up. "Old Shin, the enemy also possesses a frigate. Exercise caution. Shaolin. Retain 2 airships on your end for continued mining operations, while the remaining 4 should proceed to assist." Following these swift commands, the 8 Phoenix-class airships divided their tasks with utmost clarity. 2 remained on the target asteroid to conduct further extraction, while the other 6 rapidly converged. 2 frigate-class ethereal vessels led the formation, followed by 4 ethereal airships, as all 6 main cannons began to gather ethereal energy, preparing for the impending counterattack. Looking towards the origin of the recent attack, a comparably substantial Phoenix fleet lay stationed several hundred kilometers away. 2 frigates and 7 ethereal airships were present, with several of the latter likely belonging to the Black Mountain Society. As for the 2 frigates, their affiliations were uncertain. "Old Shin, what are your thoughts?" Laughter soon echoed from the Tongji, where Shun Wenjie responded, "Ha ha ha. How should I perceive this? We shall compel their surrender and then see." Song Zhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he joined in the laughter. "Well then, let us gauge the capabilities of these 2 frigates today. If they wish to seize from the tiger's mouth, they must possess the requisite strength." With that, his tone shifted as he cautioned the 5 ethereal airships behind him. "Shaolin, Shaoqing, your task is to engage the enemy. Should your vessels sustain damage, withdraw immediately. The outcome of this battle does not hinge upon you. Understood, uncle? Meanwhile, among the enemy fleet several hundred kilometers away, the leading silver-armored frigate, evidently the highest-ranking vessel in the fleet, housed a youthful man whose eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that this unknown faction daring to intervene in the titanium crystal affair would deploy 2 frigates, for in the entirety of Jiayuan City. Few possessed such power. However, his surprise was fleeting. His expression soon returned to calm. Despite the opposing forces' considerable strength, he regarded them with disdain, for in Jiayuan City, he was the paramount sovereign. At that moment, a communication arrived. Upon connection, a rotund man with a pronounced visage appeared before the young man. Any resident of Jiayuan City would instantly recognize this figure as the infamous leader of the Black Mountain Society, Scarred Blade. Curiously, the typically ferocious Scarred Blade appeared notably respectful in the presence of the youth. Kong Xiao, given the opponent's strength, they seem formidable. Should we? Before Scarred Blade could finish, the youth impatiently interrupted. Formidable? What of it? Let them strike. I wish to see who dares to intercept Zhu Kong. With both parties having made their decisions, combat was inevitable. 400-meter-long frigates seamlessly surged from the fleet, departing the mining zone beneath them, choosing a battleground several thousand kilometers away. The might of frigate-class Phoenix airships was formidable. Even the slightest remnants of their combat could turn ethereal airships and asteroids to mere dust. After the departure of the 4 frigates, the battle among the 12 ethereal airships commenced. However, in comparison, this battlefield appeared somewhat juvenile, with each successive assault. Only a few airships experienced a slight dimming of their energy shields, suggesting that a swift resolution was unlikely. Meanwhile, in a desolate mining area 1,000 miles away, the conflict involving the 4 frigates also officially began. The adversary of the Song dynasty was a silver warship, while Shun Wenjia's copper halberd engaged in combat with another frigate from the opposing side. Chapter 48. The battle between frigates. Let us momentarily set aside Shun Wenjia. The combat capabilities of his ship, the Tongji, are not significantly different from those of his opponent. While each offensive and defensive maneuver typically resulted in the complete obliteration of a nearby asteroid, it was evident that a decisive victor would not emerge in the short term. Thus, the outcome of this confrontation ultimately hinged upon the Qin Kong, commanded by Song Chao, and the silver-clad flying vessel. As a seasoned captain of a second-tier fireship, Song Chao's Qin Kong was well-equipped. Not to mention its Azure-grade energy shield, the ship's primary cannon was also of Azure quality. After a brief charging period, the cannon at the bow of the Qin Kong unleashed a laser beam with a diameter of 3 meters. Inside the silver flying vessel, Zhu Kang's lips curled into his smirk as he deftly manipulated the controls. The engines roared to life, and in the next moment, the vessel transformed into a silver blur. Evading the Qin Kong's attack with ease, having narrowly escaped, Zhu Kang retaliated with vigor. The prow of the silver vessel, equipped with a menacing cannon of considerable size, unleashed a terrifying strike. Song Chao's gaze sharpened, based on the speed exhibited by the enemy ship. It was clear that the quality of its engine components could not be inferior to Azure grade and was likely purple. This realization weighed heavily on Song Chao's heart, for it implied that hitting the opponent would be exceedingly difficult. It also meant that the adversary had seized the initiative on the battlefield, placing the Qin Kong at a natural disadvantage. As Song Chao maneuvered his ship to evade the incoming assault, he frantically sought a strategy, for if this continued, failure was inevitable. Yet, the silver-clad warship seemed to possess some extraordinary component, or perhaps its cannon had an exceptionally short cooldown period. Barely had the first shot been fired when the second roared forth once more. This time, Song Chao could not evade. Boom! A violent tremor shook the Qin Kong, and its energy shield was reduced to half. Inside the silver vessel, Zhu Kong wore a sinister grin. For his ship's cannon had a unique characteristic. Each shot had a 30% chance to trigger a double strike. Just then, this characteristic had activated. And as he witnessed the energy shield of the opposing frigate dim, his confidence swelled. He could already envision the moment when the enemy vessel, stripped of its shield, would concede in defeat. Pushing the joystick forward, the silver flying vessel advanced towards Song Chao's Qin Kong, while the 4 secondary cannons on board began to fire incessantly. On the Qin Kong, Song Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing that the opponent's primary cannon required no further charging alleviated some of his pressure. Simultaneously, he activated a white special component known as the shield repair sphere. As radiant light enveloped it, the shield value, which had dwindled to less than 50, began to rise slowly. Remarkably, after 20 seconds, the shield value restored to 68. Although the quality of this shield repair sphere was rather ordinary, its attributes were commendable, allowing it to repair the damaged shield value of the fireship, albeit at a modest ratio. Even after enhancing it to level 29, it could only restore 20. In this moment, a component that is seldom utilized in daily operations has proven to be invaluable, restoring the shield value to 68 and significantly alleviating the precarious situation of the Qing Kong. Observing the renewed brilliance of the energy shield on the surface of the Qing Kong, Zhu Kong immediately associated it with the rare and specialized shield restoration components. A fervent glimmer ignited in his eyes. Such components are indeed scarce, and their potential to turn the tide in critical moments is undeniable. However, he was acutely aware that obtaining this coveted component necessitated the complete defeat of the concealed-class frigate before him. Only by emerging victorious could he hope to forcibly acquire this extraordinary asset from his adversary. With this thought, Zhu Kong felt a surge of urgency. It appeared that the titanium crystals in the Tianyu mining area were already being excavated by the opponent. Should he fail to resolve the battle swiftly, they would depart with the crystals, akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. As Zhu Kong intensified his onslaught, the enemy frigate began to falter under the pressure. Aside from the initial evasion of a few attacks, subsequent volleys struck home with alarming accuracy. As a seasoned captain with extensive combat experience, Zhu Kong maintained a vigilant stance, as evidenced by his relentless bombardment of the Qing Kong with both primary and secondary weaponry, leaving no room for a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the Qing Kong, Song Chao seized the long-awaited opportunity and activated another specialized component on board. The supermagnetic tether beam generator ensnared a silver spacecraft that had just entered its effective range. The beam, imbued with formidable gravitational force, ensnared the silver vessel upon contact, rendering it immovable despite Zhu Kang's frantic attempts to disengage using the vessel's engine. Panic momentarily gripped him. The engine aboard his ship was an exceptionally rare purple component, yet it was helpless against the tethering beam. This indicated that the originating component was at least of purple quality. After a fleeting moment of alarm, Zhu Kong regained his composure. Regardless of the purple-grade tethering component, he was confident that his impending attack would shatter the opponent's energy shield. The Silver Blade, equipped with a blue-grade energy shield, despite its inability to evade, would not sustain a devastating blow. Yet, to his dismay, an unfavorable development unfolded before him. The energy shield that had previously dimmed to obscurity on the surface of the enemy vessel astonishingly regained a semblance of brilliance, allowing it to withstand the recent assault from the Silver Blade. In the Qing Kong, Song Chao smiled subtly. His shield restoration sphere was not limited to a single repair. It could restore the shield once every 24 hours, with a maximum of 2 cumulative repairs. The saga is far from over. With the energy shield of the Qing Sky still intact, Song Chao seized the opportunity to activate the third unique component of the flying vessel. This component, the purple quality Neural's armor-piercing arrow bag, had already been enhanced to level 29. Its sole purpose was to bestow the main cannon of the flying ship with a 50 armor-piercing effect for a duration of 10 minutes. With this added layer of armor penetration, the Kingski's damage output against the silver armor flying vessel would significantly increase. Regrettably, due to Song Chao's own status as a white seed of fire, the components on the Qing Sky could only be upgraded to level 29 at most. Otherwise, given the quality of Newell's armor-piercing arrow bag, enhancing it to the third tier, levels 30 to 39, would undoubtedly yield even more formidable attributes. A few minutes later, the duration of the gravitational beam came to an end. However, the energy shield of the Silver Blade was now reduced to less than 10, while the effects of the Newell's armor-piercing arrow bag on the Qing Sky had yet to dissipate. Chapter 49. The identity of Zhu Kong. Just as the Song dynasty prepared to deliver a final blow to completely breach the energy shield of the silver armor flying ship, a communication request from the opponent suddenly came through on the Qing Kong. After a moment of hesitation, the Song dynasty chose not to connect immediately, instead resolutely pressing the fire button. At this stage of the battle, he was acutely aware that the background of this silver armor flying ship was anything but simple. Possessing a purple quality engine component and a suspected purple main cannon indicated that its owner could not possibly be inconspicuous in Jianyuan City. The reasoning behind his decision to fire was straightforward. The Qing Kong beneath him was already nearing its limits. If he did not strike first to defeat the opponent, once the armor-piercing effect wore off, he would be the one at their mercy. The Song dynasty could not allow himself to fall into such a passive predicament. Boom! The main cannon at the bow of the Qing Kong roared once more, and in the next moment, The energy shield of the silver armor flying ship shattered completely, accompanied by significant damage to its hull and armor. At this juncture, the urgency of the opponent and Apos' communication request intensified, and this time the Song dynasty did not refuse. When the communication was officially established, and the projection of the opponent appeared before him, the Song dynasty's expression remained unchanged, though his heart sank. He recognized the individual. Or rather, he had seen him in the core profiles of the influential figures in Jiayuan City. While he had suspected that the silver armor flying ship had a notable background, the sight of the young man's face exceeded his expectations. If he was not mistaken, the youth was named Zhu Kong, approximately a century old, who had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier flame ship captain over a decade ago, demonstrating considerable strength. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Had he merely been a promising second-tier flame ship captain, the Song dynasty would not have regarded him with much concern. The pivotal factor was Zhu Kong and Apos' father, a man who wielded immense influence in Jianyuan City. Zhu Yaokui, the dean of Jianyuan and Apos' foremost flame academy, was the only third-tier flame ship captain in the city, commanding a cruiser-class ethereal ship that, when fully operational, could suppress an entire region of low-level sea floating lands. Zhu Kong was the fourth son of Zhu Yaokui. Although not the most favored, he was nonetheless a legitimate heir of a third-tier flame ship captain. Should anything happen to him, Zhu Yaokui would undoubtedly intervene. Although he and Shun Wenjie had gone to great lengths to conceal their identities, their efforts were rather discreet. However, should a third-tier flame ship captain exert himself in pursuit, it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. Jianyuan City was ultimately small, and there were only a handful of second-tier flame ship captains, making the investigation exceedingly simple. The Song dynasty quickly reached a decision in his heart. He would not kill the opponent, yet he had no intention of letting him go easily. While he could not take lethal action, there were plenty of valuable items aboard Zhu Kang's vessel. Acquiring just two would yield considerable gains. Seeing that the Song dynasty had donned a mask that obscured his true visage, Zhu Kang's expression darkened further. However, he was not foolish. He recognized that, given his current predicament, he could no longer uphold his pride. He coldly remarked, "I do not know who you are, but as long as you are from Jiayuan City, you should not be unfamiliar to me. In the matter of the titanium crystal vein, I shall no longer intervene." "What do you say?" Beneath the mask, Song Chao's lips curled into a subtle smirk. The implication behind Zhu Kang's words was clear, and he would not acquiesce to such a dismissal. "Zhu Kong, out of respect for your father, I shall allow your departure. However, do not mention the titanium crystal vein. It is merely a remnant of a mine that scarcely qualifies as significant, with reserves unlikely to exceed 300 pieces. Moreover, this vein was discovered by us first. So what relevance does it hold for you?" Zhu Kang's gaze darkened, his teeth clenched as he retorted, "What do you desire then?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Chao replied, "It is quite simple. Produce 2 shipborne components of blue quality or higher as compensation for your defeat." "That is impossible," Zhu Kong bellowed, clearly outraged by a demand that exceeded his limits. Observing this, Song Chao showed no mercy, commanding the Qin Kong to open fire once more. In no time, the armor of Zhu Kang's silver edge was compromised beyond 70, and the structural damage exceeded 40. Yet, Song Chao remained pessimistic. Zhu Kang's resolve was unyielding, as if he were certain Song Chao would not dare to deliver a fatal blow. Ultimately, Song Chao had no choice but to halt the onslaught, for should he continue, Zhu Kong and Apos' vessel would surely be sunk, and even if Zhu Kong survived, interference from Zhu Yaokui would be inevitable, an outcome he wished to avoid. 2 minutes later, a smirk of triumph spread across Zhu Kong and Apos' face, for it appeared that his adversary had indeed refrained from further aggression. However, as his gaze shifted to the battlefield and Apos' flank, anger surged within him once more upon witnessing Song Chao redirecting his assault towards another frigate. Though the He-Foam was merely a standard escort ship, its captain was a loyal retainer personally selected by Zhu Yaokui, having grown up alongside Zhu Kong. The loss of the ship and its crew would be utterly intolerable for him. Minutes passed, and under the combined fire of the Qin Kong and the Tongji frigates, the He-Foam and Apos' energy shield faltered, and its armor was on the brink of destruction. At that moment, Song Chao finally received a communication request from Zhu Kong. With a slight smile, he donned his mask anew and accepted the call. Zhu Kang's expression was as dark as storm clouds, yet after much deliberation, he ultimately conceded to Song Chao's demands, producing 2 shipborne components of blue quality. The realization of this outcome sent a chill through Scarface's heart. Initially, he had intended to report on the titanium crystals to secure a firm alliance with Jiangyuan City's most influential figure. Yet now, it was evident that he had made a grave miscalculation, and he would likely have to face Zhu Kong and Appo's wrath, leaving Scarface in a state of unrest. 10 minutes later, Zhu Kong departed with his fleet in silence, while Song Chao and his team continued their excavation efforts. As for the earlier claim of the titanium being a remnant mine, it was a strategic move to downplay the overall value of the vein. Otherwise, news of reserves exceeding 2,000 pieces would undoubtedly attract Zhu Yaokuei's attention. Chapter 50. The acquisition of titanium crystals. After more than half an hour, the mining operation finally came to a conclusion, and the precise quantity of titanium crystals obtained was finally tallied. Following repeated confirmations by Song Chao and Shun Wenjie, the reserves of this micro-titanium crystal vein indeed brought them considerable delight. Contrary to the initial estimate of 1,000 to 2,000 pieces, the actual yield of titanium crystals was significantly higher. To their astonishment, they had extracted 420 pieces of titanium crystals. It seemed that fortune favored them. As he gazed at the reported figures, a smile emerged on Shin Wenjie's face. Titanium crystals, being a strategic resource, warranted their efforts. Even if they had only procured a mere 200 pieces, their time spent would have been justified. Song Chao, too, felt a surge of excitement. But after that moment of exhilaration, his gaze flickered, as if he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Shun Wenjie, keenly perceptive, caught this subtle shift in the communication projection. Old Song, if you have something to say, just speak up. There is no need for reservations between us. Song Chao gathered his thoughts and elaborated carefully. Old Shin, you are likely aware of the identity of the individual we just encountered. In your opinion, do you think Zhu Kong might inform Zhu Yaokuei about this matter? Upon hearing Song Chao refer to this issue, the joy on Shin Wenjie's face dissipated, replaced by a grave expression. As the authoritative inspector of the Jiayuan Fire Bureau, Shin Wenjie's intelligence sources were undoubtedly reliable, and he was well aware of Zhu Kang's identity, momentarily overshadowed by the surprise of their titanium crystal discovery. He now found himself deeply troubled by Song Chao's remark. Given Zhu Yaokuei's influence in Jiayuan City, should he learn of their activities? Dismissing Shin Wenjie from his inspector position would merely require a word from him. What? You mentioned the laws of the Morning Star Principality? Do not jest. In this era of transcendence, where the celestial seas stretch far and wide, the Morning Star Principality, along with the entire realm of the Fire Civilization, acknowledges but a single law: no internal strife is permitted among battleships of the Fire class and above. Beyond that, as long as one refrains from engaging in outrageously shocking acts, such as slaughtering civilians with fire vessels or openly waging war with fleets of over 100, there will be little genuine scrutiny. In his mounting anxiety, Shin Wenjie turned to Song Chao. Old Song, do you possess a solution? Speak plainly. You have only been in Jiayuan City for 20 years, and there may be matters you are unaware of. Zhu Yaokuei appears amiable in recent years, but that was only after he became the principal of Jiayuan's foremost fire academy. According to my father and others, over a century ago, he was a ruthless killer without hesitation. Seemingly concerned that Song Chao might not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, Shin Wenjie continued to elaborate. If he were to uncover our involvement, even if I were to persuade the director on our behalf, it would likely prove futile. Song Chao nodded in agreement with Shin Wenjie's perspective. In truth, he was not unfamiliar with Zhu Yaokuei. The man was a seasoned fire captain, having ascended to the third tier over 2 centuries ago. Given Zhu Yaokuei and Appo's overwhelming presence in Jiayuan City, it was impossible for him to overlook such a figure. It was precisely because of this knowledge that he had always felt an undercurrent of unease. As for the director mentioned by Shun Wenjie, he refers to Zhang Yuan, the director of the Fire Management Bureau. Although his position is quite esteemed, he currently only stands at the pinnacle of the second tier. In the presence of Zhu Yaokuei, he may hold some prestige, but it is hardly substantial. After careful consideration, Song Zhao articulated his thoughts. Given the circumstances, I will mention it to my elder. With his intervention, Zhu Yaokuei is unlikely to interfere. However, this implies that a considerable portion of the titanium crystals shall be relinquished. The reason Song Zhao had hesitated to speak earlier was precisely this. Invoking his elder's name would naturally require parting with a significant quantity of the titanium crystals. After all, even high-ranking fire ship captains covet such resources, making it impossible for anyone to resist their allure. Shun Wenjie felt a pang of regret. Had it merely been a division between him and Song Zhao, he could have secured over 1,000 crystals. Yet, after pondering, he reluctantly agreed. For life is undoubtedly more precious than titanium crystals. Even if Zhu Yaokue might not act, it is prudent to have a safeguard in place. Very well. Let us proceed thus. You may take half to consult with the elder, and we shall split the remaining 10 crystals equally, with the final 200 to be shared among the 7 young ones. This is a most equitable distribution plan, and Song Zhao quickly acquiesced. The two then secured their respective 505 crystals, while the remaining 200 were left for the 7 ghostly energy airships to allocate among themselves. After earnestly urging that no information regarding the titanium crystals be disclosed, the group of 9 fire ships swiftly concealed their tracks and made their way toward the floating land of the White Tower. Upon entering the floating land, 3 of the ghostly energy airships began to diverge from the fleet, heading towards several other cities within the White Tower. The captains of these 7 accompanying airships are all trusted descendants of Song Zhao and Shen Wenjie, with the 3 that have just separated being summoned by Song Zhao himself. Had Song Qi been present, he would have immediately recognized these 3 individuals as they are his cousins, the sons of his paternal uncles, all of whom are older than him and had successfully awakened several years prior. Additionally, among Shen Wenjie's younger generation, Shin Qing, who had agreed to explore the ruins together, is also present. In the celestial market, Song Qi emerged from the all-attribute training chamber, his face alight with exhilaration, feeling the significant enhancement of strength within him. He marveled at the potent effects of the advanced body refining potion combined with the 700-year-old deep-water clam pearls. Just a day ago, he had only recently broken through the guiding technique, and now, astonishingly, he had ascended once more. The blood energy radiating from him, along with his overall physical prowess, had evidently reached the level of guiding technique LV7. In less than 5 days, the guiding technique had surged from a mere entry into LV5 to LV7. A truly remarkable speed. Under ordinary training circumstances, such a leap would require no less than 3 years. Song Qi felt his steps becoming somewhat unsteady, his body experiencing a strong sense of dissonance. Upon closer examination, he realized that this sensation stemmed from the significant changes to his physique over the past few days, rendering him temporarily unable to adapt. Recognizing this, the first sentiment that arose within him was one of relief. Upon his recent emergence from confinement, he felt a twinge of regret for not having utilized the exquisite body-enhancing elixir, crafted from the rare deep-sea clam pearl aged 900 years. Due to his physical constitution, this potion could only be employed after he achieved a breakthrough in his guiding technique to level 9. In retrospect, he was fortunate not to have consumed this final elixir. Otherwise, another abrupt surge in strength would undoubtedly have inflicted significant harm upon his body. While rapid cultivation may indeed be advantageous, exceeding one's capacity for control transforms such acceleration into an alternative form of detrimental growth. This kind of enhancement would irrevocably damage the very foundation of the cultivator's being. Aware of his current condition, Song Qi abandoned his intention to exit the market and instead re-entered the all-attribute training chamber. Half a day later, the door to his room creaked open. Having nearly acclimatized to the power within him, Song Qi stepped out, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his father still at home. However, unlike his usual demeanor, Song Chao stood upright rather than reclining on the sofa, exuding an air of cautiousness that was almost palpable. Chapter 51. Song Mingsong indeed. It was a matter of utmost caution, reminiscent of Song Ting's anxious demeanor whenever she awaited Song Zhao's judgment following a blunder. Just as Song Qi suspected it was merely his imagination, he beheld the communication hologram before his father. Upon recognizing the figure projected within, a sudden clarity dawned upon his eyes. Observing his father's flustered expression, Song Qi hastily approached and softly called out, "Grandfather." Upon hearing those words, the previously expressionless Song Mingsong in the hologram instantly broke into a warm smile. "Ah, it's little Qi. Come closer, let grandfather have a look. It has been years since we last met. I recently heard of your awakening. Your grandmother was overjoyed for quite some time. Soon, it will be your grandmother's 200th birthday. And when you come to White Pagoda City, grandfather will prepare a grand gift for you." A radiant smile illuminated Song Qi's face as he eagerly nodded. "Thank you, grandfather. On the day of grandmother's 200th birthday, I shall also present a gift of my own." Song Mingsong laughed heartily. "Well then, I shall await it with great anticipation." Besides Song Qi, Song Zhao gave his son a thumbs up, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The pressure he felt in the presence of his father was indeed formidable. With Song Qi's intervention, Song Ming-song could no longer afford to maintain an austere demeanor towards his son. He promptly spoke in a serious tone, let it be as such. Remember, not a single one of the 1,000 titanium crystals can be spared. Otherwise, you shall see how I deal with you on the day of your mother's birthday. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he added, furthermore, if you dare to secretly involve the eldest and second children in such matters again, I shall personally travel to Jiaoyuan City and break your 2 legs. With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Song-chi and Appo's lips twitched slightly, silently reflecting on how unchanged his grandfather's temperament was. When it came to Song Ming-song, Song-chi held vivid memories from his childhood, having lived with him and his grandmother. It was only after his parents moved to Jiaoyuan City that he followed them here. As for the old gentleman, Song-chi's impression was singular, fiery. Indeed, his grandfather and Appo's character was exceptionally tempestuous. He frequently resorted to physical reprimands whenever disagreements arose, and he was equally unyielding in educating his sons. According to his mother, his father and his brothers were raised under the old man's strict hand, often receiving a slap from him. It was only after his father and his siblings started their own families, having grandchildren, that the old man's temper had somewhat mellowed, at least when it came to his numerous grandchildren, with whom he was notably gentle. Without lingering on these thoughts, Song-chi swiftly redirected his attention to the titanium crystals his grandfather had just mentioned. Father, have we acquired the titanium crystals? How many? Once the communication was terminated, Song Zhao resumed his role as the head of the family, speaking leisurely. The quantity is not substantial. In addition to the 1,000 from your grandfather, I have 715 in my possession. Do not disclose this to anyone outside, especially in front of your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Song-chi immediately understood, realizing that his father must have understated the report or perhaps withheld some of the amounts. After pondering for a moment, Song-chi quietly inquired, Father, how do you plan to allocate these over 700 titanium crystals? Besides assisting Mother in enhancing her promotion success rate, is there any surplus? Song Zhao, taken aback, turned to scrutinize Song-chi closely. Can you truly utilize these titanium crystals? His tone was grave, for the matter concerned such a rare resource. He could not afford to be dismissive. If Song-chi genuinely had a use for this resource, he would certainly not be stingy. However, if it was merely curiosity, that would be another matter entirely. After all, these were titanium crystals, not the usual enhancement resources for spacecraft. To say they were a double-edged sword would not be an exaggeration. If he were to bestow them upon Song-chi, and he found himself unable to employ them, it could inadvertently bring harm. Song-chi understood these implications and did not shy away from Song Zhao's gaze. He confidently affirmed, indeed, components of spacecraft with purple quality or above require titanium crystals for enhancement beyond level 20, and the ether has a dark matter energy shield generator, which will inevitably necessitate them. Very well. After this simple affirmation, a flicker of ethereal light glimmered at his brow, and a radiant orb emerged from the ancestral aperture. Finally hovering before Song-chi, this is 100 titanium crystals. Keep them well. Remember, regardless of whether you use them or not, they must never be exposed to the eyes of outsiders until you possess sufficient strength. Upon concluding, Song Zhao waved his hand, signaling Song-chi to attend to his own matters, while he immersed himself in the ancestral aperture, connecting to the Ember network to prepare resources for Chun Lixia's promotion. Previously, he had discovered several resources beneficial for the promotion of Chun Lixia's dragonfly, but the sellers had set high demands, making it difficult to gather them all at once. Now, with these hundreds of titanium crystals, acquiring those materials should prove manageable. Naturally, Song Zhao would not expose his identity while handling the titanium crystals. He was well aware of the protocols concealing his identity, altering the collection address, and refraining from selling too many at once. At that moment, recalling something, Song Zhao severed his connection to the Ember network and called out to Song-chi, who was once again heading towards his bedroom. Wait, come here. I have something else to give you. Curiosity piqued, Song-chi wondered what his father intended to present. Just then, the ethereal light at Song Zhao's brow flickered once more, and in the next instant, 2 blue orbs of light emerged. Upon discerning the contents of the 2 luminous orbs, Song-chi's eyes lit up with joy. Within them were 2 high-quality shipborne components. Father, where did you acquire these 2 blue-quality ship components? While searching for the titanium crystals, I came across these. Choose one for yourself. The other shall be for your mother. Song Zhao spoke casually, as if it were of little significance. Yet Song-Chi understood that these two blue components were indeed hard-won treasures, representing rare artifacts of blue quality, not mere trifles easily obtained. With Song Jiao reluctant to elaborate, Song-Chi refrained from further inquiries, his gaze fixated on the two shipborne components. Soon, their attributes began to materialize before him. Obsidian hull armor level 0 quality, blue consumption, 4S defense, 15 upgrade requirements, 1 strand of floating land origin, 0 order, 100 energy points, 1 ton of obsidian. Regarding this initial item, Song-Chi harbored little interest. After all, that Song-Chiong had already been equipped with white-quality Jin Yen hull armor. Although its quality does not match that of the obsidian hull armor, under the condition of possessing a dark matter energy shield generator, the distinction between white and blue quality hull armors becomes somewhat insignificant. Unless one is dealing with purple quality armor or superior, the value is rather minimal. Chapter 52. Particle Beam Cannon. Moreover, there exists a minor reason behind his hesitation. He had just upgraded the armor of the Golden Rock ship to level 10, and he had yet to utilize it even once. If he were to replace it now, all the resources expended on enhancing the armor would be rendered utterly wasted. Once the onboard components are removed, all their enhancement levels revert to 0, and no resources consumed will be refunded. Bypassing the obsidian ship armor, Song-Chi's gaze shifted to the second orb of light. His eyes sparkled with excitement, far surpassing the moment he beheld the obsidian armor. Particle Beam Main Cannon level 0 quality, blue consumption, 20 shot, ethereal points, traits. Main cannon power increased by 10 power, 17 charge time, 10s. Buffer time, 20s upgrade requirements, 3 strands of 0 order floating land essence, 300 ethereal points. Although the ethereal main cannon on the Skyward had also been enhanced to level 10 not long ago, it differed in that the ethereal main cannon was of colorless quality, 2 tiers lower than the current particle beam cannon. This disparity indicated that both the enhancement cap and the attack power of the particle beam cannon would be overwhelmingly superior. Furthermore, there was a crucial point. This particle beam cannon possessed a trait, making it an exceptional component among blue quality items. Typically, only components of purple quality or higher possess their own unique traits. However, a rare few blue components may also come with traits. And each blue component endowed with a trait is indeed a paragon among its tier. Father, does Mother S. Dragonfly have a blue main cannon? Thus, he felt compelled to allow his mother to choose first. Although he too was in need of a main cannon, he was still young, with ample time ahead. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Song Chao's eyes as he smiled. You know, I was initially inclined to have you select this main cannon and let your mother have the obsidian ship armor. Now that you've chosen the particle beam cannon, it aligns perfectly. Noticing Song Chi's lingering concern, Song Chao hastily added before he could speak, rest assured, the main cannon on your mother's Dragonfly is also of blue quality, and it has long been enhanced to level 20 or above. You need not worry. I will handle your mother's promotion tasks. Just focus on navigating the upcoming explorations in the alien realms. In the celestial marketplace, summoning the Skyward. Song Chi swiftly detached the ethereal main cannon and replaced it with the particle beam cannon. He immediately commenced the enhancement of the particle beam cannon. The resources required to enhance blue quality components exceed those for white components significantly. To elevate it to level 10, Song-Chi expended a total of 271 strands of 0 order floating land essence. Particle Beam Main Cannon level 10 quality, blue consumption, 40 shot, ethereal points, traits. Main cannon power increased by 15 power, 173 charge time, 3s. Buffer time, SIXS upgrade requirements. 15 strands of first order floating land essence, 2,500 ethereal points. Having reached this point, Song-Chi paused, not out of reluctance to enhance further, but because he was left with only 12 strands of first order floating land essence, rendering further advancement unattainable. However, in comparison to the previous ethereal main cannon, the attributes of the particle beam cannon are significantly superior. In the vicinity of the Jiaoyuan First Fire Academy, at the rear of the academy lies a docking station for flying vessels. Here, the cruiser Radiance rests quietly in its berth, within the confines of the Radiance. The esteemed president of the Jiaoyuan First Fire Academy, Captain Zhu Yaoque, a third-tier fire captain, stands resolutely upon the ethereal cultivation platform, which has attained an impressive level of LV-39, diligently practicing the art of guidance. For a fire captain who has ascended to the third tier over 2 centuries ago and is nearing the half-millennium mark in age, there exists no pursuit more paramount than the commitment to continuous cultivation. By the average lifespan of a fire captain within human civilization, A zero-tier fire captain shares the same longevity as an ordinary person, with a lifespan of merely 140 years. The first-tier fire captains enjoy a longer existence, approximately 200 years, while those of the second tier may live up to 300 years. Upon reaching the third tier, the transformation is profound, with lifespans doubling from the second tier to an astonishing 600 years. This time frame, undoubtedly extensive, often feels insufficient to every third-tier fire captain. The enhancement of fire vessels occurs swiftly, requiring but specific resources for rapid advancement. In contrast, the cultivation of the art of guidance is a far more arduous endeavor, particularly beyond level 30, where the pace of advancement becomes exceedingly slow, often necessitating several decades or even centuries to achieve a single level increase. Thus, even for a seasoned captain like Zhu Yaoque, who has been a third-tier fire captain for nearly 3 centuries, his mastery of the art of guidance remains at a modest level of LV37, with nearly a century remaining before his natural limit. Should he wish to avoid becoming a mere mound of earth, he must strive to ascend to the 4th tier, a pursuit contingent upon reaching the required level of LV39 in the art of guidance. This necessity is the primary reason why Zhu Yaoque, along with over 99% of third-tier fire captains, dedicates their surplus time to the ethereal cultivation platform. At that moment, a call echoed from outside the radiance, disrupting his meditation. Zhu Yaoque instinctively furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his displeasure, only to discern that it was his son, prompting him to withdraw from his meditative state. Outside the radiance, Zhu Kong had not entered the vessel but awaited his father's emergence. Although it lacked sophistication, the operational protocols of fire vessels dictated such arrangements. Once an outsider steps aboard a fire vessel, irrespective of their strength, the vessel must forfeit 10 strands of corresponding ethereal essence based on its tier. This deduction is temporary, lasting merely 10 minutes. Beyond this threshold, the penalty doubles with each passing minute. For instance, if Zhu Kong were to board the Radiance, the moment he set foot on the vessel, it would incur a loss of 10 strands of third-tier ethereal essence. Should Zhu Kong remain on board for 11 minutes, an additional 20 strands would be deducted, and after 12 minutes, it would escalate to 40 strands, and so forth. Due to this peculiar limitation, every fire captain is generally reluctant to allow outsiders to freely enter their vessels, especially those of higher tiers. What is the matter this time? Even your elder brother cannot assist you, and yet you insist on coming to me? Zhu Yaoque wore a stern expression, his tone decidedly frosty. He had always held little faith in this son who seemed destined to bring trouble upon himself. Zhu Kong was fully aware of his father's lack of confidence in him, so he proceeded to address the matter directly. Father, not long ago, I came across some information regarding titanium crystals. Chapter 53. The face of Song Ming Song. As the words titanium crystal slipped from his lips, a flicker of apprehension danced in Zhu Yaoque and Appo's eyes, stirring a ripple of emotions within him, though tranquility soon reclaimed its hold. He was all too familiar with his son, were he to acquire something of value. He would clutch it tightly in his grasp, and should he choose to vocalize it, there could only be one reason: he had failed to seize it. Not only had he been unsuccessful, but his adversary was no pushover either. Pray tell, who was it this time? And what quantity of titanium crystals are we speaking of? Under normal circumstances, Zhu Yaoque would have dismissed such concerns, yet when it pertained to the critically sought-after resource of titanium crystals, his interest was piqued. A frown creased Zhu Yaoque and Appo's brow, his disappointment deepening. It was one thing to be outmatched, but to remain oblivious to the identity of his opponent transcended mere strength. It called into question his capabilities. Are you certain the individual hails from Jiayuan City? Upon hearing this, Zhu Kong nodded earnestly. The likelihood is quite high. Fearing his words might lack conviction, he continued, after breaching the energy shield of the Silver Edge, that person refrained from delivering a lethal blow, evidently wary of subsequent inquiries. Given their concealed identity and the evident trepidation towards your investigations, it is highly probable they are from Jiayuan City. He paused momentarily. Moreover, the opponent's warship boasted purple-grade components, likely more than one, suggesting a stature in Jiayuan City that is far from ordinary. Hence, I sought your intervention. He hesitated before adding, regarding the quantity of titanium crystals, the individual mentioned a residual mine, with reserves not exceeding 300. However, I estimate that number could easily double. The total should not be fewer than 600. Zhu Yaoque's expression remained stoic, betraying no overt emotional shift upon hearing Zhu Kong's words. Observing this, Zhu Kong felt a pang of urgency. Father, Before he could finish, the sudden ring of a communication device interrupted him. Zhu Yaochuan raised a hand to silence Zhu Kong, casting his gaze upon his exclusive communication wristband from the Morning Star Duchy, where the name Song Ming Song was displayed. Why is Song Ming Song contacting me? He pondered. The 5 major cities of the White Tower floating land were home to millions. Yet few captains of the 3rd tier and above existed, and they had all exchanged contact information. As he regarded the name on the device, Zhu Yaochuan glanced at Zhu Kong, seemingly piecing together the implications. Zhu Kong, too, registered the significance of the name. He was well aware of Song Ming Song, one of the top 3 individuals on the list of those his father had warned them to avoid at all costs. Could it be that he is reaching out regarding the titanium crystals? A sense of foreboding settled over him, but he instinctively rejected the notion. Soon, a figure materialized on the projection screen, resolute of visage, clad in a wild ensemble, and bearing no signs of aging. As this figure appeared, a faint smile crept onto Zhu Yaochuan's otherwise impassive face. What brings you to contact this old man today? Across from him, Song Ming Song let out a hearty laugh, and the two parties began to exchange pleasantries. After a brief exchange of niceties, Song Ming Song delved into the crux of the matter. Old Zhu, the reason I sought you out today pertains to the affairs of our younger generation. I trust you have heard about the conflict between my 2 juniors and your young one. They were unaware that the Black Mountain Society was associated with your family, which led to this unfortunate incident. Fortunately, both sides understood the limits and avoided escalating the situation. I propose we let this matter rest. His tone was warm and inviting. Yet the more congenial he appeared, the heavier Zhu Yaochuan felt in his heart. Song Ming Song's fiery temperament was well known throughout the Bai Tower. It was evident that the individuals he referred to as juniors were not merely the 2 youths in question. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yaochuan inquired, Old Song, who exactly are these juniors you mentioned? Regrettably, they are just like your own son, Old Zhu, Song Ming Song replied cryptically. In an instant, Zhu Yaochuan grasped the implication. Zhu Kong was indeed his son, which meant that the one who clashed with Zhu Kong was none other than Song Ming Song's offspring. Receiving this clarification, Zhu Yaochuan quickly acquiesced to let the matter rest, with neither side pursuing the issue further. Naturally, Song Ming Song was not one to be utterly unyielding. The Song family would ultimately continue to reside in Jianyuan City. Thus, after their agreement, he extracted 200 out of the 1,000 titanium crystals and assured Zhu Yaochuan that they would be delivered shortly. Upon hearing the mention of 200 titanium crystals, a genuine smile spread across Zhu Yaochuan's face. After all, Zhu Kong had emerged unscathed, and he had secured 200 titanium crystals. Both face and substance were preserved. Consequently, he would not pursue the matter any further, neither overtly nor covertly. Once their communication was severed, Zhu Kong, who had remained silent behind them, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Dad, since they can readily part with 200 titanium crystals, it implies they stand to gain far more. Are we truly to let this slide? Zhu Yaochuan and Appo's expression hardened as he scolded. Am I unaware of this matter? Do you need to remind me? If you lack the skill to compete and let others seize the advantage, who can you blame? I warn you, this matter ends here. Song Ming Song is no simple character. His unruly nature is notorious. If you provoke him, aside from the guardian of Bai Tower, no one can stand in his way. A chill ran through Zhu Kong. It was the first time in over a century that he had heard his father so candidly admit to being inferior to another. Watching Zhu Kang's retreating figure, Zhu Yaochuan and Appo's gaze flickered uncertainly. In truth, he had more to say. Not to mention Zhu Kong, even his eldest son, the strongest among his offspring, had merely reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, with less than a 10% chance of ascending to the 3rd tier. Should he fall, a single word from Song Ming Song could obliterate the Zhu family. This, indeed, was the primary reason he refrained from provoking Song Ming Song. As far as he knew, Song Ming Song was still under 300 years old, remarkably youthful, and possessed considerable potential for ascending to the 4th tier. Chapter 54. The final market transaction of the 0 stage. Upon receiving an unequivocal response from Song Ming Song, Song Chao and Shen Wenjie were free from any lingering concerns, and Jianyuan City returned to a state of tranquility. The 2 advanced forging elixirs, which had been tainted with deep water clam pearls, had nearly jeopardized his foundation. However, after stabilizing his foundation once more, he understood that the cultivation of the guiding technique could not afford the slightest relaxation. His father, Song Chao, along with his former mentor Yang Mingwei, had repeatedly emphasized the importance of perseverance in cultivating the guiding technique. Despite the inevitable slowdown in cultivation speed after reaching the 2nd stage, which could lead to the exhausting of one's lifespan without advancing further. The time invested in the early stages would ultimately allow for greater opportunities in the second and third stages, thereby enhancing the chances of ascending to higher levels in the future. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. At the celestial market, before the ultra-long-range space portal and Oppo's random deployment platform, Shang-Chi was filled with excitement. Today marked the commencement of a new round of market transactions, with merely 10 minutes remaining before the launch of the third market transaction. Once this transaction was complete, the celestial market would successfully meet the requirement for 3 market transactions, allowing it to ascend from the 0 stage to the first stage. The mere thought of this filled his heart with uncontainable exhilaration. It was not that Shang-Chi lacked composure. Rather, the benefits that would accompany the market's ascension were profoundly significant. Not only would it increase the number of portals available for each transaction, but it would also elevate the restrictions of the portals from 0 stage to first stage. In simpler terms, prior to the ascension, only 0 stage alien beings could enter the market. Afterward, first stage aliens would also be permitted to traverse through the portals. The implications of this were monumental. It was a straightforward analogy. 0 stage aliens were akin to children, possessing a small amount of pocket money, while first stage aliens resembled adults, capable of earning their own wealth. The more wealth the alien beings brought into the celestial market, the greater the profits for Shang-Chi, the market's proprietor. In addition to these 2 points, the market and Oppo's elevation might introduce other new functionalities, although this remains uncertain for now. However, even these 2 prospects were sufficient to ignite Shang-Chi's excitement and anticipation. Reflecting on this, his previously dismal mood, stemming from a fruitless exploration of the alien realm the day before, quickly dissipated. Regarding the exploration of the alien realm 2 days prior, Shang-Chi was filled with helplessness. While he had not encountered any dangers, he had indeed been teleported to a void in the starry sea, piloting the celestial vessel at light speed for a full 24 hours, yet failing to locate any resource points. Throughout the ordeal, it had been an endless silence. Although there were numerous voids in the shattered starry sea, many second and third stage captains had experienced similar encounters during their explorations, often after awakening for over a decade and undergoing dozens or even hundreds of deployments. However, for someone like him, who had only undergone 3 deployments to encounter a void in the starry sea, it could certainly be deemed rather unfortunate. In the midst of contemplation, the countdown for the ultra-long-range spatial gate and Oppo's random deployment platform finally reached 0. Are you certain you wish to activate the ultra-long-range spatial gate and Oppo's random deployment platform? Affirmative. Buzzing intensely, a violent tremor ensued as 19 beams of light illuminated the platform almost simultaneously. At the entrance of the market, 19 illusory spatial gates materialized in an arc. As time progressed, various alien entities began to emerge from these ethereal portals, swiftly enlivening the market. The assortment of goods within the market remained largely unchanged from previous occasions, featuring tungsten gold war shields, tungsten gold spears, basic gene optimization potions, intermediate gene optimization potions, and fundamental civilian exoskeletons. Essentially, these were widely accessible items with relatively modest prices. The singular distinction this time was that Shang-Chi had deliberately set aside a shop, devoid of any merchandise, save for a crystal counter at its center. Upon this counter rested a blazing white, diamond-shaped crystal. Indeed, this crystal was titanium crystal. However, Shang-Chi's intention in displaying it was not for sale, but rather for acquisition. This titanium crystal served merely as a sample, allowing the visiting aliens to discern its appearance, thereby preventing any oversight. Although this resource, titanium crystal, held immense market value within the entirety of human civilization and was subject to stringent regulation, it was not universally esteemed across all Starsea civilizations, thus establishing a foundation for Shang-Chi's proactive procurement efforts. While the number of aliens entering the market was limited to a few hundred, rendering the likelihood of acquiring titanium crystals exceedingly slim, Shang-Chi still recognized the wisdom in preparing for the future. By consistently pursuing acquisitions with each market transaction, even a low probability could yield results over time. Conversely, if one were unwilling to even attempt, the probability would remain forever at 0. Moreover, Shang-Chi had contemplated including peculiar fire-type artifacts in his acquisition list, though the majority of these artifacts could not serve as advanced fuel for the flame seed. The vastness of the Star Sea and the diverse origins of the visiting alien entities posed the possibility of encountering the right fire-type artifact. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. The rationale was simple. Even if he were to encounter such an artifact, he currently lacked the means to afford the corresponding purchase price. The value of each Starsea artifact was well established, and unless traded for an equivalent artifact, acquiring them through other means would incur exorbitant costs. Of course, this was merely a temporary concession. Once the Starsea market flourished and he possessed sufficient funds and various other artifacts, he would inevitably revisit the prospect of acquiring special fire-type artifacts. Chapter 55. The Moro Tribe. A plea for salvation. It has been proven that Shang-Chi's idea is indeed quite commendable. As more and more exotic beings enter the marketplace, the most sought-after stalls remain those selling gene potions and tungsten shields. Nevertheless, a considerable number of these otherworldly entities gradually made their way to a specialized procurement shop. Regrettably, upon observing the appearance of titanium crystal, these beings shook their heads in confusion, clearly indicating that they had never encountered such a resource in their prior experiences. Shang-Chi, however, was not in a hurry. Titanium crystals were inherently rare resources, and if they were so easily found, they would not have been classified as strategic resources by the officials of the Fire Seed human civilization. Time passed, and aside from occasionally checking the titanium crystal procurement shop, Shang-Chi continued his usual routine of wandering through the free market area, searching for goods with significant price disparities, while also keeping an eye out for any peculiar items. The results, however, were evidently disappointing. Rare items were not easily stumbled upon. Although he did manage to acquire several materials that had considerable price differences compared to those in the White Tower's floating lands. As a few more hours swiftly passed, the bustling market trading began to wind down. At that moment, Shang-Chi paused before a stall, engaged in haggling with the vendor. When his gaze shifted towards the entrance of the marketplace, just moments ago, he sensed a surge of spatial fluctuations emanating from one of the 19 spatial vortex gates, which had previously remained undisturbed by any beings entering or exiting. Had yet another spatial gate been discovered by an otherworldly creature? As this thought crossed his mind, the spatial fluctuations became increasingly pronounced, and seconds later, a being that had never before graced the marketplace emerged from the vortex. As he scrutinized this figure, Shang-Chi raised an eyebrow, his gaze swirling with intrigue and depth. If his intuition served him correctly, this newly arrived entity appeared to be in a rather dire predicament. The humanoid silhouette bore dark green blood coursing through its veins, and its left arm had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the right. It was evident that this being had likely endured a fierce battle before slipping into the marketplace amidst the chaos, and perhaps, even now, a throng of adversaries awaited it at the entrance. Observing as this creature scanned the rules illuminated by the entryway, excitement flickered in its eyes before it staggered into the depths of the marketplace. Shang-Chi remained composed, yet his mind was intently focused on this unknown entity, not for any particular reason, but simply due to the distinct manner of its entrance, which piqued his curiosity immensely. Upon entering the marketplace, the creature surveyed its surroundings before finally stepping into a gene potion shop, exchanging 50 zero-tier life cores for a basic healing potion. After utilizing the potion, its wounds stabilized swiftly. However, it did not rush to leave. Instead, it lingered in the gene potion shop for quite some time, further exploring the specific effects of various potions through the information screens displayed within the shop. Having seemingly failed to procure the desired elixir, the alien departed the shop in disappointment, ultimately finding himself in the free trade zone. Upon arrival, he appeared intent on setting up a stall, drawing immediate attention from the surrounding onlookers who had long been observing him. Their curiosity piqued just as it had been with Shang-Chi once his stall was arranged. The one-armed alien began to extract a variety of items from his backpack. These items were diverse, ranging from first-tier life cores to rare minerals and the essence of floating land. Amidst the crowd, Shang-Chi, upon noticing the first-tier essence of floating land, promptly inquired in the standard lingua franca of the Starsea, "What do you wish to exchange for the first-tier essence of floating land?" The one-armed alien, while continuing to retrieve items, did not disregard Shang-Chi's question. "I seek life-preserving items, objects capable of harming first-tier life forms, items that can facilitate my rapid ascension to the first tier, or tools that aid in escape. Should any of these four categories be presented, we can negotiate further on the price. However, even if some aliens possess such items, they would likely reserve them for personal use rather than for trade." Observing the varied expressions among the group, Shang-Chi felt a pang of conflict. Although the first-tier essence of floating land was indeed valuable, the four types of items mentioned were not something he could easily produce. Noticing the anxious demeanor of the one-armed alien, who was aware that the trading event was nearing its conclusion as indicated by the glowing rules. He understood that failing to secure the necessary items would lead to dire consequences. In a moment of urgency, the alien delved once more into his backpack. And when he revealed what he had extracted, the eyes of those present gleamed with intrigue. Beneath the blinding purple light lay a palm-sized mass of cerebral tissue, visually repulsive, yet undeniably a rare star-sea artifact of purple quality. Before long, hundreds of aliens had gathered around the stall, drawn by the allure of this extraordinary item. At this juncture, the one-armed alien laid bare his predicament. There are at least 5 first-tier Moros waiting for me outside. I seek nothing else. Whoever can provide an item that maximally ensures my survival will claim this purple quality cerebrum of the Brain Eater. The crowd, brimming with desire and envy, hesitated to act, each aware of the heavy toll exacted on those who had attempted to take advantage in the preceding 20 hours. After a brief discussion, the much-coveted trade remained unfulfilled. Not for lack of valuable offers from the onlookers, but none could satisfy the one-armed alien and Appos' demands. It became evident that expecting a zero-tier being to acquire the strength to confront 5 first-tier entities within a short span, or to escape safely under their watchful eyes, was an exceedingly formidable challenge. Chapter 56. The Purple Component, Brainwave Remote Control System. In response to the gathering of diverse beings, Song-Chi remained oblivious, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the hand of the one-armed alien. Soon, he discerned the attributes of this purple cosmic artifact. Artifact, brain of the mind-eating race. Quality, purple. Evolutionary potential, brainwave remote control system. Notes: this purple artifact is the result of prolonged evolution of the brain of a high-tier cosmic creature, possessing rather unique functions. After perusing this information, Song-Chi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He needed to observe the attributes of this artifact once it was transformed into a shipboard component to ascertain its specific effects and determine its suitability for himself. Nevertheless, it was unequivocal that he would endeavor to acquire this purple-grade artifact. Even if it proved unsuitable, he could subsequently list it for sale on the Ember network, where it would undoubtedly pique the interest of numerous Ember fleet captains. Gathering his thoughts, Song-Chi tentatively spoke. Merchant, I must personally examine this artifact to ascertain its compatibility with my needs. May I proceed? The one-armed alien displayed a wary expression, for it had only recently entered the market, although it had observed various rules and regulations at the market and Appos' entrance. It had yet to witness the consequences faced by those alien beings who disregarded these trading norms. Thus, remaining vigilant was instinctual. At that moment, the surrounding diverse beings came to its aid, with some suggesting, there is no need for apprehension. If you are concerned about this merman and Appos' intentions, you may request the witness of Market Space's law to oversee the transaction. Under the law's watch, no one dares entertain ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the one-armed alien cautiously summoned the so-called witness of the Market Space and Appos' law. Observing this, Song-Chi maintained his composure, subtly channeling the essence of the market and Appos' mystical laws, conjuring an illusory golden dragon above the trading stall. Instantly, a tremendous aura of law enveloped the entire market space. With this display, the one-armed alien finally set its fears aside. Once the other party consented, Song-Chi reached out to receive the artifact. Under the watchful eyes of the diverse beings, he carefully cloaked himself with his hooded cloak. Utilizing the power of the market's laws, he transformed into a merman, mindful not to reveal his Ember ancestral aperture, ethereal energy, or other identifiers. Though the cosmos was vast, it was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, he always concealed his true identity during market transactions. Ensuring that the surrounding gazes could not penetrate the depths of his hood, he gently repositioned the artifact to his forehead and activated the Ember seed within his ancestral aperture. Swiftly, tendrils of dark energy surged forth, coiling around the purple artifact. With the assistance of the Ember seed, Song-Chi promptly acquired the specific attributes of the artifact once it was converted into a shipboard component. Brainwave Remote Control System LV0 Quality. Purple Consumption. 10-second. Upon activation, characteristic. When the ship's master is marked with a brainwave signal, they can exert reverse control over the Ember flying vessel. Effect. Upon activation, the component can generate a cerebral wave marker. Biological entities and mechanical constructs marked by this cerebral wave can be remotely controlled. Control range, 10 light seconds. Duration, 40 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. Requirements for upgrade, 10 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier, 500 ethereal energy points, and 10 kilograms of soul crystal. From the attributes panel, it is evident that this is a component with a unique function. Once activated, it enables remote control. In Shang-Chi and Apos' view, the utility of this effect is immense. Firstly, it can be applied to the Fire Sunflower Soldier figurines, addressing their primary limitation: they cannot stray too far from the captain of the fire vessel, as they are mere puppets without independent consciousness, relegated to passively receiving commands. If they venture too far from their captain, they lose the ability to act, a restriction that can be significantly impactful in many scenarios. For instance, during explorations of uncharted territories, their inability to distance themselves from the captain can jeopardize safety if a sudden crisis arises. Moreover, they cannot be entrusted with executing certain specialized tasks independently. With the Cerebral Wave remote control system in place, a simple marker inscribed on the figurines allows for real-time manipulation from any location, rendering previous limitations obsolete. Additionally, marking oneself with the Cerebral Wave marker facilitates remote control of the vessel, a capability that could prove advantageous for establishing alibis. Furthermore, Shang-Chi harbors another notion. He is intrigued by the potential applicability of this Cerebral Wave remote control system within the myriad markets of the celestial realm. By leaving a Fire Sunflower Soldier figurine behind when entering the marketplace, he could continuously monitor external conditions. Should this prove viable, his operational capacity to evade various dangers within these markets would be greatly enhanced, as he previously navigated the external environment with no awareness, making it challenging to ascertain the optimal moment to exit. Leaving too early could result in lingering threats. However, Shang-Chi remains somewhat skeptical. While purple quality artifacts are indeed rare, the celestial marketplaces exist within the voids of the astral sea, and he doubts whether the Cerebral Wave remote control system can effectively bridge the vast, boundless emptiness to connect with the outside world. Yet, despite the slim chances of this possibility, the inherent capabilities of the Cerebral Wave remote control system compel him to acquire this extraordinary item. After a span of over 10 minutes, as the limited treasures in the possession of the zero-tier alien beings failed to satisfy the one-armed alien, Shang-Chi retrieved several items from his large backpack: an advanced exoskeleton, a first-tier combat robot, and 3 energy grenades capable of threatening first-tier beings. He meticulously explained the functions of these items as he presented them. An advanced exoskeleton armor, once equipped with a battery, significantly enhances strength, speed, and impact resistance, proving effective even against first-tier creatures. A first-tier combat robot, similarly, can confront first-tier beings head-on once powered. 3 energy grenades, if utilized at the right moment, can inflict severe damage on first-tier entities. After a thorough introduction, Shang-Chi felt a twinge of anxiety, not from the surrounding gazes but from the one-armed alien behind the stall, awaiting a response. These items had been painstakingly gathered, and if the alien were to decline the trade, he would find himself at a loss for alternatives. This was a precaution he had taken before his last exploration of the alien realm. Otherwise, he would have been unable to present even these few items. Were it possible to temporarily exit the marketplace, matters would be greatly simplified. A second-hand military-grade energy shield would effortlessly resolve all issues. Once equipped, it could withstand multiple attacks, even from second-tier entities. Yet the dilemma lay in his inability to leave. Should chaos erupt within the market, not only would the elusive purple artifact slip away, but even the gains he had already secured would likely vanish into the fray. As for why he couldn't end Apos, to have the Fire Sun Soldier accompany him for protection, it was not out of desire but rather due to impossibility. Firstly, as previously mentioned, the Fire Sun Soldier could not stray far from its summoner. The one-armed alien and Apos' expression wavered, revealing a flicker of interest, yet it remained apprehensive. The 3 items alone could not guarantee a safe return from the first-tier Morwa clan. Seeing this, Shang-Chi produced 2 blue vials. One contained an advanced gene optimization serum, and the other an advanced body tempering potion. Should one's strength reach the peak of 0 tier, consuming both together would enhance the probability of breaking through to the first tier. Noticing a hint of skepticism in the alien's eyes, Shang-Chi assured him that these serums had been recently acquired from a reputable gene pharmacy, their efficacy guaranteed. Yet, that was not all. Shang-Chi added one final remark, a statement that ultimately swayed the one-armed alien and Apos' decision. If it remained unwilling, then so be it. He could produce no more. After this, the one-armed alien finally nodded in agreement, albeit with an additional stipulation: very well. but you must provide sufficient specialized batteries for the combat robot and the advanced exoskeleton armor. With a snap of his fingers, Song-Chi replied, "No problem. I have plenty of intermediate energy batteries in my pack." He then retrieved dozens of compatible intermediate energy batteries from his backpack, after successfully acquiring the Mind Eater hyperwave mainframe. The subsequent trading process returned to a state of monotony, with no new extraordinary items emerging. However, half an hour before the conclusion of this market exchange, Song-Chi once again initiated the same operation as before. He set up a solitary stall to exchange zero-tier floating land essence for first-tier floating land essence. This time, fortune did not favor him, and he ultimately possessed only 210 strands of first-tier floating land essence, nearly 100 strands less than his previous acquisition. In light of this, Song-Chi could only reassure himself that things would improve after this transaction. Following this occasion, the market would elevate from zero-tier to first-tier, allowing first-tier extraterrestrial beings to enter and exit the market, which would likely increase the circulation of first-tier floating land essence. Aside from the first-tier floating land essence, the combined value of zero-tier floating land essence and some acquired resources exceeded 9,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. In truth, the gains from zero-tier floating land essence this time surpassed the last, suggesting that his fruitless exploration of the alien domain 2 days prior did not significantly impact this market exchange. Yet, this was not entirely accurate. The previous calculation of merely over 8,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence was primarily due to over 1,000 strands being converted into first-tier floating land essence. Alongside the 6 deep-sea clam pearls and the drop of mermaid tears that had been handed to his mother yesterday, both of which were not included in the tally. Moreover, the Mind Eater hyperwave mainframe was acquired through advanced exoskeletal armor, first-tier combat robots, energy grenades, and 2 intermediate body-tempering potions, none of which were intended for sale. Since these were not procured with preparatory funds, they could not be counted as part of the profits from this transaction. By accounting for these factors, it became evident that the gains from this exchange were at least several thousand strands of zero-tier floating land essence less than the previous one, a direct consequence of returning empty-handed from the alien exploration. Though Song-Chi felt a tinge of regret, he did not dwell on it. As soon as all extraterrestrial beings exited the market and the trading officially concluded, he swiftly opened the attributes panel of the celestial market. With the completion of this transaction, all conditions for the market's promotion had been met, and he was eager to elevate the celestial market to first tier. Conditions met. Would you like to expend 200 strands of zero-tier floating land essence to upgrade the market level to LV10? Confirmed. Upon confirming, the 200 strands of zero-tier floating land essence hovering before him abruptly vanished, merging into the market's spatial essence, followed by a violent tremor throughout the entirety of the celestial market. If someone were to gaze inward from the distant void, they would witness the celestial market transformed into a dazzling orb of light, strikingly brilliant against the surrounding darkness of the void. Far removed from the celestial market, in an almost eternal silence of the void, beings with dark greenish-black bodies, spiraled horns atop their heads, and dark wings sprouting from their backs drifted amidst terrifying void storms. In the eyes of Song-Chi, the terrifying void gale seemed to be utterly fearsome. However, for these unknown beings, standing less than 2 meters tall, it appeared as though they were non-existent. They effortlessly navigated through the abyss, unperturbed in the slightest. At that moment, this group of creatures, their eyes of fiery crimson and exuding an aura of savagery, suddenly turned in unison, their gazes directed toward the side. In that direction, a faint glimmer of light had just flickered and vanished. Although this flicker was fleeting, it stood out remarkably in the desolate void. Chapter 58. The Void Demons. In response to the disturbances triggered by the advancement of the celestial market, Song-Chi felt little in the way of emotion. Within the confines of the market, all he could perceive was the tremor of the market itself and the fleeting brilliance of intense light. As the radiance swiftly dimmed, he reopened his eyes, filled with anticipation, imagining the transformations that might occur following the market's elevation. However, the duration of this advancement proved to be unexpectedly prolonged. The previous 9 enhancements had transpired in an instant, yet this time was different. The vibrations beneath his feet persisted, and the market and Appos' attribute panel remained unchanged. Yet, considering that this was a significant upgrade, it was understandable, and Song-Chi did not dwell on it further. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing whistles erupted from all directions. Just as Song-Chi prepared to wait calmly for the market and Appos' elevation to conclude, an alarm bell rang in his heart. He was all too familiar with this sound. It was the same noise he had heard when first encountering the winged tribe during the initial distribution of benefits, as they hurled their fork-like weapons towards the celestial Arkansas. Quickly lifting his gaze, he peered through the ethereal energy barrier enveloping the market, and what he beheld sent shivers down his spine. Beyond the half-circular barrier, a swarm of dark, shadowy figures densely blanketed the sky above the market, their numbers beginning at no less than 1,000. A barrage of attacks rained upon the ethereal protective array, causing ripples to cascade through its surface. Upon closer inspection of these ominous entities, he noted their spiral horns, wings sprouting from their backs, and the menacing aura that enveloped them. In an instant, recognition dawned upon Shang-Chi. Damn it, it's the void demons. How could such terrifying beings appear so suddenly and in such vast numbers? His complexion turned ashen. The reason he was able to identify these creatures so swiftly was due to the notorious reputation of the void demons, well known across the starry seas. All advanced civilizations within this realm had been cautioned regarding their existence. The void demons, a type of void creature, were among the most infamous. Not only were they formidable in individual combat, but their insatiable thirst for blood rendered them particularly reviled by the majority of star civilizations. Wherever the void demons roamed, all life would be mercilessly slaughtered without exception. These beings seemed to be born solely for the purpose of carnage. Only through killing could they find exhilaration. Yet, at this moment, Shang-Chi felt no delight at this realization, for the celestial market had always floated within the chasms of the void. To put it simply, he was situated within the very heart of the enemy's stronghold. The market was supposed to possess a trait of danger evasion. How had these creatures managed to find their way here? Could it be that the evasion trait had failed? Or perhaps, as his thoughts raced, a tremor coursed through Shang-Chi's heart. He grasped the possible reason. Aside from the intense radiance that had surged forth during the elevation, he could think of no other explanation. Anger, frustration, panic. Within a brief span, an array of emotions surged within Shang-Chi. The critical point was that the earlier information regarding the market of mysteries had never mentioned such occurrences during the promotion. Summoning the celestial vessel for battle. Elevating the level of the ethereal energy protection array. Summoning the fire K-soldier. Further enhancing the various components aboard the celestial vessel. As he regained his composure, a multitude of countermeasures began to rapidly materialize in his mind. Yet the thought of fleeing the market was conspicuously absent from the onset to the finish. As his golden finger, the market of mysteries served as his greatest reliance for future ascension to the pinnacle. The orange-hued, glorious quality dark matter energy shield generator was procured from this very marketplace, and the fire source for the ignition of the seed of flame was similarly acquired from it. Today's purple component, the brainwave remote control system, was no exception. Shang-Chi could scarcely fathom the consequences of losing access to the market of mysteries. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, he multitasked, swiftly calculating the most rational and flawless response plan. Soon, having deduced the optimal strategy, Shang-Chi took action. The first step was not to summon the celestial vessel, but rather to access the attributes panel of the market of mysteries, focusing all efforts on fortifying the ethereal energy protection array configuration. It was crucial to note that the current level of the ethereal energy protection array was merely LV0, if not promptly elevated. It would likely be completely breached in no time. This protective array was crafted by an unknown celestial being from a realm beyond, boasting a defensive capability far superior to that of energy shields of the same tier. Otherwise, had it not been for its extraordinary resilience, it would have succumbed to overload after enduring so many attacks, even if it were at LV10. After expending 450 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, the ethereal energy protection array was elevated to LV9. Name: Ethereal Energy Protection Array. Level: LV9. Effect: self-absorbs void energy to form a semicircular protective barrier. Defense: 500. Shield value: 38,450. 40,000. Overload buffer: 33 minutes. Remark: crafted by a powerful being from the Starsea celestial domain. Upgrade requirement: market level LV10, 150 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. Shang-Chi could only marvel at the prowess of a creation born from a mighty being. The attributes of the upgraded LV9 Ethereal Energy Protection Array were nothing short of remarkable. It is worth mentioning that the orange-hued, glorious quality dark matter energy shield generator, when enhanced to LV10, provided only 380 in defense and a mere 60-80 shield value, rendering it vastly inferior to the LV9 Ethereal Energy Protection Array. This excitement was short-lived. Having fortified the Ethereal Energy Protection Array, Shang-Chi's expression turned grave as he swiftly summoned the celestial vessel. The ethereal energy protection array was merely defensive, and to repel the thousands of void demons outside, the formidable firepower of the celestial vessel was indispensable. As the celestial vessel landed, Shang-Chi boarded the shuttle, and with a flicker of thought, a prompt echoed in his ears. Would you like to expend 100 strands of zero-tier floating land essence to elevate the white flame vessel body to LV-10? Based on the levels and qualities of the components aboard the celestial vessel, the success rate for this promotion is 96. Upon hearing the prompt, Shang-Chi paused momentarily, simultaneously loading the purple-grade component of the brainwave remote control system while confirming the upgrade. The transition from a ghost energy shuttle to a ghost energy airship was remarkably swift. Within merely a dozen seconds, the Sanqiong began to expand rapidly, its length swiftly increasing from 7 meters to nearly 20 meters. The streamlined hull, cloaked in a layer of golden rock armor, appeared even more formidable, though it paled in comparison to those colossal steel behemoths measuring in the kilometers. It still began to exhibit a hint of menace. Chapter 59. The ascension of the skyward. As the ethereal glow on the surface of the skyward gradually faded, it became evident that the vessel had successfully transitioned from a shadow energy shuttle to a shadow energy airship. Shang-Chi swiftly glanced over the attributes of the airship. As anticipated, the attributes of the skyward had undergone significant transformation. Firstly, all 8 foundational slots on the Ember-class vessels received a special enhancement. Regardless of the quality of the components installed in these foundational slots, their effects would be elevated by 20. This enhancement is a common boon granted to all Ember-class vessels upon their ascension to shadow energy airships. Moreover, with each subsequent advancement, this enhancement will further amplify, elucidating why there exists such a stark disparity in combat prowess among the various tiers of Ember-class vessels within human civilization. Consider this, while the enhancement remains constant, the mere addition of 20 is tantamount to imbuing all foundational components with a unique characteristic that augments their potency. Such characteristics are typically reserved for blue and even purple-grade components, which speaks volumes about the terrifying enhancements in overall performance each time an Ember-class vessel ascends to a higher tier. Take, for instance, the recently equipped particle beam cannon. Originally, its enhanced power attribute at level 10 was 173. Now, with the 20 boost, it will rise to 208, 173 by 120. The dark matter energy shield generator mirrors this effect, with its enhancements applied to both protective and shield values. Protection, 880 by 120, 1056 shield value, 16280, 16280x, 120 19536, 19536. All other universal components within the foundational slots exhibited similar enhancements, and even the structural integrity of the Ember vessel itself saw a 20 increase. In addition, the number of special slots increased from 6 to 10. This aspect is of considerable significance. However, due to the lack of surplus special onboard components in Shang-Chi and Appo's possession, its impact is not immediately discernible. After the ascension of the skyward, Shang-Chi proceeded to utilize over 200 strands of first-tier floating land essence to further strengthen the particle beam cannon. To confront adversaries with 4-digit numbers of void demons, formidable firepower is imperative. Thus, Shang-Chi expended all available first-tier floating land essence, ultimately consuming 180 strands to elevate the particle beam cannon to level 16. Particle beam main cannon level 16 quality, blue consumption, 46 per shot, shadow energy points, characteristic, main cannon potency increased by 18 potency, 389 by 120 charging, 3s. Buffering, 5's upgrade requirement, 51 strands of floating land essence, first tier, 5,400 shadow energy points. Following the enhancement of the main cannon, he invested further resources to elevate the shadow energy secondary cannon to level 10. Though the main cannon boasts immense power, its charging and cooldown times are considerable. In contrast, the secondary cannon requires no such charging or lengthy cooldowns, allowing for a relentless barrage with minimal consumption of ethereal energy points. While its power may be somewhat lackluster, its suitability for engagements against numerous foes is indisputable. Ethereal secondary cannon level 10 quality, colorless consumption, 3 points per shot, ethereal energy, power, 11 by 20 no cooldown or charging required upgrade requirement, 2,000 ethereal energy points during the reinforcement of the Arc Celestial. The assaults on the ethereal protective array had not diminished. Observing the undulating protective barrier and glancing at the array's diminishing protective value, Shang-Chi realized that further delay was untenable, a counterattack was imperative. The shield value, which had been nearly 40,000 before the reinforcement, had astonishingly plummeted below 35,000, with the descent occurring at a staggering rate. With a swift mental pivot, he activated the recently installed and unenhanced brainwave remote control system. A brainwave beacon was implanted within him. Indeed, he did not intend to engage in battle alongside the ship. Instead, he would remotely control the Arc Celestial and Opos' operations from a distance while remaining within the marketplace, directing 10 fire vassal automata to combat with civilian energy pulse guns. This approach maximized the effective deployment of all available forces. Buzzing resonated as the Arc Celestial's engines roared to life, propelling the vessel out of the ethereal protective array, leaving a long trail of fiery wake in its wake. The moment it burst forth, the rapid-fire sounds of the secondary cannon erupted, momentarily bewildering the surrounding void demons, who were taken aback by the nearly 20-meter-long steel airship. Although the power of the secondary cannon may not be impressive, its rapid-firing rate compensated for this deficiency. The consumption of 3 ethereal energy points per shot was negligible in the face of the now level 19 ethereal engine, as long as the engine remained within its capacity. This relentless barrage could persist indefinitely. Moreover, despite the multitude of void demons, most were of low rank. Over 90% were rank 0, with merely around 100 at rank 1, and none yet discovered at rank 2. Thus, the reinforced rank 1 ethereal secondary cannon could inflict substantial damage. Inevitably, the majority of the void demons' attention was drawn towards the Arc Celestial, as they flapped their dark wings in pursuit. Consequently, the pressure on the ethereal protective array diminished significantly. Although attacks still occasionally struck the barrier, the rate of decline in shield value had entered an acceptable range. Target the creatures beyond the protective barrier and fire, Song-Chi commanded, positioned at the edge of the protective barrier. Soon, the fire vassal automata began to raise their energy pulse guns repeatedly, aiming at the void demons hovering above and launching their assaults. Those inside the ethereal protective array could freely retaliate without affecting the protective barrier, as its properties allowed for external engagement without repercussions internally. As for why the celestial vessel does not simply remain within the market to launch its attacks, it is because its role transcends mere firepower coverage. It must also divert the attention of the vast majority of void demons, preventing them from concentrating their assaults on the ethereal energy array. Otherwise, the protective barrier would inevitably succumb to the onslaught all too swiftly. Whoosh! Energy pulse beams shot forth, striking with precision upon the heads of the void demons above. This batch of Fire Sun warriors had been summoned for over a month, during which Song-Chi had already demonstrated the use of these energy pulse guns to them. Although the puppets appeared somewhat awkward wielding these firearms, they were nonetheless capable of firing normally. The civilian energy pulse gun is a type of energy beam weapon developed by the Ember of Humanity civilization, generally possessing power around the peak of the 0 tier. Since they were originally intended for use by the first-tier Fire Sun warriors, Song-Chi had instructed the Eagle Mechanical Shop to carry out a firepower enhancement modification. Consequently, the energy pulse guns in their hands now boasted the typical power of the first tier. This realization filled Song-Chi's heart with immense relief. Chapter 60 Crisis. Due to the enhancement of the energy pulse gun's firepower, even though the corporeal strength of these void demons far exceeded that of their peers, and their combat capabilities were formidable, they were nonetheless no match for the first-tier firepower, which could fell them with a single shot. This significantly accelerated the pace at which Song-Chi and the 10 Fire Sunflower Warrior puppets exterminated these void demons. Whoosh! 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 With each energy pulse beam, a multitude of 0-tier void demons was swiftly dispatched, their lifeless forms plummeting from the skies to collide with the semicircular barrier of the ethereal energy protection array, subsequently sliding down to accumulate around the celestial market. Zzz! The intense corrosive sound emanating from the protective barrier caused Song-Chi's brows to furrow in concern. This was the result of the black blood from the void demons dripping onto the barrier. The black blood coursing through these demons was exceedingly hot and possessed a potent corrosive quality, greatly depleting the shield value of the ethereal energy protection array. Faced with this predicament, Song-Chi found himself at a loss for a solution. To repel these void demons, he needed to eliminate a significant number of them. However, any attack would inevitably lead to exposure to their highly corrosive blood, a fundamentally irreconcilable contradiction. Glancing at the protective value of the ethereal energy array, which was perilously close to dropping below 20,000 points, Song-Chi's anxiety intensified. The successful advancement to the first tier and the astonishing combat capabilities of the celestial ship, equipped with orange energy shield components, were indeed impressive, even while besieged by dozens of first-tier and hundreds of zero-tier void demons. It could still slay over 100 of them in return. Yet, as the saying goes, even strength has its limits. After enduring for nearly half an hour amidst the encirclement of hundreds of void demons, even the most powerful dark matter energy shield generator had dimmed to its nadir, with the shield value plummeting below 10, teetering on the brink of total overload. The ethereal energy array, with its shield value nearing the critical threshold of 20,000 points, could not withstand the onslaught of this multitude of demons. Damn it, a solution must be found. If this continues, the celestial ship is bound to sink. Song-Chi and Apos' mind roared in desperation, his cognitive abilities pushed to their utmost, yet he could not devise a strategy. His trump cards had been nearly exhausted. Could he conjure something out of thin air? To make matters worse, after over half an hour of excessive mental strain, Song-Chi's own form had begun to waver. He had to remotely control the celestial ship to attack and evade, while simultaneously commanding the legion of fire sunflower warrior puppets and aiming his energy pulse gun repeatedly. Now, he was also required to ponder further strategies. All these tasks fell solely upon his shoulders, and mere dual focus was utterly insufficient. Enduring the faint throbbing pain in his mind, Song-Chi gritted his teeth in determination. In this moment, he longed for the earlier serendipitous state of transcending limits. If only he could briefly enter a state of trifocus, he would not be so flustered now. Regrettably, the previous two instances were merely fortunate coincidences, a serendipitous entry into a state of transcendence, rather than a true mastery of the skill. The prolonged concentration of half an hour did not enable him to rediscover that elusive sensation of surpassing limits, which can only be deemed a profound disappointment. Pausing momentarily, with his energy pulse gun raised, Song-Chi retrieved 2 energy grenades from behind him. Prior to his exploration of the alien realm, he had procured a total of 5 grenades, utilizing 3 during the transaction with the Cerebral Devourer for its extraordinary artifact, leaving him with just these 2. Aiming for a cluster of over 20 low-tier and first-tier void demons, he exerted all his strength to hurl one grenade into the fray. The grenade traced a straight line through the void, landing precisely amidst the horde of demons. Boom. In the aftermath of a violent explosion at the first energy level, more than half of the 20-odd void demons collapsed, with only a few low-tier demons on the periphery and 3 first-tier demons managing to survive. This singular grenade had effectively annihilated 15 low-tier void demons. However, this brief moment of triumph was swiftly overshadowed by a cascade of grim tidings. Outside the market, the energy shield of the Celestial Ark became completely overloaded, and the assaults from the surrounding void demons began to strike directly against the airship's hull. The armor of the Celestial Ark began to sustain damage, and the integrity of the vessel itself was compromised. Within the market, the shield value of the ghostly energy array plummeted below 20,000, and under the corrosive assault of the demon-searing black blood, the rate of decline became increasingly alarming. Song-Chi's heart sank to its nadir. If this continued, before he could repel the swarm of void demons, the ghostly energy array would inevitably shatter, plunging the entire market into utter ruin. Though he was the master of the celestial market, able to harness the mystical powers of this realm, such abilities were confined to the internal domain and could not be wielded in external combat. Once the ghostly energy array fractured, the equilibrium of the entire secret realm would be irrevocably disturbed, and the laws governing this space would descend into chaos. Controlling it to combat the invading void demons would become impossible. This was a veritable deadlock, a situation that was beyond salvaging. At this juncture, thoughts previously unconsidered began to surface in Song-Chi's mind. He realized he must contemplate his own escape. If the celestial market fell, he could not resign himself to perishing alongside it. The Morning Star Duchy was vast, the civilization of humanity expansive, and the shattered star sea boundless. With countless experiences awaiting his personal exploration, witnessing, and pursuit. Having finally arrived in this grand era of the Star Sea, he wished to live for 200, 300, 600, or even 1,000 years. How could he accept fading into obscurity in this void? Without the celestial market, his only recourse would be the celestial Arkansas. As long as the Ark remained intact, and with the orange dark matter energy shield generator and the purple brainwave remote control system on board, he had confidence that he could carve out a niche for himself, ensuring he would not remain anonymous. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The protective barrier of the spirit energy array quivered violently, and beneath the rippling layers, the shield's integrity diminished at an indescribable pace. Chapter 61. The advancement of the market every half-minute, the shield value would diminish by 1,000 points. At this rate, within 10 minutes, the ethereal energy array would be utterly destroyed. Without the protection of the ethereal energy array, the annihilation of the market would merely be a matter of an instant in the presence of a horde of bloodthirsty void demons. Just as he resolved to withdraw from the market, the tremors beneath his feet, which had not ceased, suddenly came to a halt. Shang-Chi and Appo's gaze faltered. Was it that the advancement of the market had succeeded? In that fleeting moment, his emotions mirrored a thunderstorm in June, one moment shrouded in ominous clouds, the next. The skies cleared, and the sun shone bright. In his excitement, he quickly verified his suspicions by accessing the market's attribute panel. Name: Celestial Market, Market Owner, Shang-Chi, Level, LV10. Upon confirming that the market's level had indeed risen to LV10, Shang-Chi could no longer contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. It was remarkable to consider that it had only been a little over 2 months since he successfully linked the Star Sea market to the Celestial Market, during which he had conducted 3 market transactions. In that brief span, he had acquired an orange quality component of honor, a purple component, and a white component. The armor of the Golden Rock ship. Such staggering gains in merely 2 months made it clear how profoundly he had wrestled with the decision to abandon the Celestial Market. Now, however, the emotional turmoil he once felt was replaced with sheer excitement and elation. After examining the detailed attributes of the Ethereal Energy Protective Array, a look of realization dawned upon him. Although the level of the Ethereal Energy Protective Array remained at LV9, with the advancement of the Celestial Market to the first tier, its foundational attributes, akin to those of the Ember Fire Vessel, had seen a proportional enhancement of 20. Originally, the protective and shield values were as follows. Protection, 500, shield value, 3,840,000, but with the successful advancement of the market, these values transformed into protection, 600, shield value, 11800 for 8000. Crucially, it was not merely the upper limit that had increased by 20, even the shield value, which had dwindled to 3,800 points, surged to 11,800, allowing it to endure for several more minutes. Upon realizing this, Shang-Chi summoned the celestial vessel once more and, with a thought, glanced at the dark matter energy shield generator component. Overload cooldown time, 835 minutes. This orange energy shield component, enhanced to LV15, had a cooldown time of 35 minutes, and with 8 minutes already elapsed, only 27 minutes remained until it could be reactivated. Seeing this, a renewed light sparkled in Shang-Chi and Appo's eyes. The successful advancement of the Celestial Market illuminated the hope of thoroughly repelling the void demons from the outside and safeguarding the market. As long as the Ethereal Energy Protective Formation can endure for another 20 minutes, once the energy shield of the celestial vessel is reactivated, it shall venture forth into battle once again. Based on the achievements of the previous sortie, provided no new void demons emerge, it is anticipated that before the dark matter energy shield generator undergoes a second overload, over 90% of the remaining 500 void demons outside can be eradicated. At that juncture, even in the absence of the celestial vessel's firepower support, Shang-Chi, alongside 10 Fire Sun soldier constructs, would be well equipped to undertake the subsequent cleanup efforts, significantly enhancing the likelihood of preserving the celestial market. Contemplating this, Shang-Chi swiftly seized the opportune moment to hurl the last energy grenade, resulting in the demise of nearly 10 low-tier void demons. He then ascended aboard the celestial vessel, skillfully directing the main and auxiliary cannons to bombard the skies above the market, thereby alleviating the pressure on the Ethereal Energy Protective Formation to the greatest extent possible. For minutes later, as the shield value of the Ethereal Formation plummeted below 1,000, a thought crossed Shang-Chi and Appo's mind, followed by the notification sound from the celestial market ringing in his ears. Do you confirm the expenditure of 150 strands of low-tier floating land essence to upgrade the Ethereal Energy Protective Formation to level 10? Confirmed, with a swish. The moment the Ethereal Energy Protective Formation was upgraded to level 10, the semicircular light curtain enveloping the market shimmered for several moments. Observing the current protection and shield values, Shang-Chi felt a surge of relief within. Protection, 1,200, shield value, 120,000. The protection value surged from 600 to a remarkable 1,200, while the shield value skyrocketed from 48,000 to an impressive 120,000. Exhaling, The tension in his breath gradually subsided. At this point, Song-Chi felt a profound sense of reassurance. Yet, he did not cease his assault, though the protective screen was no longer in peril. Each additional void demon he eliminated would further ease the burden on the celestial vessel once it completed its subsequent buffering. Thus, time passed slowly. And after an unknown number of repetitive attacks, once the buffering of the dark matter energy shield generator aboard the celestial vessel was complete, he promptly maneuvered it out of the market. As the celestial vessel distanced itself from the market, the actions of the 10 Fire Sun soldier constructs became noticeably sluggish, even reaching a standstill at one point. However, there was no remedy. The brainwave remote control system had reached its limit, requiring a lengthy 6-hour cooldown. Therefore, Song-Chi had no choice but to engage personally. Fortunately, with the current first-tier ethereal formation shield value, even without the manual assistance of the Fire Sun soldier constructs, it could withstand for a sufficiently prolonged duration. With his focus solely on maneuvering the celestial vessel, Song-Chi exhibited greater ease and competence, resulting in an increasingly rapid elimination of the void demons. In less than 20 minutes, even before the dark matter energy shield generator underwent a second overload, the remaining hundreds of void demons were entirely vanquished. Gazing upon the countless dark blue-black corpses surrounding the celestial market, a profound urge to weep unexpectedly welled up within Song-Chi. It is not sorrow that envelopes me, but rather an overwhelming impulse to shed tears, born from the exhilaration of surviving calamity. Yet, this sentiment swiftly transforms into profound joy and gratitude. As the unusual emotions within me begin to settle, Song-Chi takes command of the celestial vessel, wandering ceaselessly around the periphery of the heavenly market, utilizing the airship's gravitational beams to swiftly gather the remains of the void demons. Chapter 62. Crystals of the Void and the Mark of Demons. In the annals of ancient textbooks, it has been repeatedly mentioned that upon the demise of these void demons, a unique crystal forms within their bodies. These crystals encapsulate the void energy they have absorbed throughout their existence in the abyssal expanse, known as the crystals of the void. Due to their extreme rarity, the value of these crystals is exorbitantly high. It is said that all enhancements to spatial ship components necessitate the use of these crystals of the void. Consequently, within the dominion of the renewed human civilization, the price of these crystals has soared to remarkable heights, with one zero-tier crystal of the void being exchanged for a strand of first-tier floating land essence, while a first-tier crystal can be traded for a strand of second-tier floating land essence. The corpses of the over 1,000 void demons present a vast fortune, prompting Song-Chi to tirelessly commence the collection of these remains. Rather than hastily inspecting the specific attributes of the celestial market, he wielded his authority as the master of the market, fully mobilizing the power of the laws within to propel the celestial market away from the tumultuous area. The commotion from the recent battle was considerable, and the potent scent of blood left behind by the slain void demons was thick in the air. If he did not swiftly distance himself from this void, he feared that other void demons might be drawn to the disturbance. Once the celestial market had moved sufficiently far from this region, its inherent property of danger evasion would regain its efficacy, alleviating concerns of being tracked by other void demons. Time passed, and when Song-Chi deemed that they had drifted far enough, he prepared to dissipate the power of the laws, bringing the celestial market to a halt. However, just as he did, a sudden sound of slicing air caused his heart to leap. Turning to identify the source of the attack, he exhaled in relief. Outside the protective barrier of the market, a small group of void demons had inexplicably caught up, numbering nearly a dozen, with only one being a first-tier demon, posing no significant threat to the market. Swiftly dispatching the handful of void demons and collecting the crystals of the void from their remains, Song-Chi once again directed the celestial market to continue its flight. Having once more drawn the attention of the void demons signified that this area was equally perilous, and he would not allow the market to linger here. For the subsequent hours, Song-Chi engaged in this repetitive endeavor, as the celestial market encountered small clusters of void demons at every turn, defeating them before moving on. However, after 4 consecutive encounters, he sensed something amiss. To attribute this to mere coincidence seemed far-fetched. Over the course of thousands of years, the market had never been discovered by these void demons. According to the market's innate property of danger evasion, aside from the attention drawn by the radiant light generated during the market's advancement, the subsequent encounters should not have occurred. Could it be that the danger evasion property had truly failed? Fueled by this uncertainty, he refrained from immediate relocation this time, and instead opened the market's attribute panel, seeking to uncover any insights. In the next moment, As the attributes of the market materialized before his eyes, Song-Chi experienced a profound realization. It turns out that the circumstances were neither coincidental nor a failure of the protective features, but rather the root of the problem lay within the very essence of the multiverse bazaar itself. Name: Multiverse Bazaar. Bazaar Master: Song-Chi. Level: LV10. Specifications: 1000M x 1000M. Basic configuration: 50 shops, 1200M x 200M. Stall area: 1 2-story inn, 51 guest rooms, 1 LV9 all-attribute training room. Efficiency doubles during ethereal energy cultivation. 1 LV10 ethereal energy protection array. 1 LV9 ultra-long-range spatial gate random deployment platform. Additional configuration: None. 06. Traits: Disaster avoidance, allows free movement through the void. Instinctively evading natural disasters. Trait 2. Spatial anchor point. 1-1. Negative status: First stage demon mark. Upgrade requirements: 50 strands of ethereal source. First stage. Bazaar transaction amount must reach 100,000 strands of ethereal source. 0th stage. 89560 100,000. His gaze briefly passed over the other details, landing squarely on the negative status section. As his focus intensified, a detailed description of this section quickly emerged. First stage demon mark: a mark inflicted by several first stage void demons, which automatically senses the presence of other void demons within a certain radius. Damn, I thought it was merely a coincidence. It turns out this is the cause. Cursing silently in his heart, Song-Chi felt a headache rising. With this mark in place, the multiverse bazaar would undoubtedly remain in turmoil, for the trait of disaster avoidance was effectively nullified by this mark. Just imagine, if others have marked your location, how effective would hiding be? No. I must promptly eliminate this mark. If that's not feasible, I must at least find a temporary concealment. Otherwise, the hard-earned bazaar may soon face a similar predicament as today. Moreover, the commotion caused by the bazaar's ascension must also be addressed. Muttering to himself, the frown that had just begun to ease on Song-Chi's brow tightened once more. The matter of the demon mark was urgent, and the noise surrounding the bazaar's ascension was equally significant. After all, the bazaar had only just ascended to the first stage, and the journey ahead was still long. It couldn't be that every subsequent advancement would be fraught with such trepidation, could it? A glance from the corner of his eye swept over the pile of crystalline treasures beside him, and his previously anxious mood lightened somewhat. After a recent count, he confirmed the pile of void crystals contained 230 pieces, consisting of 105 zero-stage void crystals and 125 first-stage void crystals. Calculating based on the standard exchange rates of the Ember Humanity Civilization's realms, these amounted to the equivalent of 105 strands of first-stage ethereal source and 125 strands of second-stage ethereal source. At the moment he obtained this result, Song-Chi indeed entertained the notion of using this demon mark as bait to continuously lure small clusters of void demons for hunting, thus acquiring an endless supply of void crystals. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. This method indeed promises swift financial gain. However, it is equally fraught with peril. Who can guarantee that the infernal mark will attract only low-tier lesser demons from the void? What if a formidable high-ranking demon were to emerge? Or, what if it summoned an entire legion, numbering in the tens of thousands, accompanied by numerous first- and second-tier void demons? Such uncertainties led Song-Chi to decisively dismiss this notion. With the market at his disposal, he could effortlessly and steadily acquire various resources each month. Why then, should he engage in such a life-threatening gamble? Chapter 63. The new function of the first-level market. Although a sense of urgency lingered within him, Song-Chi swiftly redirected his attention to the market itself, captivated by the transformations that accompanied its advancement. Previously, his focus had been drawn to the matter of the demonic mark, causing him to merely glance at the market. Nonetheless, he distinctly remembered that a new trait had manifested on the market's attribute panel. This singular addition was sufficient to ignite a sense of anticipation. Once again accessing the market's attribute panel, Song-Chi meticulously examined the alterations. His gaze briefly skimmed past the first 3 sections, settling upon the specification category. Following its promotion to the first level, the expanse of the market had surged to a remarkable 1000M by 1000M, and the number of shops had expanded to 50. The area designated for stalls had also grown to 200M by 200M. Even the inn, which had previously seemed devoid of purpose, had transformed from a single story to 2. These developments were undoubtedly positive news. The market's expansion not only signified that future transactions could accommodate a greater influx of beings, but also indicated that Songqi's private storage space had considerably increased in capacity, allowing for the retention of a more substantial inventory. To this end, Songqi intentionally utilized his power of laws to designate a 20m by 20m enclosed area within the stall zone. This secluded space was to become the exclusive repository for resources collected by the floating land mining vehicles, alleviating the burden of storage every time he activated the market. This area was ample enough to house a vast assortment of items, and even in its unoccupied state, it could accommodate the upgraded skyship. At the heart of the market, near the stall area, stood a two-story inn. Previously, Songqi had endeavored to discern the inn's functionality multiple times, yet had gleaned nothing of significance. Apart from noting a slight enhancement in mental recovery within each guest room, no other functions had been revealed. This time, as he stepped into the inn once more, his renewed interest was not sparked by the increased number of guest rooms, but rather by the realization that the 51 rooms were not evenly distributed across the two levels. The first floor boasted 50 rooms, while the second had a mere solitary room, a discovery that left him quite perplexed. Swiftly, he inspected the 50 rooms on the first floor, finding them consistent with his previous encounters, prompting him to ascend to the second floor. Upon reaching the second level, he encountered an unexpected revelation. It appeared that the second floor did not merely host one room. Following the corridor, he discerned 10 doors of identical specifications, indicating that the true number of guest rooms on this level was, in fact, 10. However, only one room was currently accessible, while the other 9 remained obstructed by an inexplicable barrier, sealed off and unavailable even to him, the proprietor of the market. As he pondered this predicament, a myriad of speculations coursed through his mind. Ultimately, he concluded that in order to unlock the remaining 9 guest rooms, he would need to await further upgrades to the celestial market. As for whether the specific functions of these guest rooms differ from those on the first floor, one must personally experience them to truly ascertain the distinction. With this thought in mind, he pushed open the door to the only available guest room before him. The moment his legs crossed the threshold, a sudden, inexplicable awareness blossomed within Songqi. This second floor room was entirely unlike those on the first floor. Uncertain of the source of this sensation, he momentarily pondered before his attention swiftly shifted, as his gaze was drawn to a bronze token suspended in the center of the room. The laws governing the secret realm of the vast market, which he commanded, provided no warning of impending danger, prompting Songqi to reach out directly for the bronze token. As his palm made contact with the token, a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing not only the details of the token itself but also the entirety of information regarding the guest room beneath his feet. Name, Market Guest Token. Affiliation, Vast Market, Songqi. Usage count, 1-1. Description, a product derived from the vast market, possessing extraordinary capabilities. Note, the usage count can only be replenished by the master of the vast market. Market Guest Token, he murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as his heart raced. Judging by the attributes outlined in the panel, the actual value of this Market Guest Token would undoubtedly far exceed his expectations. It would enable other beings to enter the vast market multiple times, rather than relying on ephemeral luck. This alone would attract countless creatures that had experienced the convenience and value of the vast market. Likewise, as the master of this market, he too could reap greater benefits from it. For instance, had he possessed such a token over a month ago, he could have easily given it to Gore before the conclusion of the second market transaction, allowing him to regain access for subsequent entries. This would enable him to amass more deep-sea pearl clams, some of which could be of millennia-old vintages, or even the rare mermaid tiers. Reflecting on this, Songqi sighed softly. The Market Guest Token had come too late. Aquatic starry floating lands were not commonly encountered, and it remained uncertain when he might again encounter such creatures capable of consistently producing deep-sea pearl clams. Yet, it was not imperative to limit himself to aquatic beings from these floating lands. The vastness of the starry sea harbored many floating lands rich in rarer resources. As long as he could present sufficiently rare beings that could sustainably provide a resource, he could also consider distributing the Market Guest Token to them. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Songqi exited the inn once more. The distribution of the Market Guest Token was bound to be exceedingly stringent, not something to be dispensed lightly in a short span of time. Naturally, he would not distribute it indiscriminately. Currently, there were only 10 guest rooms on the second floor of the inn, meaning at most there could be 10 tokens issued, each requiring careful consideration, commonly referred to as a transfer station. Chapter 64, New Function of the First Level Market, Spatial Anchor Point. with a deep breath to suppress the elation and excitement swelling within. Song-Chi resumed his exploration of the market's various transformations. His attention gravitated towards the all-attributes training room and the ultra-long-distance spatial gate random deployment platform, following his experience with the IN's novel features. Mirroring the previous ethereal energy protection array, although the level remained unchanged at LV9, both configurations displayed notable enhancements. The previously LV9 all-attributes training room, which provided a 580 boost to ethereal energy cultivation, had now escalated to an impressive 700, far surpassing the equivalent ethereal energy training platform at the same level. As for the ultra-long-distance spatial gate random deployment platform, its duration and buffering time remained constant. However, the number of spatial gates deployed per instance increased from 19 to 23. While an increase of merely 4 gates may seem minor, it was significant for a LV9 deployment platform, and Song-Chi intended to further strengthen it. Both the LV9 all-attributes training room and the ultra-long-distance spatial gate random deployment platform required identical conditions for advancement. In addition to the market itself reaching LV10, 150 strands of zero-tier floating source were necessary. After retrieving 300 strands of zero-tier floating source, Song-Chi successfully upgraded both configurations to LV10. Name: All Attributes Training Room. Level: LV10. Effect: the training speed of first-level beings in the training room is enhanced by 480. When the practitioner engages in ethereal energy cultivation, the training speed is amplified by 960. Upgrade requirements: Market level LV11. 25 strands of floating source, first tier. Name: Ultra-long-distance spatial gate random deployment platform. Level: LV10. Effect: upon activation, it randomly deploys 36 spatial gates that allow entry and exit to the market within the Shattered Star Sea. The gates last for 24 hours, with a buffering time of 720 hours. Upgrade requirements: Market level LV11. 25 strands of floating source, first tier. The all-attributes training room now bestows an astonishing 960 enhancement to the ethereal energy guiding technique, while the ultra-long-distance spatial gate random deployment platform can now deploy a total of 36 gates. Satisfied with these figures, Song-Chi closed the attribute panel before shifting his gaze downward to the newly emerged attribute. The additional configuration section remained unremarkable, still devoid of content, save for the addition of 2 more slots. Previously tested, Song-Chi knew that these extra configuration slots could accommodate all special components compatible with the Ember-flying ship. However, he currently had no surplus. Furthermore, with the existence of the evasion attribute, he had not previously considered the need for additional components. Nevertheless, following the incident with the Void Demon, he had prioritized the search for special components that could eliminate negative states and obscure market anomalies. After a prolonged focus, the detailed attributes of the newly emerged spatial anchor point soon materialized before Song-Chi's eyes. Feature: Spatial Anchor, designating a specific coordinate within the vast cosmos as an anchor point for the celestial marketplace. Subsequently, upon activation of this anchor, regardless of where the market's overseer enters from, they will emerge at the designated anchor point upon leaving the market. Song-Chi's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. The effect of this spatial anchor feature is straightforward. It provides an accurate teleportation coordinate for the celestial marketplace. Once activated, no matter from where one enters the marketplace, they can utilize this coordinate to exit. Perhaps this explanation may still seem elusive. Let me illustrate with a simple example. If Song-Chi were to establish this spatial anchor in his own bedroom, then even if he found himself in a distant extraterrestrial realm, he could choose to activate this anchor upon entering the market, allowing it to serve as his point of departure upon exiting. Having fully grasped the characteristics of the spatial anchor, Song-Chi and Appos' first thought for its application had no connection to extraterrestrial realms. Instead, he envisioned leveraging this unique capability to facilitate his subsequent transactions. Comparatively, if he were to sell through a legitimate storefront, as long as he possessed a sufficient quantity of resources, it would be entirely plausible to raise the acquisition price to 90 of the market value, proving far more advantageous than dealing in the black market. However, this would entail the risk of exposing his identity. Due to this limitation, he had previously been compelled to resort to the black market. Now, however, the situation has changed. With the introduction of the spatial anchor's new feature, by simply setting the anchor coordinate in his bedroom, most of these issues could be effortlessly resolved. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared. Coincidentally, following the recent conclusion of a market transaction, He had amassed a batch of differential resources, which could serve as an excellent basis for testing. If successful, he could discreetly offload the over 1,000 void crystals currently in his possession. The mere thought of the potential gain from selling these void crystals and the subsequent acquisition of the floating land origin filled him with exhilaration. At present, the level 15 dark matter energy shield generator component boasted astonishing attributes, and he could hardly imagine how formidable it would become once upgraded to level 2. Without delay, Song-Chi swiftly glanced over the attributes panel of the marketplace and lingered momentarily on the requirements for upgrading. The prerequisites for advancing from level 10 to level 11 were manageable, with 50 strands of level 1 floating land origin being attainable, provided he sold the void crystals. However, the challenge lay in the requirement of a trading volume of 100,000 strands of level 0 floating land origin, since bartering was not factored into the calculations. The total trading volume from his previous 3 transactions barely reached 90,000, making it clear that he would need to wait until after the next marketplace transaction to continue elevating the marketplace's level. Song-Chi remained unperturbed. His immediate priority was to procure a special component for dispelling negative statuses, as well as to expedite the sale of the differential resources and void crystals he possessed. The elevation of the marketplace and Oppo's S-level could wait for another time, but if he did not swiftly address the issue of the demon mark, the future of the celestial marketplace itself would remain uncertain. Chapter 65, Baya City, Tross Mechanical House. The floating land of White Pagoda, Baya City. As one of the 5 major cities under the jurisdiction of the floating land, Baya City has been developing even longer than Jiayuan City, a fact that is evident from the population statistics of both cities. Currently, Baya City boasts a total population exceeding 25 million, making it the second most populous city in the floating land, following Baya City itself. In the heart of Baya City lies Baya Fire City, a bustling medium-sized commercial center. The number of merchants within Baya Fire Mall far surpasses that of Dongzhong Mall, and as Song-Chi struggled to navigate through the throngs of people, he wore a faint expression of resignation. After awakening the seed of fire, this was indeed his first experience of being amidst such a crowd. The crucial point was that most individuals surrounding him possessed commendable levels of guiding techniques, their physical prowess significantly exceeding that of ordinary people, making the experience of being packed in like sardines quite uncomfortable. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, as the mall's regulations explicitly prohibited the use of ethereal energy within its confines, leaving everyone with no choice but to comply. Yet, this suited Song-Chi's intentions perfectly. The reason he had deliberately arrived during peak hours in the most popular Baya Mall was precisely to achieve this effect. The greater the number of customers and the denser the crowd, the easier it would be to obscure his actions. Once he had successfully dispensed of all the supplies in his possession, he could discreetly vanish amidst the bustling market. Choosing not to ascend to the upper levels, Song-Chi opted for the more populated mid-lower tiers. Within a medium-sized shop named Tross Mechanical House, he summoned the skyship from the designated docking area for fire vessels. Due to its recent upgrade to an ethereal energy airship, the vessel had expanded to nearly 20 meters in length, allowing him to load all the assorted resources he had acquired at the trading fair in one trip, thus saving him considerable effort. 50 tons of secret silver, 10 tons of vibrating gold, 215 pieces of millennium ice crystal, 200 tons of uranium ore. As various materials were unloaded from the airship, the staff inside the shop swiftly recorded the quantities of each resource. When all the acquired goods were finally offloaded, the nearby staff promptly calculated and reported the total value. Sir, the resources you have presented are valued at 2,480 strands of zero-tier floating land essence in the market, based on a 70% purchase price. That amounts to 1,736 strands. If you have no objections. Before the attendant could finish his sentence, Song-Chi interrupted him directly. 70% of the market price? Isn't that somewhat low? To him, 2,500 strands of zero-tier floating land essence was not an insignificant sum, and reducing the price to 70% felt rather exploitative. However, the attendant seemed unfazed by his remarks, a smile still gracing his lips, though Song-Chi could discern a hint of indifference in his eyes, indicating that he had not taken his words to heart. Frowning slightly, Song-Chi felt a flicker of displeasure but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he concentrated and summoned ethereal energy to gather at his throat. While the Mall's rules prohibited the use of ethereal energy for combat, there were no restrictions on using it to summon fire warships, amplify one's voice, or enhance hearing. As he opened his mouth, a resounding call echoed throughout the shop, Is the manager available? His voice, deliberately altered, came out particularly hoarse, drawing curious glances from the customers present. In front of him, a male attendant, who had previously managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, suddenly darkened his expression and raised his tone, saying, "Sir, please do not disrupt the shopping experience of other customers. If you cannot accept our purchase price, feel free to explore other stores." With a mask obscuring his features, it was impossible for anyone to discern Song-Chi's expression. Yet it was evident that his mood had soured. Without uttering another word, he turned on his heel and headed for the exit. The attendant and Apos' attitude had extinguished any desire he had to remain. He held a void crystal, a scarce resource, and there were countless places for trade. Why should he confine himself to this establishment? As for the notion of showing off or retaliating, he felt no inclination to exert himself before someone who had yet to awaken the spark of potential within. However, just as he was about to leave, he was halted by the abrupt appearance of the manager. Judging by the dark expression on his face, it was clear this was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Committing such a blunder repeatedly yet still being allowed to remain in the store indicated the youth's likely connection to the manager, perhaps as a relative. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for our inadequate service. To express our regret, we are willing to purchase all the materials you brought at market price, without any form of discount." Upon hearing this, Song-Chi paused. The prospect of a market price purchase meant he could still profit significantly. There was no need to be at odds with money. Moreover, the youth had already apologized under the manager and Apos' cold gaze. Based on these two factors, he decided to halt his departure. In a private meeting room within the Tross mechanical home, Song-Chi and the manager sat across from each other. After a brief conversation, Song-Chi learned some basic information about the white manager, named Rock Tross, a member of the Tross family in Baiha City. The young attendant was his sister and aunt, Apos' son, on holiday to experience life. Realizing this, Song-Chi mused to himself that it made sense. While he was not intimately familiar with the intricacies of Baiha City, he was aware of its prominent powers. The Tross family was indeed among the elite forces in the city, which explained the young man and Apos' demeanor. After their brief exchange, Song-Chi shifted the conversation toward the main topic. He reached behind him and produced a crystal the size of a thumb, revealing the void crystal. Upon seeing the crystal in Song-Chi's palm, Rock Tross gasped, momentarily losing his composure despite his nearly century-long experience. It was no wonder. The void crystal was an exceedingly rare resource. While its applications were limited, primarily for enhancing spatial shipborne components, its scarcity was undeniable. Upon receiving this zero-order void crystal and confirming its authenticity, Rock Tross inquired in a solemn tone, "My friend, may I ask how many void crystals you currently possess?" Chapter 66. News. Perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of his previous statement, Rock Tross quickly added, "No, regardless of how many void crystals you possess, our Tross mechanical house will acquire them, including your previous batch of supplies, all at the standard market price." The fact that they were purchasing at market price did not imply a lack of profit. Market price merely represented the average selling price, the typical price under normal circumstances. Given the rarity of void crystals, locating a buyer with a pressing need would not be arduous, and such urgent purchase orders would naturally deviate from the standard market price, often exceeding it by 20 to 30%. In extreme cases, should one encounter captains in dire straits, it would not be impossible to sell at double the price. However, such opportunities evidently required time to identify suitable buyers. A swift resolution was unattainable, thus selling at market price was the best option for Song-Chi. However, he refrained from hastily disclosing the quantity of void crystals in his possession and instead, with a hoarse voice, inquired about another matter. "We can discuss the acquisition at length. But I wish to ask, Director Rock, do you have any shipborne components that can eliminate negative statuses for sale? Or perhaps information regarding such components?" Yet, Song-Chi was certain that the inquiry occupying the other party and Apos' mind certainly pertained to the specific negative status afflicting his vessel. After approximately 5 seconds, Rock Tross finally spoke. "Though the news he delivered was not favorable, I do not have any shipborne components for eliminating negative statuses in my store, but I do have a piece of information." However, he abruptly shifted the topic, rekindling Song-Chi's curiosity. "What information?" Noticing the lack of immediate reaction from his interlocutor, Song-Chi understood and retrieved 200 zero-order void crystals from his backpack, placing them on the wooden table between them. Upon seeing the 200 void crystals, a flicker of interest appeared in Rock Tross's eyes, yet he ultimately shook his head in silence. Observing this, the previously composed Rocktross seemed somewhat anxious. Aware that there were many eager to purchase void crystals, he could not afford to gamble. He extended his hand to halt the conversation, simultaneously stating, "A few days ago, I received word that the White River auction, held every 3 years, is set to take place in 5 days' time in the morning. Are you suggesting that there will be shipborne components capable of eliminating negative effects at this auction? Or is it merely speculation?" Rocktross nodded affirmatively this time. "It is confirmed. There will be a blue-quality shipborne component capable of purifying negative effects at this auction." Beneath his mask, Song-Chi appeared contemplative, murmuring to himself, "A blue-quality component should suffice to purify the markings left by a first-order void demon." With this confirmation, Song-Chi's spirits lifted considerably. "Thank you, Director. I will sell these 200 zero-order void crystals and that batch of supplies to your store, but I have a small request." "What is it?" "Could you convert the floating source obtained from the previous batch of supplies entirely into first order?" Song-Chi's expression was exceedingly earnest. At present, he possesses a considerable amount of zero-order floating land essence, exceeding 5,000 strands, which is rather excessive and serves little practical purpose. In response to this request, Luke Tross readily acquiesced, initially expecting Song-Chi to propose an outlandish demand. Tross acted swiftly shortly after the transaction was finalized. He arranged for the delivery of 448 strands of first-order floating land essence. After expressing his gratitude with a smile, Song-Chi promptly departed from the Tross mechanical house and immersed himself in the bustling crowd. Within the Tross mechanical house, Luke Tross and Apos' demeanor shifted dramatically from his earlier warmth. He now listened impassively to the report from the imposing figure that stood behind him. "Manager, the individual lost all trace after blending into the crowd. I nearly scoured the entire lower 3 levels of the mall and found no one resembling him." Luke Tross rubbed the few void crystals in his palm, remaining silent for a while before coldly instructing, "Continue the search. The void crystals are urgently needed by the Elder. That individual must possess far more than the 200 I have. If I can secure a sufficient number of void crystals to present to the Elder, I stand a significant chance of assuming control over the entire family. It is imperative we locate this person. Those we seek in the Tross family must be found alive or dead." As he spoke, a hint of distortion crossed Luke Tross's face. The reason he refrained from taking action within the store was twofold. Firstly, he feared it would tarnish the reputation of the Tross family. After all, the White River Mall is the largest trading hub in White River City, and should the situation escalate, even the Tross family and Apos' influence would struggle to contain it. Secondly, he had already discreetly informed his subordinates through a hidden communication device, and members of his family's clandestine division were strategically positioned outside the store, ensuring they had a high probability of tracking the target. Once the individual exited the White River Mall, apprehending them would merely be a matter of words. Yet, this seemingly foolproof plan unraveled shortly after the target left the shop. How could over 10 individuals fail to keep tabs on a single person? One can only imagine the depth of Luke Tross's fury at this moment. In his chamber, Song-Chi reconnected to the celestial market. With only 5 days remaining until the White River auction, he intended to reside within the market during this period, not only to guard against further incursions by small factions of void demons, but also to procure additional void crystals. While fully experiencing the benefits of a comprehensive training chamber with a staggering enhancement of 960. 5 days later, as he emerged from the training chamber, satisfaction adorned Song-Chi's visage. The remarkable 960 training enhancement was indeed extraordinary, even though his guidance technique had only recently ascended to level 7. He still felt a slight improvement over the past 5 days, had it not been for the emergence of 4 subsequent squads of void demons. Prompting him to exit the chamber multiple times, the results of his training would have undoubtedly been even more pronounced. Nevertheless, he had acquired over 100 additional void crystals during this time, and after deducting the 200 strands sold to the Tross family, he still retained nearly 1,200 in his possession. Chapter 67, Baiha Auction, seeking continuation, after bidding farewell to his parents. Song-Chi sought a secluded spot to summon the celestial vessel and set off towards Baiha City. The Baiha Xinhui Mall was abuzz with excitement today, more so than ever, as it was the day of the triannual Baiha auction, held at the Tianhe Auction House on the top floor of the mall. Grim Tross stood beneath the docking platform for the Xinhui battleship on the top floor of the auction house, his face flushed with exhilaration and astonishment. In just half an hour, he had witnessed over 50 ethereal airships gracefully descend onto the platform. Gazing at the 20-meter-long steel airships, encased in formidable armor, His heart surged with fervor. This was the pursuit he yearned for. To remain a mere attendant in his uncle's shop was an affront to his aspirations. Though his father was not a member of the powerful Tross family, being his son-in-law, he bore his mother's surname and was indeed a member of the illustrious Tross lineage. He held no grievances regarding this. Rather, he felt fortunate to be recognized as a legitimate descendant of the Tross family. As Grim Tross and Appos, as thoughts raced, another ethereal airship, nearly 20 meters in length, descended from the heavens, landing precisely on the platform that could accommodate escort-class vessels, which boasted a diameter of over 100 meters. In an instant, the surrounding ceremonial guards of the mall straightened and looked up in reverence to welcome the ship, which was shrouded in secrecy. Its exterior cloaked in a dark energy shield that obscured its color. Grim instinctively wore a solemn expression, his heart momentarily stirring. The energy fluctuations emanating from the shield suggested that the components of this energy shield were anything but standard. They might even be of blue quality. For a white quality shield would struggle to emit such a level of energy resonance. A shield of at least blue quality would serve significant functions even on escort vessels. For this reason, not only Grim Tross but also many discerning individuals recognized that this ethereal airship was far from ordinary. Stepping off the celestial vessel, Shang-Chi donned a pale mask, which had become more lifelike compared to 5 days prior. He stored the celestial vessel within his mind's core and followed a mall guard directly to the Tianhe auction house. There were no tickets required. Any captain of a Xinhui battleship or above automatically qualified to attend this auction. Shang-Chi understood this rationale perfectly. With the Xinhui network providing seamless communication and transactions at any time and place, why did many large malls still insist on holding auction events? Was it not to attract greater crowds and enhance the vibrancy of their establishments? Surely, they would not exclude quality clients, such as captains of first-tier Xinhui ships, from their doors. As for those lower-tier fire vessel captains wishing to enter the auction, I regret to inform you that an entry fee of 100 strands of lower-tier floating land essence is required, effectively elevating the standards of the auction. The Tianhe auction house is expansive, with rows of leather seats arranged in a circular formation, encircling a square auction platform at its center. Above the countless leather seats, there are more than 20 enclosed private boxes, specifically designated for captains of the second tier and above. Out of the corner of his eye, Shang-Chi caught a glimpse, and a serious expression crossed his face beneath his mask. At this moment, 7 of the 20 boxes had been illuminated, indicating that at least 7 captains of the second tier or higher were present in the auction house. Was it not said online that the Baihe auction typically attracted only 2 or 3 second-tier captains? Why were there so many this time? Musing on this, Shang-Chi settled into an unoccupied leather seat, awaiting the proceedings in quiet anticipation. With approximately half an hour remaining until the auction commenced, it was likely that many more fire vessel captains would arrive, though he wondered if additional second-tier captains would join them. The vision he held in his mind was directly related to the strength of the Zhangqiong when it ascended to higher tiers in the future. He had never relaxed his focus on this vision, dedicating any spare time he had to it. Although the successful imprinting would gradually enhance his mental acuity without deliberate visualization, the difference between actively concentrating on the vision and allowing the imprint to operate autonomously was substantial. Due to his consistent active visualization, Shang-Chi had noticeably felt an enhancement in his mental strength over the past 2 months, an improvement that could not be achieved through passive operation alone. Take, for instance, his recent battle with the Void Demon. He had exerted himself to the limit, managing to endure for nearly an hour. Had it been at the moment of his awakening, he would have struggled to last even half that time. If he had allowed the imprint to function on its own during these past 2 months, he would likely have only endured for about 40 minutes. This exemplifies the distinction between active and passive engagement. With his mental energy converged upon the mythic mech projection beneath the imprint, Shang-Chi felt his mental strength rapidly depleting, yet under this continuous expenditure, his mental power was steadily increasing. Suddenly, a series of gasps nearby interrupted his contemplation. Upon opening his eyes, Shang-Chi quickly discerned the cause of the commotion. Just moments ago, the 10th second-tier fire vessel captain had entered the auction house. The simultaneous presence of 10 second-tier captains at this Tianhe auction was decidedly unusual. Could it be that this auction featured high-quality ship components? Or perhaps exceedingly rare aerial vessel enhancement resources? Shang-Chi pondered, yet unable to unravel the mystery. He quickly abandoned his attempt at visualizing the imprint once more, straightening himself in his seat and focusing intently on the square auction platform below. Time was fleeting, and the auction was about to commence. After approximately 2 more minutes, a figure leapt down from the heights. With a resounding thud, the figure landed squarely upon the stone auction platform. As they lifted their gaze to survey the surroundings, Shang-Chi discerned the features of this figure, and a flicker of seriousness appeared in his eyes. This individual possesses a mane of silvery hair, and his beard mirrors the same hue, clearly indicating his advanced age. However, what astonishes the attendees at the auction house is the formidable aura of dominance emanating from this white-haired elder. Despite his twilight years, the vitality radiating from within him is remarkably vigorous, suggesting that his mastery of the guiding technique surpasses level 20, marking him as a second-tier fireship captain. Chapter 68. Purifier of Anomalous States. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shang-Chi quickly comprehended the situation. The presence of numerous second-tier fireship captains necessitated that Baiha auction house present an individual of considerable authority to maintain order. Indeed, this was the case. The elderly man on the auction stage, with his impressive strength, possessed a complex identity. John Tross, the patriarch of the Tross family, one of the three prominent families in Baiha Mall, was 280 years old, although he was nearing the end of his life. This very fact underscored his formidable aura. A second-tier pinnacle fireship captain, with limited years left to live, could unleash unpredictable fury if provoked. It is universally understood that one should never antagonize a person who has little left to lose, which is why few would dare to cross such individuals. As silence enveloped the room, John Tross gradually spoke. He was not only the embodiment of authority for this auction, but also its host. Time is of the essence. I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. Upon finishing his declaration, a staff member approached the auction stage, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present to the wooden box he carried. Clearly, this was the first auction item, and according to customary procedures, the inaugural piece was expected to elevate the atmosphere of the event. The first item for auction is a blue-quality Aurora thermal engine, with the following attributes: Aurora thermal engine LV0 quality, blue consumption, 3s ethereal energy points, energy output, 24s ethereal energy points, overload buffer, 30 minutes energy pool, 3,000 points. Capable of storing 3,000 ethereal energy points, transformable, Aurora lava stone core, upgrade requirements. For strands of floating land essence, 0 tier. For 100 energy points for life nuclei, 0 tier. After presenting the Aurora thermal engine, John Tross began the bidding process. The engine was not assigned a fixed price and was available for exchange only. Interested parties could utilize the bidding device at their seats to submit their offers. In a flurry, dozens of attendees picked up their bidding devices, reporting their proposed trade items to John Tross, or perhaps to the true owner of the Aurora thermal engine. To be frank, Shang-Chi felt quite tempted. The celestial ship was in need of a high-quality engine component. And while a blue component might not equate to the highest quality, it certainly represented a fine engine. Securing the Aurora thermal engine would enable him to further enhance the dark matter energy shield generator. Coincidentally, in just over 20 days, he was scheduled to explore the so-called ruins of the Buyuo civilization with Shenqing. Although it was claimed that the ruins posed no dangers, Shenqing had only ventured through the first layer. Who could guarantee that the subsequent second layer was devoid of peril? In accordance with Shang-Chi's intentions, it is only natural to strive for the highest possible enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator before venturing towards the ancient ruins. However, despite his fervent desire, Shang-Chi found himself unable to voice a bid. The most pressing matter at hand was to secure the subsequent blue purification component, as its significance far outweighed that of the forthcoming exploration of the ruins. Ultimately, this component was acquired by a first-tier flame captain, leaving other bidders in wistful contemplation. The conditions under which this individual procured the blue engine remain shrouded in mystery. The second item up for auction, a white energy shield magnetic field layer, commenced bidding at 300 strands of first-tier floating land essence, with a minimum increment of 10 strands per bid. The first blue-quality Aurora thermal engine had propelled the auction into a fervent climax. However, the subsequent items were markedly less captivating. Nevertheless, a few exquisite pieces were intermittently introduced to sustain the auction and amp Oppo's momentum. Following the initial Aurora thermal engine, no further items piqued Shang-Chi's interest until the arrival of the 43rd item. The 43rd item, a crystalline mercury weighing 200 tons, began with a starting price of 1,900 strands of zero-tier floating land essence, with each bid requiring a minimum increase of 20 strands. Upon hearing the words crystalline mercury, Shang-Chi's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he swiftly grasped the bidding device at his side. His interest stemmed from the fact that each enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator necessitated this particular resource. Currently, he possessed nearly 100 tons of crystalline mercury. Yet the level 15 dark matter energy shield generator required dozens of tons for each enhancement, rendering his supply insufficient. At 1,980 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Just as he input his bid on the device, the voice of John Tross resonated from the auction stage below. Bidder 235 has offered 1980 strands. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? After several rounds of bidding spanning a few minutes, Song-Chi ultimately secured the 200 tons of crystalline mercury for 2,060 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. However, this mercury would not be delivered to him immediately. He would first need to complete the transaction and pay the corresponding essence before reclaiming it from the auction house. The blue-quality special component, the anomalous state purifier, possesses the following attributes: anomalous state purifier LV0 quality, blue consumption, 5s in energy points, effect, purification aura upon installation. The component will automatically generate a purification aura capable of alleviating various negative states. Upgrade requirements: 3 strands of floating land essence, 0 tier, 300 energy points. Per the auctioneer's directives, this component was exclusively available for barter, with no transactions permitted using floating land essence. As John Tross concluded his announcement, much like the initial blue engine, a flurry of bids from numerous flame captains followed in quick succession. Song-Chi once again picked up the bidding device beside him, yet he refrained from hastily placing a bid. Instead, he contemplated how many void crystals he should appropriately offer, pondering whether to include the first-order void crystals as well. Given the constraints of barter, the only items at his disposal for exchange were these void crystals. Chapter 69. The blood of the ancestors. The reason for Song-Chi and Appo's entanglement stemmed from a recent incident involving the Tross mechanical house. After departing from the shop, he sensed nearly 10 figures shadowing him, and he could not bring himself to believe that this had no connection to the Tross mechanical house. While it was understandable for the shopkeepers to seek clarity regarding his identity and whereabouts, given the significance of the rare resource known as the void crystal, his inherent caution dictated that he remain vigilant, especially since the host of the auction was none other than the patriarch of the Tross family. After much contemplation, Song-Chi ultimately resolved to utilize the void crystal. Presently, it was the only valuable asset he possessed. Without haste to place his bid, he rose and swiftly exited the Tianhe auction house, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. 800 units of zero-tier void crystals. Beneath his cloak, the puppet's fingers deftly tapped the bidding device several times, successfully submitting his offer. At this moment, Song-Chi was not physically present. Rather, he was controlling a fire sunflower automaton via remote brainwave manipulation, given the uncertainty surrounding the Tross family's urgent need for the void crystals. He took precautions against a potential outburst from the second-tier Captain John Tross at the auction, unbeknownst to him, or perhaps due to John Tross's profound cunning. A fleeting glimmer of unusual emotion flickered across his otherwise impassive face the instant Song-Chi placed his bid. This subtle shift was perfectly concealed as his gaze casually swept across the room, inadvertently landing on seat 235, where Song-Chi was situated. Song-Chi remained blissfully unaware of this scrutiny. Despite his heightened vigilance, the vast disparity in their life levels rendered him incapable of perceiving the covert observation from John Tross. Even with his mind sharpened by the enhancements of Level 7 guidance techniques, he was oblivious to the probing gaze that penetrated the air. Though he had been diligently visualizing the mythical mecha imprinting diagram, it had only been 2 months since he began his training. 800 units of zero-tier void crystals were insufficient. He needed to offer something of a higher tier. After a considerable period of reflection, he sent another bid: 500 units of zero-tier void crystals and 100 units of first-tier void crystals. In his mind, he calculated that, based on current market prices, 600 zero-tier and 100 first-tier void crystals equated to 600 strands of first-tier floating land essence, or 16,000 strands of zero-tier floating land essence. Of course, the actual value would likely be slightly higher, but not significantly so, and this price was roughly equivalent to a blue-quality component. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to the transaction. Once the agreement was reached, John Tross promptly announced the results from the auction stage. The blue-quality anomalous state purifier had officially been claimed by Song-Chi. However, before proceeding, he needed to address one more matter: acquiring a new engine. Even a white-quality engine component would suffice. as the limitations of the colorless quality ethereal energy engine were far too restrictive, severely hindering the subsequent enhancements of the celestial Arkansas regrettably. Until the final Pi-C-Dar assistance made its appearance, no other engine components had emerged, leaving Song Chi-Jin at a complete loss. Before he could dwell too long in disappointment, his attention was wholly captivated by the magnificent item that had already ascended to the auction stage. Not only he, but also the hundreds of flame captains present in the auction hall, found themselves similarly enthralled. In that moment, it became abundantly clear to all why this auction had attracted 10 second-tier flame captains. Although John Tross had yet to disclose the specifics of the final auction item, the radiant purple light emanating from the wooden box had already proclaimed its identity to the gathered crowd. This Pi-C-Dar assistance was undeniably a purple-quality shipborne component. It was evident that the attributes of this enigmatic purple component must be remarkably exceptional, far surpassing the mediocre purple items found in the White Tower's local network store. To attract such a multitude of second-tier flame captains, amidst the curiosity of the flame captains, John Tross showed no hesitation and promptly revealed the attributes panel of the purple component. Artifact, Blood of the Ancestor. Quality, Purple. Potential evolutions. 1. Red Cross Medical Bay. 2. Bloodlight Protective Layer. 3. Scarlet Bloodline Gene Modification Chamber. Remnant. Note: a drop of primordial vampire blood, lost thousands of years ago, has evolved over the ages into a versatile purple artifact. To the astonishment of all present, what materialized before their eyes was a droplet of vibrant crimson blood, shimmering with a purple hue, which had yet to be transformed into a shipborne component, remaining in its artifact form. Upon reviewing the attributes of this artifact, the flame captains exhibited expressions of realization. The item known as the Blood of the Ancestor boasted as many as 3 possible evolutions into shipborne components. Although once the evolution direction was determined, it could no longer be altered unless all enhancement levels were reset to 0, allowing for a re-evolution into other components. It was undeniable that this artifact offered a plethora of choices. Song Chi speculated that all 10 second-tier flame captains present above could likely make use of this droplet of the Blood of the Ancestor. John, your auction house must have conducted tests already. Please display the attribute charts for the 3 possible transformations. A heavy male voice resonated from an upper private room, breaking the sudden silence in the hall. At the auction stage, John Tross nodded gently. Red Cross Medical Bay LV0 Quality. Purple Trait. Healing Effect increased by 30 consumption. 7S Effect. Increases healing effectiveness for hemorrhagic internal and external injuries by 260. Requirements for upgrade. 7 strands of floating land essence. Tier 0. 700 ethereal energy points. 1 drop of biological blood. Tier 0. Bloodlight Protection Layer LV0 Quality. Purple Consumption. 7S. Ethereal energy points. Protection. 17 Shield Value. 170 Recharge Time. 30s. Buffer After Overload. 1 hour upgrade requirements. 7 strands of floating land essence. Tier 0. 700 ethereal energy points. 1 ton of blood source crystals. Crimson Bloodline Genetic Modification Chamber Remnant LV0 Quality. Purple Characteristic. 1 increase in genetic modification success rate consumption. 7S. Ethereal energy points. Effect. Genetic modification of life forms with the Crimson Bloodline. Success rate 1 modification time. 1 hour. Buffer. 720 hours upgrade requirements. 7 strands of floating land essence. Tier 0. 700 ethereal energy points. 1 drop of crimson vampire blood. Tier 0. Upon reviewing these 3 attribute panels, over 90% of captains instinctively dismiss the third component due to its incomplete nature. The success rate of the genetic modification chamber for the Crimson Bloodline is alarmingly low, though enhancement upgrades can improve this success rate. A crucial obstacle remains. In addition to floating land essence and ethereal energy points, the enhancement also necessitates a special type of crimson vampire blood. In the civilization of humanity and Opos, Ember, there exists a considerable number of vampires kept in captivity. As a long-lived species, these beings, upon successfully embracing other life forms, can also bestow an extended lifespan upon their progenitors. Thus, they are frequently encountered by captains on the brink of death. However, the difficulty of extending one's life through embracing is exceedingly high. The higher the rank of the Ember Captain, the lower the probability of a successful embrace. Even in cases of success, the likelihood of being dominated by the vampire in return remains alarmingly high. Chapter 70. Interception. Even in such an exceedingly harsh and perilous environment, Where the edicts of the Ember civilization strictly prohibit such actions, occurrences of this nature remain regrettably prevalent. For those who once wielded unparalleled power and influence, the prospect of initial embrace becomes the final lifeline when all other means to prolong their existence have been exhausted, compelling them to make one last desperate attempt. However, within the dominion of the Ember civilization, although numerous vampires exist, they do not include the coveted crimson vampires required for genetic modification. The crimson vampire is a rare aberration within the vampire lineage, significantly outnumbered by their ordinary counterparts. As of now, there have been no reports of such beings emerging from the Ember civilization stronghold. This implies that the path to enhancement via the crimson bloodline genetic modification chamber is effectively severed, which elucidates why all Ember captains promptly dismissed this component. One can only ponder, if such enhancements were indeed facile, the success rate of genetic modification would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Should it rise above 10%? It would certainly prove far more reliable than initial embrace, transforming this component into a veritable fountain of wealth. Yet, if such a level of efficacy were attainable, why would the Bahamol consider auctioning it? At the very least, John Tross would never countenance such a notion. Nonetheless, aside from the Crimson Bloodline genetic modification chamber, the other two components are quite commendable. Whether it be the specialized medical chamber or the Bloodlight protective layer, an energy shield, both are highly sought after by Ember captains. After a cacophony of excitement, the auction for this peculiar purple artifact commenced. The bids predominantly came from the influential figures occupying the 10 private boxes above, with offers not falling below second or third tier floating essence or equivalent quality shipboard components, leaving no room for the zero or first tier Ember captains like Song Chi to participate. Following a fierce contest, the primordial blood was ultimately claimed by a second tier Ember captain, who offered a similarly purple main cannon shipboard component along with 100 strands of second tier floating essence. Thus, the trading event came to a close. Song Chi swiftly maneuvered his Fire Sun soldier to the backstage of the auction hall, where he successfully acquired a 200-ton mercury crystal purifier after settling a payment of 600 zero-tier void crystals, 100 first-tier void crystals, and 2,060 strands of zero-tier floating essence. Upon exiting the Tianhe auction house, Song Chi anticipated leisurely exploring the various shops, hoping to discover engine components of white quality or higher. However, midway through, he sensed a subtle gaze of scrutiny upon him. This revelation tightened his nerves, immediately conjuring thoughts of the Tross family. Consequently, he resolved to refrain from lingering within Baihe Mall any longer. Baihe Mall, first floor. With swift strides, Song Chi dashed towards the mall's entrance, acutely aware of more than 5 pursuers trailing behind him, confirming that he was indeed being followed. He discreetly scanned his surroundings with the periphery of his vision, searching for the opportune moment to enter the cosmic marketplace. Under the watchful gaze of many, the grand hall vanished into thin air, an astonishing occurrence that would undoubtedly attract considerable attention if revealed. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to act in such a manner. At the entrance of the marketplace, several vigilant guards were dutifully patrolling. Observing the situation, Song Chi swiftly turned towards the guards. With a succinct recounting of events, the guards cast serious glances towards the crowd behind him. This unexpected turn prompted several covert members of the Trelos family, mingling within the throng, to instinctively slow their pace. Although the Trelos family was one of the 3 major affiliate families within the White River marketplace, the delicate balance of power among the 3 prevented them from openly taking action within the marketplace. Seizing this opportunity, Song Chi commanded the fiery soldier puppet to dart out of the marketplace. As they exited, the airship, Skyward, which had been hovering several meters above, swiftly opened its hatch. The fiery soldier puppet exerted its full strength and leapt into the air, its formidable physique allowing it to effortlessly ascend onto the Skyward. Buzzing inside the Skyward, Song Chi immediately activated the engines with all his might. With a resounding roar, the airship ascended rapidly, vanishing from the skies above White River City in an instant. Hundreds of miles away, the Skyward came to a sudden halt, revealing a colossal vessel, 100 meters long, silently hovering in the high atmosphere, a kilometer ahead. Song Chi's pupils constricted severely. He sensed that this unknown, escort-class ethereal ship had arrived specifically for him, and likely with nefarious intentions. As he pondered when he had attracted the attention of such formidable figures, the Skyward received a communication request. After a brief hesitation, he accepted the call. Almost immediately, his pupils contracted again. John Trelos. Now that he was almost certain of the hostile intent of the caller, Song-Chi felt no inclination to maintain the facade of politeness, addressing him directly by name. Meanwhile, he was rapidly contemplating an escape strategy. He was acutely aware of the caller's intentions. There was little more than the void crystal that would pique their interest. Beyond that, he possessed nothing of value that might warrant their scrutiny. Not to mention the dark matter energy shield generator and the brainwave remote control system, he had never exposed the existence of these components. As for the mercury crystal and the anomaly purification device, if the other party truly desired those, he would not have successfully acquired them at the previous auction. You seek the void crystal? The projection screen revealed an elder raising an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Clever, but still incomplete. Young one. Aside from all the void crystals you possess, tell me their origins, and then you may depart freely. A smirk graced Song-Chi's lips. Even with the white mask obscuring his features, John Trelos caught the glint of mockery in his eyes, causing his expression to darken, a chill dawning upon his countenance. However, before Trelos could speak, Song-Chi preemptively retorted, "Now that your true colors are revealed, do you still intend to let me leave alive? A little more authenticity in your performance would be appreciated. As the saying goes, and Apos, he who lives long enough becomes a villain, and Apos, and you certainly embody that sentiment after 280 years. Upon uttering these words, John Tross no longer concealed the murderous intent lurking in his gaze. Initially, his plan was to acquire the void crystal, ascertain its origins, and leave this young man before him intact. However, he has since altered his intentions. He now seeks to subject Song-Chi to an array of cruel tortures, rendering the young man incapable of seeking life or death. Before the threats could fully escape his lips, Song-Chi and Apos' sudden movement instinctively caused John Tross to furrow his brow. Rather than choosing to flee, Song-Chi redirected the airship, plunging straight down towards the sprawling mountains below. Chapter 71. Training, Breaking Limits 2, in 1, Gazing Up at the Sky. The ethereal energy vessel, spanning 100 meters, swiftly darted into proximity. The terrifying velocity of the escort ship was incomparable to that of an ordinary ethereal airship. This was precisely why John Tross, emboldened by his confidence, displayed his true self before Song-Chi without a hint of trepidation. From the moment he successfully blocked his opponent, Song-Chi had already become a mere ghost in John's eyes. Half an hour later. This is impossible. Could it be that the lad has truly vanished into thin air? John Tross and Apos' expression darkened to an extreme. In the preceding half hour, he had not only scoured the depths of the earth but had also meticulously examined the mountain's subterranean layers, reaching 1,000 feet below. Yet he still could not find a trace of Song-Chi after plunging into the dense forest of the mountain. It was as if Song-Chi had completely disappeared. Unbeknownst to John Tross, Song-Chi was blissfully unaware of his adversary and Apos' turmoil. However, he was certain that the other and Apos' exasperation was inevitable. Within the marketplace of the myriad realms, his plummeting form was cradled by the mystical forces of the market, ultimately landing with grace. John Tross, of the Tross family. As he made his way towards the special configuration slot area within the market, Song-Chi whispered softly to himself. He would not let today's event slip by so easily. The opponent had never intended to allow him to leave. Had it not been for the vast marketplace and its newly emerged spatial anchor point, he might have fallen into the clutches of his foe. Even if he could enter the marketplace, he could not be certain that John Tross would not monitor his every movement within that territory. Grateful for his escape, he contemplated the value of the void crystal, realizing he had significantly underestimated its worth. The fact that a peak second-tier flame ship captain personally intervened underscored the rarity of this resource. However, having learned from this ordeal, he resolved that should he encounter a similar situation in the future, he would not act so recklessly, even if it meant concealing his identity. It would be wiser to entrust such matters to his family or seek assistance from his father, even if it implied revealing to them that he harbored secrets. Nonetheless, this was preferable to losing his life. With this revelation, he made a mental note regarding the Tross family. Although the Tross family wielded considerable power, boasting a legacy of over 200 years and ranking among the elite forces in White River City, with 3 publicly acknowledged second-tier flameship captains, they were not an adversary he could easily provoke as a newly initiated first-tier individual. Yet, Song-Chi was not an orphan. He had a father who was a second-tier captain and a grandfather who commanded a third-tier cruiser. Annihilating the Tross family would not pose a significant challenge. He had resolved to inform his father and grandfather about the incident, knowing that with his grandfather's status as a third-tier cruiser captain, they could easily suppress the Tross family. However, that would take a few days. He had heard from his mother that his father and grandfather were currently away on business and were not present at the White Tower floating land. Putting these thoughts aside, he arrived at the market and Appos' special configuration area and proceeded to load the anomalous state purifier component he held in his hands. Immediately, a ring of colorless, gentle light emanated from the purifier component, slowly enveloping the entire market space. At the same time, Songqi shifted his gaze towards the market attribute panel. Unsurprisingly, as the peculiar state purifier configuration took effect, the negative status section on the panel had indeed been quietly eradicated. At this moment, Songqi finally felt a sense of relief. Due to the mark of the demon, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling these past few days, constantly fearing that if he stepped outside the market, the void demons would track him down, making him hesitant to linger outdoors. Even during this visit to the Tianhao auction, he had been on edge throughout the event. Now that the demon mark had been completely removed, he could finally breathe easy. Having resolved the demon mark, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he contemplated the peculiar state purifier in the special configuration slot. He pondered whether to leave the purifier in the market or to install it on the Ark of the Sky. After a moment of reflection and weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to extract the peculiar state purifier from the configuration slot, concluding that it would be more suitable to install it on the Ark of the Sky. In his view, the demon mark on the market was merely an unfortunate incident. Had it not been for the intense radiance generated during the market's advancement, the void demons would not have been attracted at all. In the future, he merely needed to acquire a special configuration that could obscure the brilliance before the next market advancement, thus effortlessly resolving the issue without the necessity of keeping the peculiar state purifier, a blue component, permanently installed in the market. Conversely, the Ark of the Sky would frequently embark on explorations of foreign realms, inevitably encountering various alien civilizations. Conflicts would naturally arise, and this blue purification component, capable of alleviating negative statuses such as deceleration, binding, and hull corrosion, would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Thus, it was clear that the cost-effectiveness of installing this component on the Ark of the Sky was significantly higher. At the center of Jianyuan City, within the bustling Fenghua Mall, after concealing his identity once more, Songqi sold all the remaining resources in his possession, exchanging them for hundreds of first-grade floating land essence and dozens of second-grade floating land essence. Subsequently, using his last over 3,000 strands of zero-grade floating land essence, he purchased a white-quality onboard engine, then hastily exited the mall. In the myriad markets, Songqi counted the remaining funds in his possession. The purchases of the mercury crystal and the white-quality engine had consumed 95% of his zero-grade floating land essence, leaving him with less than 300 strands. However, he still had a considerable amount of first-grade floating land essence, totaling 890 strands, and 40 strands of second-grade floating land essence. This substantial sum was sufficient for another round of fortification for the Ark of the Sky. Resolute in his decision, Songqi wasted no time and immediately began to enhance the various components of the Arkansas. With the imminent exploration of the Baoyuo civilization ruins, he was not inclined to be frugal with his resources. Only by elevating the fortification level and enhancing the attributes of the Ark would he ensure greater safety during the exploration of the ruins. The first component he chose to enhance was, without a doubt, the white onboard engine he had just acquired. In pursuit of fulfilling the enhancement requirements for the dark matter energy shield generator components, Songqi acted decisively, elevating the assault engine to level 20 without hesitation. Assault engine level 20 quality, white consumption, 15s ethereal points, energy supply, 240s ethereal points, overload buffer time, 20 minutes ethereal pool, 14,000 points, capable of storing 14,000 ethereal points. Upgrade requirements: 17 strands of first-order floating land essence, second tier. 10 life cores, second tier. Upon enhancing the assault engine to the second tier, Songqi shifted his focus to the long-desired dark matter energy shield generator component. The level 15 dark matter energy shield generator required a substantial amount of ethereal points for each subsequent enhancement, and he was finally in a position to meet that requirement. Ultimately, he expended 340 strands of first-order floating land essence and 210 tons of mercury crystal to elevate it to level 19. Dark matter energy shield generator level 19 quality, orange feature. Shield value increased by an additional 90 feature 2. Shield protection value doubled consumption, 80s ethereal points, protection, 1536 shield value. 29. 184.29, 184 charging time, 20s, overload buffer time, 35 minutes upgrade requirements, 150 strands of first-order floating land essence, first tier, 15. 000 ethereal points. 80 tons of mercury crystal. Regrettably, he could not elevate it to the second tier in one go. The 20 bonus from the base component slot at the first tier only applied to the energy supply of the engine component. Thus, the ethereal pool did not receive any additional enhancement, resulting in a shortage of ethereal points. However, this was not solely an issue of the ethereal pool. If that were the only concern, he still possessed several strands of second-order floating land essence, sufficient to elevate the assault engine by 2 more levels, making it feasible for the level 22 assault engine to achieve an ethereal pool of 15,000 points. The pivotal issue lay in the inadequacy of mercury crystal, which was insufficient to support further enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator. While mercury crystal may not be considered a top-tier resource for battleship enhancement, acquiring over 50 tons in a short time frame would prove quite challenging, prompting Song-Chi to temporarily abandon further enhancements. Nevertheless, even at level 19, the dark matter energy shield generator component boasted a shield value approaching 30,000 points, a truly formidable figure. After reaching this stage, Song-Chi had 343 strands of first-order floating land essence and 40 strands of second-order floating land essence remaining. Contemplating his resources, he decided to expend 144 strands of first-order floating land essence to elevate the particle beam cannon from level 16 to level 19, significantly boosting the battleship's firepower. At this juncture, Song-Chi was left with only 199 strands of first-order floating land essence and 40 strands of second-order floating land essence. Although this converted to nearly 6,000 strands of zero-order floating land essence, the majority rested upon the 40 strands of second-order floating land essence, which Song-Chi would not deploy lightly. The higher the grade of floating land essence, the more precious it becomes. All captains of the Ember Fleet would never casually utilize the high-grade floating land essence at their disposal unless they possessed components that were exceptionally compatible with the characteristics of their vessels and of sufficiently high quality. Song-Chi chose to store the remaining resources aboard the Ark of the Sky, just as he had before embarking on explorations of alien realms, to serve as a contingency in times of crisis. Furthermore, due to the near depletion of his zero-grade floating land essence, the newly acquired special components, the brainwave remote control system, and the anomaly purification device remained unenhanced at level 0. Contemplating this, Song-Chi instinctively accessed the attributes panel of the Ark of the Sky. Name: Ark of the Sky model. Ember, ethereal energy airship. Level: LV-10. Base components: white ember hull LV-10, particle beam cannon LV-19, ethereal secondary cannon LV-10, golden rock hull armor LV-10, assault engine LV-20, dark matter energy shield generator LV-19, patrol radar LV-10, ethereal cultivation chamber LV-088. Additional components: fire sun soldier tree LV-15, brainwave remote control system LV-0, anomaly purification device LV-0-310, celestial market, all attribute cultivation chamber. Having seemingly maintained this state for quite some time, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, while his eyes betrayed an undeniable weariness, indicating that the toll on his mental faculties had evidently reached a critical limit. Before him, 3 projection screens hovered in parallel, each displaying entirely different images. And what Song-Chi needed to do was meticulously record the content being presented on all 3 screens without missing a single detail. Simultaneously observing 3 distinct sets of imagery and committing them to memory is generally quite a challenge. It necessitates a trifocus to achieve such an endeavor. Song-Chi was employing this method to train himself, or rather to compel himself to rediscover the sensation he had experienced when entering the state of breaking limits previously. Indeed, what he was undertaking was targeted training for the limit-breaking state, and having gone through this experience twice before, he never doubted that he would eventually master this extraordinary skill. However, the uncertainty of time made it difficult for him to accept. Thus, he resolved to test this simple yet effective method to see if he could gain mastery over this breaking limit technique ahead of schedule. Particularly following his previous encounter with the Void Demon, Song-Chi had gained profound insights into his current shortcomings. As the onboard components aboard the Ark of the Sky increased, merely multitasking was insufficient for him to unleash the full combat potential of the vessel. It was precisely for this reason that he was eager to swiftly master the ability to break limits. Only then could he, in times of urgency, Harness the full might of the arc of the sky through a trifocus. Ah, it's too much. I need a rest before continuing. Feeling the onset of fatigue, Shang-Chi appeared somewhat relieved. Although he yearned to fully master the limit-breaking state in one go, he recognized the improbability of such an achievement. From the ominous mark of purification in the market to the present moment, this targeted training has persisted for nearly half a month. If the state of breaking limits were indeed so easily controlled, it would not have taken this long. A thought crossed his mind, and he vanished amidst the market. Thus, 5 more days passed, and with less than 3 days remaining until the agreed-upon action with Shenqing, Shang-Chi continued his training. Yet, as his gaze swiftly traversed the 3 holographic projections before him, a profound and enigmatic sensation suddenly surged within him, followed by an astonishing clarity in his mind. What had once been a struggle to merely keep pace with the images on the holograms transformed into an effortless endeavor, as if he possessed 3 pairs of eyes, each meticulously focused on the respective projections, capturing every detail of the visuals without omission. With a mind capable of multitasking, he had once again entered the state of breaking limits. Chapter 72. Reflections on the launch after more than a month since the book's release. We have finally arrived at the moment of its official launch, scheduled for tomorrow at noon. I am not a novice, having penned a few works before. I feel a profound sense of gratitude towards those loyal readers who have steadfastly supported me. Initially, I had no intention of making a statement regarding my previous works, as I felt rather embarrassed, but my editor encouraged me to strive for the Sanjiang rankings. After much contemplation, I mustered the courage to reach out. Many readers have expressed concerns that this book might become abandoned, and in response, I wish to assure you that its performance has been quite satisfactory, currently boasting around 13,000 collections. Provided the initial subscriptions remain healthy, the prospects for elevating this work to a higher quality tier are promising. Furthermore, I plan to establish a reader group for our community, allowing everyone to subscribe with peace of mind. Returning to the main topic, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have supported me since the inception of this book, as well as to those who have transitioned from my earlier works. It is your trust and encouragement that have propelled this book to its current standing, and for that, I am immensely thankful. I must also express my appreciation for my editor, the remarkable Jian Nong, who has provided invaluable insights during the editing process and has been consistently responsive to my queries. Aspiring authors would undoubtedly benefit from having such an editor. Now, regarding future updates and additional content, with 13,000 collections, I have set a target of 700 for initial subscriptions. If the subscriptions surpass this threshold, I will add 2,000 words for every additional 50 subscriptions. A reward of 10,000 points will also yield an additional 2,000 words, while a Leader S contribution will garner 20,000 words. As for monthly votes and average subscriptions, we shall determine those conditions later. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed through donations, votes, and continued reading. Below is the list of supporters since the book's release. Feng He, 100 points Mr. Goei, 100 points Absolutely No Loss. 800 points A Candy House. 100 points Hao Guo Fei Jing. 500 points Reader 201907132024222879. 100 points Xiao Shi Chu, self-contribution omitted, never expecting luxury. 300 points Shueing 557, Q Reading 1666 points, ZGSYCD. 1000 points TYY Feng Yi. 100 points Mu Ranyu. 300 points Blank Seeking Love. 100 points Reader 1609121639399174. 5000 points Thank you to all the generous supporters. That will be all for now. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow at noon. Chapter 73 Departure. Civilizational Relics Amidst the Pleasant Surprise. Shang-Chi swiftly regained his composure, rapidly suppressing all other thoughts. He began to deeply reflect upon and comprehend the state of his body at that moment. Chapter 74. Sandstorm of the Desert. The veil of space. Without the slightest need for Shenqing's reminder, Shang-Chi activated the energy shield with unparalleled swiftness. However, the energy shield of the ethereal airship was not instantaneous. It took a considerable duration of 20 seconds to fully engage. Chapter 75. Sarcoma Space. Subscription requested. On board the Qing Feng, Shenqing found himself amused by the antics unfolding before him, chuckling at the cautious demeanor of Shang-Chi. Indeed, he could barely contain his laughter. Chapter 76. The insect tribe. If a person has lost even the most fundamental principles and boundaries, then no matter how great their eventual achievements may be, they hold no significance. Once a decision was made, Shang-Chi responded. Chapter 77. External Deep Space Torpedo Launcher. Happy New Year's Eve. Shang-Chi could comprehend the thoughts swirling in Shun-Qing's mind, fully aware of their contrasting circumstances. Unlike Shun, he did not possess a father of the second tier, nor a grandfather of the third tier. The aspiration for resources became a distant dream. Chapter 78. Accomplishment and Harvest. Without further contemplation, Shang-Chi and Shun-Qing maneuvered the airship to descend. Subsequently, the two stepped out of the vessel in succession, embarking on an examination of the specific attributes of the 5 extraordinary artifacts. 5 items. Chapter 79. Energy Crystals. New Year's Eve bonus. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback by the softly glowing crystal before them, which evoked 4 words in their minds. Energy crystals. Wishing everyone a happy new year, a joyful spring festival, and a prosperous year of the dragon. To all the avid readers and fans of this book. Chapter 80. The Mountain and Sea at Dawn. Happy New Year. As an exceptionally rare life form floating land, situated at the borders of the Principality's star domain, the White Tower floating land is held in considerable esteem throughout the Golden Shark Star region. Not only do major cities. Chapter 81. The powerful effects of Insect Queen's essence. In contrast to Shang-Ting's whimsical nature, sorcerer appears notably serene. However, when in the company of Shang-Ting, the two share an endless array of topics to discuss. Chapter 82. Purple Quality, Shadow Antimatter Superstate Engine. New Year Update. Shang-Chi glanced at a few individuals and began to tidy up the barbecue grill while softly explaining. I have brought out this exquisite meat so that each of you may achieve success in your future endeavors. Chapter 83. The Stag Hunting Ship, Deep Sea Long Sky. Upon discerning the attributes of this peculiar object, Shang-Chi was taken aback, as the outcome once again defied his expectations. What Song Ming-Song had provided was, astonishingly, a seed of kindling fire for ascension. Chapter 84. The Red Epic-class carrier components. As Song Lin proceeded towards the flight dock to absorb the strand of the Cold Spring's icy flame, his uncle and aunt summoned Shang-Chi. Little Chi, your uncle and aunt. Chapter 85. Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator LV-29. Without further ado, the astonishing 30,000 points of ethereal energy reservoir completely alleviates any concerns regarding the subsequent enhancement requirements of the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator. Chapter 86. The Orange Quality Fire Seed Artifact. This creature bears a striking resemblance to the Centaur race, as I remember it. Yet I cannot ascertain whether it truly belongs to that lineage. As for the Centaur race, being one of the half-beast folk. Chapter 87. Sovereign of the Star Domain. Subscription requested. The orange-hued, glorious quality ember, a celestial curiosity of the starry sea. How do you substantiate the existence of this extraordinary artifact? Chapter 88. Shen Yuran. Before long, a delicate voice resonated within the dormitory. Here she comes, Auntie. With a soft click, the dormitory door creaked open. Chapter 89. Stellar Sea Transition. Regarding the Purple River Transition Device, Shang-Chi contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided against enhancing it to the current limit of level 29. Instead, he opted to elevate it to the second tier first. Chapter 90. Floating Land Fortress. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. Though the Brainwave remote control system boasts a quality of purple grade, the quality and standing of the Market of the Heavens is evidently superior. Today and Oppo's update will be delayed. Chapter 91. Morningstar Research Institute. Phantom Butterfly Class Drone. The designation of the chaotic star domain is not merely a reflection of the rampant presence of space pirates within its confines. It is, in fact, a realm teeming with numerous factions. Chapter 92. The Battlefield of the Stellar Civilization. Boom. Chapter 93. Star Radiance 004. Floating land of the Star Sea. In the connecting area between the starship's cabin and the main control room, dozens of bipedal creatures with disproportionately large heads and slender legs had already established a formidable defense line. These extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 94. Plunder and Harvest. Confronted with these starships that had long since let down their guard, Shang-Chi found himself inwardly applauding them fervently. This truly spared him a considerable amount of trouble, while skillfully maneuvering the. Chapter 95. Level 2 Star Sea Floating Land. The promotion of the Dragonfly. Subscription requested. Currently, among the numerous components aboard the Sky Horizon, aside from the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator and the Celestial Eye Patrol Radar, which have been enhanced to their limits, the others such as Chapter 96, Group Attack Auxiliary Cannon, Electromagnetic Thunder Cannon. After a moment of joy, Song-Chi soon heard another piece of not-so-pleasant news from his father's lips. Since his mother had successfully advanced, they too would have to. Chapter 97, 3 Exquisite Purple Artifacts, Song-Chi's choice. In an instant, Song-Chi raised an eyebrow. Perceiving the other party's demeanor, which clearly indicated that she was poised to present something else. Given this woman's wealth, the items she would unveil were likely to be. Chapter 98, Starry Sky Plants, Deep Blue Spore Mother Tree. Regarding the subsequent events occurring in the Morningstar multifunctional shop, Song-Chi was, of course, oblivious. Upon returning home, he explained the situation to his father, Song Chao. Chapter 99, The Repulsion Field, the Deep Blue Spore Storm Dragon. Seizing this opportunity, the woman adeptly commanded her fleet of warships to burst forth from the layers of the formation, racing swiftly towards the heavens. As the silver cruiser surged forth, the outside. Chapter 100, Man Credentials of the Ember Warship. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have elapsed. Guanyuan Floating Land Fortress. Morningstar Multifunctional Shop. Song-Chi returned once more as promised to this. Chapter 101, The Resurgence of the Orange Component in the Super Empire of the Fire Civilization, the Qiyu Divine Dynasty. Compared to Song-Chi and Song-Yu, Song-Lin has awakened for a considerably longer period, thus gaining a deeper understanding of the 0155-star region through his extensive experiences. Chapter 102, The Secret Realm of the Starry Sea. Classification of the secret realm levels. In that fleeting moment, Song-Chi and his companions directed their eager and inquisitive gazes towards the source. Song-Hai and Song-Chao exchanged a knowing glance, subsequently nodding subtly in agreement. Chapter 103, The Primordial Continent, the Luofu Sword Sect. Most crucially, at this moment, the market space is brimming with over 20 Hornet-class drones. In addition to the Hornet drones, military combat. Chapter 104, The Orange Quality, Pure Yang Sword Pill. At the moment this thought arose in their minds, the disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect had already begun to regret their decisions. The ability to so quietly remove them from the Eastern Divine Continent. Chapter 105, Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon. Profound Void Ultimate Yang Sword Intent Divine Light. Observing the attribute panel that emerged on the surface of the short sword from a godlike perspective, Song-Chi felt his breath quicken. Even the sound of his heartbeat resonated like the beating of a drum. Chapter 106, The Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon Acquired. Seeking titanium crystal. What appears to be a prolonged contemplation is, in truth, merely a fleeting moment. Chapter 107, Inventory of Gains and Reinforcement in the Peculiar Exchange Shop. After a fleeting moment of disappointment, Zhou Ping's eyes flickered with contemplation as he swiftly pondered his subsequent escape routes. At present, the Nine Heavens Cloud essence had already. Chapter 108, The True Teachings of Mount Lu. The Art of Guidance reached level 9. If one were to flee, it would undoubtedly require the use of the escape disc. However, this would inevitably prompt the 9 members of the Pure Yang Sword sect to follow suit, rendering those combat robots entirely ineffectual. Chapter 109, The Market Reinforcement and the Disturbance of the Bloodblade Pirates. As he felt the surging and tumultuous power coursing through his body, Song-Chi experienced a profound sense of joy while simultaneously engaging in continuous movement. With each swift motion of his fists and feet, the air whistled around him. Chapter 110, The Moro royal family. Fixated on the warship enveloped in a cerulean shield, Song-Chi promptly pressed the red button beside him, followed by activating the communicator in his hand. Chapter 111, The Sublimation of Life. Ascending a tier. Subscription requested. Why is this so? Firstly, let us not dwell on the minuscule risks of exposing the base beneath our feet, which are virtually negligible and can be considered almost inconsequential. For many decades, it has been in operation. Chapter 112, The Promotion of Uncle's Ship to the 3rd tier. Standards for classifying the Star Sea civilization. Outside the all-purpose training room, a powerful wave of ghostly energy surged, interwoven with strands of life energy. The mingling of these two energies created a dynamic atmosphere within the training chamber. Chapter 113, Comprehensive Enhancement of the Sky Horizon. Seeking subscription. What astonished the trio of Song-Chi, Song-Wan, and Song-Yu even more than their elders was the remarkable progress of Song-Chi. If memory serves correctly, it has only been 8 months since Song-Chi's awakening. Chapter 114, The Onset of Battle. These 3 components are no longer needed by the Skyward. Their retrieval serves no other purpose. He intends to inquire with his 3rd brother, Song-Wan, to ascertain whether he is inclined to. Chapter 115. The terrifying power of the pure yang sword light cannon, external nuclear missile launcher. Although the dark matter energy shield had been activated in advance, this did not guarantee absolute safety. The recent attack launched by the Angry Lion was. Chapter 116. Great victory. Although the Bloodblade and the Mountain Peak were nearly in contact with each other at this moment, once the launched nuclear missile detonated, it would inevitably fall within the range of the explosion. Chapter 117. Fourth Order Unit. Moro Void Escape. Mech. Upon this revelation, Song-Chi found himself harboring some thoughts. However, being largely uninformed about the intricacies of the Dinghai Song family, he ultimately could not deduce the underlying implications. Chapter 118. The Blade Light crossing endless space. The arrival of the ancestor of the Song clan. It is rather amusing that a third-tier fire vessel captain, hailing from a prestigious lineage, has never once directly experienced the oppressive force of a fourth-tier entity in over 2 centuries. This has always been a source of intrigue for the Song. Chapter 119. The resources of the Moro secret realm and the theory of time acceleration. The thought that it was their own powerful being left Song-Chi in a state of restless contemplation, despite the subsequent impact of the formidable and searing energy on the 2 Fire Sun soldier puppets. Chapter 120. The Song clan of Dinghai. The eternal moon tree, seeking monthly votes at the beginning of the month, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Song-Chi lifted his gaze once more and continued to inquire. Grandfather, is it true that all the Star Sea secret realms are capable of accelerating time? Chapter 121. Battle Achievements and Allocation. Chapter 122. Promotion. The Seed of Blue Flame. However, to Song-Chi's utter dismay, before he could proceed to his third round of selection, this particular component, the Wind Soldier puppet tree, was prematurely claimed by none other than Song-Yu. Chapter 123. Eternal Ghost. Why would, as he felt the increasingly solidified consciousness in his mind, an uncontainable excitement flickered in Song-Chi's eyes, and a vibrant joy surfaced upon his countenance. The Blue Flames. Chapter 124. Strengthening of the Azure Sky. It is a realm of cultivation, specifically. Chapter 125. The 10,000-meter level sandstorm. Insect hunting, seeking subscription. In the unfamiliar star domain, a small asteroid belt of considerable diameter could be faintly discerned at the horizon. However, Song-Chi showed no inclination to steer the Azure Sky towards it. Chapter 126. Confronting the Third Order Insectoid. The radiant sword intent of the chaotic void reemerges. Gazing upon the imposing silhouette, Song-Chi felt an unwavering certainty in his heart. This was undoubtedly a third-order sandworm, and not just any ordinary third-order creature, but one of a distinctly formidable nature. Chapter 127. Confession. The family. As the 5 fire-based soldier puppets swiftly sliced through the insect carcasses, Song-Chi in the skies above remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping constantly across the sandy expanse below, the main and secondary ship cannons. Chapter 128. The Orange Oddity, Terralite. As the crowd in the hall displayed expressions of astonishment, Song Mingsong proceeded to present his reasoning. We have been away from home for nearly 50 years. What indeed is the current state of our clan? Chapter 129. The Ascending Dragon Gathering. After a thorough examination, Song-Chi, feeling utterly satisfied, finally exited the peculiar item exchange shop. With swift steps, he made his way towards the all-attribute training chamber located on the side of the marketplace. Chapter 130. Fury under the gaze of thousands. A beam of guiding light emanated from the heavens above, enveloping the Tsanqiao. Under the influence of this force, the 4 individuals gradually levitated into the air. Soon. Chapter 131. Dominance. Everyone in the hall felt a sudden chill, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. This was not solely due to the phrase tracking mark uttered by Song-Chi, but also because at this moment. Chapter 132. The longing of love for children, seeking subscription. Apologies for the delay. Upon raising her gaze and clearly seeing the countenance of Song-Chi approaching, Zhao Ling's previous grievances vanished into thin air, replaced by a blush on her cheeks. Chapter 133. The fall of the Tross family. On the 12th of March in the year 5204 of the Morning Star calendar, the Tross family, one of the 3 prominent families of White River City, continued to maintain their status as a prestigious and affluent household, as they always had. Chapter 134. Inheritance rules of the Fire Warship, Dragonblood Secret Realm. The central square of Baya City, typically bustling with activity, appeared particularly desolate today. Even the few scattered pedestrians present wore expressions of anxiety, hastening their steps. Chapter 135. dragon blood tree, and dragon blood fruit. Observing the unreserved curiosity displayed by everyone, Song Mingsong himself was equally filled with anticipation. However, he found himself unable to proceed, as this secret realm binding device. Chapter 136. The Eagle Family, the Pressure of Fourth-Order Life. Among these fewer than 50 dragon blood fruits, the oldest one is merely 999 years old, just a few months shy of reaching a millennium. One can surmise that John. Chapter 137. The Orange Main Gun. The Apocalypse Annihilation Cannon. Within the private room, an unsettling stillness enveloped everyone, as the recent sensation lingered in their hearts. It was a feeling of life and death being beyond one and Appos, as control, as if a mere thought from another could render one utterly silent and devoid of existence. Chapter 138. Orange, Deep Space Long-Distance Detection Radar. Fourth-Order Void Crystal. Within the private compartment, Song Chi keenly discerned the fleeting brilliance that flickered in the eyes of his grandfather. Song Mingsong, seated in the main chair. Although it was but a momentary glimmer, it was significant because he. Chapter 139. The Star Domain of Dinghai. The mobile battle star in the bustling marketplace of the myriad heavens. Song Chi immediately proceeded to the specially designated slot area upon his arrival. He then took out the concealment platform. After a loading period of 60 seconds. Chapter 140. Level 5 Life Floating Land. Song Clan Ancestral Ground. Dragon Ridge, Divine Mountain Uncle. Can the mobile battle star truly rival the fourth-tier life forms of the Star Sea? Behind Song 1, the yet-to-awaken second son of Song Hai, Song Bo, inquired, his eyes filled with. Chapter 141. Branch Residence. Golden Merit Points. Once the information entry was completed, the overseer of the Inner Affairs Hall presented the engraved plaque containing the recorded information, positioning it before Song Chi's forehead. Simultaneously, his indifferent voice resonated once more. Chapter 142. Revisiting the ruins of the Bluo civilization. At this point, many of Song Chi and Appos' lingering doubts have been resolved, and his anticipation for the fifth-level floating land beneath his feet has grown even stronger. For he. Chapter 143. Above the third layer, though he witnessed an astonishing scene through the lens of the bumblebee drone, he. Chapter 144. The Crimson. The Crimson Oddity. As time progressed, countless winged tiger-headed insects swiftly approached the celestial vessel. Although the electromagnetic thunderlight cannon was a formidable area attack weapon, it remained ineffective in the face of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 145. Epic Component, Slave Metal. Suppressing his trembling hands, Song Chi took a deep breath, while the celestial vessel above began its gradual descent. The reason for such excitement was, of course. Chapter 146. The Slavery Metal Test and the Merit Building. Gazing upon the terrifying quantity of exquisite meat, Song Chi pondered for a moment and resolved to retain all of the second-tier cuts. As for the first-tier selections, he intended to reserve them for Song Ting and Song Shirshir in the future. Chapter 147. The Komodo Dragon and the Thorn Dragon. The reason for acquiring only 20 items and refraining from exchanging for more is that Song Chi wishes to observe whether there will be other more valuable items available in the future. If there are no other desirable options. Chapter 148. Purple, Obsidian Shiphull Armor. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chi ultimately decided against exchanging for titanium crystals. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, golden merit points are precious, and for Song Chi. Chapter 149. The Orange Ember Wonder, Red Origin Heavenly Fire. Within the confines of the celestial vessel, at the main control console, Song Chi was intently maneuvering the ship. Had there been someone present who was acquainted with him, they would undoubtedly have noticed a distinct change in his demeanor compared to days gone by. Chapter 150. The gains brought by the 4 market guest tokens. The formidable power of the market guest tokens allows them to re-enter this mystical market realm. Not just once, but potentially multiple times. This remarkable effect immediately stirred the interest of those who had fully experienced. Chapter 151. Bionic Skin Armor. Certainly. This merely indicates that when transitioning to a frigate, it is highly probable that all ethereal energy airships will utilize certain materials from these 4 options, rather than implying that every ethereal energy airship will necessarily employ. Chapter 152. The selection of orange puppet components above the mysterious platform. The hatches of the Firebrand warships opened in succession, and one after another, members of the Song clan, their bodies emanating a formidable aura, descended from the heavens. Chapter 153. Selection Guiding Technique. LV-15. Song Chi and Appos' breath momentarily faltered. The weariness of the preceding second seemed to vanish entirely in this instant. leaving only an insatiable curiosity regarding the intricate details of the three soldier figurines before him. Chapter 154. The Ascension mission begins. Expedition to the floating land of souls within the all-attribute training chamber. The air was filled with the intense gusts of fist winds, accompanied by a continuous, haunting whistle. After half an hour, Song-Chi came to a halt. At this point, Chapter 155. The Division of Mental Power, the promotion success rate offered by the third-order peak sandworm in response to his son's inquiry. Song Shan did not ponder extensively and explained, originally, this matter had little to do with you. It was to be carried out in due course. Chapter 156. Goblins. The reason it took such an extensive amount of time was not merely. Chapter 157. Orange, Silver 3-generation ultra-wave magic energy detection radar. While maintaining a composed expression, Song-Chi felt a profound sense of anticipation within. He observed the movements of the goblin with a godlike perspective, whether in his past life or in certain Western contexts. Chapter 158. The Ancient Goblin Divine Creation Project. Is the Terra Stone referred to as the magic stone on their side? Upon hearing the words of the high-ranking goblin, Song-Chi felt a surge of joy within his heart. This Terra Stone. Chapter 159. A Bountiful Harvest. The Fourth Order Black Moon Clan takes action. 2 blue-quality artifacts. 1 purple Starseed artifact. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings commenced their bidding, as Song-Chi surveyed the array of shipborne components. His choices this time diverged from his usual preferences. Typically, his initial gaze would be drawn to a handful of orange components. Chapter 161. Objective. The ascension of the skyship achieves a success rate of 90. As preparations were underway, Song-Chi first summoned 10 warrior puppets from the Void Shadow Assassin clan, each possessing the formidable strength of the third tier, to serve as vanguards, leading the charge into. Chapter 162. Azure Void Piercing Spear. The overwhelming life pressure emanating from the peak of the third tier was not the primary concern for Song-Chi. What truly weighed on his mind was the long spear in the opponent's grasp, radiating a resplendent purple glow. Chapter 163. Promotion to Guardian-level ethereal battleship. As Song-Chi gazed upon the extraordinary properties that materialized before him, he reached out his hand and touched the azure stone. Instantly, a brilliant azure light emanated from the skyward, as the radiance. Chapter 164. The attributes of the skyship skyrocket. A million-level transaction amidst a 20-fold price difference before thoroughly examining the attribute panel of the skyship. Song-Chi did not forget to reattach several disassembled components he held in his hands. Chapter 165. Market Advancement. The newly emerged inn on the 3rd floor. With the transaction finalized, Luke swiftly retrieved a substantial mass of floating land essence from his spatial folding box. A total of 500,000 strands. Yet not a single one. Chapter 166. Market Walking Token. In Spirit Synthesis Platform, this token bears a striking resemblance to the Market Guest token. Yet it is distinguished by its entirely different hue. One is of a bronze color, while this one before me is of a silvery shade. Chapter 167. Departure. The courtyard of Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin is situated at the very heart of Qinghua Manor. However, not long ago, they had gathered all the family members, and now the courtyard is. Chapter 168. The Rules of Floating Land and the Exclusion of Origin in the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, a vast floating land, spanning tens of millions of kilometers in diameter, hovers serenely. A planetary shield, shimmering with ethereal light and adorned with a lattice of intricate patterns, envelopes the entire. Chapter 169. Soul Seal, Soul Piercer, Blackwater Mysterious Serpent, Chimera. After the unsuccessful assault from that peculiar creature, Song-Chi and over 100 others were not subjected to any further attacks. Following a prearranged distribution plan, the group of more than 100 was divided into 3 factions. Chapter 170. Soulstone, Soul Core. The 3 second-tier Chimera soared swiftly ahead, intent on approaching the 2 escort vessels before the spirit-piercing attack lost its efficacy, or rather, the Soul Clan that trailed behind them. Chapter 171. Floating Land Spirit Root, Refining Divine Fruit Tree, Buzz. Beneath the modestly towering hill, a sudden ripple emerged in the void, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone cast upon its surface, shattering the. Chapter 172. The transplantation of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm medium-grade, immortal domain spirit soil, as Song Ming Song made his move, coupled with the formidable suppression of the primary combatant, the Blackwater Shin Snake, by the Thorns Flying Dragon, and its 2 third-tier soul spirit subordinates, the battle reached its conclusion. Chapter 173. Grade 7 life floating land. The quality above read upon hearing Song Chi and Appo's inquiry. Song Mingsong shifted his gaze towards the fragments of the secret realm floating land displayed beyond the projection screen. His eyes suddenly deepened as if. Chapter 174. The extraction of medium-quality soulstone veins in the exchange of meritorious deeds. The western foothills of the Ronghuan mountain range, extending for 1,000 miles, remain firmly under the control of the Soul Spirit clan. Otherwise, the Soul Spirit clan would be unable to uncover the hidden veins, which possess a multitude of extraordinary shipborne resources. Chapter 175. The Soul Spirit Floating Land Exploration Plan. A substantial influx of soulstones. Chapter 176. A creature comparable to the Thorn Dragon. Surprises in the secret vault of the Taku tribe in the land of the Blue Blood Floating Isles. Within the Shenlong tribe, as per his usual routine, Shenlong Kai rose early. After enjoying his breakfast, attended by the household servants, Shenlong Kai picked up. Chapter 177. The asteroid belt with a diameter of 21 light years. As he journeyed to the innermost sanctuary, Song Chi's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the stone platform. If his observations were correct, the resources amassed upon that platform were precisely what he currently found himself in dire need of. Chapter 178. Red. Farewell to the Red Epic Artifact. After a lengthy deliberation, having given ample advice to the three-tiered Soul Spirit clan, Song Chi ultimately resolved to retain Zhao Lei. Simultaneously, the Market Walking Order was also transferred to Zhao. Chapter 179. Red Epic Neutron Star Core Armor with a swift acceleration. The starship piloted by Elon came to a halt before the Void Portal. However, upon assessing the dimensions of this portal, his expression shifted to one of concern. Chapter 180. Neutron Star Core Armor acquired. The Celestial Vessel Enhancement. This is far from the conclusion. This first-tier alien resembles a stone disrupting the tranquil surface of a lake, swiftly sending ripples across the entirety of the water. I have a. Chapter 181. A year, seeking monthly votes, suppressing the pang of anguish within, Song Chi refrained from further contemplation and opened the attribute panel of the Zhangqiu. Chapter 182. Purple Molecular Isolation Membrane. As for the specifics of which component, in fact, it was Song Chi during the last market transaction. Chapter 183. The Evil Buddha Continent, the sixth sequence of the Song clan. Above the Solgo mountain range, over 300 third-tier chimeras soared majestically. Beneath their expansive wingspan, each nearly 1,500 meters, the Solgo. Chapter 184. The terrifying miniature neutron star of the Xuanjia ship Song Yan's vessel is named the Xuanjia. It has ascended to the third tier for over 15 years, and no one knows the extent of its current combat prowess. Chapter 185. Starry Sky Behemoth, Golden Armored Giant Beast, Monthly Vote Update, due to prior arrangements made by the First Meridian. There are currently more than 30 transfer warships docked at the space combat platform. Consequently, even though the Soul Spirits. Chapter 186. The Orange Ascending Fire Source and the Orange Engine before the grand entrance connecting the 49th and 50th floors of the Merit Tower, Song Chi stepped forward confidently. This time, he faced no obstruction and ascended directly to the 50th floor. Chapter 187. The Ascendancy of Life. Promotion to the second tier above the mountain range. The celestial ship descended gradually. When it was less than 50 meters away from the unconscious third-tier Thorn Dragon below, a beam of light emanated from the battleship. Chapter 188. Multitasking and resetting spatial anchor points. The ethereal energy fabric, swirling ceaselessly around his body, complemented the surging power within him, while his mind was emptied to its utmost capacity. At this moment, Song Chi felt an unparalleled sense of well-being. This second time. Chapter 189. The falsified boundary stone and the mysterious spatial passage in the asteroid belt, within the mining area governed by Sol 2, lies a vast vacuum expanse with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Sol 2, having received the mental transmission from Song Chi long ago, has been patiently awaiting in this void. I respectfully request a one-day leave of absence, hoping for your approval. Chapter 190. Spatial Wormholes, Marks of the Loss. Purple spatial expansion components in a mere asteroid belt. 5 beings of half-step 4th-tier caliber have emerged. What does this signify? It is essential to understand that we are on the brink of touching the 4th-tier cosmic ocean. Chapter 191. The ancient battlefield of the stars, the celestial corpses, and the colossal starship. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chi shook his head. To be honest, although such components are rare, for someone like him who possesses an entire market of celestial realms serving as his personal storage space, it is, in fact. Chapter 192. Harvest, and the Void Escape Pearl. As expected, all four entities emanated a formidable pressure indicative of a half-step to the fourth tier. Surrounding them, they exerted control over a multitude of first- and second-tier asteroid belt creatures. Chapter 193. The 10 Dominant Civilizations of the Star Sea. The Ember-Human Galactic Community within the confines of the spatial wormhole. Song-Chi hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately dismissing the notion of allowing that Song-Chiong to venture forth, despite the previous encounters with those humanoid extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 194. Orange, External Armor-Piercing Cobalt Projectile Launcher. Chapter 195. The Astonishing Celestial Flora Silver Apple Mother Tree. Undoubtedly, this extraordinary orange artifact, capable of transforming into components of the External Armor-Piercing Cobalt Shell Launcher, is indisputably a weapon of exceptional caliber. Chapter 196. Return, over 100 points of golden merit moreover. Let us not forget that what he witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg aboard the colossal flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan. The length of this war vessel was a formidable. Chapter 197. Farewell to the Red Oddity, the Stone of Laws, and the Crystal of Laws. Song-Chi found himself in a quandary, hesitating to proceed directly to the 60th level. It was evident that the 101 points of golden merit he possessed were significantly inflated, and it would not be long before. Chapter 198. The Hunt. Although Song-Chi harbored plans in his heart, he did not dwell on them excessively, for after all, such matters would pertain to the next market transaction. The particulars could be addressed at that time. Meanwhile, Chapter 199. The Manned Credentials of the Flame Warship and the Unexpected Purple Curiosity. Within the transit station of the Spatial Gateway in the Dinghai Star region, 11 spatial portals are arranged in a circular formation, occupying the majority of the spherical station and Opos S interior. Chapter 200. The Monolithic Shield Component Plasma Guardian. Song-Chi's initiative. Song-Chi was somewhat taken aback, or rather astonished. The mere fact that the other party could produce a blue component was already surprising to him, and now another. Chapter 201. Fifth Order Battleship, Fourth Order Biological Source Blood, the Ark of the Heavens. Recently acquired, the Ember Battleship Crew. Chapter 202. The Terrifying Behemoth of the Starry Sky. However, the inability to practice the guiding technique in the market does not affect the visualization of the mythical mecha projection mapping. Dividing a fraction of one's consciousness to observe the outside world, one also advises. Chapter 203. Field Collider. In the fleeting moment when the intangible domain unfurled, the two cruisers were initially constrained, and as it rapidly expanded, the three cruisers above soon found themselves ensnared. Chapter 204. Starry Sky Plant, Bloodthirsty Vine. Without the option of selecting a warship, the gaping 1-kilometer wound on its lower abdomen pales in comparison to the grievous injury on its head, which has been violently torn open by two specially designed cobalt projectiles. Chapter 205. Annihilation, Conflicts of Interest. As the fission characteristics of the neutron star were activated, the celestial ship underwent a transformation, beginning to diminish from its battleship form until it ultimately transformed into a miniature neutron star. Chapter 206. The Secret Conversation Between Grandfather and Grandson. The hidden sequence of the family time flies swiftly, in the blink of an eye. 2 hours have elapsed since the formidable fourth-tier golden armored beast was vanquished. Yet, even after such a duration. Chapter 207. Allocation of Titanium Crystals. All components at Tier 3. When it comes to titanium crystals, they have acquired a substantial sum, totaling just over 20,000. This indeed constitutes a significant bounty. However, this collection of titanium crystals cannot all be distributed freely. Chapter 208. The Sea Stabilizer, Song Xuansong. A fourth-ranked vampire marquis, seeing that Bai Shouqin did not appear to be sulking, but rather seemed resolute in her decision, the others ceased their attempts to persuade her. In truth, they. Chapter 209. A New Species, Fire Elemental Life. Just moments ago, he completely severed his connection with the bloodthirsty vine. Chapter 210. For unique embers, Crystal of Fire Attribute Laws, in the exchange shop of unique artifacts. As anticipated, upon entering the shop, the gaze of the fire elemental life was entirely drawn to the radiant orange glow emanating from the uppermost section of the establishment. Chapter 211. Black Star Auction House, Fourth Order Void Crystal. Regarding the subsequent events involving the fire elemental life, Song-Chi remained oblivious. Upon concluding his transactions in the ruins market, he promptly began to tally the gains from this venture. Chapter 212. 5,000 years, accelerating the secret realm 3,000 pieces of titanium crystal. What does this signify? The worth of such a quantity of titanium crystal is already sufficient to exchange for a purple exquisite upgrade that rivals an orange component. Chapter 213. The Art of Guidance, LV22. Breakthrough of mental power regarding the occurrences in the external veins. Shang-Chi remained oblivious. In the span of over 2 months. Aside from engaging in 2 rather unfruitful market transactions, and Chapter 214. Blood Barbarian Continent. Totem Barbarian Tribe in the courtyard of Qinghua Manor, where Uncle Song Yang resides. After exchanging pleasantries, Shang-Chi exited the courtyard under the watchful eyes of Song Shi and Aunt Zhaolan. Song. Chapter 215. The Silver-White Giant Python, the power of the 4th rank who dares approach the forbidden grounds of the tribe. Outside the Cold Bone Pool, a sacred site of the Ironwind tribe, 2 authoritative voices echoed. Following this, 2 individuals of the 3rd rank appeared. Chapter 216. The Collision of Laws. The enslavement of the Cold Moon Snow Python. Several hours later, the Ironwind tribe remained vigilant following the earlier commotion. A multitude of wolf barbarians was. Chapter 217. Harvest Orange Curiosity Totem Spirit Pillar. In contrast to the Frost Moon Snow Python, Shang-Chi found far less intrigue in the primal Savannah Mammoth. Chapter 218. The Ember Artifact worth 150 points of golden merit. Chapter 219. Promotion. The Purple Flame Seed. Before heading to the family's merit hall, Shang-Chi first convened the core members of the lineage to inquire about various matters. Upon hearing that he had presented, Chapter 220. The 5 components of the 4th order, the soaring attributes of the skyship, having consecutively reinforced 3 components. A considerable amount of resources has been consumed, and currently, it has reached the 4th order. Chapter 221. The Purple, Holy Cross Marker, and the 4th Order Star-Eating Vine. Upon clicking the avatar of the post-initiator, Shang-Chi commenced a private conversation with the other party. Is that scale calibration device still available? I wonder if. Chapter 222. Notorious, Star-Eating Vine. As the brilliance faded away, the Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon was successfully enhanced to level 40. Pure Yang Sword Light Cannon level 40 quality, orange. Chapter 223. Devouring Falling Stars. As for Song Fu, this granduncle, Shang-Chi harbored no concerns. It is evident from his previous actions that this granduncle has likely already come to confront him alone. Chapter 224. Elimination in the Bailing Star Domain Development Boom. 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 As Shang-Chi observed the incessant barrage from the Songfu ship ahead, he found himself transformed into a mere spectator, filled with profound sentiments. In contrast to the Golden. Chapter 225. The Lark Continent. Re-entering the ancient flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan, the locations marked by the 6 transit warships correspond to the heart of the Lark civilization's stellar domain. Positioned directly beneath them lies the Soul Class 3 life floating land of the Lark Star region. Chapter 226. 4th Order Void Demon. Encountering the Crimson Epic Artifact again after gazing intently for nearly 2 minutes, Shang-Chi ultimately came to a definitive conclusion. The silver plant within the left chamber was indeed the legendary Silver Apple Mother Tree. Chapter 227. The Crimson Component, the Cultivation Secret Realm of number 004. In the midst of joy, Shang-Chi was also filled with a sense of gratitude. The Plasma Guardian component was only at level 30, whether confronting spatial rifts or vanishing voids. Chapter 228. Silver Apple, the augmentation of this attribute. Shang-Chi can only say, is not immediately apparent. The efficacy of a secret realm ultimately depends on the growth rate of the cultivated plants, through this attribute. Chapter 229. The Chamber. The 3 consecutive selections of hull breaches led to dead ends that could not connect to the interior of the ship, which naturally did little to elevate Shang-Chi and Appo's spirits. Nevertheless, even so. Chapter 230. Super Strategic Resource, Primordial Copper. The joy in Shang-Chi's heart continued to intensify. Upon his initial glance, he estimated that the area of this mining chamber exceeded 20,000 square meters. However, as he ventured further, Chapter 231. Silver, the Silver Oddity. In an instant, the curiosity within Shang-Chi surged to an extraordinary height. Regarding the so-called Three-Eyed Divine Guardian, he had long harbored considerable intrigue. Chapter 232. The first phase of the sequence contest. Put it away for yourself. If there is an urgent need for certain resources, you may exchange it for your family. Regarding the corpses of the 4th-tier creatures from which one can extract source blood, leave the leave request aside. Please refrain from scolding others. Alas. Chapter 233. Re-entering the Merit Tower, level 50, the Blood Bodhi enhances the genetic potential of living beings. Upon hearing this effect, everyone immediately took note and simultaneously surmised that the floating land beneath their feet. Chapter 234, the first fourth-tier enslaved creature at this moment. Shang-Chi's emotions were beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. Prior to this, he had harbored little hope of gathering a sufficient quantity of third-tier void crystals. Chapter 235, Silver Legend. Before heading to the ancient star domain battlefield, Shang-Chi summoned the humanoid alien of the half-step fourth tier, prompting it to actively call forth a group of second and third-tier humanoid aliens. Chapter 236, the second silver component, Celestial Domain 5 Elements, Zhou Energy Shield. If the three-eyed solid spirit ring component was the remarkable treasure that Shang-Chi had long anticipated, then this unknown silver quality artifact undoubtedly qualifies as astonishing. I am guilty. After a few days at home, I succumbed to laziness. Tomorrow, I shall provide 3 updates. And the day after, I will return to my regular schedule. Well, that is all. Chapter 237. The peak of fourth-order biological source blood. He indeed wished to don it directly, yet even with the three-eyed solid spirit ring component intact. Chapter 238. The extraordinary silver legend component Silver. Silver, Shao-Chi, you. Chapter 239. The Kingdom of Yao Han. Star Destroyer. As the high-quality components aboard the Azure Sky vessel continued to increase, the orange-grade engine indeed became somewhat insufficient. However, a direct replacement was unnecessary. Chapter 240. The true population base of the Song clan. From this inference, it seemed entirely reasonable to everyone. Although the blood-producing Bodhi from the blood-infused land possesses the effect of enhancing the genetic lineage potential of living beings, it. Chapter 241. The standard configuration of Pork Knuckles, the old man of the fleet, the skyship Sangqiong's counterattack against the fourth stage. The blood-offering floating land is divided into 5 grand realms. Among them, the blood-offering realm occupies a central position, distinguished as the mightiest realm within the blood-offering floating land, home to a self-proclaimed divine nation known as the blood-offering divine kingdom. Chapter 242. The Divine Palace Treasury, 5th-order floating land source. It is no wonder that Shang-Chi feels this way. After all, in his previous encounters, he faced only 2 fourth-order entities, both of which were not in their prime state. Nevertheless, Chapter 243. The second phase of the sequence contest. The evil Buddha continent. 2 warships soared swiftly towards the heavens. In a bid to save time, Shang-Chi and his companion activated their spatial jump devices in succession, intent on reaching the pinnacle of the sky as swiftly as possible. Chapter 244. Orange Shadow-Breaking Magic Cannon. Shang-Chi's objective was unequivocal: to ascend beyond the 60th floor of the Merit Tower. He had already traversed the 160th floor of the Merit Tower multiple times, yet he had encountered no items of purple quality. Chapter 245. Orange Glory, Tai Town's Soul Tablet. In contrast to the fiery and impetuous goblin, Luke Zhou, whose cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, appears considerably more composed. Well, there is a saying that. Chapter 246. Gene Lineage Enhancement. Outstanding life forms of the star sea. With this matter firmly etched in his mind, Shang-Chi had resolved that upon the conclusion of this transaction, he would prioritize it without delay. This endeavor would not be confined solely to the realm of Mai, but would extend across the entirety of the Dragon Rich. Chapter 247. 1 Mind, 7 Uses. The domain of the 100 arms within the all-attribute training chamber. Having assumed the standard posture for the guiding technique, the ethereal energy within my body commenced its cyclical operation. Concurrently, the chamber was suffused with a rich density of ethereal energy. Chapter 248. 7th Rank Sovereign, Lingji Meat Mountain. Although their origins are relatively commendable, it is not. Chapter 249. The Resurgence of the Fractured Secret Realm. Chapter 250. Celestial Flora, Bloodcrow Flesh Sephora. In a fleeting shift of space, the Celestial Vessel and the Night Harbor Vessel emerged first within this relatively modest, yet dilapidated secret realm. There was no time for them to survey the intricacies of this realm. Chapter 251. The 6-armed Blood Arhut. As the significance of the Blood Sephora tree heart from the Bloodcrow and Flesh Sephora revealed itself, the crowd accordingly altered their strategy. They ultimately decided to first deal with this Bloodcrow and Flesh Sephora. Chapter 252. The mythical mecha form of the 3rd tier. With this brief moment of pause, it was sufficient for the Night Harbor to re-engage with its opponent. A familiar incantation emanated from the 2 half-step 4th tier entities. Chapter 253. conditions for mastering the mythical mecha form in advance. Even with the void's obstruction, Shang-Chi could still perceive the myriad spatial ripples surrounding him through the gaze of the void demon. These ripples were indicative of energy collisions nearing the fifth tier, a testament to the Chapter 254, The Hunting Ship, Furious Lion. Although this expedition to the evil Buddha continent has proven to be far more arduous than anticipated. Chapter 255, The Red Epic and the Spark of the Extraordinary. Yet this is insufficient, as the sole entity capable of accelerating the secret realms. The Void Crystal indeed draws the attention of various mid to large-scale factions and civilizations throughout the fragmented Star Sea. Upon returning home, I ventured to Changsha on the 13th, only to discover that the inspections there would not be available until the 16th. Left with no alternative, I had to return to my hometown and Appos, S-City. But on that very day, there were no available appointments either. Consequently, it has taken until today to resolve these matters, and I sincerely apologize for the delay. Normal updates will resume tomorrow, and I shall endeavor to make up for any missed content as best as I can. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 256, The Treefolk Clan. Orange Artifact, part of the War Treefolk. Had it been an ordinary red ember artifact, Shang-Chi would not have reacted so profoundly. However, the red ember capable of transforming into the seed of flame and ascending to a fire source is entirely distinct. Chapter 257, Life System Medical Repair Pod. Even though it is an orange-quality cosmic artifact, to be honest, Shang-Chi still harbors a plethora of doubts within his heart. Previously, he had heard quite clearly about this. Chapter 258, The Enhancement of Component Quality. Shang-Chi's choice. Although the fruit-bearing speed of the celestial plants is considerably slower than that of the floating terrestrial flora, it does not reach the extent of 20,000 years. As for the maturation period, this song. Chapter 259, Eternal Existence. Bodhi Inheritance Tower. Challenge regulations without further contemplation. A familiar stag ship materialized above the three warships. It was none other than the Tsang Mang Wujiha, belonging to the family head, Song Xuansong. Chapter 260, The Cleansing Soul Clan. Cleansing soul liquid. A gentle murmur emanated from the tower's body, as within the ancient edifice, the atmosphere suddenly. Chapter 261, Silver Legend 2. In an instant, all the creatures that had registered received this message. Before they could ponder further, a beam of light erupted from the wondrous Heritage Tower. Chapter 262, The Fourth Order Rock Sava Beast. Nevertheless, it remains merely a creature on the verge of attaining the fourth tier. In the presence of the celestial vessel, which boasts numerous components enhanced to the fourth tier, its threat is, in truth, rather minimal. Chapter 263, The Final Challenge Assessment under his command, sacrificing his own life to seize control over the four. Chapter 264, The Extraordinary Prodigy of the Super River Domain, the Golden Sacred Realm artifact amidst the collective anticipation of the masses. A colossal luminescent screen gradually descended from the heavens above the magnificent Woza Temple. Gazing upward, one could distinctly behold this immense light curtain. Chapter 265, The Cataclysmic Battle. The death of Song Gang. The only aspect that left Shang-Chi feeling a tinge of regret was perhaps the unmistakable constancy of this characteristic. Regardless of whether its subsequent enhancement levels were elevated, its attributes remained unchanged. Chapter 266, The Dragon Whale State. The return to the abyss. The sinking of the Songport, or rather the Nightport, may have seemed inconspicuous amidst the myriad celestial sea creatures above. However, to the members of the Song family, it was undeniably a matter of great significance. Chapter 267, The Seventh Sequence of the Song Clan. Evidently, all that transpired previously fell well within the calculations of the clan leader. By employing the Guishu Gemma to obstruct the Earthen Spear and utilizing the Void Dragon Whale to counter the law of Xianbing, it only required a slight. Chapter 268, The Crimson Component. I have spirit insight. Upon returning to his personal courtyard, Shang-Chi did not immediately seek rest. Instead, he summoned the celestial vessel within the confines of his estate. Once aboard the warship, he proceeded directly to Chapter 269, Secret Techniques, Laws, Divine Consciousness State. Primal Secret Realm. Shang-Chi calculated that with these 5 strands of fifth-order floating land essence, he now possessed a total of 15 strands. As for the other 10 strands, they were from his previous encounters with Song. Chapter 270, The Divine Sword of Extension, Fifth-Order Knife Coin, Orange Superior Ascension Fire Source. The glimmer of anticipation rekindled in Shang-Chi and Appos' eyes. What could be the most significant element within the family hierarchy? Following Song Xuansong, the two traversed Chapter 271. The Commencement of the Celestial Ascendancy Mission. Chapter 272. The Orange Ember Seed in the Dragon Vein Temple. Moreover, he seized this opportunity to utilize that strand of stellar fire, although the risk of losing it was negligible when kept close at hand. Employing it directly allowed him to witness its brilliance firsthand. Chapter 273. Abyssal Dragon. The Ascension of the Skyship with a success rate of 95 unbeknownst to Song Ming Song and his companions. A series of events was unfolding within the Dragon Vein Temple below. The temple's structure was crafted from unique materials. Chapter 274. 98 Success Rate. Ascension of the Sky Vessel. Upon hearing the success rate of 95. 3. Song Ming Song and the others were at a loss for words. In their perspective, this success rate far exceeded their expectations, had it been in their hands. Chapter 275. Activation of microspirituality and acquisition of metal. After enhancing several components, Song Qi glanced at his personal account. Gold merit points, 138. Previously traded, silver 3 generation, super wave magic. Chapter 276. Breakthrough of the guidance technique to the 3rd tier. The armory of the Three-Eyed Clan's flagship. As the 62nd day arrived, the vicinity surrounding the 2nd ancient corpse was secured. Chapter 277. Golden, again the golden oddity. Even with the knowledge of the existence of a special isolation barrier. As long as the Void Shadow Assassin Clan's puppet soldiers do not actively probe their puppet bodies into the barrier, no matter how great the commotion in the corridor. Chapter 278. Return, news reporting. As the saying goes, fortune seldom comes in pairs, while misfortune seldom arrives alone. Immediately following the examination of this peculiar orange artifact dealt another blow to Song Qi, revealing that it was something that could not be transformed. Chapter 279. The Turmoil of the Song Family. The spatial wormhole derived from the afterworld. In addition, within the palm of the left arm of the mech, as well as atop its shoulders, numerous cannon ports are visible. These represent the manifestation of the main and secondary batteries of the warship in its mech form. Chapter 280. The Tower of Condensed Space. 50 years the ancestor of the Song family within the expanse of the sky vessel, Song Qi gently massaged his temples. A myriad of unarticulated emotions swirling within him. Over the past 5 years, he had never once perceived the peculiarities of this spatial wormhole. Chapter 281. The Fearless Class Fire Warship. 7th Tier Soldier Puppet, Dragon Whale Guard. In a secure area near the exit of the spatial wormhole, the elders of the Song clan were filled with fervor, their eyes fixed intently on the colossal fire warship measuring 100,000 meters in length before them. Chapter 282. The Golden Sanctuary, Spatial Wormhole Generator. The mind's essence finally comes to fruition upon observing the properties of this extraordinary object. Everyone simultaneously displayed expressions of delight. Before them lay an exceedingly rare spatial artifact from the cosmic sea, and furthermore. Chapter 283. The Celestial Vessel in Mythical Mecha Form. 3 silver apples. Acknowledging her own shortcomings, Song Qi relinquished the notion of engaging in a debate with the girl, humbly accepting the tearful accusations she laid before him, after the girl fervently expressed her grievances. Chapter 284. Long Whale Mountain. The Monument of Secret Techniques. As for the Anomaly Purifier, this component possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously cleanse the celestial ship from a myriad of anomalous conditions, rendering it invaluable, even in circumstances such as. Chapter 285. The Decade's Time. Upon hearing the words of the family head, Song Qi was momentarily engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. Presently, the number of secret technique inheritance tablets he could perceive amounted to 6. Merely from this observation, one could draw connections. Chapter 286. The Dragon Whale and Appo's Secret Art Inheritance Steel. Furthermore, the secret cultivation realm number 004 of Shikong has once again completed a cycle of acceleration and deceleration, initiating a new round of swift progress. Alas. Chapter 287. The Corpse of the 7th Order Sovereign. The secret techniques inscribed upon this Dragon Whale inheritance steel are the most numerous among the 6 steel, amounting to a remarkable 15. The technique known as Dragon Whale Form is. Chapter 288. Exile in the Void. The corpse of the Three-Eyed Royal Family acquired. The colossal mech giant, standing at a staggering 100,000 meters, raised its right arm high. A beam of divine light, imbued with the profound power of spatial laws, emanated as if it had undergone no prior charging, projecting forth from the mech and Appo's right arm. Chapter 289. The Fractured Starry Sky. Level 70. Spatial Wormhole Generator. After the Dominator's corpse was drawn into the indomitable ship, the ethereal figure of the Dragon Whale exceeding a length of 100,000 meters and entirely composed of the laws of space, continued to glide gracefully through the celestial expanse above. Chapter 290, Family Rewards. It is precisely this fleeting moment of delay that determines the subsequent trajectory of all schemes. As this half-step 7th-tier void demon once again extricates itself from various adverse states, there is no. Chapter 291, The Fiery Giant, The Emergence of Neutron Star Remnants, Jiangjio, Wine Gentleman, 15,000 rewards for additional updates, the 80th floor of the Merit Tower. Accessible only to those with over 3,000 golden merit points. Upon discovering this, Song-Chi once believed that. Chapter 292, A new round of enhancement for the Zhangqiang. Gazing upon the newly unveiled attribute panel, a palpable excitement shimmered in Song-Chi and Appo's eyes. The enhancement to level 50 brought about a significant elevation in attributes. Chapter 293, The Exquisite Starsea Secret Realm, Tree of Laws, according to the knowledge possessed by Song-Chi. The Eagle clan had maintained a significant degree of control over the Golden Wind Star domain 2,000 years ago. However, in the past millennium, this dominion. Chapter 294, Fruit of the Spatial Law, Fruit of the Law. As the name suggests, this unique spiritual fruit resource is associated with the laws of the Starry Sea, capable of specifically enhancing one and Appo's comprehension of the corresponding celestial principles. It is indeed a rare. Chapter 295, Ultrasonic Geomagnetic Detector. In the mystical floating land beneath the heavens, the three cruisers chose not to disperse but instead maintained a certain distance, collectively ascending. The reason for this was. Chapter 296, The Capital of the Duchy, the Golden Dragon Star region. Song-Chi cast a glance around, his expression tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Given the current comparison of the two families' cruisers, determining a victor would likely prove to be quite a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Chapter 297, Morningstar Royal Family Twin Floating Lands. During the waiting period for the teleportation, a minor incident occurred. Although the order of teleportation had been meticulously arranged, unexpectedly, some individuals were postponed by one or even several rounds. Such a situation. Chapter 298, The Five Giants of the Morningstar Duchy. Indeed, these two twin floating lands are both classified as Grade 5 life-form starry floating realms. However, even the illustrious Morningstar family of the Duchy, along with the formidable. Chapter 299, The Snow Python of the Cold Moon advances to the 4th tier. The sole purpose of the Song family's commercial establishment has always been singular. And at this moment, there was no hesitation in inquiring further. The head of the family remarked, You recently obtained. Chapter 300, The First Battle of the Deership, Master and Servant Contract. It seems that heaven has favored me. Not only did I wager successfully on the 27 promotion rate, but the wolf howl tiger roar has just been promoted, and already another creature is half-stepping forward. Chapter 301, Chains of Divine Binding. The distinction between enslaving ordinary creatures and subjugating a captain of the Ember Vessel is profoundly significant. An enslaved creature typically serves merely as a brute force or cannon fodder. Yet. Chapter 302, The Red Ascendant Fire Source, Crown of Stars. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have passed. On this day, the Zhangqiang soared from the Tianqing Valley, ascending into the sky until it disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 303, The Source Blood of the Tidal Giant. The heart of the Starry Sea. Celosia, the Silver Engine, and the Ethereal Crystal. He still yearns for the Ethereal Crystal and the sands of time, these two invaluable resources. Chapter 304, The Market finally advances. Song-Chi did not conceal his delight. His intuition suggested that Seaway was not the type to demand exorbitant prices on a whim. However, upon observing the woman's enchanting demeanor. Chapter 305, Spatial Anchors 2 and the Market Sale Order. After reviewing these configurations, Song-Chi made his way along the central street to the inn situated near the free market area. However, he soon found himself disheartened, as the market had ascended to. Chapter 306, The Storm Giant Eagle. Time passes swiftly, for days have elapsed in the blink of an eye. At the pinnacle of the Dragon Spine commercial building, it is imperative that His Highness allocates a security detail from the shops below. Chapter 307, Cruelty. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying hurricane entwined with strands of the laws of wind surged forth, striking directly against the Zhangqiang ship as Song-Chi chose not to evade. Chapter 308, The Reinforcement of the Boza Meditation Seal. The initial opening of the 3rd stage market. Under the morning star, the sun illuminated the heavens as both parties parted ways. Chapter 309, The Northern Sea King's Court. The resurgence of the silver legend S&CH maintained a composed expression, yet deep within. He had already come to a conclusion. Upon learning of his origins from a fifth-level Starsea floating land, he remained remarkably unfazed. Chapter 310, The Silver Shenlong Transformative Pearl. Even though he had witnessed this legendary artifact, which had been passed down for nearly 100 millennia on numerous occasions, Dagon and Apos, gaze remained irresistibly drawn to it once more. Chapter 311, In CV Morningstar, the Stark immortal family, a continuous stream of fire ships descended from the heavens, ultimately anchoring in a designated area beyond the estate. Subsequently, elegantly attired noble fire ship captains emerged from within. Chapter 312, The Seal of Meditation, External, the initial manifestation of time suspension. It is essential to understand. Chapter 313, Matters Resolved. Departing in silence with Starks passed as they gazed up at the gradually receding celestial. An unusual light flickered in the eyes of all the guests within the St. Roland Manor. Upon closer reflection, since the arrival of Song-Chi, a member of the Song family. Chapter 314, Hunting Source Civilization, in the core of floating land origin in the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. Sudden and intense spatial fluctuations reverberated, followed by the miraculous emergence of a warship measuring 1,300 meters in length, heralding the commencement of yet another extraterrestrial deployment. Chapter 315, Core Theft Device of Floating Land. Among countless outcomes, it was precisely the one he most dreaded that befell Song-Chi, and his emotional state was undoubtedly tumultuous. Nevertheless, he exerted tremendous effort to regulate his feelings. As for the author's note, as the title suggests, this book is set to receive a significant recommendation tomorrow at 2 p.m. This is my first experience with such a prominent endorsement, and I am uncertain of the appropriate time to express my thoughts. I hope you will forgive my hesitance. After 4 years of writing, this marks my inaugural major recommendation. And while I am somewhat exhilarated, I am also at a loss for words. After all, it is not an achievement I can boast about. I had refrained from mentioning it earlier, fearing misinterpretation, but perhaps due to the timing of its release just before the new year. The readership has gradually increased and now stabilizes at over 2,000, which leaves me quite content. I acknowledge the limitations of my writing skills, a fact I am fully aware of. However, I can assure you of one thing. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to crafting the subsequent chapters of this book, and I sincerely hope for your continued support. Thank you once again. Lastly, I would like to gauge the group's sentiments regarding the establishment of a reader community. Chapter 316, News of Shinyu, and with a deep sigh, Song-Chi had no choice but to abandon this thought. However, he did not exhibit any significant reaction. From the very beginning, he had never held out much hope. Chapter 317, The Seven Stars Hall. The Star Command of Yaoguang family rewards. The gaze converges, and the attributes of this silver token swiftly emerge before the eyes. Extraordinary object. The Seven Stars Hall. The Star Command of Yaoguang. Quality, silver. Chapter 318, Family Endeavors. Level 5 Starsea Civilization. Although they are merely composite components, the benefits of enhancement far surpass those of other parts. Nevertheless, Song-Chi had already promptly removed them from the subsequent enhancement targets. The reason is quite. Chapter 319, Sustainable Development. 10 Red Marvels. The conflict on the illusory spirit continent concluded swiftly. However, this does not imply that the endeavors of the Song family's other fleets proceeded with equal ease. Let us not forget that beyond this illusory spirit continent. Chapter 320, The Confluence of Winds and Clouds. Your Highness, in recent months, the Morningstar has witnessed. Chapter 321, The Array Patterns of the Celestial Realm. All right. Let us not tarry any longer. Everyone, please proceed. The words of the esteemed ancestor of the Liu clan resonated, prompting the captains of the fire vessel, poised to enter the fragments, to act swiftly. Chapter 322, Secret Realm of Spirit Beasts. The radiance of the array pattern and Apos' light curtain had dimmed to an extreme. Yet Song-Chi still recognized it instantly. The reason was simple. In his previous life, he had an ardent passion for immortal fantasy novels. Chapter 323, The Fire Wudong and the Celestial Demon Phoenix. Although there are no traces of laws within this secret realm of spirit beasts, the speed of the 5 individuals remains only marginally faster than when they are outside. The Elevated. Chapter 324, The Bright Divine Bird. The Colossal Warship, measuring 1,300 meters in length, soared gracefully through the low skies of the primordial secret realm, buoyed by the effects of the void membrane. Only under such circumstances did Song-Chi dare to proceed. Chapter 325, The Crimson, part of the Behemoth and Aurora Leap device. Before time came to a complete standstill, Anderson was engulfed by a profound sense of doubt and trepidation. Having received an early warning from Anrock, he meticulously prepared. Chapter 326. The struggle between the fearless ships. There is no need for reminders on this matter. Given Song-Chi's character, no one is more vigilant than he. The combat prowess of the Skyward is formidable, not to mention its invincibility among vessels of the same tier. Chapter 327. The Great Expansion War of the Yaohan Kingdom. The imposing presence of the 6th-tier fearless ship once again spread throughout the starry expanse. Its vast might enveloping an area of 1 million kilometers. Under the boundless pressure, the entire starry sky fell into a profound silence. Chapter 328. The 8-armed serpent demon of advanced civilization. The celestial river system stretching over 1,800,000 light-years. Chapter 329. The blood of the behemoth. The market reopens with 2 components loaded. Song-Chi swiftly initiated the enhancement process. Although he had already claimed all the subsidies for this year and Appos, as sequenced some time ago, the recent occurrences in the market. Chapter 330. Unexpected surprises and the new rule fruit. Upon careful consideration, it has been over a year since the market ascended to the 3rd tier. Throughout this time, there have been numerous transactions within the market, and naturally, all of the market sale orders, in Song-Chi and Appos, as possession have been issued. Chapter 331. The Silver Apple Mother Tree. The key to promotion with a fruit of spatial law and 2 crystals of elementary spatial law. Song-Chi's comprehension of the laws at this moment is exponentially faster than during his time in the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm. Chapter 332. The Silver Apple Mother Tree finally ascends. Additional chapter by Alliance leader Jiang Kuei. Prior to this moment, Song-Chi had never perceived 10 minutes to be so interminable, yet now, he was acutely aware of its passage, despite the expression concealed beneath the synthetic mask. Chapter 333. The Celestial Mechanical Civilization. The rendezvous with Ansawai occurred mere minutes after the Ark Celestial departed from the Tianchong Valley. The designated meeting point was situated amidst the stars beyond the Morning Star and Appos, as expanse. Chapter 334. Maternal Control Spirit Ring and Microatomic Repair Group, in Song-Chi and Appos, as perspective. Although there is an abundance of mechanical units in this 5th region, their high-tier combat capabilities are rather limited. It suffices to eliminate the 2 4th-tier Hellfire. Chapter 335. 5th-order Mechanical Behemoth. The first actual combat of the wondrous temporal realm. As anticipated, Ansawai cast a questioning glance. However, upon meeting Song-Chi's resolute gaze, she instinctively chose to place her trust in him. Chapter 336. Mutual destruction with the Skyward. The fleeting glimmer of joy in Song-Chi's heart quickly dissipated, giving way to a profound sense of foreboding. The formidable strength of the 5th-tier mechanical behemoth was simply terrifying. Chapter 337. Celestial Intelligence System and Mechanical Core Engine. Song-Chi and Ansawai surveyed their surroundings for quite some time, originally believing that an area guarded by a 5th-tier mechanical behemoth would undoubtedly possess some. Chapter 338. Return. Contemplations on the original secret realm. After ensuring that every aspect of the ruins had been thoroughly scavenged, the 2 finally guided their warship towards the exit of the relic. However, before departing, Song-Chi. Chapter 339. Configuring the luxurious skyship. There is nothing to conceal in this matter. Song-Chi nodded directly. Upon receiving confirmation, a look of evident astonishment flickered in the eyes of Song Xuansong's projection. At this moment, the distance to. Chapter 340. The acquisition of the Red Ascension fire source in the Celestial Clan. After much contemplation, Song-Chi ultimately resolved to halt the exploration of the fragments of the immortal domain. The reason was quite straightforward. In his possession was the 7 Stars Hall of the Big Dipper. Chapter 341. The source of high-level floating lands in Song-Chi's resignation. Upon hearing the term fully automatic intelligent chip, the Goblin Luke immediately became intrigued. Fully automatic intelligent chips are inherently costly. Chapter 342. Displaying muscles. Striking across endless void, the dark energy surged forth like a pitch-black serpent from the depths of the netherworld, propelled by the deft control of the figure cloaked in black, hurtling towards the spatial portal. However, intriguingly, Chapter 343. Promotion to the Red Seed of Flames. Roaring sounds echoed as the thorned flying dragon swiftly conveyed several shouts. Due to the nature of telepathic communication, Song-Chi comprehended their meaning instantly. Chapter 344. The Evil God, the Church, and the Holy Dragon Continent. In this regard, Song-Chi currently demands no less than 7. In other words, after successfully advancing to the 4th tier and enduring the period of rule fluctuation. Chapter 345. the descent of the malevolent deity bloodied vertical pupil in the affluent district, within the private apartment of Count Tianfang located in the royal capital. At the innermost sanctum of the apartment, the third son of the current Count Tianfang stands in reverent posture before. Chapter 346. The blood of the evil god and the essence of the spirit source of familiar chill enveloped my entire being, and in a daze. I seemed to hear faint whispers echoing in my ears. The chaotic murmurs barely reached my consciousness. Chapter 347. The ownership of the orange projection component. Firstly, the initial type does not involve the loading of the Skylark. Ultimately, today is likely to be uneventful. I felt a bit fatigued, dozed off for a while, and ended up sleeping until now. Perhaps I shall continue tomorrow. It is highly probable that today has come to an end. Chapter 348. The Radiant Star Token, Awakening. Above the azure expanse of Qinghua Lake, the Zhangqiang ship lay concealed within the depths of the clouds, quietly hovering. In the command chamber of the warship, Song Qi toyed with the silvery Radiant Star Token in his hand. Chapter 349. The counterattack of the four-stage, eight-armed serpent demon. The emergence of the celestial serpent warship. It is no wonder that the crowd harbors such skepticism. The outcome of this challenge is indeed rather disheartening. As individuals who have traversed this path before, they are acutely aware that the initial trials of the Star Tower are fraught with. Chapter 350. The trial concludes. Zzz. Hissus. The intense heat sears everything in its vicinity, and at the moment the divine binding chains, pseudo, shot forth. Chapter 351. Golden. Once again encountering the golden sacred domain component upon reflection. Chapter 352. The final redemption choice. Can various resources be exchanged for points at one's discretion? Upon hearing this, Song Qi's first reaction was one of joy, as it reminded him of the item he held in his hand, which was also. Chapter 353. Colorful mythology. The Great Wall of Civilization. As for the specific tasks required to earn the opportunity for insight into the Chaos Stone of Shimmering Light, the elders of the Star Tower did not provide a detailed explanation. This is because each task. Chapter 354. Collective amplification component. The arrival of the shaking light star. Naturally, Song Qi understood that this was merely the initial wave. Once the barrier of the laws shattered, there would be no subsequent perfect layer of the soil laws in the near term. Chapter 355. Return and Battleship Enhancement. Song Ming Song officially ascends to the fourth tier. The Golden Artifact, the Shaking Light Star Tower, the Great Wall of Civilization, the Celestial Serpent Mothership. All of these were evidently beyond the reach of Song Qi's current level. Chapter 356. The initial emergence of the spatial wormhole generator. Strictly speaking, this duration is not particularly lengthy. Typically, the captains of the Ember vessels, upon their promotion to the Stag vessels, often require several decades to successfully transcend their guiding techniques. Chapter 357. The Fall of the Evil God, the Heavens Weep Blood. Unfinished. Chapter 358. Yaoguang Chaos Steel, Long Spine Continent. Qinghua Manor. Chapter 359. Achievements and the reopening of the market trade. Song Qi nodded, indicating that he was fine. After greeting everyone once more, he directly logged out. As for these few individuals from the Star Tower. Chapter 360. A fortuitous encounter as Song Qi stealthily infiltrated the throng of alien beings. A sudden chorus of applause resonated in his ears. Turning to investigate, he was taken aback to discover an alien adorned with dozens of strands of first-tier, floating vegetation. Chapter 361. The test. Song Qi's expression darkened as the crimson mist from the bloodline baptism platform gradually dissipated, revealing the startling absence of the second-tier humanoid alien. Chapter 362. The fragments of the celestial domain. After much contemplation regarding the pricing arrangement, Song Qi ultimately established what he deemed a reasonably fair price for the three types of baptism. The primary bloodline. Chapter 363. Awakening Day. As the primary baptism of the bloodline baptism platform was activated, Song Qi's muscles tensed abruptly. The dense blood mist that suddenly materialized around him surged rapidly. Chapter 364. Farewell to the neutron star remnants. Quickly scanning through the post pushed by Songya, Song Hao's gaze ultimately fixated on the several high-definition images of the neutron star remnants included within the post. Chapter 365. The Hunt for the Celestial Phoenix. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A crimson sky stretched endlessly, with waves of scorching heat sweeping across the heavens. Above, a fiery divine bird, its wings nearly 20,000 meters wide, soared majestically. Its final sanctuary component was activated in an instant. Yet, Chapter 367 Prelude to the Ascension of the Market before departing to explore the fragments of the immortal domain outside the mystical beast secret realm. Shang-Chi made another visit to the location of the fire wudong tree, regardless of the subsequent nurturing of celestial demons. Chapter 368 The Harvest in the Spirit Herb Garden. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that this is a piece of spiritual soil that has been transformed into a red epic quality. Suppressing the restlessness within, the battleship's hatch was struck. Chapter 369 Zhongming Divine Bird and Zhongming Blood Pact. A sudden chill coursed through my heart, and my gaze swiftly darted towards the source of the piercing cries. As an astonishingly large Zhongming Divine Bird materialized before my eyes, Shang-Chi's pupils. Chapter 370 Dual Pupils and Dancing Time Realm. The gaze swept over the two Zhongming young birds. Although Shang-Chi did not make an immediate choice, he was not particularly troubled. For the two young. Chapter 371 Gene Bloodline Value in the All-Attribute Cultivation Chamber. The dense ethereal energy circulated and eventually converged into a single point, continuously flowing into the seated figure of Shang-Chi, who was in a meditative posture. Chapter 372 The Tremor of the Lufu Sword Sect. The orange, extraordinary artifact presented by Daguna, the limitless sword stone, is undeniably a spatial marvel from the Starry Sea. However, it neither serves as a component for spatial expansion nor resembles the Void Escape Pearl. Chapter 373 The Silver Tai Quantum Sword Light Cannon and the Emperor Ruin's Origin Stone. Zhou Ping remained oblivious to all that transpired subsequently within the Grand Hall of the sect. Naturally, even if he had been aware, it would not have deterred his resolve in this transaction. Chapter 374 Blood of the Sovereign. Upon a closer inspection of the Second Imperial Ruin Source Stone, Shang-Chi's expression turned exceedingly grim. It contained neither a high-tier floating land essence nor the Starry Sea. Chapter 375 Warship Enhancement in the Depths of Qingwei Manor. Within the Warship Summoning Chamber, Shang-Chi has rented a medium-sized summoning room, an enclosed space exceeding 1,500 meters in length, which is more than sufficient for him to summon. Chapter 376 Mecha Testing Number 32 Awakening. I am here. Since I have taken the initiative to mention myself, it is highly probable that there is something of importance at hand. Chapter 377 Silver Yin Yang Heart Pendant. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Chapter 378 The current status of the Sacred Dragon, with an over 90 success rate in ascension. As time flows, 3 days have swiftly passed. On this day, several warships hovered above the Qingwei Manor. Apart from 2 escort ships, the other 4 were remarkably. Chapter 379 Dominion Position. With such a high success rate of promotion, both the Qing Kong and the Dragonfly naturally ascended without any surprise, adding 2 more cruisers under the command of the 10th Direct Line. Chapter 380 Market Projection Token. What sort of token will this be? Upon catching a distant glimpse of the token, a multitude of speculations surged through Shang-Chi's mind. The Bronze Token Market. Chapter 381 The Restless Movements of the Northern Sea Royal Court. Chapter 382 20 years. Firstly, it is essential to understand that within the Universal Attribute Cultivation Chamber, there exists an array of concealed market secret realms, each bearing the traces of various laws, including the fundamental laws of light attributes and. Chapter 383 2 decades of terrifying accumulation. Gazing intently at the radiant glow of the ruins above, Shang-Chi contentedly dispersed it with a mere flick of his hand. As his mastery of the laws of space advanced, this unique discipline of spatial manipulation. Chapter 384 Return to the Shaking Light Star Tower. Half a year has swiftly passed, and as Shang-Chi has fully acclimated to the myriad changes he has undergone over the past 20 years, the Family Research Institute has also dispatched a total of 1,000 4th-tier Hellfire mechas. Chapter 385 Tai Quantum Sword Formation. Yet he was acutely aware that this was far from a favorable situation. Chapter 386 The Arrival of the Sovereign. The Void Black Serpent and the Star Destroyer. Hiss, is this truly a 3rd-tier member of the Radiant Star Tower? Who would believe that an attack of this magnitude is launched from a cruiser, if not for the sight of its imposing 1,300-meter hull? Chapter 387 The Upcoming Journey to the Kingdom of Yaoan. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, Shang-Chi systematically organized and absorbed all the insights he had previously gained from the Chaos Monument of Yao Guang. Chapter 388 The Tianzhu Royal Family, Ing Clan, Zhenduan Palace. Beast Fighting Hall. Boom. The energy shockwaves generated by the collision of laws repeatedly manifested upon the beast fighting platform, and after each explosion. Chapter 389. The Tiger of the Farandi Royal Family Fire Dragon Castle, also known as Flame Dragon Fortress, is the ancestral land of the Michelle family located in the Red Sun Floating Land. Speaking of the Michelle family, Gary Farandi beside me. Chapter 390. As you wish, the efficacy of this blood dragon ointment is indeed impeccable, just as Gary had previously stated. However, what leaves Song-Chi sighing is the painfully insufficient quantity, compounded by the fact that he. Chapter 391. Divine Xia Empire a whale? What manner of celestial behemoth is this? As far as I am aware of the colossal whale species, there are the long-finned abyssal whale, the oblivion whale, and the golden-horned leviathan. Chapter 392. Abundant harvest Medici. You have gone too far. Can the younger generation truly be so unaware of propriety? From the elevated platform in the hall, Amanda Flandy spoke with a tone of derision, accompanied by Chapter 393. The Roarer-esque transition device in the Taurus star domain at the Stellar Gate base station of the Radiant Star. The controlling powers of the Taurus star domain are two second-tier noble families, each stationed with a battleship, overseeing the region. Chapter 394. The Wind Manicore. The Crimson Superpower Controller. Such a routine of leaps and pauses persisted for over a month. After more than a month of halting and resuming, the immovable king finally entered the realm of the Yaohan Kingdom. Chapter 395. The second of the 10 dominant civilizations of the Star Sea Ancestor. Is this component for us? Songzae on one side was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. In his view, this piece of super energy control. Chapter 396. The new visitor at the market 382 meters. Anlock gazed in astonishment at this height, momentarily lost in thought. This elevation was not representative of the entire Stark family. Chapter 397. Silver Super Main Gun. Universal Annihilation Bow. Upon witnessing the attributes of this silver, legendary quality shipborne component, Song-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of delight. It was not merely a main gun, but rather a super weapon. Chapter 398. Spirit Puppetry. The parting of Song-Chi, Yuan Zhu, and Songzae occurred nearly 10,000 light-years away from the Yaojin floating land. The ship, Immovable King, continued its journey eastward, while Song-Chi. Chapter 399. Northern Sky Floating Land. Summit of the mountains blocking the path of the Song-Chiong and the Zhanwu was the previously escaped Zheng Han summoned stag ship. According to Old Wu, this stag ship was. Chapter 400. A reunion after 50 years. 7th stage, Silver Apple, the Young Man. Song. Chapter 401. Upgrade choices and the pledge contract. 3 silver apples, 2 of which are of the 6th tier and 1 of the 7th. Their worth is beyond imagination. To speak of nothing else, merely the 2 6th tier silver apples alone could enable. Chapter 402. The final pursuit of the deer, multiple data. Before a 5th tier pureblood giant dragon, the multitude of 4th tier thunder abyss wolves is destined to be mere digits. Even with the constraints of the floating land's primal rules, they can at most delay the inevitable. Ship name voting having deliberated for quite some time without reaching a conclusion. Let us settle this matter through a vote. 1. Celestial Sun Chaser 2. Pursuer of the Celestial Deer 3. Vast Celestial Expanse 4. Celestial Lightseeker 5. Wrath of the Celestial Realm 6. Heavenly Ruins Celestial 7. Azure Celestial Horizon 8. Celestial Ocean of Vastness 9. Celestial Infinity 10. Celestial Divine Plume Chapter 403. The Celestial Abyss and the Breakthrough of the 4th Order in Guidance Techniques in the control room of the Snowy U. Shinjuran was similarly contemplating the renaming of the battleship. After a prolonged discussion between the two, it was ultimately decided that the Snowy U would be renamed the Gentle Snow. Chapter 404. Another decade in the Dragonspine Secret Realm. Song-Chi's figure re-emerged on the mountainside. This time, he did not sit in meditation as before. Instead, he swiftly rose and made his way up towards the summit of Longjing Mountain. Chapter 405. The Ascension of the Dragon Ridge Floating Land within the majestic confines of the ancestral hall of the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. After acquiring the accumulated resources of the sequence subsidy, Song-Chi encountered a revelation that, albeit anticipated, still. Chapter 406. The successful advancement following the energy tides. Such astonishing commotion could hardly escape the notice of other families within the principality. In a mere span of time, rumors regarding the Dragon Ridge continent's attempts to ascend to level 6. Chapter 407. Multi-component 6th Order. As he prepared to board the Celestial Abyss, Song-Chi's gaze was immediately drawn to the Dancing Zen Seal component. After all, it was one of the only 2 golden sanctuaries aboard the battleship. Chapter 408. Mobilization of the heavenly disk river system in addition to the enhancements provided by faith. Shang-Chi also presented 3 blood jade peaches, which he urged the cold moon snow python to consume in one swift gulp. These spiritual fruits ripening once every 9,000 years. Leave of absence note. As stated, I will take a day off. Updates will resume tomorrow with 3 chapters. Chapter 409, Celestial Floating Land in the Red River Star Domain. A small expanse adjacent to the chaotic star domain. It is, strictly speaking, also a part of the chaotic star domain. Yet, this particular region has remained. Chapter 410, Yin and Yang united efforts. Unlike before, the heavenly ruined skyship has now ascended to the 4th tier, and the Bodhi meditation seal has been enhanced to the 6th tier. Its power has become incomparable to what it once was. Chapter 411, Counterattack at the 5th level. In a moment of urgency, Shang-Chi instinctively activated the Void Escape Pearl component. Accompanied by a subtle fluctuation of space in the high skies, a core shot forth from a diagonal downward trajectory. Chapter 412, on the heritage of a mid-level civilization lasting for 10,000 years as one of the descendants ranking just below the progenitor and the original ancestor within the clan. Chapter 413, 2 years in the chaotic star domain. If this campaign of expansion does not encounter significant unforeseen circumstances, the Honga star domain will inevitably be incorporated into the Dinghai star domain. At that point, the diameter of the Dinghai star domain will surge to nearly. Chapter 414, the Golden Curio, Book of Spirit Language. In the southern region of the chaotic star domain, the main fleet of the principality is stationed at the starport. A figure, glancing around cautiously, gritted their teeth and stepped into the presence of a private establishment that had already garnered a considerable reputation. Chapter 415, the initial revelation of black holes and antimatter sources before the gaze of the multitude. Kindle the Eagle could not possibly refuse. A flicker of ethereal light illuminated his brow as his flagship, the Silver Eagle, was summoned forth, embarking on. Chapter 416, the acquisition of antimatter sources and a glimpse of the radiant black light. What is the nebula star zone? As the name suggests, it is an expanse filled with an abundance of unique stellar mist energy, a phenomenon that may be. Chapter 417, Black Supreme, Shang-Chi and Apos. S reaction was remarkably swift. There was not a moment in Apos' hesitation. Upon acquiring the antimatter source, the Tianxiu Sangxiong swiftly soared towards the periphery at the utmost speed. Chapter 418, Market Projection Order. Initial trial sovereign level black devouring beast. On the 2nd day, Shang-Chi finally directed his gaze towards the substantial portion of antimatter source. From yesterday until now, antimatter energy evolution engine. Chapter 419, the Black Paragon Black Hole Evolution Layer. In a fleeting moment, the intensity of the energy emanating from the mouth of the black devouring beast reached a level that even Shang-Chi, who also wielded dominion power, found terrifying. His thoughts raced. Chapter 420, the market reopens, 6th rank, Moonlight Spring Family Merit Building, 71st floor. With Shang-Chi and Apos as current wealth, he effortlessly ascended beyond the 70th floor. However, to his disappointment, he found that. Chapter 421, Golden, Divine Kingdom Task Platform, Celestial Market, Freestall Area. Chapter 422, the Centennial Celebration. As the words fell, a tall figure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, soon emerged in the sight of the two. This individual was none other than a member of the esteemed Chui family from Qinghe. Chapter 423, Changsun Wu. Although the Chui family of Qinghe possesses unique resources to enhance their comprehension of the law of light, this does not conflict with the law of light fruit. Counting these 5 pieces of light. Chapter 424, the grand performance begins. It appears that you are the one. Chapter 425, Suppression and Banquet. Without hesitation, the moment the God-binding chain pseudo component successfully ensnared the opponent, Shang-Chi activated the neutron star fission characteristic. In the Dragon Ridge continent, at the foot of the Dragon Ridge Sacred Mountain, within the family's External Affairs Hall. After thoroughly verifying the intelligence provided by the family, Shang-Chi and Apos' gaze swept around once more, and then he. Chapter 427, the Binding Chains of the Void. In comparison to the truncated version, the authentic Binding Chains is evidently far more powerful. Binding Chains Level 0 Quality. Read Chapter 428, More Rimiku, Advanced Life Forms of the Star Sea. The Annihilation Arrow of Beings. Why does it refer to beings rather than the myriad spirits of the super main canon itself? The reason lies here. The battleship swiftly descends. Chapter 429, the Final Confrontation. Chapter 430, Dividing the chaotic star domain, the four fearless captains launched their attacks simultaneously, causing the previously somewhat restored alien coalition fleet to plunge back into chaos. In contrast, those who had consistently maintained. Chapter 431. 5 years. As for the southern region of the chaotic star domain, it bears a resemblance to the previously divided Red River star domain, which has long been apportioned, leaving no share for the Song family, once a consensus on distribution was achieved. Chapter 432. Divine Kingdom Quest, Players and Trading Space. Time flows, and once again, the day for the market trade has arrived. Unlike previous occasions, this time the celestial market has introduced an entirely new market configuration. Chapter 433. The fifth market projection order. Creatures like the goblin Luke still abound at this moment. No one is a fool. Having perused the detailed introduction of the Divine Kingdom mission platform, it is clear. Chapter 434. The Golden Blessing of the Mermaid Queen, Combined Edition. In this instance, Song-Chi spent over a month in the all-attribute training chamber, and fortune smiled upon him. 5 years prior, he had been drawn into the grand birthday celebration of the elder ancestor of the Longsun family. Chapter 435. The Era of the Multiverse. The Ancient Star of the Deadly Catastrophe, Combined Edition. No one can ascertain how many extraordinary artifacts and rare resources can be scavenged from a 6th-level star sea floating land. However, one thing is certain. The earlier the captain makes a selection, the better the outcome will be. Leave request. My hand hurts. I will take a day off. Chapter 436. On the ultimate potential of neutron star core armor. In contrast, the reactions of the Morning Star family, the Lu family, the Dusk family, and the Eagle family were rather intriguing. Following a brief moment of confusion, each. Chapter 437. Renewable core of the titanium crystal vein. Indeed. Chapter 438. The cloud entwining vine and the celestial beast cracked golden owl. However, upon finishing the analysis of the transitory star map, Song-Chi furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 439. Golden Cloud Vine Armor. The battleship gradually approached the Golden Cloud Vine, yet Song-Chi and Appo's mind was entirely focused on the surrounding starry sky. If the second conjecture were indeed accurate, then under the current circumstances. Chapter 440. Ancient Gods, Ancient Demons. Ancient Monsters. The return of the primordial clan. Upon returning to the floating land of the Calamity Winds, Song-Chi's first action was to enter the marketplace. As his consciousness descended into the Divine Kingdom task platform, he took on the role of the sovereign of the Divine Kingdom and the marketplace. Chapter 441. The Dominator-level Void Demon. Life and death crisis. For this reason, Song-Chi is reluctant to venture into the external Void Sea lightly. Even though the Celestial Ruins skyship now possesses considerable combat power, it still faces formidable challenges against 5th-tier Void entities. Chapter 442. Traversing 30 million light-years. As the sound of the battleship's airtight cabin door creaked open, the towering 10-meter-high advanced celestial star power armor surged forth, propelled by the formidable thrust of its jet boosters. Chapter 443. The Harvest of 30 Years. Regarding the substantial profits garnered by the family, Song-Chi certainly felt a sense of joy for the entire clan, as such opportunities to fortify their foundation are indeed rare. This. Chapter 444. Surprise. Universal Cooling Reduction Component, Time Chess. After exchanging greetings, Song-Chi gleaned some information about this individual from Sane Morningstar's introduction. The tall and slender captain is named Porter Howell, hailing from. Chapter 445. The Market Reopens. Abyssal Demon Clan. The Market, a platform for randomly deploying ultra-long-range spatial gates. As Song-Chi concentrated his thoughts, an abundance of radiance suddenly erupted from this configuration, swiftly illuminating the entrance to the market. Chapter 446. Success. The teleportation point chosen by Luke was exceedingly discreet. The sudden appearance of the four did not attract any attention, nor did any other perilous situations arise. Zhou Ping. Chapter 447. The 6th Order Silver Apple Mother Tree. This task was accomplished under the watchful gaze of Song-Chi. Thus, the process by which Luke submitted the 5th Order, Hidden Sea Flower Tree Heart, unfolded seamlessly within the entire trading space. Chapter 448. Evolution of Quality and Enslavement. This young man. Upon receiving this silver apple, Song Xingru's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as she could sense the immense power contained within this scaled-down silver apple. Chapter 449. The Ancestral Hearth of the Flame, the Corrupted Flame Mountain Range. A hum resonated as a vast spatial barrier suddenly materialized, followed by subtle ripples of spatial fluctuations. Chapter 450. The second fearless captain of the Song family. Before anything else, he first addressed the void within the battleship. Chapter 451. The Ying Clan and Apos. S. Intervention. The 12 golden statues of the Ying Emperor. Boom. Following closely behind the 3 battleships. The commanders of over 200 dreadnoughts in their control rooms were engulfed by a thunderous roar. Chapter 452. Battle Achievements. Thus, Shang-Chi piloted the Celestial Horizon, weaving seamlessly between the grand cities of the robber Star Clan. As time flowed by, 2 months had swiftly passed. Chapter 453. The power of the fully automated subbrain machinery. As time flows, 6 months have passed. 3 battleships, accompanied by multi-headed 6th-tier enslaved creatures, along with the fully formed Tianxu Songqiong and its subordinate enslaved legions. Chapter 454. The fall of the sovereign and the gluttonous feast. Though the shock was profound, the battle within the arena must persist. Despite having dealt with the majority of the Calamity Star clan, over 300 of their members still remained. Chapter 455. Star Destroyer, Morning Star Horizon. A rain of blood falls, silver blood across the sky. The sudden demise of the sovereign profoundly stirs the hearts of every flame ship captain on this calamity-stricken planet. However, in the face of that. Chapter 456. The sovereign true spirit among the remnants of the family's broken nameless monument of secret arts. One of the most challenging techniques to comprehend is the empty sorcerer and Apos' great hand seal. Although Shang-Chi is yet to master it, he. Chapter 457. Astonishing harvest. After giving instructions to Song Shiwan, Song Wujing shifted his gaze to Shang-Chi. Child, you need not intervene later. Simply maintain your vigil at the entrance with the enslaved creatures. Chapter 458. Blood of the pinnacle evil god of the 6th Order and the newcomer to the market. As for the choice of the Silver Ascension Fire Source and 10 portions of the Sovereign True Spirit, this is indeed within reason, excluding the 3 pieces of golden sacred domain components, which hold the highest value. Chapter 459. The Dominant Wizard Civilization, Ascension to 5th tier in the market. Upon witnessing this, Shang-Chi felt no inclination to impede the process. Rather, his heart brimmed with anticipation. With the augmentation of the power of dominion he effortlessly discerned the depths within this individual's being. Chapter 460. The Extraordinary Origin Improvement Platform. In addition, the number of shops in the marketplace has increased from 200 to 200, with the additional 1,000 still designated as marketplace listing shops. Chapter 461. The Golden Component, Wings of Angelic Sovereignty. The various factions involved in this grand feast of indulgence have bestowed their utmost expectations upon the final revelry of the conflict. However, the interim of anticipation has indeed rendered many in a state of torment. Chapter 462. Kingdom of Morningstar. Over the course of several years, the civilization wall has successfully extended from west to east, ultimately encompassing the entire celestial Pan River system within its protective boundaries. Chapter 463. The territory of the Song family beyond the floating land of the Robbery Star. Representatives from various factions of the Morning Star Duchy, including Hardy Stark from the Stark family, have once again gathered together. Chapter 464. The Transaction. Esteemed Ancestor. The situation is as follows. Shang-Chi hastily recounted the details of the matter to Song Wujiang, elaborating on what the Corpse Hounds could potentially offer. According to the family's records spanning several millennia, it is possible to grasp the fundamentals of the laws without the aid of any external artifacts, relying solely on the Dragonspine secret realm. Chapter 466. The legacy of the battleship. The might of the tricolor formation grows ever stronger, signifying that more time will be required for subsequent refinement and mastery. Chapter 467. The Corpse of the Immortal. Chapter 468. The Black Primordial Stone and Fallen Immortal Spear. In the midst of astonishment, Shang-Chi reacted swiftly, perhaps having been mentally prepared for this moment. What necessitated such caution? Why did it take until the celestial market for this to unfold? Chapter 469. Destiny Compass Pan. From the introduction of its peculiar attributes panel, it is evident that this Destiny Compass is, indeed, an incomplete artifact, which inevitably brings to mind the Time Chest component. Chapter 470. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon. Ninefold purple sky cataclysmic thunder. As I gazed intently, the attribute panel swiftly materialized. Extraordinary item. Purple sky divine thunder talisman. Quality, golden, transmutable. Chapter 471. Stirring Trouble Captain. Once our patrol duty concludes, shall we head to the Su-Chen Tavern for a feast? I have heard that the tavern has recently introduced a 3-tiered dragonfish banquet, the main dish being. Chapter 472. The overbearing nature of Shang-Chi. Without any unexpected developments, it has been forcibly. Chapter 473. The Might of the Star Destroyer. Song-Chi have always been a man of my word, directly reducing the stronghold of the Liu family of the Jihan to rubble upon the floating land of the Calamity Star. Chapter 474, Hearthstone Return Device and Warship Relocation Instrument. Song-Chi did not linger unnecessarily. Seeing that the contract had been completed, he began to inquire various questions about the captain of the hunting ship, Liu Shiwewu. Among these questions, aside from his ship. Chapter 475, The Ultimate Heritage of the Song Clan of Ding Hai Xiaoqi. Are you certain that you are fully prepared? The promotion of the battleship is not a matter to be taken lightly. Even the slightest oversight could result in the obliteration of all that has been built thus far. Chapter 476, The Echo of the Black Devouring Beast. As the ascension mission of the Heavenly Ruined Skyship commenced, the Dinghai Longxiang vessel emitted two crimson beams of intertwined light, swiftly enveloping the Heavenly Ruined Skyship and the Purple Moon. Chapter 477, Ascension of the battleship having successfully incorporated the two celestial firebirds into the warship. Song-Chi felt no further reservations. Utilizing a temporarily borrowed red blockade component as the core, in conjunction with the Infernal Giant. Chapter 478, Heavenly Universe God-Slaying Cannon. The components of the black hole evolution layer can be enhanced, entirely owing to the considerable amount of dense black hole stones provided by the players from the Divine Realm. However, the resource known as Time Sand is even more. Chapter 479, A Decade and Surprises Old Home. With the conclusion of this transport, you should have enough to exchange for a few blue components for your young lad. Shun and Imp, Appos. To you? That seems about right, but the blue components. Song-Chi understood the intentions of his esteemed ancestor. Presently, the Ru clan is at a pivotal moment in their pursuit of the 6th tier, especially since the Song family has recently been bestowed the title of a quasi-immortal lineage. Chapter 481, Trepidation and the Unique Primal Secret Realm. Countless 4th-tier Calamity Star clans exerted their full strength in the surrounding starry expanse. Teeming with over 1,000 rift gold celestial spiders, could not endure even for a mere 10 minutes, effortlessly being annihilated in its entirety. Chapter 482, The Overlord-level Shizu civilization. Song Hao felt a tightening in his heart. Although the 3rd tier was not an exceptionally difficult creature to vanquish, the crucial point was that just a moment ago, the two had been locked in a fierce battle, and the next second, they were suddenly. Chapter 483, Extraordinary Resource, Temporal World Tree. Unexpected Arrival Name. Temporal World Tree Category, Special Resource of Time Resource Production. According to the rank of the temporal world tree itself, it can yield temporal. Chapter 484, Changes in the Golden Galaxy Oath. How could this be? Since the conclusion of the expansion war, the majority of the high-level resource points have been confiscated, and the individuals from the Xianqin Tianzhu Ing family have long departed. Without the Xianqin Supervisory Office, who could possibly? Chapter 485, Racing Against Time. A surprising harvest. The ethereal energy was swiftly mobilized, following the cyclical flow within Song Hao and Imp, Appos' body. When it coursed through his right arm, it was actively infused into the golden token nestled in his palm. Chapter 486, The Final Allocation, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, as time flows. 10 days later. Chapter 487, The Concept of Neutron Star Remnants in the Silver Disk Galaxy. The Celestial Disk Galaxy, situated within the Radiant Han Star Domain, serves as the central star domain of the Radiant Han Kingdom, exclusively governed by the Liu royal family. Although the diameter of the Radiant Han Star Domain measures a mere 50,000 light-years. Chapter 488, The Silver Plate Kingdom in the Abyss of Chaos. The Silver Plate Galaxy, stretching over a diameter of approximately 1.2 million light-years, was established earlier than the Celestial Disk Galaxy. Currently, the sovereign entity of this galaxy is the Silver Plate Kingdom, which governs 5 duchies. Chapter 489, Success, Golden Component, Chaotic Interaction Ring. Unbeknownst to Song-Chi, the events unfolding within the distant Silver Castle remained a mystery to him. He was merely aware that he had successfully dispatched the crystal, which had reverted to its most primal form. Chapter 490, The Martial Arts Heavenly Eye, the possibility of cultivating 3 laws together in the vast marketplace of the heavens, within the all-encompassing training chamber. The doors swung open. On this day, Song-Chi emerged from his month-long seclusion. From Chapter 491, Do You Wish to Face Me? Observing the fluctuating expressions of the 2 members of the Pan family in the warship and Appos' communication projection, Song-Chi pondered for a moment before adding, Are you aware that someone has set their sights on your Pan family? Chapter 492, Starry Sky Behemoth, Longfin Void Whale, upon hearing the hint of mockery in Song-Chi and Amp, Apos, S voice, the middle-aged man and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened even further. Yet, it was as if this was the extent of his reaction. Even if he were granted tenfold courage, he would not. Chapter 493, The Whale Hunter, Fallen Immortal Spear, Longfin Phantom Whale? Song-Chi furrowed his brow. Although it was merely a newly ascended 6th-tier cosmic beast, it was not entirely accurate to say he was afraid. However, the issue lay with this, Longfin Phantom Whale. Chapter 494, Pursuit with the signing of a new confidentiality agreement. Song-Chi utilized the proportional scaling device to reduce the corpse of the 6th-tier, Longfin Phantom Whale by 350 times, ultimately diminishing its length to 2. Chapter 495. The yearly deadline has arrived. The agreement to follow Pan Ing is not solely based on her potential. The Pan family itself also plays a part in this decision, to say nothing of other factors, the 8 stag-hunting ships. Chapter 496. The ethereal shadow of the King of Angels. What the other party stated is not entirely without merit. However, Song-Chi harbored no feelings of remorse or apology. The flattery was merely a reflection of their apprehension towards the celestial abyss. Chapter 497. The invitation from the Moon Mistress after ensuring the safety of the celestial skyship. Song-Chi promptly transferred the temporary control of the warship to the Sky Intelligence Brain. Chapter 498. The Golden Supreme Sword of the Underworld. In the ensuing time, the 4th-tier Night Elves made several more trips back and forth, until finally, Song-Chi and the New Moon Matriarch reached a complete consensus. As time flowed by, numerous. Chapter 499. Exchange, Golden Component, Ring of Celestial Control. Song-Chi turned his head, and his gaze swiftly met the cold, piercing eyes behind him. Without further contemplation, he nodded. A component on the vessel required. Chapter 500. Crossing the Stars to Strike, the Hunt for the Divine Kingdom. The second silver essence was swiftly placed upon the refinement platform, and shortly thereafter, the enslaving mark's furious attribute, under the influence of the platform, successfully transformed into heaven. Chapter 501. The god slaying the first to ignite was the golden longbow wielded by the mistress of the new moon. The arrows, adorned with bronze runes, were enveloped in the consummate essence of the profound laws of darkness. Chapter 502. The Spider Mother and the Moon God concerns a dark, exquisite artifact. How could Song-Chi remain unmoved? Were it not for his awareness that such an item could not be so easily acquired, he might not even feel anxious. Chapter 503. Harvest, Golden Supermain Gun, Spear of Blood. With anticipation, Song-Chi summoned the power of the Market Sovereign, enveloping a fragment of his consciousness as he ventured forth. A pinnacle-level 7th-order deity's faith master awaited. Chapter 504. Sudden wealth as he had anticipated. Once the market transaction commenced, the 4th-tier Dark Knight Elves belonging to the Crescent tribe swiftly entered the marketplace. Chapter 505. Spatial Divine Crystal and Battleship Enhancement in the thriving human communities of the galaxy. Within the Red U Divine Dynasty, there exists a particularly prosperous star region, home to pinnacle level 7 lifeforms, deep within the vast expanse of the Stone Wasteland. Chapter 506. Golden, Eye of the Heavens. The enhancement of these 5 components has undoubtedly led to a significant improvement in the attributes of the battleship. Subsequently, Song-Chi's gaze shifted towards the Cultivation Secret Realm number 004 of the Cheat Song. Chapter 507. The Tuoba royal family in the celestial expanse of the Silver Plate Floating Land. 2 vessels of the Fire and Flame class, 1 large and 1 small, glided forward at a leisurely pace. To avoid any unintended misunderstandings, both ships refrained from activating their virtual capabilities throughout their journey. Chapter 508. Vulnerability and Divine Fire tempering 12 warships first. Chapter 509. Hidden Pulse, seeking monthly votes. It has only been a brief 2 hours since the commencement of the Divine Fire body refinement, yet at this moment, merely a handful of 8 or 9 individuals remain atop the high platform. Among these few, Chapter 510, Classified Operation in the Misty Star region of the Mixed Heaven Star Domain. This area, still shrouded in enigmatic mists, has yet to be exploited by the Morningstar family. After all, Chapter 511, the final outcome. Prior to this, the Song family had anticipated that this battle would be exceedingly arduous, as they were contending against the life force-renowned sovereign-level cosmic behemoths, which also held the advantageous position of occupying a black hole. Chapter 512. Secrets of the Hidden Veins in the Transcendent Continent. The members of the Song family were exceedingly pleased with this outcome. A buffer period of 200 to 300 years was ample time for the Dinghai Longxiang to achieve its stellar annihilation thrust. Chapter 513. The Death Sentence and the Master of Enslavement. With a dull thud of flesh colliding, the mournful cry of the starry sky dragon shark echoed through the air. The reason behind the name of the tiger crab king bug. Why is it named with the words tiger crab? Chapter 514. Enslavement. The divine mountain of the dragon spine. Chapter 515. Return to the Basa inheritance tower without the need for a voice steeped in age to remind him. Song Bei was no stranger to the silver apple. Long ago, Song Qi had altered the pertinent information regarding the silver apple within the family archives. Chapter 516. The reappearance of the superdomain prodigy, the hidden dragon of the Song family after the initial joy. The gazes of Song Qi and his companion involuntarily drifted towards the colossal projection screen looming above them. At that moment, it displayed a meticulously arranged scene. Chapter 517. Division of the Primal Secret Realm, Silver Source Core Theft Device. Above the Grand Hall, Song Qi and his four companions wore faint smiles. Chapter 518. Crimson Star Hyperdimensional Continent. Song Qi vowed that this backlash from the transmission was undoubtedly the most severe he had encountered in over 200 years, even though his guiding technique had reached the 5th tier. Chapter 519. Temporal and Spatial Cultivation. This geomantic map was originally crafted by the family. Although it is exceedingly detailed, it encompasses merely a radius of 100,000 miles. Should it subsequently attract the attention of higher-tier extraterrestrial beings, Longyuan City. Chapter 520. The Black Pinnacle Emperor's Tomb of the Void Sea. First, we have the miserly goblin, Luke, who has resided in the marketplace for nearly 3 centuries. After consuming numerous longevity elixirs to prolong his life, he has finally. Regarding updates, I have been at home these past few days, feeling quite out of sorts. I sincerely apologize for this. Please allow me a day to readjust. Normal updates will resume the day after tomorrow. Chapter 521. The Offensive Outside the Longyuan City. At the external teleportation point. As the adage goes, even the most meticulous plans may have flaws. To avert such vulnerabilities, the senior officials of the Longyuan Hidden Vein had taken measures nearly 2 millennia ago. Chapter 522. Chaotic Mission. The statements of the two individuals were largely identical. For the time being, there was no necessity for their requests. They decided to convert their items into merit points, intending to exchange them later when a need arose. As for Song. Chapter 523. 8th Level, City of Holy Light. After meticulously examining this prominent task, Song Qi did not hasten to accept it. Generally speaking, a task that could prompt the Star Tower to actively designate. Chapter 524. Intermediate Intelligence and the Astrologer Civilization, Apocalyptic Mechanism. Gazing at the name of the shop ahead, Song Qi's mind wandered with numerous thoughts. Judging by the shop's title, it is highly likely that. Chapter 525. Delight in the Time Chessboard. Song Qi and Song Yin waited in silence for 2 days, yet the anticipated arrival of the 7th-tier astrologer never came. As the appointed time with Jing Ji and Jing, who drew near. Chapter 526. Star Spirit Treasury. Under the influence of 2 beams of mirrored light. The exteriors of the 2 Ember warships underwent a remarkable transformation, ultimately resembling 2 ordinary starships. The alteration in appearance. Chapter 527. Crimson Sky Transition Device and the Golden Starlight Mirror Stone. The radiant light of sanctity intertwines with the shimmering starlight, transforming the entire Star Core city into a vast ocean of luminescence. The brilliance is so magnificent and the power so formidable that even the skies above the city. Chapter 528. Black Hole Armor. The Dense Stone of the Black Hole. Chapter 529. Division of Spoils on the Silver Glass Plains. In the City of Holy Light. For over 200,000 years. Chapter 530. The third Black Supreme component of the Celestial Abyss ship. I hope it does not let me down. With a thought, the antimatter source in my hand was cast towards the antimatter evolution engine component by Song Qi. Chapter 531. The Inheritance Steel of the Fiendish Sword's Secret Art. In the expanse of the heavens, to the right of the leading stag warship, the bow of the cruiser, measuring 1,200 meters in length, was gathering a radiant white light, seemingly charging for the characteristics of its main cannon assault. Chapter 532. The pursuit of the Golden Neutron Star Core armor and the Destiny Compass has proceeded remarkably smoothly, based on the luminous coordinates provided by the territorial star map. Song Qi effortlessly. Chapter 533. The Quality Promotion of the Seed of Flame Lyre. It's time for dinner. A woman's voice echoed from the kitchen. Before long, the door of the training room in the side courtyard creaked open, revealing a figure whose body was coated in an enigmatic concoction of training elixir. Chapter 534. The arrival of the projection. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time everything was completed, Song Liang, within the confines of the Qinliang, had long shed his earlier panic, and his expression now bore an extraordinary calmness, as if. Chapter 535. 12 billion light-years. In response to this statement, Song Ting unusually refrained from replying, as the other party spoke the truth. This Quinn Morningstar belonged to the same generation as her brother, Song Qi. Chapter 536. Foreign lands. After a brief moment of astonishment, Song Wujiang's gaze abruptly shifted. Noticing this, Song Qi quickly composed himself, observing the gravity and solemnity reflected in the depths of the ancestor's eyes. Chapter 537. The threshold of supreme advanced civilizations in the Star Sea. Having meticulously devised a comprehensive search strategy, Song Qi took a deep breath and activated the characteristics of the Crimson Vault transition. The warship and Appos S transition charging commenced thereafter. Chapter 538. Unexpected joy. The titanium crystal vein. In the instant that the stellar shield shattered, a sound resonated from within the ancient city. A grandeur that surpassed even the mightiest of mountain ranges stretching across billions of kilometers. This primordial sound seemed to. Chapter 539. The colossal hand crossing the stars. Chapter 540. The colorful time chessboard. From the very beginning, Song Qi had always been wary of the chaotic fluctuations of space. It was precisely for this reason that he had never resorted to employing the domain of the black hole. Chapter 541. The temporal domain and the ascension of the market time, when spent in earnest pursuit, invariably slips away swiftly. Thus, 3 years have elapsed. On this day, Song Qi's figure once again graced the celestial expanse of the heavenly market, without delay. Chapter 542. The seventh-tier time realm tree enters the cultivation secret realm. After meticulously examining the attributes of the ascended celestial market, Song Qi and Appos S gaze ultimately settled upon the characteristic of dominion position. As Chapter 543, the chessboard of time, has been acquired, along with a detailed classification of the colorful mythic quality. In the chat group of the Shaking Light Star Order, User 32, named Jingxia, expressed, the resistance to time remains insufficient, which is rather discomforting. User 18, Blood Soul, responded with confusion. Chapter 544, the corpse dog assault on the Star Destroyer. Within the interior of the celestial ruins, Song Qi and Appos S figure emerged. It was only after confirming that the time chessboard had been completely transformed into a shipborne component, rendering it incapable of posing any further threat to him. Chapter 545, the comprehensive war against the 8-armed serpent demon civilization. This aspect is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Song Qi has never believed that his identity could remain concealed indefinitely. However, this would only extend until the 6th Order Time World Tree. Chapter 546. The grand mobilization of the Song family upon suddenly hearing this news. It would be disingenuous to claim there was no shock. However, Song Qi's expression remained unchanged. After a moment of silence, he inquired, but, Chapter 547. The Beidou 7-Star Palace, much like the Shaking Light Star Tower, is situated atop the civilization Great Wall. In fact, the entirety of the Beidou 7 Towers along with the Beidou 7-Star Palace is located. Chapter 548. The Golden Blood Battle Monument, if I am not mistaken. The recent collision has left a peculiar tracking mark on the Tianshu Sanqiong vessel. This tracking mark possesses an extraordinary degree of concealment. Chapter 549. The Capture. The Yellow Sparrow buzzing incessantly, the battleship surged forward, heading towards the second Golden Blood Battle Monument nestled within the celestial sarcophagus. Yet, upon entering that vessel, Chapter 550, the Golden Crown of Frost, successfully acquired a Golden Blood War Monument. Technically, Song Qi could conclude this mission. If all goes as planned, he would soon learn that the civil war is about to commence. Chapter 551. The mythical heritage of the Shang family. Rest assured, Lord Tanlang, there is no need for such concerns. The Shang family possesses. Chapter 552. All set in the White Crow star domain. Amidst the floating asteroid belt of the White Crow, buzzing, the resounding roar of numerous engines intertwines, enveloping this region that clings to the third-level White Crow floating land. Chapter 553. 8 years. In the heart of the extreme Yangtze Sea, as the central zone of an immense desert. The position occupied by the Song family at this moment, even if only roughly estimated. Chapter 554. Mythical combat power in the radiant expanse of the extreme Yangtze Sea, beneath the vast firmament, The ruling flagship was exerting its formidable might to the fullest. This overwhelming aura of seventh-level power instilled an intense sense of oppression among those gathered at the edge of the Sand Sea. Chapter 555, The Success Rate of Promotion for the Dinghai Longxiang. Firstly, the endeavor to extract the primordial core from an 8th-tier floating land is inherently arduous. Even an adept of the 8th rank would require a considerable amount of time to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 556, The Eternal Scales of the Mythical Python. The wait always feels interminable. Even though the 5th-tier Dark Knight elf departed from the market for merely a few minutes, for Song-Chi, it was anything but trivial. Chapter 557, The Ascension of the Celestial Ruined Skyship. Upon witnessing the Morning Star Horizon, the expression of Song Shiwan, the primordial spirit within the immovable king, became significantly more solemn. The Morning Star Kingdom and Apos, Soul Annihilation Star. Chapter 558, The Second Star Destroyer of the Morning Star Kingdom. Within the peculiar exchange shop of the marketplace, a 5th-tier Dark Knight elf stood with utmost reverence. In its grasp were the same 3 items from 5 years prior. However, Chapter 559, The Astonishing Effects of Energy Tides at this moment. The atmosphere was charged with an intense tension. Should Rosetta Morningstar continue to exhibit his customary dominance, a fierce clash between the 2 star destroyers would be inevitable. Chapter 560, A Decade and a Breakthrough. Song-Chi nodded, neither denying nor concealing the truth. The 2 individuals before him were not strangers, and there was nothing to hide. Chapter 561, The Golden Ember Artifact. Shao-Chi, if I recall correctly, you are merely a little over 400 years old, are you not? In just a decade, you have successfully achieved a breakthrough in the 6th level of guiding techniques, officially becoming. Chapter 562, Earth Spirit Ginseng. In recent years, matters within the clan have been particularly numerous, with warships traversing the spatial wormholes of the falling fire abyss. Chapter 563, 3 Golden Sparks of Extraordinary Object. Season Steward, can you provide a clear answer? What must be done to facilitate the transaction? Song Yin was not fond of this cryptic manner of communication and preferred to address matters directly. Chapter 564, The Golden Ascension Flame Source. After witnessing the terrifying nature of that fiery realm, the 3 individuals commenced a thorough deliberation. Chapter 565, Astonishing Gains. Originally, Song Wuzhong believed that unlocking this storage bracelet would be quite a complicated endeavor. However, the outcome was unexpectedly simple, as the ethereal energy continued to flow into it. Chapter 566, A Fleeting Glimpse in the Golden Ember of Destiny. Upon hearing the semi-automated onboard notification echoing in his ears, Song Wuzhong exhibited no reaction, steadfastly guiding the warship onward through the expanse ahead. After a brief passage of time. Chapter 567, 8th Order Component, Ascension of the Golden Ember Seed. Naturally, what Song-Chi aimed to enhance was the 8th Order component. Thus, his gaze was solely fixed upon the golden, black, and colorful aspects of the battleship. Chapter 568, The Hunt for the Ancient Empress. Utilizing the remote surveillance capabilities of the Eye of Heaven, the Song family thoroughly comprehended the circumstances surrounding the Pinnacle's 6th level floating land ahead. The Floating Land. Chapter 569, The Hunt for the Ancient Matriarch, Part 2. Thus, the battlefield situation once again plunged into a state of uncertainty regarding Song. Chapter 570, The Hunt for the Ancient Mother Empress. Final. Song-Chi's conjecture proved to be accurate. The target of the Ancient Mother Empress's secondary rampage was indeed the entity previously banished into the void by Song Wuzhong, with the vast expanse of nearly 1,000 light-years of pinnacle-grade floating land, coupled with the fact that the Ancient Mother Empress had relocated the insect nest over a century ago, alongside her extraordinary reproductive capabilities, such. Chapter 572, Justice. The Dragon Whale Hall has now attained the status of a black supreme quality marvel. Should it be fully restored in the future, it is highly likely to become a colorful mythical quality wonder, exceedingly rare. Chapter 573, Investigation Ahead. With a somewhat rigid expression, Song Li turned his head, his eyes blinking incessantly, desperately signaling Song Yufeng to refrain from further speech. Although Song Jihao had. Chapter 574, The Golden Cultivation Secret Realm. No. 004 of the Shurchong, on the floating land of the Calamity Star, in Dragon Ridge City, within the luxurious private room atop a towering building. Heavy breaths and the soft moans of a woman intertwine, echoing within the confines of the chamber. Chapter 575, The Journey to the Jinpan System and the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. Upon completing the ascension of this secret realm of cultivation. Number 004, Song Chapter 576, The Intestines of the Starry Sky, the large long-distance teleportation stargate station of the Jinpan Galaxy, akin to those in the Tiangong and Yinping galaxies, is situated not far from the first floating land of the galaxy. Allow me to discuss this book briefly. I must take a break due to severe finger pain, a recurring ailment that long-time readers are well aware of. It is not merely an excuse. With each request for a break, I am met with criticism for not delivering enough content, and I can only hope for your understanding and patience. Thank you all. Chapter 577, The Black, Soul-Devouring Altar, gazing intently at the information panel captured by the celestial intelligence brain for a considerable time. Song-Chi and Apos' eyes gradually transformed from initial bewilderment to profound delight. From this information, Chapter 578, The Name of the King, upon hearing Song-Chi and Apos' words, Song Wujiang and the other four individuals experienced a whirlwind of thoughts, and soon, it appeared they had come to a realization. Shao-Chi, this is far too perilous. That celestial expanse. Chapter 579, King of the Sea, Collective Amplification Module. The Star Destroyer descended slowly, even without consciously emitting any aura. The ordinary captains enveloped beneath it felt their breaths becoming increasingly labored, as if there was an. Chapter 580, Golden Crown of Time Imitation. The captains of the Ember ships in the Kingdom of Tianqi are exceedingly familiar with this King of Whales. His true name is Sun Chongjing, and the Sun family behind him is one of the prominent clans in the Kingdom of Tianqi. Chapter 581, Acquisition and Choice. A golden aerial radar, accompanied by 300 strands of 7th-tier floating land essence, 1 drop of 7th-tier cosmic behemoth source blood, along with 50 portions of sovereign true spirit. Chapter 582, 9th-level star sea floating land, Xianqin continent. Fortunately, I activated the neutron star fission in advance. Feeling the immense tremor beneath my feet, a phrase from my previous life instinctively escaped my lips. Song-Chi is capable of. Chapter 583, The Ancestral Land of Flames. First, one witnessed the 8th-level floating land known as Dongli Floating Land, followed by another 8th level. Chapter 584, The 36 River Systems of Xianqin Central. Without a doubt, he acquired the remnants of the neutron star. However, Song-Chi did not hasten to command the neutron star core armor to commence its consumption, as it evolved into the Golden Saint. Chapter 585, The Resumption of Market Transactions in the Sea Emperor Ring. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following a violent fluctuation in space, a multitude of white light points surged upwards, catapulted into the unknown starry sea. Soon, the entrance to the market. Chapter 586, Golden Mirror Reflection. This component is extraordinarily unique. It possesses exceptional mirroring capabilities and can deflect external harm. Crucially, it harmonizes remarkably well with the grand principles of light that one governs. Chapter 587, The Dawn of Civilizational Warfare. As the nominal Starry Dawn royal family, their influence undoubtedly surpasses that of the Song family. Coupled with the support of the myriad fleets, the number of starships under the Starry Dawn family. Chapter 588, High-Energy Particle Storm. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Chapter 589, The 8-Armed Serpent Abyss. At the very moment the connections and bindings were completed, a fleet of celestial serpentine warships, vastly outnumbering our own, surged into the Song family ranks, igniting an intense melee. Chapter 590, Defeat. Is it truly the case that even the enhanced 8th stage Boza time realm cannot rend this 8-armed serpent abyss? This seems rather implausible. Could it be that these 2 6th stage 8-armed serpent demons? Chapter 591, The Red Disk in the Left Sector of the Spatial Wormhole. Where the 3 fleet formations of the Yaoan Kingdom are situated, a secure communication group chat is established by 3 star destroyers. Lu Shu, it is possible. Chapter 592, The Remnants of the Calamity Star. In an instant, all the warships of the human faction in the Tianpan Galaxy were enveloped within the confines of this 4-tiered 8-armed serpent prison. Previously, it was only Song-Chi who bore the weight of. Chapter 593, Discovery. After reaching a consensus, Song Yin did not linger. He, along with the mirrored battleship of the Tianxu Songxiang, discreetly departed from the fleet using stealth components, leaving the crew utterly unaware. Chapter 594, The Legacy of a High Civilization Spanning hundreds of thousands of years. It is crucial to note that the cave where the other party has just appeared is not, in fact, the entrance to that secret realm. These caves are interconnected, forming a labyrinthine network. Chapter 595, Surprise Attack. At present, the only aspect that piques Song-Chi's interest is the flame spirit soldier puppet tree. its ability to summon the unique flame spirits. Chapter 596. Unexpected in the pitch-black starry sea, over 20 warships soared through the void, perhaps due to the necessity of attending to more than 10 hunting vessels. The fleet's foremost star destroyer and Chapter 597. Devastation at the critical moment. The starry sky in the distance suddenly rippled with waves, and in the next instant, the celestial abyss mirror battleship emerged from the spatial passage. Chapter 598. Support as a rare and exquisite black artifact. Its time acceleration previously permitted merely a span of 20 years under normal conditions, allowing only a few thousand individuals to enter simultaneously. Chapter 599. 70 years block me. You scoundrel. Black Gold Guardian. No, my hull is damaged beyond 70. The battleship is on the verge of sinking. Chapter 600. The Ancient Tree of War. The 7th-tier celestial plan is, without exaggeration, the objective that Song-Chi has been fervently pursuing for the past 1 to 200 years. What he urgently seeks is that 7th-tier celestial. Chapter 601. The 7th-rank Silver Apple Mother Tree. The strategy chosen by the Sky Intelligence Brain is nothing short of impeccable. With its multifaceted effects, a single instance of blood judgment activates the god of hunting. Chapter 602. Ascension Platform. In the primordial immortal realm beholding the official promotion of the Silver Apple Mother Tree to the 7th tier, Song-Chi was overwhelmed with indescribable joy. The Silver Apple Mother Tree had long been bound to the nurturing secret realm, and Chapter 603. Celestial Realm Continent. Chapter 604. The Corpse Royal Family. Number 32. Awakening of Insects. All members, do any of you possess knowledge regarding the ancient civilization of the immortal realm? Chapter 605. The Tianying Clan. Supplementing yesterday's chapter, Buzz. As the energy within the spatial vortex grew increasingly abundant, 2 celestial corpse seals rapidly coalesced at the very center of the vortex. Ultimately, in the midst of the two. Chapter 606. The Black Curiosity. In the main control room of the celestial abyss, Song-Chi immediately directed his gaze towards the soul-devouring altar component, a spirit of a 7th-tier serpent demon sovereign directly. Chapter 607. The royal family of Ackelman. An unexpected upheaval suddenly ignited multiple battlefields surrounding the 5th Black Serpent King city. In the realm of warships, the laws of the handprint. A ripple in space swept through, causing the mirrored warship to vanish from its original location and reappear at the zenith of this crimson domain. It is within this seemingly unremarkable leave of absence note. Caven, having penned several hundred words in just a few hours, finds that completion is unattainable today. We shall make amends tomorrow. Chapter 609. The core of the cloning primordial. In the future aspirations of the Song family, a century has elapsed, and the battles within the Shia galaxy have escalated to a fever pitch. Recently, the joint fleet of the Song and Luo families has just concluded a large-scale confrontation, and at present, they find themselves in Chapter 610. The summons of the Northern Sea Royal Court. The senior executives of both families ultimately reached a unanimous agreement on this objective, and they commenced a thorough discussion regarding the subsequent action plan. The final outcome was Chapter 611. Suppression. Millions of miles away, several 6th-tier Naga from the Northern Sea Kingdom concealed themselves behind a submerged mountain range, still recovering from the harrowing escape they had previously endured. Chapter 612. The Indomitable Pulsar Wave. As the discussion unfolded, the eyes of the crowd shimmered with brilliance, their hearts racing with fervor. To suppress the sovereign beings with a mere flip of the hand, what astonishing power this entails. One must realize that within it. Chapter 613. The 8th Order Battle. Chapter 614. Farewell, the blessing of the Mermaid Queen. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Just when the multitude of captains below believed that the 8-armed serpent demon of the 8th tier could not evade, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Only. Chapter 615. Colorful Mythology. Zhou Tian Star Tower. Mermaid Queen's Blessing Level 7 Equality. Golden Characteristic. Mermaid's Blessing. Power. Doubles the firepower intensity of the equipped battleship. Chapter 616. The Battle of the 7th Tier. There are rumors suggesting that the Zhou Tian Star Tower belonging to the Yang clan of the Blood Sway possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities. When fully activated, it is said to withstand assaults from mythical beings. Chapter 617. Transdimensional Delivery. Under the unparalleled explosive force of the micro-black hole. When the energy storm in the cosmos finally subsided, the serpent demon sovereign, whose head was nearly obliterated, re-emerged. Chapter 618. Perilous Moments at long last. They have arrived. Fortunately, it is not as dire as it could have been. In the main control room of the Star River ship, Yongzong breathed a sigh of relief. As the founding monarch of the Blood Sui dynasty. Chapter 619. The Fall of the Star Destroyer Boom. The blade of the demon sword sliced through the exoskeleton of the overlord King Bug, a shell comparable to superalloys, as energy erupted continuously. This time, the King Bug. Chapter 620. Level 9. Magic Serpent Floating Land. In this moment of sudden change, the 10-star destroyer captains present shed their previous solemnity. Their minds became alert, plunging once again into a state of heightened vigilance. No. Chapter 621. Black. Dual Differentiation. First update. In the desolate southeastern star region of the Fire Snake Galaxy, a formidable fleet is roaming through this expanse, plundering its resources. Observing the main battle. Chapter 622. True Fire of Samadhi. Second update. Song-Chi and Apos. S. heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that high-level extraordinary artifacts, suspected to be from the exiled celestial realm, had been discovered? Was this an attempt to exchange for? Chapter 623. New Mystical Realm Specialty Resources. First update. In the pitch-black starry sky, a blood-red spear, stretching several 100,000 meters, fully coalesced into form. In the next moment, it shot forth with tremendous force, aiming directly at the front of the mirrored battleship. As one gazed ahead. Chapter 624. The market projection strikes again. Second update. Without any unexpected developments. The purple cloud thunder punishment and the soul-extinguishing eye light almost simultaneously descended upon the 7th-tier nightmare soul body. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, fully concentrating on the unfolding events. Chapter 625. Cosmic Secret Pattern Energy Shield. First update. Confirming that all is completely safe. Song-Chi and Apos. Gaze shifted to the spoils he had not had the opportunity to examine thoroughly before. 7th-tier, gray crystal, and 5 strands of chaos. Chapter 626. Assembled components for symbols will seal. Second update. Upon observing the starship and Apos' hull, it becomes evident that, under the relentless barrage of artillery fire, the energy shield enveloping the surface of the vessel has notably dimmed by more than half. The 8th tier. Chapter 627. In contrast to the discontent felt by the Zhao and Wan families, as well as the 4 starship captains regarding the 4 symbols will seal and the moon will cold shadow cannon, the Song family experienced an entirely different sentiment. Beneath the watchful eyes of the 4 starships, events unfolded in a manner both mysterious and elusive. Chapter 628. Colorful Myth, Dragon Whale Hall. Second update. As time flows, several months have swiftly passed. On this day, Song-Chi once again ventured into the secret cultivation realm number 004 of Shikong. When he emerged, he held. Chapter 629. The salvage operation. This decision was made out of necessity. Even though it is known that this will increase the casualty rate of the Song family's 4th-tier clansmen in the ensuing civil war, there is no alternative. Chapter 630. 3. Core of the Mind Vein. Second update. Not only in the eastern holy city where Song-Chi and his companion reside, but the same holds true for the northern and western regions. The northern area, needless to say, is the battleship Dinghai Longxiang. Chapter 631. Master of the Shaking Light Star. The celestial Qin divine dynasty governs a certain advancing fleet. The highest command communication group chat, King of Wu and Apos. And is there any progress? Chapter 632. Colorful neutron star core armor. The market reopens. Second update. The plan presented by the venerable ancestor, Song Wujiang, was predictably met with unanimous approval from all. Regarding the demonic serpent floating land, the core members of the family expressed their profound. Chapter 633. The 8 trigrams furnace. Initially, it was believed that this transaction would yield no further unexpected gains. However, just 2 hours before the conclusion of the deal, the long-absent Lawfu sword. Chapter 634. Colorful Ascendancy, Eye of Truth. After this, there were no further interludes in the market transactions until their conclusion. Beneath the vast expanse of the market sky, Song-Chi did not take the time to tally the gains from this round of trading. Chapter 635. The effects of the 8 trigrams furnace. Second update. This aspect is undoubtedly of great significance, as the silver, gold, and black flames are not to be taken lightly, if they can continuously exert their capabilities. Chapter 636. Wandering through the heavens, true Samadhi fire can never be cast into this creation 8 trigrams furnace, for it represents the future's black and even colored ascendant fire source. In fact, the power wielded by Song-Chi is capable of. Chapter 637. The arrival of the celestial domain. Second update. In this regard, Song-Chi was naturally pleased. as it significantly increased his chances of acquiring high-grade rare items and top-tier resources in the future. After all, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 638, The Origin Suppression and the Destiny Compass. This shadow, seemingly no larger than a palm, appeared to Zhang Lingxian as a formidable beast. For the oppressive aura emanating from it caused his very soul to tremble in fear. Chapter 639, The Magnificent Transformation of the Tai Quantum Sword Light Cannon. Second update. As Song-Chi and Apos' thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, an immense force suddenly descended upon the celestial vessel. Tianxu Sangqiong. Chapter 640, The Ultimate Quantum Annihilation Cannon. Upon the completion of the fusion, this component not only evolved to an exquisite black quality, but also transformed from an ordinary main cannon into a formidable annihilation cannon. Chapter 641, The Red Plate River System finally in hand. In the main control room of the Dinghai Longxiang, Song Wujiang wore a mask of indifference, leaving the others in the group chat utterly oblivious to his true thoughts. At a certain moment, Chapter 642, Interstellar Migration, in the newly emerged Seventh Order enslaved beings. Beyond 1,000,000 kilometers to the north of the Dragon Ridge Mountain on the Dragon Ridge continent, there exists an expansive complex of structures. In times past, this architectural ensemble housed a considerable number of. Chapter 643. The 100 Kings. Song-Chi meticulously scrutinized the newly ascended 7th-tier flame titan and ultimately discerned that its overwhelming presence far surpassed that of the 3 tribulation transcending true beings from the primordial continent. Chapter 644. The tragic within the civilization of the 8-armed serpent demons, akin to that of the firebearer humanity. Those who ascend to the 7th tier are likewise bestowed with the esteemed title of king. Therefore, previously. Chapter 645. A desperate struggle. It is evident that the time dilation effect of the dancing time realm has a significant impact on the 2-headed serpent demon overlord. At the very least, under these circumstances, the several warships of the Song family. Chapter 646. The arrival of support. Upon the conclusion of the refinement of the life-transforming elixir, Song-Chi observed a significant shift in the dynamics of the arena. It seemed that the frenzied state of the Tiger AO Kingworm. Chapter 647. Civilizational merits. The news is conveyed by. Chapter 648. Choices in the Azure Dragon Starry Sky Formation Map. Regrettably, no matter how envious he felt, these items were beyond his current means of exchange, as the disparity in civilization merit points was far too vast. After careful contemplation, Song-Chi. Leave request. As stated, I will be absent for a day. Chapter 649. Encouragement. Song-Chi's gaze suddenly shifted, focusing on another component housed within the battleship. It was none other than the recently upgraded piece that had evolved into a silver quality. Chapter 650. The Divine Xia Empire, the shifting star continent. It took several days for the entire Song family to thoroughly assimilate the resources exchanged from the secret treasury of the Divine Empire War. Naturally, a considerable portion of these resources was. Chapter 651. The deal is struck as expected. It did not take long for Song-Chi to wait. A dreadnought swiftly approached from the front, racing across the stellar continent. In the main control room of the warship, Song-Chi's gaze sharpened. Chapter 652. Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. Well, it matters not. The news has arrived from the Stellar Tower Group chat. In merely a few decades, operations targeting the Serpent of Magic shall commence. Chapter 653. The transaction of the 7th Order Temporal Fruit. The item to be auctioned next is one of the 5 premier lots of this auction event. A black supreme quality, star-devouring wolf soldier figurine tree. Esteemed guests, please take a look. Chapter 654. Choices and old friends. After pondering for a few more minutes, Song-Chi proceeded to further contemplate the 3 components, the Dancing Zen Seal, the Cultivation Secret Realm number 004 of Cheat Song, and the Wings of Angelic Sovereignty. Chapter 655. The Identity of an Old Friend and the Bright Divine Bird. Silverplate Floating Land. Public Open Area, Silverplate City. Silverplate Hearth Hotel, top floor. After centuries of absence, I never anticipated that you have not only ascended to the rank of fearless. Chapter 656. The 7th level Celestial Market. Rest assured, I shall negotiate this matter with the other party. There should be no significant issues. Chapter 657. Transcendent Teleportation Platform. As my gaze settled upon this newly emerged configuration, the detailed attributes of the Transcendent Teleportation Platform soon manifested automatically. Name: Transcendent Teleportation. Unfortunately, I must postpone for another day. Song-Chi was stirred by the radiant star order left behind on the Longji continent. Initially, He and his family fleet were collaborating with several other immortal clans to conquer the Min Snake River. Chapter 659, Convergence, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the Shaking Light Palace. Chapter 660, entering the length of this battleship's hull is unlikely to be much shorter than that of the Heavenly Abyss. With just a single glance, Song-Chi arrived at this conclusion. Chapter 661, summoning upon witnessing this, Song-Chi pondered for a brief moment, after which the hatch of the Celestial Abyss vessel swung open. In no time, 4 additional warships emerged around the Celestial Abyss. Chapter 662, Soul-Devouring Altar, Final Test, supplement to yesterday's update. The fleeting surge of excitement quickly dissipated as the group of 8-armed snake demons sensed an overwhelming aura of impending death emanating from the rapidly approaching blood spears. Chapter 663, the might of mythical armor amidst the flickering of perpetual dark light. Time ebbed away, second by second. After several moments had passed, within the astonished gaze of Song-Chi, the eternal dark light suddenly transformed. Chapter 664, the 9 transformations of the serpent demon. Everything that transpires beyond the floating land remains unknown to the captain of the ember vessel within. Much like Song-Chi, at this moment, all his attention is wholly focused on the neutron. Chapter 665, the treasury of the first-class holy city. Upon the summoning of the 8th tier, unicorn giant whale, it immediately advanced towards the formidable 8th tier 8-armed serpent demon. The 2 colossal beings soon collided in a. Chapter 666, enormous gains. Oh no, this is troublesome. Chapter 667, the great battle. Indeed. Within the collection vault of the market, there lies a supreme energy crystal, forged from the essence of a sovereign-level insectoid. This crystal is capable of enhancing the success rate of ascension by an impressive 10. Chapter 668, Desire. Upon the verdant expanse of the earth, a colossal tree, reaching heights of millions of kilometers with its main trunk piercing the heavens, stands tall and unwavering. This ancient arboreal giant, adorned with lush foliage, towers majestically above. Chapter 669, Abyssal Hydra. Ultimately, command takes precedence over all. The speed of the numerous firebrand warships slowed, but soon accelerated again in response to the resolute pursuit orders promptly issued by the captain of the Ingstar River. Chapter 670, Desperate Fate. Flames seem to blaze upon this secret realm altar, under the vigorous urging of the formidable 8-armed serpent demon at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. An abundance of primal law forces surged in from all directions. Chapter 671, the Ascension Mission of the Celestial Abyss warship, buzzing, even with the connection of 2 void chains. The mirrored warship's hull continues to tremble, revealing the immense effort required to break through the mirrored vessel. Chapter 672, Pursuit. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper remain prominently suspended, their celestial power continuously bestowing upon the Star River ship. Within the command center of the Star River ship. Chapter 673, the outcome. The fiery figure was none other than the recently ascended 7th tier giant, Yinli. In this moment of urgency, Song-Chi had no choice but to allow him to make an attempt. Taking the storage capsule. Chapter 674, the operation of the Serpent Floating Land concludes. The Dinghai Longxiang met the same fate, sinking in the recent cataclysm caused by the explosion of the 8th tier pinnacle serpent demon energy. The term mirror division suggests a fragmentation. As for my leave of absence, I find myself unable to refuse the persistent invitations of numerous family members engaged in a game of mahjong. I am guilty. Woe is me. Chapter 675, Final Performance Rankings. Happy New Year's Eve. In the mystical realm of the Serpent of Magic, amidst the tranquil starry expanse, located tens of thousands of light years beyond the central floating land, several enhanced level 70 void shadow assassins lie concealed within the void. At this moment, Chapter 676, the colorful, chaotic energy generator, and the final redemption. Gazing at the seemingly daunting redemption price, despite the unwavering understanding of his lack of opportunity for exchange, Song-Chi could not help but click on this section. Chapter 677, Chaos Nest, and Domain Hedging Instrument. Happy New Year. Upon glimpsing the domain hedging instrument component, Song-Chi's gaze seemed to become utterly fixated upon it, rendering it impossible to divert his attention. Such components are considered exceedingly. Chapter 678, all means employed. As he gazed at the dense, rain-like crimson phantoms ahead, Song-Chi felt a slight sense of relief within. At last. It was not entirely bad news, amidst the overwhelming barrage of secondary cannons. Chapter 679, Chaos Beast, in the presence of a 6th tier crimson being. The Celestial Abyss could barely maintain its balance due to its formidable defensive capabilities. However, the 7th tier is distinct, the Dominion level. Chapter 680, the final reward unbeknownst to Shang-Chi, all that transpired in the outside world. As his entire focus was currently devoted to the more than 10 7th-tier crimson creatures surging towards him once again. Chapter 681, Market Transactions and Wizarding Civilization. This piece of substantial spiritual activation metal, weighing over 100 kilograms, is priced at 50,000 star palace points. While it is not exorbitant, it certainly cannot be regarded as inexpensive. Chapter 682 Transaction, the Overlord-level wizard civilization. The formidable powers within such a civilization are not comparable to the current human civilization and Oppo's Big Dipper Hall. To desire. Chapter 683, Chaos Divinity. This is a remarkable artifact radiating with a dark luminescence, evidently a supreme black treasure. Shang-Chi focused intently, quickly discerning the specific attributes of this object. Chapter 684, the power source of the True Spirit Tower. In response to the inquiry from this True Spirit sorcerer, Shang-Chi was entirely unfazed. He was thoroughly aware of the effects of the life creation pill, had it been in the possession of another alien race. Chapter 685, Journey in the Crimson Star Continent. The exchange of 6 for 1 may seem somewhat disadvantageous, yet only Shang-Chi, the principal party involved, comprehends the true implications of this transaction. After feigning a moment of contemplation, Shang-Chi promptly nodded. Tomorrow, I shall resume the dual updates. Today, I was delayed on the road, necessitating a day of rest. Starting tomorrow, I will return to the dual updates and extend my apologies to all esteemed readers. Chapter 686, a 92 promotion success rate. This wave of envy did not linger for long, as Shang-Chi soon returned to a state of tranquility. Regardless of whether it was Dragon Shark City or Giant Elephant City, their prosperity was merely. Chapter 687, the Mark of Power, in such a dire situation. The fate of the Song family is all too predictable. It is precisely because of this understanding that Shang-Chi has imposed strict demands upon himself. Chapter 688, the Emperor of Azura. This component, the Seal of Power, possesses relatively commendable attributes. However, it is merely tailored for the captain of the fire vessel who adheres to the principles of mobility. To Shang-Chi, it is but a trifling matter. At this moment, the blood-red longsword in the hands of the Emperor of Azura has just cleaved forth, expending his own blood as a price, as he painstakingly extinguishes the second palm of violet mist. Chapter 690, Warship Promotion. The heavens and the earth trembled, the void was repeatedly rent asunder, and the localized space collapse gradually evolved. Unlike before, this time the impact. Chapter 691, Star Destroyer, Celestial Abyss, Wailing. Above the heavens, a tangible tide of energy sweeps across the entire floating land. At this moment, the entirety of the Crimson Serpent floating land is enveloped. Chapter 692, Star Destroyer, Celestial Horizon, Part 2. Upon gazing at the extensive attribute panel before him, Shang-Chi's thoughts abruptly shifted. Speaking of the colorful mythical components, he instantly recalled another piece. Chapter 693, First Encounter with the Chaos Divine Land, White Eyebrow. I must admit that this, Chaos Blood Organs, is a concept I am hearing for the very first time. If it would not be too much trouble, could you enlighten this ignorant soul? Chapter 694, Bottomless Abyss. Indeed, we must not underestimate the matter concerning the 8-armed demon god. That entity has, after much difficulty, managed to extend a tentacle from the bottomless abyss. It must not be taken lightly. Chapter 695, Indeed, the distinction between the 6th and 7th tiers can no longer be merely described as a transformation of the essence of life. Much like the transition from the 3rd tier to the 4th, these two stages represent an entirely different realm. Chapter 696, the brand new golden strategic component, Blood Holy Grail, cannot be cultivated separately, which implies that the mist half-snake people can only be raised in the foggy marshes of the Copper Serpent floating land. The group chat is filled with individuals who have lived for hundreds of years. Chapter 697, the showdown. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence the summary meeting. The first to speak was still Captain Sato Chuan of the Star River Fleet. As he began to speak, the Fusang King. Chapter 698, 200 years as Sato Chuan had anticipated, within the Song family, the Azura Queen, who had one foot poised at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, was summoned, while numerous starships from the celestial realm had silently infiltrated this. Chapter 699, the prestigious name of the king of Shang-Chi. After posing this question, Song Shishing's gaze was entirely fixed upon Shang-Chi, his eyes harboring a subtle anticipation, as the most gifted individual in the history of the Song family. Chapter 700, Witcher Human Galaxy Community, Shao-Chi, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Haha. Splendid. In the encrypted communication group chat of the Dinghai Longxiang, Song Xingru's laughter seemed to possess an enchanting power. Chapter 701. The second piece of the colorful mythical fragment, 2-in-1, in stark contrast to the silent prayers and hopes harbored deep within Brooke Benjamin's heart. The exchanges within the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Kamoyan serpent sorcerer family were palpably more fervent. The Fangs. Chapter 702. The spiritual realm. The transaction has been completed. Although the subsequent drop of 8th-tier Abyssal Hydra source blood renders this exchange not entirely a perfect win-win situation, nevertheless, both parties have benefited from it. Chapter 703. The Celestial Cheen Star Annihilation Ranking. The peril of this battle inevitably escalates when the market projection order cannot be directly utilized. Boom. After yet another collision. Chapter 704. Endless Millennia Combined. Chapter 705. Ambush. At this moment, the locations of the 3 star destroyers were situated within a ring-shaped asteroid belt, several 100,000 light-years away from a level 8 life-bearing floating land. Chapter 706. Encountering colorful mythical artifacts after more than a millennium of civilizational warfare. The upper echelons of the Song family have long engaged in countless covert salvage operations, among which naturally, it is not solely Song-Chi who has participated. Chapter 707. The secret technique of the differentiation of floating land's origin possesses remarkably powerful attributes. First, there was the body of the moon-devouring viper, and now another, mold of the sky-devouring python, has emerged. How is it that all these are connected to the mythical serpent? Chapter 708. The heritage of the Ninth Order serpent demon. Due to certain circumstances, the top-tier floating land source core differentiation secret techniques within the clan cannot be disseminated. The 3 parts returning to origin method can only be regarded as a mid-tier technique among such secret arts. Chapter 709. The schemes of Song-Chi and the eve of ascension in the Dragon Ridge continent. Star Destroyer Man credentials LV0 quality. Silver. Seal release. Consumes 20,000 ethereal energy to unseal the warship. Chapter 710. Ascension of the Dragon Spine continent. According to the comprehensive plan devised by Song-Chi and his companions, the timeline is, in fact, far from being as pressing as it seems. After all, the chosen location, the Scale Serpent floating land, is inherently situated within the Northern Territories. Chapter 711. The first Star Destroyer captain's servant of Song-Chi, he harbored immense interest in the 8th-tier, black devouring king beast. Yet he was equally envious of the prospect of enslaving a captain of a Star Destroyer class, a fire vessel commander. Chapter 712. The Mechanical Civilization of Truth. It is certain that this 8th-tier black devouring king beast does not possess any high-tier spatial artifacts. Otherwise, it would not have taken such an extended period to. Chapter 713. The Truth emerges. Upon first learning that the Truth mechanical civilization possessed 3 colossal mechanical beasts of the 9th tier, Song-Chi felt as though a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds was firmly pressing upon his heart. Even though. Chapter 714. 85 years within the dimensional space stone, there exist several other enslaved beings, including a 7th-tier, star-devouring wolf, and a 7th-tier, nightmare soul entity. With these 2. Chapter 715. Comprehensive action. With the decision made, the celestial abyss soared once more from its subterranean lair. In its mirage state, it sped southward with great haste. 2. Chapter 716. Mechanical Warstar. Chapter 717. War of Annihilation. Although Song-Chi had come to this realization, he still refrained from speaking. He desired to discern the specific intentions of the Father of Truth. Over the course of more than 300,000 years, the flames. Chapter 718. Father of Truth. The fall, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it employs its utmost strength. This principle has been the guiding philosophy of Song-Chi during his tenure as the captain of the fire vessel for over 2 millennia. Within the high-dimensional space constructed by the temporal chessboard, Song-Chi suddenly manifested in the control room of the celestial abyss, gazing outward through the battleship and Oppos as projection screen. Chapter 720. The second colored curiosity, master of machinery. Merely an Azura monarch cannot fully comprehend the characteristic of datification. Subsequently, Song-Chi shifted his focus to multiple targets, which included himself. Upon finishing his words, Song Wujiang's gaze swept across the faces of the 2 individuals before him, and he naturally noticed the unmasked peculiar expressions in the eyes of the 2 Galaxy Fleet captains. Chapter 722. Colorful Extremes, Light of Order, on the Mineral Star Continent. In the northern exchange point, beep, beep, beep. A series of communication alerts echoed in Song Shiwan's ears as he presided over the various resource exchanges. Chapter 723, The Ultimate Battle. As the meeting concluded, over 10,000 Star Destroyers swiftly reappeared in the skies above the floating land. With each Star Destroyer soaring into the heavens, the three hyperdimensional motherships, however, remained conspicuously absent. Chapter 724, Mythical Convergence. Blood Goddess Wrath, Azure Dragon Starry Sky Formation, Fury. Azure Dragon annihilates the world. Titan S Fall, Power S Zenith. Crimson Phoenix Feather, Fire. Chapter 725, Mythical Mirror. Even a hastily assembled barrier possesses an astonishing defense, at least for beings beneath the realm of myth, enveloped in the dense aura of the malevolent deity. Chapter 726, Sanctuary of the Three Corpses, lacking various formidable. Chapter 727, The Mythical Battle of the Three Corpses Superstate Mecha. Are the three sovereigns prepared to exert their utmost? What could it possibly be? That a mere finger possesses such terrifying power? What then must its true form be? Chapter 728, The Astonishing Conspiracy upon the Arrival of 5 Star Destroyers. The 6 commanders engaged in minimal discourse, merely exchanging nods of acknowledgement in the newly established communication group chat. At this moment, Chapter 729, The Final Outcome in the Realm of the 8-Armed Serpent Demon Galaxy. The central river systems have yet to succumb entirely, including the northern river systems that remain untouched by the ravages of war. Countless lives. Chapter 730, Merit Exchange and Dimensional Strike. First, Long Spine Divine Whale, Galaxy Ship, 9-865-000. Second, Heavenly Ruins Celestial, Star Destroyer, 9-580. 500. Chapter 731, Millionfold Time Flow. The Star Sea Giant Ape Clan is a race that specializes in physical cultivation. They possess inherently robust physiques, and upon reaching maturity, they are classified as first-tier beings in the Star Sea, although their genetic lineage and potential are somewhat inferior to. Chapter 732, The River of Time and Post-War Distribution. The flow of time at 1,000,000 times its usual speed transcends mere terror. It is imperative to recall that when the time chessboard was first acquired, the maximum speed was merely around 100,000 times. Chapter 733, The Final Reward for the Song Family. Upon hearing these words, all gazes instantly converged upon the communication projection of the 4 members of the Song family. Among them, there were inevitably a few scrutinizing glances. The update has been delayed. As stated, today and Oppo's update will be quite late. Chapter 734, The Final Preparations of the Divine Summer 9 for the assault on the 10th tier based on the formidable prowess exhibited by that young man's battleship avatar. It is evident that the component of his battleship avatar is undoubtedly an extraordinary piece of equipment, coupled with the stature of the Annihilation-class battleship. Chapter 735, The First Colorful Extreme Component. Although it is referred to as the final small area, this is merely a relative notion. To truly complete this last exploration, it would undoubtedly require several years. Time unfolds in this manner during the exploration,